In that grand, sunlit hall, a man's voice booms from the top of the staircase. He thrusts his hand down toward the young woman below and declares, "Anastasia, as of this moment, my engagement with you is a null sh." She tilts her gaze upward and her face tightens as the words hit. "Unold," she snaps, steadying her voice as she speaks to you. "Your Highness, I don't get what you're trying to say." Up above, the prince sneers and fires back as if that's all he knows. "As usual, you're a woman who understands nothing." He gestures at the demure young woman beside him and tears into Anastasia. "Because Amy is kind, gentle, and way more deserving of being his fiancée than you'll ever be." Anastasia fires back, demanding to know if he truly thinks a woman who knows nothing of etiquette or nobility could rule. And he snaps right back, insisting Amy isn't rotten at all. She's the kindness the whole country needs. Her companions pile in and they don't hold back. They point at her and go straight for the truth. "We know what you've been doing," they roar, slamming her with every time she's harassed Amy. Then they declare it. Someone like her doesn't deserve to be queen. And in the crowd, the whispers explode into murmurs about the poor girl. Expression dies down into a quiet, heavy truth. "So that's how it is," she says in a soft voice. Then, with a sudden snap, she yanks a gauntlet from her uniform and throws it straight at the group, igniting a stunned gasp across the crowd. A white gauntlet rockets through the air, like a formal challenge, two tumblers launching straight for the prince and his entourage. In a flash, everything snaps into place. Right there in a bare wooden room, a young boy shoots upright in bed, eyes bulging with pure shock, and he knows it. That instant is when the memory of everything finally came rushing back. Alan, just an ordinary 8-year-old, suddenly clued in with dawning horror. He'd remembered his past life, realized he'd been reincarnated into the dating sim world he once played, and learned the worst part. He isn't a main character at all. He's just a nameless face in the crowd. Alan leaned to his window and stared at the city lights below, and the moment he did, everything clicked. What he'd just seen wasn't random. Anastasia hurled the glove, kick-starting a duel where the prince would step in as her proxy, battling the champion Amy picked. Then the game's terrible truth hit him like a brick. This was the trigger, and in the city below, everyone was about to die. He remembered the game's cruel future like a nightmare. After Anastasia fell and no one stood up to the prince, she was left to fight alone, got crushed, and was sent away in shame to a monastery, only for bandits to ambush her carriage, because the hired hands were really mercenaries the prince secretly paid. That betrayal yanked the kingdom's power right off its axis and ignited a brutal civil war, and he knew this nightmare wasn't going to stop. It was only going to get worse. That war left nothing standing. After the kingdom got wrecked fighting itself, its battered troops got crushed on the spot by a neighboring empire that struck at the perfect moment, and the royal capital burned to the ground. Pure injustice ignited rage inside him. He clenched his tiny fists and desperately wanted to shout at the main protagonists, "Stop dragging regular people into your personal drama." His shout didn't stay in his head. It tore through the silence of his room, and then a woman's voice snapped, calling his name. His bedroom door creaked open, and it was his mother asking what was wrong. Alan jolted, because it hit him the whole thing had been just a vivid dream. He promised her it was nothing, and she smiled back, telling him breakfast was ready and to get dressed. She stormed out, and his face hardened into pure grim determination. Then he made a silent vow. He'd protect his mother, and that promise would not break. He stood there, dressing, and stared at his new reality, swearing he'd save everyone in town, not only his mother. Even with memories from a past life, he was still just a kid trapped in a feudal world where you can't just bolt for freedom or vanish to another city. So he made his choice right then. They're not abandoning this place. Now dressed and ready, he stood his ground, eyes blazing with purpose. As Anastasia's condemnation ignited the civil war, he swore he'd flip the whole tragedy on its head and rewrite this cruel fate. At the breakfast table, his mother spotted a grain of rice on his cheek and tapped it out. And while he ate, he ran the timeline in his head. Prince Karl Hinz, 8 years old, had just been publicly engaged to 8-year-old Anastasia, which snapped everything into place. He had exactly 8 years until the condemnation event. He finally got why people would doubt him. Why would some nobody crash an autumn game's main storyline? Then it hit him. It all came from his past life. His older sister had shoved him to finish the game and track down every special illustration. But now, as he walked through the noisy town, he knew the truth was bigger. There was that old promise and his new vow to save his mother. Right then, a carriage rattled by, and the whole street snapped into whispers. The young lady engaged to the prince was here. The carriage rattled on, and through the window he snatched a quick, trembling glimpse of young Anastasia. He stood there, glued to the scene, as young Princess Anastasia sat perfectly poised in her horse-drawn carriage, her eyes staring past everything. With a violent jolt, the carriage sprang to life, heavy wheels smashing and clattering over the stone as it tore away from the crowd. As it swept past, his locked-in gaze snapped to hers for a heartbeat, just long enough to harden his resolve into steel. He was going to save her, and then he'd save everyone else too. He remembered the promise he'd sworn to his sister in his past life. This wasn't just about surviving. He'd already mapped out how he'd rescue Anastasia and everyone else. He even recalled the older version of her, the one who, in the game, was tagged as the villain, but in his eyes, she'd always been a good person. Her words crashed back into his mind. How she'd demand proper manners, drill nobles and commoners alike on their duties, even though every bit of it was paid for by the people's taxes. Yet others still sneered and called her condescending, and he finally realized the game's script had twisted her real heart. He stared into that bleak future where Anastasia would be condemned, then return as the final boss, and realized if he did nothing, that nightmare would become real. But right then, a bright, cheerful voice ripped his thoughts apart, calling his name. It belonged to a young woman with dark skin and white hair. Monica bumped into him, apologizing for not watching where she was going, and Alan shot back an apology too. Then she smiled and praised him as a hardworking son, out there helping with the shopping. Alan watched her face and realized she was loading up the cart just as much herself. She burst out laughing, saying the kids at the guild chow down non-stop, and once the booze runs out, things get wild fast, real wild. Then just as she walked away, she grinned and told him, "Don't turn out like them. Now watch where you're going." As she strode off, it hit him like a slap. Monica worked as a waitress at the Adventurers Guild Tavern, and he'd totally blanked on it. He shouted her name, then wheeled back to his mother, who was waiting nearby, and asked for just a moment. Alan pushed into the Adventurers Guild, and the rough bunch at a battered table snapped their heads toward him, especially the bald, muscular guy who barked at the kid, demanding to know why he was there. For Alan, this was the very first step. Inside the loud Adventurers Guild, a bald man with a sharp goatee hunches over the counter and glares at the little boy in front of him, grilling him about why he's even there and what on earth he thinks he's got to do with the guild. From close by, the boy's mother whispers his name, Alan, her face carved with worry. That sharp, skeptical stare eases up when he leans in and asks the boy what's really going on. He doesn't whine, he erupts with a loud, fearless shout, saying exactly what he plans to do. "Please, let me clean the mud from the ditch." That sudden demand jolts his mother, her hand still gripping his shoulder, and it totally throws the Gilman off guard. The stunned quiet shatters into a booming laugh from the gilded man. "Oh, I get it." He nods like it all clicks, tells the boy, "All right, go for it," then swings to Alan's mother and orders a colleague to hand over the registration papers, telling her to fill them out. Nervous as a drum, she starts scribbling, and just when it matters, another guild member waves Alan over, dragging the boy to the table. He slides out a tiny metallic card, then orders, "Stamp it with a drop of blood." The word *blood snaps a jolt of panic through Alan and his mother at the same time. Seeing her panic, he snaps into action and tells the mother straight up, "Just a tiny prick on the finger, and every needle is sterilized." His steady, soothing words calm her instantly, and she finally realizes he's a truly gentle man. Then he whips his gaze to Alan and orders him to stay brave for just a moment. Bam! A tiny needle pricks Alan's fingertip, and he jerks and winces from that sharp, sudden sting. Alan presses his finger to the card, bam, it flashes with a burst of magic and runes bloom across the surface. Registration's done. The bald man thrusts the freshly activated card into the boy's hands and grins, telling him, "Don't lose it." Alan takes the card, eyes locked on the proof that his new status is real. A surge of excitement hits him as he realizes this is only the first step toward his dream. Then Monica ruffles his hair, congratulates him for joining the guild, and sends him off with a good luck, while his mother just watches, smiling softly, and Monica adds that she must be thrilled to have him as a son. His mother's words echo in his head, "Take it easy," and then, as he heads out of the guild, his resolve hardens like steel. He locks in 2 goals: prove this world is really a game and rake in a fortune, because only then can he tear apart what's coming and save his mother and the town. He runs back through every step of his grand plan, because if he wants to save his mother, his town, and crush that villain, he has to flip the whole condemnation scenario on its head. First, he needs to beat the crown prince in a duel, and to even get there, he'll have to enroll in the Royal Academy 7 years from now, an insanely expensive mission. His mind slams into his brutal present reality. He's broke, and determination burns in his eyes as he throws himself into the work, shoveling filthy muck off a flooded stone floor. Alan's grind finally catches the eye of the guild supervisor, who slams down a job offer for the very next day, cleaning the underground sewer. The guy warns him it'll be way worse than it sounds, but the pay is double. Alan says yes on the spot, practically buzzing, because deep down he's got a razor-clear reason for needing to get inside that sewer, somewhere nobody from the public can even reach. He drops into the dark, stone-lined tunnels clutching a lantern, and the game's words hit him hard. 8 years from now, a secret scroll is supposed to be waiting right here in these sewers. He keeps snapping the game's story into place. Amy and the others were supposed to bust out through these sewers, then reach a forgotten room at the end and grab a scroll. And now he realizes this is the perfect moment to see if this world really runs on the game's rules. He throws cloth over his face, grimacing hard as he goes. Sure, it might be a game, but this rotten stench. That part is brutally, unmistakably real. His search drives him straight to one spot on the wall, and there it is, a lone brick with a strange dent. He presses down, the mechanism snaps to life, and a hidden section of the wall glides aside to uncover a secret passage. He strides through the archway with a lantern blazing overhead, and can't help wondering what this room was used for. Then his gaze sweeps the little chamber, hunting for the scroll. Inside, he spots an ornate shield bolted to the wall, and right beneath it sits a scroll on a stand. He reaches out, then hesitates. Doubt flashes across his face as he weighs the odds of a trap. He lunges for the scroll, but it slips just out of reach, and frustration burns hot. Because even though he swears there are no traps, the way it's positioned makes it clear this challenge was never meant for a kid. With one last surge of will, his fingers snap shut around it, peeling it open just enough to reveal a single word etched into the surface: concealment. His face splits into a huge, triumphant grin, because this is exactly what he'd been waiting for. The moment his fingers graze the fully unrolled parchment, it erupts in a blinding glow. Then, just like that, the whole thing vanishes in an instant. The light dies out and he's left frozen, staring at his empty hands as it hits him. This skill was never meant for him. He nods to confirm it, because Amy had likely scooped up the concealment trick instead. He confirms it by yanking up his own guild card, tapping twice, then swiping left, and boom, a hologram lights his status. Under skills, concealment is stamped there in black and white, and it hits him hard. This world really is running on the same rules from the game he remembers. Then he grins, because this new power is exactly what his plans needed. His thoughts get yanked to a stop when a fellow guild member, face hidden behind a cloth mask, calls out his name, and Alan brightens up, saying he knocked out a ton of work immediately. The masked guy, though, can't shake his own memories, replaying that ruined scenario from the game, and he steels himself with quiet resolve, swearing he'll never let that future happen. Later, Alan crawls out of the sewers, and the guild members shove him toward a filthy bath, warning him not to rile up his mother before they all head home. One of them starts teasing him, then dares him to a race to the bathing tent. Loser fetches the water. Alan groans like he's dreading every second, not at all excited for this little showdown. She storms into the bathing area, then slams to a stop, stunned stiff, because Monica is already there, scrubbing herself in a massive wooden tub, and the moment he sees it, he freezes, flustered beyond words, while the other men watch. Right before he can even react, Monica yanks him closer and starts scrubbing his back, telling him his mom hated seeing him show up every day reeking like the ditch, and that the guild has to take care of him. When the boy sputters and panics, she just smiles and assures him he doesn't have to strip, because her own clothes will get soaked either way. His guildmate erupted in joy, roaring that this was exactly how he was meant to look, while her loud, proud celebration rang out as she finished scrubbing him spotless so everyone could finally see him. He scrubbed and scrubbed until he collapsed on the floor, drained to the bone, and when the other guild members stared at his shiny, soaked look, one just went, "Seriously?" while another wisely told him to get dressed. That evening, tucked back in his silent home, Alan stared at his room, replaying his new concealment skill in his head. Then, right as his mom's voice rang out that she was home and dinner was ready, he wondered if it had just kicked in. She slipped into the room, huffed at the sight of the lamp still glowing, grumbling that he better not leave it on when he wasn't around. Then she had no idea he was standing right there. Right then, he finally stepped out of the shadows and startled her to the core. She demanded when he got there, and he grinned, saying he'd been there the whole time, proving his experiment worked. Then he pressed the coins he'd earned that day into her hands and told her to take it easy. While they ate, his mother pushed him to stop stressing about money and focus on his studies, and he nodded back, explaining that the local elementary school runs free lessons 3 times a week. He mulled it over for a second, but his thoughts sprinted past that. Reading and geography mattered for the high school entrance exam, sure, yet they weren't his focus anymore. Now that he'd secured concealment, he was already plotting his next move. Appraisal. He finally got it. Appraisal was the one thing that could flip his fate. But this scroll wasn't hiding in some easy sewer like last time. It was locked away in a place crawling with monstrous creatures, and he knew going after it would mean gambling his life. With his plan set in motion, he slipped into the wild land outside town, and the first thing he ran into was a horned rabbit, scary, but not the big threat he feared. Still, he breathed easy and used the shadows to hide, then tiptoed past it as he kept hunting for the ruins. He quickly realized the wilds didn't care about his map. Getting through was a brutal nightmare, not a simple plan, and as he headed back toward town, 2 guards spotted him, but his concealment slipped him right past them. Still, frustration punched the air in his chest. This was his second day hunting with nothing to show, and as night crept in, he couldn't stop wondering if the ruin he'd been chasing would ever even exist. He kept hunting for days. On the 3rd day, wild creatures tore into each other right in front of him, and by the 4th he was freezing and wiped out, curled up in the woods like he'd been dragged through a storm. When he finally limped home, his mother clocked every sign of exhaustion and demanded to know if he was okay, but he shrugged off her worry and insisted he was fine. On the 5th day, his stubborn drive finally paid off. He stumbled onto a cracked stone staircase, and it led straight to the ruin he'd been hunting. He finally exhaled, and only then did he realize relief had been flooding him the whole time, because after all that grind, it worked. But he ripped that rush of victory out of his chest. No time to celebrate now. He had to hunt down the appraisal scroll, and he had to do it fast. Right as he surged toward the top, weird sniffing sounds slammed into his ears, so he peeked over the last step and his heart stopped cold. A whole patrol of goblins stood guard at the entrance. He stumbled back, pure shock ripping through him, because this place wasn't supposed to have enemies like them. Panic hit hard as he scrambled to figure out what he could do. Deep inside those ancient ruins, Alan realizes the truth hits hard. Goblins are everywhere, way more than he ever expected. A massive axe-swinging goblin barrels forward, with smaller ones crowding in on both sides. Alan clamps down on his staff, and a freezing panic crawls through him. This isn't anything like the game he thought he understood. He hides behind a crumbling wall, heart hammering and thoughts sprinting, and the only thing keeping him alive is his concealment skill. But he knows it won't hold forever, so he starts doubting his whole escape plan. And the moment the fear hits that his concealment will fail, panic locks him in place. His mind snaps back to the goal, finding the appraisal scroll stashed somewhere in these ruins. He knows the stakes are brutal. If those goblins keep multiplying or if anyone gets hurt, the authorities will shove together a subjugation team, and then grabbing that scroll becomes impossible. Yeah, this situation is not good at all. Panic slams into him, and he drags in a deep breath to wrestle his pounding heart back under control, because he can't even wrap his head around how things spiraled so far off the path he'd expected. It tears his resolve to shreds, shutting the door on retreat or a fresh start, because this is his one shot, and if he doesn't grab the scroll right now, that chance will vanish forever. With his staff clenched tight, Alan yanks himself upright and bets everything on the brutal cheat skills from the Oten games. Then, steel in his spine, he strides right past the clueless goblins and heads for the entrance to the underground ruins. He strides into a dark, stone-lined passage, and the next step lights up with a gentle, otherworldly glow. Moss clings to the ceiling and walls, soaking the whole corridor in eerie brightness. He stretches out a hand and brushes the cold stone wall, and that gorgeous glow lights up his eyes. Turns out it's a lifesaver, because torches won't work in here. He shoved the seeds deeper into the cramped corridor, and his footsteps whispered as they echoed back, praying like hell that the goblins didn't have more traps waiting for him in the dark depths below. At last he bursts into a tiny room, the exact spot where the appraisal scroll should be, but it's packed wall to wall with barrels, crates, and racks of weapons instead. He goes totally still, mind spinning, eyes wide in disbelief. This isn't some game anymore, it's real, and he can't stop staring, trying to piece together what's happening. He pants hard, sweat pouring down his face as his mind finally clicks. This is where the goblins stash their treasure, a detail the game he knew never even hinted at. Then a hulking goblin bursts into view, and its shadow slams over him. The creature leans in until its breath hits his face, sniffing the air around him, and he slaps a hand over his mouth, breath locked in his chest, as his mind scrambles to figure out why everything has gone wildly off script. A vile breath hits him like a wave, putrid and suffocating, and he recoils in sheer disgust. Even after that close call, the goblin can't track him down and snaps back toward its friends, muttering under its breath, while Alan freezes completely, hidden deep in the shadows. Once the creatures finally slip away, he releases one long, shaky breath, grateful he survived that brutal, breathless showdown. He starts chewing on the cause of all these changes, wondering if snagging that concealment scroll is what derailed everything. So the events, and even the ruins, stop playing by the game script. No matter why, one good thing stays locked in his mind. The scroll is still here. He jams the tip of his staff into the dirt floor and drives down until it hits something solid. He digs up his prize, a rolled-up scroll, and flashes back to that ruins map, pointing straight to where it was buried in plain sight, hidden perfectly from the goblins. Then he winks, glances over his shoulder, and those clueless creatures have no idea. With his mission finally done, he fights his way out of the ruins and sprints across open land, eyes locked on the town's towering walls far ahead. Then he lets out a shaking breath, grateful he's still breathing. He spots a hidden corner and finally cracks open his reward, because if anyone else stumbles on it, it's over. So he wastes no time and goes straight for the appraisal skill. He rips the scroll open, and a bright notification bursts onto the screen. New skill unlocked. Appraisal. Then everything updates like the system just nodded in approval. But inside, he's throwing confetti because getting that appraisal was the make-or-break move in his plan. 2 weeks slip by. Then one morning, as he's strolling through town, he clocks a bunch of men packed together, buzzing with excitement, and he can't help wondering what sparked the whole commotion. He strides up to the bald guy with a goatee who's hunched over his desk, scribbling away, and the moment he sees him, he realizes it's Alan. Then the boy blurts, "Did something happen?" As Alan looks up. A man tells them they've found a goblin nest hidden in the ruins of an ancient labyrinth northeast of here, and then he pushes the urgency. He's forming a strike team, because if they don't act now, those goblins will multiply and wreak even more destruction. He's absolutely sure snagging the scroll was the right move, buried out of sight by goblins, untouched, waiting for some future strike team to stumble on it, and a chilling thought hits him. Maybe it was planted there for Amy to find. He asks whether this new turn means they've stepped outside the game's known script, and the man pauses, thinking it through, saying that if the goblins had been hoarding treasure, that would have paid off for them. Then shuts Alan down hard. It's still too soon for him to stress over stuff like that. Alan leans in and asks if the man's jumping into the fight too. Then the man just smirks and says, "No, I'm staying back," calling himself a retired adventurer. He blurts out his shock, saying that guy still looks insanely strong. Then the retired adventurer slams his quill down and asks whether he still hasn't shown Alan why he quit. With a dramatic flourish, the man hikes up his trouser leg and drops a jaw, revealing a mind-bending mechanical prosthetic, while Alan just stares, wide-eyed, completely speechless. The retired adventurer leans in and tells it straight. On an assignment, he took an orc's arrow right in the knee, the tip packed with poison, and that's exactly how everything went down. He gawked at the intricate prosthetic leg in pure awe, and the retired adventurer explained, "Yeah, the leather and steel are magically crafted for everyday life, but sparring with the younger guild members, that's a whole other fight now." The man's face softened as he stared at the boy, promising to teach him how to hold a sword. Eventually, once he could actually wield one, and Alan accepted the offer with real gratitude. After that, the adventurers crowded around a map and decided to scout a forest near those ruins as their next hunting spot. And while they hacked away at a ditch, Alan couldn't stop thinking about that retired adventurer's solid, trustworthy nature. With appraisal skill locked in, his focus snapped straight to what came next: alchemy. He got back home, ready to bolt for the day, and his mom clocked it, asked if he was heading out. He nodded and told her he was leaving town for a while, but he'd be back before nightfall. She teased, joking if this was a date, but his mind barely listened, because all he could think about was that alchemy scroll, 15 million cents, a price so massive it swallowed his pitiful savings of just 5,000. He pushed through the city's packed market, mind racing over the brutal financial mountain ahead, and he shoved the weird question about that scroll being a chargeable item aside. Because right now, he only had one mission: figure out how to earn that kind of staggering money. His footsteps carried him straight into a bustling district packed with traveling merchants and their sizzling stalls. Then it clicked. This was the perfect moment to cash in on the appraisal skill he'd learned in the ruins. He locked his eyes on that piece of jewelry, snapped the skill on, and bam, data hammered into his head. A rare strength earring that gives the wearer a small power boost, worth a jaw-dropping 300,000 cents. Blown away by the price, he marched up to the merchant and demanded to know about the earring. The old man nodded, only one existed, and asked, with a gentle smile, if he was buying it as a gift for a girl. He said he only wanted to know, and the merchant told him it had been left behind by a merchant's wife as collateral for a loan. Alan nodded like it was brilliant, then couldn't shake the question of what girl would actually be happy with just one earring, until his grin sharpened and he declared, "All right, I'm taking it." He flashed his guild card to the merchant, and the deal snapped into place. Then a prompt burst across Alan's vision, showing $2,500 and demanding he confirm before it could go through. He shot the merchant a determined grin, clocking how stubborn that boy really was, and the stall owner just tipped him a good luck and sent him on his way. That deal hit like a thunderclap. He bought the earring for just 2,000 cents, even though an adventurer had sold it for 15,000, snagging a jaw-dropping profit of 148,000 cents. And while bargains like that usually spark bidding wars, this time luck went straight to him. With this fresh start, his confidence ballooned. He swore he'd stick to this plan until he'd hauled together the 15 million cents he needed, even if it meant going back to clean ditches every day. Before he could catch his breath, he'd already slipped into yet another place, laying that precious earring on a wooden table beside a tough-looking glove. Across from him, a bald, powerfully built man stared at the items and demanded to know where Alan got the earring and gloves, then asked if he could inspect them. Alan explained he'd picked them up at a stall for $3,000, was thinking of selling them, and just wanted a quick opinion first. The man waited all in silence, murmuring about the stall under his breath. He snatched up the tiny piece of jewelry, and his face changed the second he stared at it, too much for his own skill. So he cut Alan off and told him to wait, saying the guild's expert was on the way, especially since the old man had clocked it already. An elderly man with swept-back hair strode in, snapped a jeweler's loop over his eye, and zeroed in like a hawk. Then he nailed every detail, the earring of strength and the fireproof gloves. The expert didn't hesitate. He declared their authenticity, no questions asked. Then the guild leader snapped his gaze back to Alan with a serious tone, said he understood Alan wanted to sell, but a public sale would lure in dangerous troublemakers, and he proposed a safer deal. Let the guild buy them for a fair price. Alan didn't even hesitate. He agreed on the spot. Then the guild leader leaned in with a sharp warning. Don't let this lucky break make you reckless, because greed always ruins everything. The expert, reading the situation, said he'd take care of the deal, and Alan nodded like he truly understood. But right when the deal was about to lock in, he popped up again and called out to a man. He had one last request. He stepped up and offered a wooden sword to the bald adventurer, who snapped his gaze back, eyes full of questions. The adventurer nodded, threw Alan into training right away, and the man's booming voice cracked across the yard, fixing every twitch, barking orders to stand tall, grip the sword right, and swing it wider with brutal force. Soaked in sweat and shaking like a leaf, Alan could only obey. He yanked his training to a stop and laid it down like a truth bomb. Just because you've got a powerful weapon doesn't mean you're strong. Real strength is knowing how to use it, not letting it use you. The words hit Alan hard, and he realized that even with his skills, without real training, he could still get crushed. The moment the lecture ended, the adventurer snapped at him to run 100 laps around the training room to forge his core. And even though Alan was supposed to be on a break, he had no choice but to obey. His training kept hammering forward. He swung at the dummy until his arms burned. Then Monica showed up to cheer him on with the adventurer. His instructor roared that he'd never save anyone like this, so he demanded pure grit, and Monica fired back encouraging shouts. Do it, 100 swings. After that brutal session, he crumpled on the cobblestones, totally spent, and the adventurer cut him off. That's all for today. Right now, you're too weak to even take down horned rabbits. They'd pick it back up tomorrow. Lying there, one thought seared his mind. He couldn't keep protecting anything if he couldn't beat this weakness. If he didn't overcome it, he'd fail to save both his mother and the villain, and his face hardened with iron resolve. That fresh determination surged through him. Every single day he trained harder, until his swings hit with brutal power and his stance hardened like stone, all while the unwavering gaze of the adventurer bore into him. His grind didn't stop at swordsmanship. He jumped into every brutal chore he could find, scrubbing waterways and tackling tough jobs day after day, determined to squeeze out every last cent. 3 years flew by. Now Alan was 11, lean and ripped from his non-stop grind, and when his mother shouted for breakfast, he didn't even flinch. His only goal burned in his head: protect what he swore to protect. One quick look at his status and boom, his savings had ballooned past 15 million cents. Just as Alan's about to step out the door, his mom blurts, "Where are you going?" He says he's headed to the market, and her face lights up with pride and surprise. Then she leans in and warns him to be back before dark, because tomorrow matters. Alan nods, returns the love with a quick goodbye and heads out. He strides through the city streets, replaying every grueling 2 years of training, school, and battles. And finally, it all clicks into place, because that relentless hustle has earned him exactly his goal. 15 million cents sitting safely in his guild account. With his savings locked in, he ducks off the main streets and slips into a dodgy corner of the royal capital, chasing a sketchy shop tucked in the basement of a building at the end of a back alley. Alan keeps climbing the stairs, brushing past a brutish guy who snarls that the whole area is terrifying, and Alan just keeps his head down, determined to slip under the radar and dodge trouble at all costs. At last he slams up to a hulking stone door etched "Rub Rub," the rule store, and he locks in on what it takes to get inside: our concealment, our disarmament, everything. When his hand reaches for the demonic knocker, the door spits out a voice that demands, "Who's there?" In the entryway, a bright screen flickers with that day's password, and Alan's appraisal skill cuts through the code as he reads a cryptic line about a rabbit in the eastern forest. So he blurts it out loud, and a sharp click rips through the air as the lock finally gives up. The inner door swings open, and the moment he steps in, arcane treasures glare back at him from every shelf. Then a deeply hooded shopkeeper pops out behind the counter with a grin that feels way too wrong and says, "Welcome," their voice bouncing through the candlelit air. "So, what are you hunting for?" The shopkeeper spots Alan's pick. The alchemy scroll lights up at his taste, calls it a great choice, then drops the price. $14 million. He stands in stunned silence, weighing the cost. Hold on a second, please." Alan asks for a little hesitation to creep into his voice. The shopkeeper's long, pale fingers, sharp nails and all, creep right beside the scroll, and they flat out confirm it. That unsettling hand-meets-prize moment makes the whole thing feel wrong in the best way. Alan's face tightens, then it clicks. Goblin magic stones are being thrown in as a bonus, just a little concession from the shopkeeper. Alan locks in, clears his mind, and fires up his appraisal skill to judge the scroll's true worth. The skill peels back the truth. It's just a plain old scroll stamped with alchemy, but it only works for notes and calligraphy, nothing more. A total nobody item, barely worth a measly 1,000 cents. Watching the deception fall apart in real time, he shoots up and slashes through the air with a sharp accusation, demanding to know if the shopkeeper's mocking him and pressing hard for the truth. Do they really have the real item or not? The hooded figure's grin stretches wider through that tiny slit, and I square up to him with respect I didn't have a minute ago. Because the way he spots every detail gives it away, and he just blew my test out of the water by presenting a completely different scroll. He fires off that skill again on the next item, and this time the appraisal blasts back the truth. An authentic alchemy scroll, an epic class piece that teaches alchemy skills, then vanishes. And the price? A jaw-dropping 13 million cents. No doubt now this is the real deal. Once the item checks out, he locks in his choice. He asks the shopkeeper straight up if he can pay with his guild card, making it clear he's buying. The hooded figure lets out a chuckle and agrees, right on his terms. The conversation ends, and Alan turns to go with a grimace twisting his face, because the last thing he wants is to ever come back. Still, the shopkeeper keeps that smug grin, thanks him for his business, and tells him to stop in again. He finally stumbles home way later than promised, barging in like, "I'm back." And right away his mother's sharp voice snaps him in place. She's been waiting, grilling him about why he's so late, while he remembers it all, years of grind, to chase this one precious purchase, knowing the cheat-like punch of his alchemy power is still miles out. She plants her hands on her hips, her fury draining into pure exasperation, and tells him tomorrow is a big deal, then demands he hit the bed early. He looks worn out, but he just nods meekly and obeys. He sinks into the quiet of his room, drops into his chair, and stares at an open book on his desk, because the day his mom warned him about has finally arrived: his middle school graduation exam. In this world, kids start elementary at 12 and hit middle school at 15, but by leaning on memories from his past life, he's already skipped ahead, Now he's taking that exam at just 11 years old. He shows up at the Royal City School. And yeah, elementary and middle school are free. But most kids still skip middle school, treating it like nothing more than a boring setup for high school. Inside, his teacher lays out the whole plan. Classics, tough arithmetic, royalties, names and crests, local goods, international news, and proper etiquette. Everything you need if you want a future in politics. And she looks straight at Alan to confirm he's 11 before telling him it's time for his graduation exam. Alan just nods and agrees, calm as ever. She tells him good luck and says graduating at his age is basically unheard of in this capital, and Alan can't help but feel a stab of guilt, because he knows the test is only as hard as what an elementary kid would face in his old life. The teacher snaps the hourglass over and announces the exam will run for 3 whole hours, and just like that, the test officially begins. His written answers prove he knows everything. He names the Crown Prince as Karl-Heinz Bartels Sinvelin, and then rattles off the 3 great Duke houses: House of Innenberg, House of Ramslet, and House of Schlestau. While he works, he can't shake the feeling that most of this test is just memory work. Besides the Crown Prince, he barely knows what the other nobles even look like. He zips through the math like it's nothing, but geography hits him like a wall. Still, figuring out which territories rake in high wheat or iron production is the kind of problem he's seen before. After finishing the exam, he shoots his hand up and yells to the teacher. He coolly declares, "I'm done." And right then his teacher just freezes, jaw slack, eyes darting to the hourglass like it's lying because the timer still shows ages left. She points out just a little over an hour has gone by, and he nods, saying he's finished and ready to hand in his test, because he doesn't have the time to sit around for the full 3 hours. Flustered, she begs him to redo every answer, terrified he'll regret a rushed submission on a huge exam, while Alan shrugs it off, saying it's probably fine. She finally relents, takes his paper, and that's it. His exam is officially over, and the results will hit in a week, with Alan thanking her in pieces. A week later, Alan storms back, and the second he steps into the room, his teacher starts shaking from shock and blurts that he passed. Then she gasps, telling him he didn't just pass, he crushed it with a perfect score in every subject, an unheard-of miracle way beyond skipping a grade, and while she's still stunned, Alan calmly tells her to calm down. His teacher panics at the shocking result, blurts an apology for snapping, then steadies herself, double-checks his score, and tells him she's got the perfect high school recommendation locked in. He nods that he earned it with hard work and happily accepts her offer. Then she drops the catch. Even with that recommendation, he won't be allowed into high school until he turns 15, 4 years from now. He doesn't flinch. He just confirms he knows the rule and is ready to wait. The teacher nods, accepts his choice, and promises to send in the recommendation. Right before he heads out, he blurts out, asking her to get in touch with his mom through the Adventurers Guild, since she's always out working. The teacher just stares after him, haunted by the weird fact that this huge skipping system can fling people forward yet still slaps an age limit on them. Because that kind of leap was never meant to work like this. She congratulates him to the fullest as he graduates, and then they lock eyes and shake hands while the other students erupt in applause. He thanks her quietly, knowing his freakishly sharp memory and the unfair perks of his reincarnation were the real reason he made it. With his middle school education finally wrapped up, he turned around and dashed back home. The moment he arrives, he freezes. His mom's pulled together a full-on celebratory feast, and there on the table sits white bread, and it shocks him. She rushes to apologize, saying money's tight and that's all she could scrape together. But he just smiles at her warmly, tells her her presence is what truly matters, and thanks her with all his heart. She shoves a gift into his hands, and when he tears it open, a dismantling knife flashes back, something he blurts out he's wanted forever. His mother beams and tells him it's meant to mark not just his graduation, but his coming of age too. He grips the knife tight, fully feeling the weight of what it must have cost his mom, and he knows it wasn't some random buy. It was a gift meant to hurt his pride in the best way, a debt of love he'll never truly be able to pay back. Her sacrifice hits him so hard it squeezes tears from his eyes, and when his mother sees him lose it, she pulls him close and soothes him. She tells him she knows he'll be on his own more often now, and her only wish is that he stays happy without tearing himself apart. He snaps his eyes up at his mother and vows, "I'll take care of the knife," calling it his treasure, and she smiles, still cradling his head with gentle hands as she accepts his promise. He grips his mother's hands and tells her, "It's okay," then lays out his plan to save every coin so he can go to high school himself, only for her to break down and apologize, lamenting that she can't afford to help him. Sheep gently pats his head, soothing him, and Alan flashes a calm smile, promising he'll succeed and protect her, no matter what. With pure resolve burning in his chest, he steels himself for the road ahead, grips his courage tight, and forces himself to face whatever tomorrow throws at him. Years tumble by. When Alan turns 12, they yank him out of the age restriction for the high school entrance exam, and he's branded an F-rank adventurer. He swears he'll tear up his cruel fate before his 3 remaining years run out, and then, right out of nowhere, a familiar voice screams his name. He whips around and spots Monica, who blurts out that he's insanely fast inside the guild hall, totally shocked he's now an F-rank adventurer. The other members cheer him on, and Alan has to laugh it off, telling them to quit treating him like a kid as they joke they're still short on ditch cleaners again. While the others are joking around, Rudolph, one of the guild's seniors, steps in and tells the 12-year-old, "Yeah, you've got talent, but you're not done yet," urging him to keep his focus and keep leveling up. He keeps praising Alan's insane skill, even though he doesn't have a swordsman or warrior's divine protection, because that protection isn't just hype. It's a blessing handed down by the gods, capable of leveling up his proficiency or throwing special abilities into the mix. Rudolph breaks it down. The hero in Amy is wrapped in healing divine protection for recovery magic, and the Crown Prince has 2, one for fire, one for the hero side. Rudolph then reveals he's got the swordsman protection too and dares Alan to train. Alan stares back and realizes, like most commoners, he's got none of that, so he has to smash through that handicap before high school starts. Alan strides up to Rudolph and blurts out what he has to do to hit E-rank, but Rudolph scoffs and says it's still early, then grins and reveals that those 4 years of ditch cleaning already stacked enough points for Alan. All he has to do now is clear one F-rank job to get promoted. Alan shot forward with a question, and Rudolph answered that the job is either collecting herbs or hunting horned rabbits, and he made it sound like neither one would be a big deal. Rudolph warned him to watch his step, reminding Alan that he'd never left the town, and that horned rabbits could wreck your day. Alan shrugged it off, nodded like he'd heard it all, and declared he'd start his job come tomorrow. 2 days later, a little sack of herbs and a handful of magic stones sat on a wooden table, like hard proof that the job was finally done. He marched into the guild, presented the herbs and those magical horned rabbit stones, and the supervisor checked them off after confirming the job was done. Then the whole table erupted with congratulations, Rudolph included. This win wasn't luck. It came from the past life inside his head. He remembered exactly where the herbs were in the ruins where goblins once crawled, and since the guild had already cleared everything, the place was totally safe. Then, for the horned rabbits, he switched tactics and triggered his concealment skill. With this power in his hands, he closed in on his target, only to find a horned rabbit lounging in the grass, calmly munching like it had no idea he was coming. He stared at the creature, and a flicker of doubt snapped across his face. Sure, it looked harmless, but he knew people like that were branded vermin for tearing through fields. So with a silent apology, he readied himself to strike. Once his mission was done and the proof was handed in, Rudolph slapped the stamp on him. Alan was officially an E-rank adventurer, and Alan just lit up with a grin, affirming it with pure joy. That night, under the glow of one lonely lantern, he started tearing into the horned rabbits, working with a knife his mother had given him, relieved it actually held up. And while she slept peacefully beside him, He silently thanked her with every careful cut. His fresh rank cracked open a whole new universe. Now he could move freely between cities and join the long, high-stakes expeditions that demand transport. And as he weighed it all, he realized how deep that divine protection ran, something most commoners never even get to touch. He dug through his old game memories and found the truth. There was only one way a villager could earn divine protection. His profile even screamed his age was 12, yet the slots for his protection and skills stayed locked in total mystery. He dug through his past life memories and snapped the answer into place. If he wanted divine protection, he'd need the Book of the Wind God, hidden in the deadly valley of the Flying Dragon, a place so dangerous it meant a full week of rattling carriage rides from the capital. That divine protection, right down to its name, only made wind thread magic stronger, and he never forgot how vital it was. Whether a student passed the high school practical exams depended on whether they had that exact protection. With the goal locked in his mind, Alan clutched his knife tight as steel resolve set into his face. Just a simple villager stepping into his first real adventure. And now the chase for his true beginning was finally underway. A gigantic white wyvern hovers over Carl Hinz and Amy, its eyes blazing with fury, and it unleashes a roaring curse, screaming that they killed its husband. Amy panics and begs it to listen, insisting her actions weren't random, but Carl Hinz snaps that pleading won't change a thing. A beast explodes forward and Carl Hinz roars at Amy to back up. Then she flashes a quick apology, thrusts her hand out, and a magical sigil ignites as she blasts a deadly barrier into place. The spell's blinding light snaps away, and there it is, Wyvern's severed head, dead still on the shattered stone floor. Amid the wreckage, Carl Hinz stands his ground and demands, "Tell me you finally brought it down." The creature's headless body suddenly heaves up, and its claws drive straight into his chest. Amy screams, furious that she couldn't talk him out of it. He pulls her in and crushes her against his chest, calming a sobbing Amy by telling her, "No lies, no other option. This had to happen," and then the truth hits. They've beaten the Wyvern Lord, snatched the Book of the Wind God, and the bond between Carl and Amy isn't just growing anymore. It's turning into a fate-bonded partnership. Elsewhere, Alan watches everything crash into place with sheer, bone-deep exhaustion. Rattled in a horse-drawn cart, he stares ahead and realizes this isn't just another magical fantasy game, with school life and romance. It's the Wyvern Lord's nightmare too. A home invasion, a cold robbery where intruders slaughtered his family and vanished with everything he owned. And he swears he isn't the only one who felt the hollow in Amy's tears after she killed the mother and child. The ride finally ends. Alan leaps off the cart, flicking coins to the driver and thanking him, then declares that now the game's main story is finished. He's sprinting for the valley of the Flying Dragon to get the Book of the Wind God, just like Emily. The driver shoots back a warning. The road ahead is deadly, so be careful. He stared at the far-off peaks, already done the prep in Friesen, the nearest village to the Valley of the Flying Dragons, and knew that from there, reaching his destination would mean a whole day of grinding trek through the mountains. All covered up hood tight, cloak drawn, he kicks off his journey, ready to use his concealment skill to slip through the mountains unseen. Sure, he's itching to find out what's really hunting in the shadows, but he'll dodge every unnecessary fight. He panted up that brutal mountain path, realizing it was worse than he'd ever guessed. Then a shadow slammed over him, and he looked up just in time to see a winged beast dive low, forcing a sick regret the moment he realized he hadn't prepared enough for the client. The creature ripped through the air and hooked up with a whole swarm of its kind in the sky. At the cliff's edge, he stared over the edge in stunned awe at the breathtaking and terrifying valley where flying dragons ruled the skies. These beasts were wyverns, dragon cousins, but they weren't the real deal. They were tough, sure, just not as fearsome as true dragons, because they couldn't breathe fire or unleash that earth-shaking roar. He realized staring down the dangerous beast wouldn't keep him alive for a single night, so he snapped into action. He had to set up camp before sunset. Then he hurriedly scanned the area and spotted the perfect spot. He dropped low, thrust his hand out, and slammed his alchemy skill into play. Then the ground itself buckled, rising into solid geometric blocks. He kept carving the terrain, replaying the core steps of the ability in his head. Because alchemy wasn't just how people forged weapons, armor, and potions with magic stones. It could do way more than that, and he proved it by carefully sculpting air holes and building a chimney for his patched-up shelter. He realized that with true mastery, this skill wasn't just for fighting. It could build massive forts and craft deadly magical gear, even a weapon strong enough to briefly weaken the darkness-corrupted final boss, Anastasia. Once the job was done, he sank beside a crackling fire in that tiny semi-basement shelter, the kind of simple camping spot he'd fought to earn. 14 million cents and 3 years of pure grind poured into every inch of it. Feeling totally safe inside his own creation, he shut his eyes to rest, never letting go of his knife's hilt. Then he murmured a soft, satisfied word. Under a sky plastered with stars, smoke drifted in slow curls from the chimney of his earthen fort, while night settled over the valley of the flying drag. He gives one final gesture and his shelter locks into place behind him. Then he's all set, eyes forward, ready to head straight for the Temple of the Wind. He pushes through the valley, remembering how in his old life, wyverns would tear into anyone who got too close. Now he just slips into concealment and strides on with pure confidence. Then, at the foot of a long stone staircase climbing to the temple, he stops dead, eyes widening in shock. His shock makes sense, because a giant black wyvern lord is here. The head of a 3-person family is sprawled asleep in the temple's main hall, and this is the perfect chance to snatch the Wind God's book, until he tries to step forward and a voice stops him cold. "Hey there, human." A radiant, supermuscular figure with impossibly long, flowing hair materializes out of nowhere, and Alan can't even blink. He's stuck, frozen solid, while it leans over with a calm smile and tells him, plain and simple, that it needs a favor. He tells Alan to calm down, swearing he has zero intention of killing him, and that hiding won't save anyone because it's pointless. Then the being snaps that it already knows Alan's here for the Book of the Wind God, warning him that running now means walking away empty-handed. Alan's stunned that his trick got read instantly, so he can only stare while the entity apologizes for not greeting him properly and finally drops the truth. It's the God of the Wind. Shaken to the core by the revelation, Alan can barely wrap his head around what the god demands, because the Wind God just says their first job is to wake the sleeping wyvern, and before Alan can even protest, the deity slams a massive fist down with brutal force. The hit launches the massive wyvern lord skyward, and before it even settles, the god casually snatches the thing by the tail, holding it upside down like it weighs nothing. Then he tells Alan to wait a second while the wyvern slowly starts to wake back up, writhing in pain. He keeps swinging the creature in front of him, pushing it to wake up and speak its name, while Alan just gapes in total disbelief, thinking, what the heck is even going on here? That strange creature finally jerks upright, looking completely rattled. It blurts out its name, Jerome, and claims it's the Wyvern Lord. Now that the introductions are done, the God of the Wind points at Alan and orders Jerome, "Go on, shake his hand." Jerome prods the shy Wyvern Lord, urging him, "Stop hiding." Under pressure, Alan keeps his cool and steps forward to make a proper introduction. He gaped in shock as the God of the Wind winked like he knew a secret and dropped a wild request. Alan had to help timid Wyvern Lord Jerome find a wife. Puzzled, he demanded to know why God would meddle in something like this, and the God of the Wind grinned and said, "Because Jerome is smitten with his dream girl, Melissa, a lizard who carries the traits of Skydrag." Then he threw out a deal. If Alan could help turn their love story into a reality, he'd be blessed with the Wind God's divine protection. Yet Alan looked absolutely wrecked at the very thought of it. A cold realization hit him. Because the Wind God now had the book in his hands, he didn't get to refuse. The deity even answered straight to his thoughts. "Stop." And when the Wind God praised his confidence, Alan's exhaustion crashed down like a wave, forcing him to admit the terrifying truth. He knew nothing about lizard romance. He threw in the towel and shifted his focus to the Wyvern Lord, then asked Melissa what she liked, while the god of the wind leaned in, amused, and Jerome, totally flustered, stammered out an embarrassed yes, sure of one thing. He'd be watching with real interest. In response, a graceful, light-scaled lizard creature materialized in the blink of an eye. There she was. "That's her," Alan confirmed, and Jerome gave a shy nod. His gaze snapped to the ribbon on her tail, and a terrifying memory crashed in. In the game, Melissa was the final boss, guarding the exact book God now clutched. And in that instant, he knew the truth. If he didn't step in, God would have eventually ditched Jerome's cause. While the Wyvern Lord slipped out from beneath his cloak, he gushed that Melissa was the most beautiful in the valley and showered praise on her adorable ribbon. Meanwhile, Alan's mind snapped to a totally different game future, where Jerome's happiest day wasn't some takeover at all, but him building a real family with Melissa after he swept the area clean. Trying to cook up a plan, he grilled her about what she loved and what she was into. Then when Jerome stumbled, Alan kept pushing again and again. "Have you ever talked to her?" The Wyvern Lord's silence said it all. Absolutely not. He laid it all out straight. "So you're the stranger and the stalker." Jerome cringed at the brutal words, and with a heavy sigh, Alan jumped straight to step one. Start with simple greetings, build trust, and turn this into real friendship. The timid Wyvern Lord finally nodded, just barely. Right on Alan's plan, Jerome tries to approach Melissa. Then his courage shatters. He only slumps forward, stammers nonsense, and watches as she stares back with a frozen, unimpressed look. Jerome's fumbling goes on as Alan, from across the way, tries to coach him. Tell her she has a nice ribbon. Jerome stammers, Melissa snaps, and she demands to know exactly who he is and what he wants, eyeing the Wyvern Lord like he's trash. Alan finally realizes this plan is a total disaster. He quickly spins up a new plan. If Jerome can't talk, then he'll offer a gift instead. A jittery wyvern throws out an idea of meat, and Alan's heart sinks as he blurts, "God of the wind, help." The moment he calls, the god of the wind shows up, swears he already knows where Melissa is, and offers to lead the way. The deity floats ahead, his disembodied head hovering beside Alan, and it honestly makes Alan's stomach drop. The god shoots him reassurance, saying Jerome's a crack hunter and he'll reel in right behind him in no time. Right then, Jerome bursts in, wheezing from the chase. Clamped in his jaws is a huge, freshly killed worm monster carcass, and it's his big gift for Melissa. But it's not well received at all. When Melissa spots the bloody creature, she gasps and screams in pure terror, and Alan realizes this plan is dead too, so he demands they switch tactics and go after the looks girls actually find appealing. Jerome sprawled on the ground, crushed and dejected, and the god of the wind pressed Alan for a brand new plan. So Alan snapped that humans should dress sharp, not trendy. In his world, a suit and necktie scream, "I'm trustworthy," even if he'll be honest. He doesn't know a thing about wyvern customs. Alan latches onto the idea and decides to make a necktie. Then, while the god of the wind and Jerome stare in total confusion, he kneels down and starts sketching a tangled circle in the dirt with a stick. Then he drops to one knee and calls up his skill, alchemy. He funnels his energy into the goblin's magic stone, pinpoints the exact details inside the magic circle, and boom, it explodes into a blinding flash that jolts Jerome wide awake. The light dies down, and there it is, Jerome's finished shimmering white necktie, snapped perfectly around his neck. The wyvern can't help but gawk in awe. The god of the wind leans in and praises it, saying it looks great, but Alan collapses forward dead tired, mumbling that real alchemy is brutally exhausting. She fights back as the god of the winds clamps down harder and harder. Then he stays cool, urging them to show Melissa something fast, and their whole plan instantly detonates. Down on the ground, ringed by other wyverns, Melissa bursts into a terrified shriek. Jerome panics and shouts her name, but all she can manage is a shaky, frightened "thank you," eyes blazing wide from the fear. like she's still trying to understand what happened to his earlier gift. As chaos erupts, the wind god rockets into the sky and Alan clings to his shoulder, nodding like, "I'll lead." The boy yells for Jerome to hurry. Up above, the Wyvern Lord rips through the air, screaming for Melissa. Yet Alan snaps with frustration because the panicked creature can't even figure out where to look on the ground. Melissa stays rooted in terror, tears spilling as she stammers. High above the rocky canyon, Alan is swept along by the god of the wind, and when he looks down, he goes wild, pointing at the ground and shouting that the god is right there. While down below, Jerome stands over a fallen Melissa, surrounded by hostile migrants. Staring at Wyvern's watch in disbelief, one of them snaps, "What are you doing, Jerome?" But Jerome doesn't answer. He just swings his brutal arm down and smashes another one of his own with a sickening crash. He clamped his hands tight around the terrified Melissa and roared for everyone else to back off, while the other wyvern snarled and raised itself to strike. A storm of claws and teeth crashes down on him, and as they swarm, Jerome swallows his own pain and roars for Alyssa and Ron. She keeps slamming them back, roaring for them not to touch her. Then, right when the crack opens, Melissa launches into the air and bolts. The assault never lets up, and Jerome screams as the attackers crash in and swallow him, while Melissa watches from above and erupts in horror, begging them to stop. From my vantage point, the god of the wind grins like he's enjoying the chaos, and I realize it's all about to hit. Then Alan freaks out, shouting that the wyverns are already swooping in, and Jerome just looks up with tired eyes. Alan watches the guy puff his cheeks and blow out a colossal gust of wind that scatters the whole swarm of wyvern. Then he's like, "Dude, that's god-level skill." And the moment he turns to Jerome, he makes it clear. Those aren't enemies, they're his friends. The god booms that he's here to save everyone, and that he already crushed them all. Then, right when it matters most, his power suddenly fizzles out, and he drops Alan. As Alan falls, it hits him like a punch that the god has run completely dry. Plummets from the sky. Jerome plunges beneath him and dies to save him, while Alan smashes onto the wyvern's back, and both of them scream from the brutal impact. He ended up pinned to the ground, days away from that fall, while Melissa straddled him and kept blurting apologies for crushing him with her weight. Then, when he finally tried to process it all, she snatched his hand, cheeks blazing, and thanked him for saving her. She leaned in, planted a quick kiss on his cheek, and told him he was cool. Then Jerome just froze, speechless. Alan watched from a short distance, convinced he'd actually managed to fulfill the god's request and bring them together, even if he didn't feel like he'd truly done a thing. As Alan stewed on it, the god of the wind's voice thundered from above, and he declared that, true to his promise, he'd finally grant the boy divine protection. God ordered him to tilt closer. Then a hand settled softly on Alan's hair as the blessing finished. Alan blinked, baffled, and asked what this divine protection even meant. The god only grinned and said he already knew exactly what to do for Jerome and Melissa. Then he spun toward the two wyverns and swore he'd bless them too, after they were married. The moment the word hit, Jerome snapped back in shock, blurted a bright bye, and rushed off to get along, while the god of the wind vanished into a spiraling swirl of air. All alone, Alan stared at the strange god, and then it hit him hard. That wind god book on the altar was meant for Amy, and by taking the blessing himself, he just rewrote the future so she'd lose that divine protection in 4 years. Now he couldn't stop thinking about how everything he knew was about to change. Just as he was lost in thought, Jerome rolled up and bombarded him with thanks for everything. Alan brushed it all off fast, saying he'd done nothing, and that it was Jerome's grit and hard work that deserved every bit of credit. The wyvern wouldn't let it go, insisting he asterisk had asterisk to thank him for real, while Alan, flustered and rattled, stammered that it was totally fine. He pinned the boy down as Alan then, out of nowhere, threw him a weird thank you request. Stay clear of one specific place for the next 4 summers or risk trouble with a possible break-in, and he made sure Alan understood the warning. Melissa stepped in with her own thanks, praised the cloth ornament Alan had given Jerry, then swore this. If Alan ever truly needed them, they'd show up for him once, no matter what. Alan nodded and accepted their deal. With the deal sealed, Alan nudged a blushing Jerome to make it right with Melissa, then pushed them away with a quick goodbye. Melissa thanked him again, telling him he was strong, before she spun to a mortified Jerome and snapped that he better get it together so they could hunt down a love nest. Totally rattled, the two wyverns launched into the air, yelling their goodbyes as they vanished into the sky. He stood there alone, replaying the wild twist that shoved him into helping wyverns instead of people. And when a confident grin finally hit his face, he waved off his new companions. With divine protection finally locked in, he dropped into the chair and stared at the desk, plotting his next strike. Because before he headed back to Rurden, he still had one last job waiting for him in Friesen Village. With one mission burning in his head, figuring out a way to travel at insane speed, he sharpened his resolve and decided to build a glider. In this world, your journey lives and dies by whatever horse you've got. An ordinary carriage squeezes out only about 10 kilometers a day, and even the fastest horse-drawn ride maxes out at just a few hundred kilometers. But in his mind, it wasn't enough. He craved something way bigger, a way to blast through the air at hundreds of kilometers an hour and watch the sky streak by. Back at his desk, he sharpened his plan. He'd build a motor glider powered by wind magic. And yeah, this magic wasn't on his original expedition list, but the new turn of events flipped the switch and let him speed the whole project up. Once the plan was locked in, he flashed back to something that hit like a punch: his past life. An aeronautical engineer, and the time he even flew a plane he built with friends for a tournament. The memory so crisp it felt like tasting Lake Biwa water. Next day, he dives into work, heaving a wheelbarrow across an open field while his breath comes in loud, heavy bursts from the strain. He spotted the perfect patch of ground and swore it would be his runway. Then he cupped mana in his hands, forcing it to rip into the air, commanding a ruthless wind cutter that carved a razor-thin blade through the tall grass. Heat of embarrassment surged through him the moment he blurted the spell. Yet the words came out like they were wired into his bones, thanks to his brand-new wind magic skill. And that divine protection from the wind god turned out to be the wild variability behind it all, plus an unexpected upgrade that shot his magic power from rank F straight up to D. He stands there, testing his brand new powers, and realizes wind magic can do double duty: slice through his project's grass and then launch him skyward with his glider. With a sharp, sarcastic edge, he tells the self-satisfied, creepy wind god thanks for the divine blessing. Then he rips the air apart with a windcutter spell. With the field finally cleared, he stares at his handiwork and grins. He declares the runway done, then immediately shifts to prepping the glider for its training flight, replaying how he used his alchemy to forge both the glider and the runway, and how he sealed the blueprints inside a magic circle. He hammered together the last pieces, using the wyvern bones, skins, and magical stones Jerome had cut down. Then felt his magic power surge and realized smelting would take way less material. So he shot his hand up and ordered the ingredients to begin smelling. He steps back, grinning at the outcome. His brand new glider, fully built and sleek as a dream, sitting on the grassy runway, and he can't help but call it a massive success. He stands by the craft, checks the runway and the perfect weather, and says it's time to fire up the engines and run a few tests. He slides into the cockpit and locks in the seat belt where it feels perfect. Then his eyes snap to the controls. Starting the engine means pouring magic into the right handle, and that triggers the wyvern's magic stone. As he runs through his pre-flight check, he spots that the left handle steers both the elevator and the rudder, and the auxiliary wings move in sync with the rudder's every twitch. Then he confirms everything's working perfectly. The test kicks off and he clamps down on his focus, forcing his mana to swirl into wind. Then the glider jerks forward while he cranks the power up little by little. The whole machine starts rattling like crazy, and he fights to steady the output, even flickering with the thought of bailing. But he smashes that doubt and locks in his resolve. With pure grit driving him forward, the glider rockets down the runway, ripping up to V1, the make-or-break speed for takeoff, and with one last explosive surge, he yanks the controls back and the craft fights its way into the air. Alan is airborne. Up above the rolling hills and patchwork fields, the glider slices through the sky like it owns the air. And inside the cockpit, Alan's grinning with pure joy, fist tight in victory. He flew, and his creation finally paid off. With craft's help guiding him, he stared down at the world below, fixed on his goal, then grabbed the road and rode straight toward the city of Rudin. A glider streaks over shattered buildings and twisted trees, slicing through the air like a silent shadow. Guilt stings him the moment he remembers a chore he left behind, but the wild rush of wind steals that heavy feeling in an instant. Then he realizes he hasn't flown like this since his days as a university student, and the sensation hits him like pure electricity. Down on the ground, Princess Anastasia tilts her head back. Her eyes flare wide as she spots a weird, distant object cutting across the sky. Companion, Amy spots the distraction and snaps. "What's wrong?" Anastasia waves her hand vaguely and blurts out she just saw a weird bird. Amy demands to know where it is, and Anastasia tells her it's huge, soaring straight through the air above the forest, wings never even flapping. The princess's smile vanishes and seriousness hits her face. She suspects a wyvern strayed from its territory, and she decides she'll report the whole sighting to the castle authorities later. Above their tense conversation, their worry keeps rolling forward, now barreling toward a towering city, while Alan whispers to himself that he can already make out the royal capital. He can't believe it. His days-long carriage ride gets crushed into just a few frantic hours, so he steels himself for landing, until a brutal thought hits. Where the hell is he supposed to land? The streets are jammed and too narrow, there's not a drop of big water for miles, and he has zero parachute to bail out. He frantically searched the ground, trying to judge whether that open meadow was safer than anything else. Then a sharp grunt of frustration hit as he realized he was out of options. He spotted a lake and snapped his course straight to it, driving his human raven straight toward the water. His face set in fierce focus as he built his plan. Glide to the very edge of the water, then slam the brakes at the last second so he wouldn't stall the moment he touched down. The glider rockets forward, slicing inches above the leg like it's hunting prey. In the very last heartbeat, he slammed his magic down, bellowing a reverse thrust of wind. Then a brutal blast detonated behind him, whipping the water into a savage storm of spray. The sudden drop in speed hit like a nightmare. Then the glider screeched into the lake, its frame splintering on impact. He tore through the surface, gulping air as his creation's floating debris churned around him. He dragged himself onto the shore, let out a shaky sigh, and finally admitted he'd been reckless. Then he frantically checked everything. His guild card, his mother's knife, and the rest, grateful the essentials were still there. But his relief curdled when he watched the shattered glider melt away into sparkling particles, and it clicked at last. This is what happens when you destroy something made with the alchemy skill. A heavy wave of failure crashed over him, yet the flight itself had been a total success. But the price was brutal. One single flight cost him the precious wyvern magic stones, the femur, and even a whole wing. After a little while, a familiar voice snapped him to attention at the guild. Rudolph called out that it had been way too long, then stared at Alan's drenched clothes and demanded answers. Alan swallowed his pride and admitted a lot had gone wrong. He'd messed up, toppled into water, and rushed back to the guild just to get a warm shower, and Rudolph shrugged off the vague excuse and warned him to be smarter next time. Monica fussed over him like crazy, stunned that Rudolph had soaked his own disciple, and she snapped at the instructor for being way too strict, even for training, then fretted that Alan would catch a cold. Rudolph just shoved his ruthless philosophy back in. The best time to die is when you get comfortable, and Alan hurried to calm her down, insisting he only slipped into the river, which finally soothed Monica, though her worry didn't fully vanish. Monica kept fussing and said it had been too long. Then she teased Rudolph, asking if he was shy now that he was 12. Rudolph crossed his arms and snapped back, asking what the problem was, But Alan just shrugged and accepted the warm bath. He let out a long breath of relief as the hot spray pounded down on him, and it hit him. This world's magic tools could summon a shower on demand, expensive but totally worth it, because the whole idea of sanitation here was miles ahead of anything you'd see in a real medieval age. As the warm water rinsed the grime off his journey, he finally focused on what came next. He'd sell everything he'd snagged in Friesen, pocket the cash, and then, at long last, set his sights on heading home. Afterward, Alan scrubbed up, slipped into fresh clothes, and sat down at the table with Rudolph and the guild supervisor, who finally signed off and officially wrapped up his business. When he finally made it home, his very first expedition was over, so he and his mom marked the moment with a calm, heartfelt meal. That night, as he sprawled in bed, the whole journey kept crashing back through his mind like a loop of adrenaline. But rest didn't last. Suddenly, he snapped into harsh clarity, realizing he had so much to think about. On the ride back from Friesen to Ruden, his mind replayed every single thing that went wrong. And by the time it ended, he'd basically decided he'd failed as an engineer. He replayed every disaster in his head. This glider was meant to be finished in the capital, not slammed together in some field. There was no landing spot, no parachute, and that wild, unscheduled takeoff forced an emergency drop straight into the lake. And on top of it all, he was supposed to turn back. It was one mistake after another, like a curse. He stares back at everything he's done and realizes his adult thinking has crumbled back into something childish, like in his old life. He never would have pulled a stunt that stupid. That hits him as he stares at his own past, because a kid's brain trapped in a kid's body is still just a kid, and he vows to keep reminding himself to be way more careful from this day on. Even with his brutal self-criticism, he admits it wasn't a total loss. He scored real wins about gliders. The core design was right, but the real problem was in the maneuver. Running that ship was a nightmare. 3 separate systems, the elevating rudder, the directional rudder, and the wind magic engine, all demanded their own independent controls, and you just couldn't manage them at the same time. That's the limit that snaps everything into focus. His real dream. He's set on building a VTOL plane that can lift off and land vertically, no runway needed, and he even tells himself his old motor glider idea should fly too, as soon as he cracks the control problem. He studies what this craft would demand. You'd need to juggle at least 2, and ideally 4, engine outputs at the same time, something that's basically impossible right now, until he realizes the answer is staring him in the face. Special cheat items. The thing he's gunning for is a scroll of multiple chance. Just the name alone screams how insanely useful it is, and the results hit exactly like the description promises. Getting it won't be easy. The scroll's stuck in a nasty spot. But he clenches his resolve, figures a way out, and starts gearing up right away. Once his plan clicked into place, he kicked off the whole process, fully geared for flight, then thrust out his hand and barked the command. Smelt! At once, a surge of energy burst from the ground and wrapped around him like a glowing ribbon of runes. The energy clicks into place and boom, his first glider, upgraded and sharper than ever, takes shape. It's not VTOL, but it's a mission-built craft made for what's coming next. He tightens his harness, grins, and lines up to launch. He slams the throttle on his brand-new glider, the whole contraption thumping over a grassy runway before it snatches cleanly into the sky. With the wind roaring past, he zooms through the sky, eyes locked behind his flight goggles as he pilots that sleek machine with total focus. As he rockets through the sky, his thoughts snap back to the rules of his craft, because if he wants to forge something with his alchemy, he knows there are 2 big factors he can't ignore. The quality of the blueprints is everything. How sharply he can picture what he's building decides the final result, and even how much magic power it'll demand. He remembers how Amy, this game's protagonist, can turn a blurry, fluffy doodle into a high-performance carriage just because her magic is on a whole different level, and it hits Alan hard. Without that power, he has to sketch blueprints as exact as he can to build the structure clearly in his head. Second is just as vital. He has to line up enough of the right materials, because without them his magical power swings wildly. And then, making something from nothing becomes almost impossible. He'd actually stumbled into some sweet breakthroughs, like swapping in materials with similar properties, even mixing rare, pricey wyvern wings with cheap, everyday bat wings. And as he took a bite, he realized that kind of thrift was the key to slashing costs. His cost-cutting hustle finally pays off. He stops, stares straight ahead, and gauges the colossal tower stabbing through the clouds. He snaps his goggles into place, jaw set with pure determination. There it is, the Tower of the Sage. A lone pilot in a tiny plane keeps circling the Sage's tower, this absurdly massive skyscraper that stabs straight into the sky and vanishes into the clouds. Stunned as they guess it's around 300 floors, maybe even around 1,500 meters tall. The plane's engine growls while it climbs in a dizzy spiral, and the pilot finally gets it. Straight up won't cut it. To reach the very top, they have to keep climbing, twisting, and circling that towering pillar over and over. At the summit, everything goes dead quiet. Just a massive sea of clouds rolling to the horizon, far beneath the tower's peak. With their goggles on, the pilot checks their exact spot and locks in the numbers. They're flying around 2,000 meters, the altitude where straightest clouds usually form, and the sky matches it perfectly. As they race toward the tower's peak, the pilot grins. No interference is blasting from inside. The prize is right in front of them, so they gear up to storm the top floor. The targets hit, and the pilot snaps their hand out, yanking the aircraft's wind magic engine apart on the spot, then screams for everyone to retreat. Right after, they dive out of the cockpit as the plane shudders, breaks apart, and plummets from the sky. They hurtled through the air, yanking mana into their palms and forcing it to turn into wind, then snapped a parachute-like device into place. Only this one had a heavy, spear-shaped tip. With a ruthless command, the device hurls its projectile and smashes it into the side of the Sage's tower, thundering, driving it deep into the structure. The projectiles snap into place like an anchor. With the pilot tied down by a rope, he barks orders as their gear locks back into storage mode, and breathless after that nightmare, they drop down the tower's sheer side. Inside the tower, right amid the rubble of the wall they just smashed through, the pilot slumps onto the floor, chest heaving, then stares ahead. A treasure waits on a pedestal right there in front of them. They're wiped out, but the smile says it all. This went exactly like the plan. Their mission, an Operation Glider missile, worked flawlessly, because they slipped into the Sage's tower's top floor and skipped every trap, monster, and boss that would have crushed them on a straight climb. That bold move shoved them straight into the loot room, where a massive chest sat waiting, and inside was the multi-chanter scroll. They didn't hesitate for even a second, straight up unrolled that scroll, and boom, the multi-chanting skill hit their grasp instantly. Once the first goal was secured, their minds snapped to the only other thing they craved. The grinding stone shattered their focus. Turns out the tower's self-repair was already sealing the breach. Panic hit, so they snatched their parachutes and rushed into a fast, single drop straight to the ground. So the multiple chanting skill was finally theirs, and from the tower's peak, staring down at a sea of clouds, they couldn't help but admit it. Even now, that height was terrifying as hell. Long ago, a gentle sage roamed the world, using magic to help anyone he could, and he had a rare gift. He could control every spell with zero timing needed. One day, the sage's quest hit a dead end. He got turned around, stumbled into a forest of illusion, and perished on the road to the elves' village. And now people whisper that his soul sits like a scroll with no chance, waiting for someone brave enough to carry on his desire to help others. That legend lays out the next mission for the pilot. Snag the chantless scroll and break into the forest of illusion, right where the elves are hiding. They swear it'll be a quick grab and go, a test run to shake down their brand new VTOL, because right now, they've got zero reason to tangle with the elves. The pilot squints at their map, an old guild hand-me-down, and from above, the forest canopy swallows every trustworthy road, leaving only guesses, Based on their heading and how far they've flown, they should be hovering right over Renzia village near the forest entrance, or that's what they're banking on. But the plan crumbles. Turns out they're stranded up in the sky, having missed even the forest of illusion, and with sunset rolling in fast, they realize one thing. Getting stuck out here after dark is going to turn into a nightmare. He knew the danger was real. Powerful demons swarmed this area, and even though they weren't unstoppable, his concealment spell could only hold so long, so a surprise ambush could hit at any second, and he wasn't strong enough to gamble with even one careless move. The sun started to sink and panic hit him like a wave, because if he didn't find the village right now, he'd be stuck camping in this danger zone. Then the clouds parted and there it was, Renzi, the village. Relief crashed through him as he spotted a drop-off spot right outside the settlement, making his descent a whole lot easier. He slammed the aircraft's vertical engines on the spot. Both wing thrusters roared to life, and flipped the plane from forward flight into a steady, controlled hover for landing. With the plane finally down on the ground, the pilot yanked off his helmet, revealing Alan, still just a young boy. He released one shaky breath, utterly drained. Keeping 4 magic spells going at once had supercharged the power demand, and the exhaustion hit like a truck. So he decided right then, stash the aircraft in a bunker and push on to the village on foot. Right before Alan could move, a razor-sharp voice slammed, "Stop!" And he froze instantly, eyes popping wide as pointed-eared warriors closed in and leveled spears straight at his chest. They hauled him into a village building and marched him straight before a regal elf queen. She studied him, confirmed he was human, then demanded why he'd come, and he shrank back, mumbling that his name was Alan. Cornered, Alan swallowed his pride, apologized, and confessed he'd gotten lost trying to reach another human village. Then a hard-eyed male elf guard shoved him with a spear butt and barked at him not to lie. The regal elf snapped her hand and told her guard to stand down, then leaned in and explained to Alan that their village was shielded by the power of spirits. Eyes locked on the details as she studied it. She kept pressing the interrogation, insisting that no humans or demons should ever escape the forest, then demanded to know how he pulled it off, like, did he really drop in from the sky in some weird machine? Alan didn't argue. He simply nodded and confirmed it. A male guard shot straight to his queen and blurted that it couldn't be true, because he felt zero magic from the boy. But the queen didn't buy it. She admitted the truth. She couldn't sense enough power in Alan to keep him flying across the forest of illusion, which only made his presence feel even more like an impossible mystery. Alan weighed his answer like it was life and death. Sure, he had the wind god's divine protection, but he refused to unleash everything, especially on elves who were famous for hating humans. He nodded with a quiet, simple yes, and the elven queen, still sitting like royalty, suddenly snapped forward in disbelief. Her voice shook as she demanded if it was really the wind god's divine protection. Her doubt melted into tears, pure relief flooding her eyes as she whispered that God hadn't abandoned him after all. Alan just stood there, stunned by the sudden turn. Then she steadied herself, and the queen dropped to her knees, apologizing for her disrespect and begging him to save their village. She launched into their village's crisis. An evil spirit had crawled out of the forest of illusion and was inching closer to their home, and no matter how hard the elves tried, they couldn't scare it off. He took a sip from the cup they handed him, grimly admitting he had no clue what was going on, then snapped. So what did that evil spirit actually do? She cupped her cheek, worry cracking across her face. It was right behind us, she said, and it dragged the other forest spirits into it too. Alan stared, totally stunned by how simple the answer sounded. He pushed harder, demanding to know why the clergy didn't just wipe it out. Then the queen snapped back with the truth. Humans and elves had a brutal past, so they didn't want outsiders stepping in. She admitted the spirit hadn't hurt anyone yet, but she could feel the clock ticking, saying it was only a matter of time. And then she looked at him like he was her last hope, swearing that with his divine protection, he could pull this off, and begging him to help. A desperate plea burst out of her mouth, then got cut off when a young elven woman slammed through the door and shouted that she'd wiped them all out, and that no one needed to trust a human. Alan's eyes snapped wide in instant recognition. He knew her from the game, the elven princess. The queen's anger flared as she barked, "Sherry, get out." Before the argument even finished, another elf burst in screaming that an evil spirit had shown up in the central square. So without a second thought, Sherry snapped, demanded the details, and tore out of the room, and Alan immediately knew he needed to follow as the queen shouted after her. Panic roared through the village as guards were yanked to the square, and Alan stared in terror as the chaos finally revealed its cause. A tall, bony figure in a shadowy hood, gripping a twisted staff like it owned the place. He stared at the robed figure, wondering if this was really the evil spirit, or just some creep in disguise, and the elven queen confirmed his worry. To Alan, it looked like a suspicious man wandering without direction and drilling his eyes into nothingness. But the queen caught something else entirely, asking whether the black fog she saw was floating there for him too, and if the world looked different through his eyes than it did to the elves. To help him finally get it, she slid a hand over his eyes and poured some of her power into him, so he could see the spirits the way she did. At first, all he caught was that suspicious man. Then the queen snapped it into focus. A swarm of black fog was hunting the spirits, chasing them in a frenzy. Now that his new sight kicked in, the whole scene snapped into focus. His robed target looked even more terrifying, stretching out as tiny winged spirits scattered in panic. Right then, the elven princess yanked her bow up, screamed a challenge to the evil spirit, and lined up her arrows to put an end to it. He shouted for her to stop, because even if she could spot the man, that still didn't make murder okay, but it was already over. Sherry released her arrow, and snap, an invisible force knocked it off course in midair. The queen jolted with panic and ordered her daughter to retreat, and Sherry snapped her tongue in fury. A queen spun toward Alan, her voice cracking with desperation as she begged him for help, and then the hooded robe figure slowly turned, revealing a skeletal mask-like face that sent chills through the room, while Alan stood there, staring, trying to figure out just who, or what, this thing really was. In an elven village, a skeletal figure in a dark, hooded robe lifts his staff and the whole crowd gasps. Alan freezes, staring in disbelief at what's going on, and when the robe man jabs a bony finger straight at him, Alan decides he has to try to persuade this strange wizard before anything gets worse. Lorngas starts bellowing with shocking confidence, announces he's a middle-aged virgin, and Alan is left completely dumbfounded. The guy, Lorngas, spins into defense fast, swears his name was a present from his parents, and bristles the second anyone calls him old or virgin. Lauren gasped what he was doing, feeling something nasty was happening. One shadowy man chasing a little girl. Then her eyes lit up as she asked, and he happily admitted he came to meet the spirit from the elven village. With chilling joy he said it's been around for thousands of years, yet it still wears the body of a little girl, basically a legal lowly. Then it all clicked for Alan. The guy was a pervert. From everyone's point of view, it looks like Alan is chatting with an evil spirit, and that thing basically spits out good luck, while making it crystal clear they've got sky-high expectations for the human boy, just as Lauren gets shredded in the moment for acting like a pervert. Then Alan reaches for a tiny fairy spirit, and she whips away in pure terror, while Lauren insists he was only admiring her. But Alan clocks the truth fast. He never even tries to deny he's a pedophile. He snaps at Lorngas to stop running her down, and Lorngas instantly caves, blurting out, "Yes, lowly master, no touching." Then he swears he'd never dare lay a hand on the spirits, not when it could be their final moment. The damage is already done. Lorngas has scared the fairy spirit off for real. It slams into him all at once, and he clutches his head, screaming in shock that he's driving away the very spirits he came to meet. His despair crashes harder as he groans over everything he's done, begging that he's not the kind of gentleman who scares lowlies. Then he screams he has to get to the elf village, but he can't. Alan just deadpans, funny, "This is the elf village," and tells him to leave. Suddenly, Laringos flips completely, Gratitude explodes out of him as he swears he can finally brew the elixir now. Alan's left reeling and shoots back. "So that's your goal?" Before demanding to know where the queen of the elves has vanished to. Like she was summoned by fate, the elven queen materializes before them. Lauren drops into a deep bow right away, thanking her majesty, while Alan, shocked out of his skin, lunges to stop him. She asks if the rumor is really true, and one of her subjects tells her the elves see Loringas as an evil spirit because his thoughts are nothing but darkness. Then Loringas whips around to Alan and throws out a deal. He says he'll brew the elixir if he gets petals from the spirit tree and honey from the elves, and he asks Alan straight up whether he'll walk out of the village peacefully once those treasures are handed over. He nods and agrees, wheels his gaze back to the elven queen, and she demands to know what he needs. So he confirms, dead certain, that he's going through with it. He remembers the deal, those skeletal terms, a petal from the spirit tree and a jar of elven honey, and once the queen hears it, her eyes lock on a guard. "Get them, now." The goods roll up to Loringas, and the moment he tastes the honey, his face lights up as he swears it's the real deal. Then he tells Alan, clear as day, that he'll never forget this. Just as that strange traveler vanishes, the elven queen showers Alan with heartfelt thanks, insisting the bond between him and the god of the wind must be divine. But Alan, he's watching it all with shaky, uneasy doubt. The elven princess, Sherry, throws her thanks his way and even admits that, for a human, he's not half bad, then invites him to crash in the village for the night. Later, Alan soaks in a hot spring, shocked to find that kind of luxury waiting inside an elven settlement. Alan's alone time gets smashed when a male elf guard slides into the water with him, says the day's chaos is brand new to him, and offers to scrub Alan's back, leaving Alan blushing as he quickly agrees. While Alan gets scrubbed, the guard leans in and asks if he's got any itchy spots, and Alan just muses out loud that this is the kind of thing you'd expect to happen to a queen or princess in a story. Fresh out of the bath and slipping into his clothes, Alan's eyes snap to the noise blasting outside. Elven villagers swarm the streets, buzzing with wild excitement and tangled confusion, trying to figure out where that noise is coming from. He finally spots the elven queen, and her smile practically glows. She declares that the spirit of light has just been born, and right beside them a tiny elven child blurts it out, pointing at him with pure excitement. A tiny winged fairy zips through the air, fluttering around the child like it owns the sky, and the queen blurts out the shocking truth. 800 years have passed since the light spirit was born, an omen that means a saint is about to be born in the human world. Alan's jaw drops. He's heard of this, but in the timeline he remembers, it's supposed to happen years from now, after the hero and Amy save a village. Now this early birth smashes his future knowledge into pieces. He freezes in total confusion as a flickering spirit of light drifts toward him, shouting his name. Then she beams and tells him, "You saved my life yesterday, and that let me brew the elixir and come back as a spirit." His shock spikes when she straight up confirms it was him who helped her, and with a mischievous wink, she says that because of him she finally gets what it means to be lowly. A thing she insists you have to live, not just know. He stumbles over the truth, blurting out, "Are you really Loringas?" And the spirit cheerfully snaps back, "Nope, I've already signed a contract with Millie Tan. Your new name is Lou." The shock hits him like a punch, and he blurts out in pure astonishment. Right nearby, the male elf guard leans in and tells the elven queen that a spirit has apparently bound itself with Lula, the young elf. The queen's eyes sparkle, pure joy, while she congratulates the stunned child on the amazing blessing. He wrestles with this twist in his own head, remembering how, back in the future, the spirit of light was supposed to forge a contract with Amy the heroine. So now that everything's going sideways, he desperately tells himself it's not his problem anymore. Alan's thoughts get cut off when Lou thrusts a scroll into his hands, telling him it's her way of saying thanks for finally helping her conquer the art of lowly, something she's chased her entire life. And all Alan can do is stare, completely speechless. She keeps talking and the truth hits hard. The scroll was meant for a daughter she never had, and now that it's useless to her, she pushes it into his hands. An appraisal backs it up as real, a chantless scroll that lets him learn the skill with the same name. He grips the priceless thing and instantly wrestles with a heavy, conflicting dread about taking it from someone so wildly out of place. A little later, right as everything's being set for his departure, the elven queen steps up and formally thanks him for saving them, while the male elf guard nearby is having none of it. He grumbles and begs the princess to rethink this whole aircraft plan. Then the queen pivots back to Alan, locks eyes with him, and holds out something special. She slips a special amulet over his neck and tells him it's forged with the prayers of every villager, a heartfelt thank you and a mark of his place as the hero who saved them. Then she promises he'll always be welcome back, and he accepts it with sincere gratitude. Now fully geared, the pilot snaps orders at the assembled elves to back off for their safety, and as the male guard repeats the warning in a panic, the elven queen just watches everything unfold with a perfectly calm face. He fires up the aircraft and rockets into the sky, while the elves below stare in total awe. From his cockpit he looks down, thanks them for everything and screams, "I'll be back." As he climbs higher, the elves, princess included, and even young Lula, stand there with their hearts pounding, staring up at him as he vanishes toward the heavens. Higher still, the spirit Lu lifts off with her kin, frantically waving as that distant machine fades away. She lets out a bright, cheerful goodbye and vows she'll see Mr. Allen again someday. And just like that, the chantless skill was finally theirs. Then the quest back to Rudin kicked off. Locked in his room, Allen stared at his progress and let himself breathe, because the chantless scroll was secured, and the first step of his plan to dodge a brutal future is officially done. He's got the skills, he's got the money for high school, so now it's simple. He just has to level up his strength by training hard and tearing through enemies to win the duel coming up. At the guild, Allen blasts out his goblin-slaying debut, and his supervisor laughs that he'd better not get himself killed by booze, while Allen stays stone-cold sober, insisting he has zero plans to end up a criminal, because the real threat might be a demon or even another human. Rudolph, his master, crossed his arms and stared him down, hard, and told Allen, "This isn't a joke," dragging up the warning he'd already given him. "Don't you dare do anything that could make your mother sad." Allen snaps to attention. Then the whole serious mood gets obliterated when Monica bursts in and wraps the guild's supervisor in a crushing hug. The old man wheezes for air. Monica blames herself for letting her guard down, and Allen just stares in shock as the chaos explodes out of nowhere. She whips around to Allen, clamps onto him with fierce intensity, and snaps a warning. "Don't you dare burn yourself out, because if you're gone, his mother won't be the only one left heartbroken." Allen finally gets it, and then she crushes him into a bone-deep hug, squeezing in pure, unstoppable encouragement. Later, Allen gets home and wastes no time telling his mother everything about the goblin extermination, and that he has to stay away because a dangerous request is coming. She yanks him into a tight embrace, and Allen thinks, quietly shocked, that this hug from her is way gentler than Monica's powerhouse crush. He tore himself away, one relentless thought burning in his chest and steel hardened in his mind. He made a silent promise, begged his mother to hold on, and swore he'd shield her from whatever was coming next. In a dim little shop, the mysterious robed shopkeeper studies a strange item, then declares it's rare honey from the elves, and right there in front of him, Allen admits he got it through special connections, only to ask the price when the shopkeeper slams down a staggering 1 million for all 3 units, and Allen doesn't even hesitate as he snaps up the deal. Then he leans in, begging for more, but the shopkeeper warns that getting more will be brutally hard. Once the deal wraps up, Allen leans in and asks the shopkeeper if they've got any magic bags for sale. Then when the man asks what he wants, Allen grins and says he'd be thrilled with one the size of a room. The shopkeeper bursts into a cackle, saying that something worth that much could buy an entire country. Then Allen just stares, frozen, because magic bags really do exist here, carrying far more than they look like, unlike the game he used to know. The robe-clad figure smirks and hints there are tricks to stash a ton inside a tiny bag, inviting Alan to come back again, and leaving him wondering if they were laughing at him the whole time. Bursting out of the shop, Alan storms into Strusen with one mission: wipe out demons and level up. And the moment the village chief sees him, relief hits hard, because it's been 6 months since anyone's brought help. The chief lays out the deal. Your stay's covered for a few days, but that $1,500 goblin reward barely scratches the surface of the $2,000 to $3,000 it costs to live day to day. She stares down the grim truth of the quest. Goblins swarm groups and turn them into targets, and even when they win, the loot is all torn up and worth next to nothing. Plus their magic stones fetch low prices, so the whole mission turns out unprofitable. The next morning, deep in the forest outside Strusen, Alan flashes his ace up his sleeve. He grips a modern firearm, a shrewd imitation AK-47 Kalashnikov, and he's convinced it's the key that'll get him to victory. He triggers a skill, hides his presence, and slips through the woods, because his plan is to track down the goblins that haunt the forest after he leaves that nearby labyrinth. Not long later, he spots one. Staying just out of reach, he steadies his aim, his body and rifle swallowed by that concealment skill. Then he rips off a burst of gunfire, and as the shots crack through the air, he can't stop worrying whether he nailed it, until 2 goblins crumple to the ground. He trudges up to the fallen creature, realizing all his aim went wrong. Only one of his 3 shots actually hit its chest. Then he yanks the magic stone from its body, clutches the prize, and charges deeper into the forest with his rifle still up, pushing onward into the unknown. Wincing for breath, he studies the magic stone, one sweaty bead sliding down his brow, and then he grins, realizing this way of hunting is totally doable. He rips the AK-47 Kalash, his own invention, into action, blasting goblins with compressed wind magic that fires like an air rifle, and their ranks crumble under the non-stop barrage. He rips the magic stones free from their bodies, tosses what's left into a smelting pit, and burns it all away, because leaving goblin corpses to rot without watching can lure demons. Then he takes a breath, grumbles that the reload mechanism gave him trouble, and finally smiles. The weapon works perfectly now. This new power feels nothing like his old life. He still remembers being 8, shaking in his boots at goblins, even though he had the strength to crush them. Now he knows that with a gun, every enemy can be confronted, and that fear he once believed in was just an illusion. He snaps back to the moment, tallying his day's earnings. Those tiny, round magic stones the creatures dropped, one by one. He heads back to the village and marches up to the chief to demand his pay, and the old man studies the pile of stones before nodding. Yep, 12 goblins are dead. The chief demanded Alan's guild card to seal the payment, so Alan shoved it over, and the chief checked every commission detail on the spot, approving his standing request to wipe out goblins with 12 kills. Once his business was done, he decided to stick around the village for a while. Plus the chief even wished him luck, counting on their next run together. Alan unpacked, ate his fill, hunted for more, then crashed for rest, while his hard-earned cash piled up right next to his bed. After a while, he tells the chief where he's headed next, and the chief immediately asks if it's the labyrinth. When he nods, the chief just says, "Take care," and that's it. He sets out again, and after a whole week of hunting, he finally finds out the forest is clean. No goblins left, and that means it's time to move on. His quest finally drags him to a vine-choked stone fortress with twin archways that swallow all light, because he's here to face the goblins' labyrinth. He remembered what this place was for from his past life. The goblins' labyrinth was the game's first big quest, where you were sent to slaughter the goblins that kept slipping out to raid nearby villages and level you up. And there was never any real reason to ever step inside. Still, he couldn't shake the rumors about the labyrinth's depths, tear out its core, guarded by brutal bosses, and you don't just win the fight, you kill the whole labyrinth. Plus the demons it spits out non-stop were a headache, but also a supply, so nobody bothered to wipe them out for good. He pushed deeper into the maze, clutching a magic lantern he bought from the guild, glowing with pure mana. No heat, no smoke. Just clean, steady light, and though the corridors weren't crawling with goblins, the fights kept coming and his levels kept ticking up until, right ahead, he spotted 2 of them. The creatures couldn't resist the glow. No matter how hard he hid, the lantern's light still leaked through, impossible to fully mask, and the goblins stared into the dark, baffled as that approaching light crept closer. 2 sharp cracks split the air from his collage, and both goblins crumpled to the ground. Way too easy, like shooting fish in a barrel. And for a second he even wondered if an ambush would have been the smarter move. He shoved forward through the labyrinth, sick with memories that felt way too familiar, because he knew there was nothing waiting down here. No loot, no treasure, just the core. So he cut straight toward the boss room on the 5th basement floor, where that core was locked in and guarded. He burst into the chamber and braced for war, swapping his Kalash's magazine from stealth rounds to pure power, keeping only what mattered. Then the boss fight replayed in his head. 2 hobgoblins, 2 goblin mages, and finally, the king. Before him loomed the Goblin King, an absolute brute in thick plate armor, crushing the air with a massive war hammer, backed on both sides by a gang of hobgoblins and robe-clad mages. He figured the troublemakers had to be hit first, so he snapped his aim at the goblin mages on the right and fired a savage volley from his rifle. And in an instant, he saw 2 bodies crumple. With the mages wiped out, he started plotting his next strike, but that loud clash shattered his disguise. So he fired off wind magic, turning smelted sand into a brutal smoke screen, then used the chaos to slip around and recast his concealment. Next up, those 2 hobgoblins. He rips into the Goblin King's armored bulk with a barrage of bullets, and they pings harmlessly off his heavy plate. Yet one of the hobgoblins suddenly screams when a shot lands. The armored king bellows and smashes his giant hammer down like it's the end of the world. Alan dives out of the way at the last second as the stone floor explodes, and a grimace hits him. Even after all his practice in the game, this boss is brutally, unfairly tough. He knows his usual weapons won't cut it, so he smirks and digs out his secret countermeasure. Then he taunts the king and hurls a tiny pouch straight at the giant's head. The moment it hits, the pouch bursts and splatters its contents all over the king's helmet. The pain hits like lightning, instant, brutal. The Goblin King and his last hobgoblin guard scream and claw at their helmets as the liquid pours into their eyes, burning through their vision until they're completely blinded. Seeing his opening, he lunges at the hobgoblin, thrashing in panic, and plunges his knife straight into its skull. His same blinding game tech of water bombs mixed with peppers finally lands the exact result. He stares at the fallen creature, shocked by the crazy life still buzzing in it, twitching even after that fatal hit. Then thinks about a windcutter spell, only to realize he can't pierce its brutal hide, and with a heavy sigh, his gaze drops to a massive spiked gate that's just been revealed. He steps past the gate and bursts into a chamber where a giant black sphere hangs in midair above a stone pedestal, perfectly silent. His eyes lock on it instantly. The labyrinth's core. They say if this thing is destroyed, the entire labyrinth will vanish. He strides up the dais steps and thrusts out his hand, trying to feel the mysterious glowing orb. The moment he makes contact, everything around him unravels. Then he snaps back outside, staring at the dungeon's twin archways. A grin explodes across his face as the truth finally clicks. This is the key, the real method to crush the goblin's labyrinth. Sitting at the table with Rudolph and one more guild guy, Alan gets hit with a question that won't let go. Did you really clear the goblin labyrinth? He confirms it, and the other member just stares in shock, practically unable to believe such an insane feat is real. After the mission ends, Rudolph finally breaks his usual silence and praises Alan himself, telling him, straight to his face, he did a great job, and that rare compliment sends Alan buzzing with pride and getting flustered at the same time, while another guild member blurts out even more praise. The guildmaster nods and says Alan wiping out 138 goblins will keep the town safe for a while, then tells him to rest up, and Alan finally agrees, already planning to turn in the magic stone and head home. But Monica bursts through the door, blazing with overwhelming joy as she welcomes him back. As she yells after him, Rudolph tells her Alan already slipped out. Then Alan heads through town, replaying everything he pulled off. He sold the Goblin Lord's magic stone, raked in over 5 million cents, and just officially earned the clearing a dungeon achievement. Now stronger and richer, he's ready to move on, until a far more urgent mission burns hotter in his head. The very next day, Rudolph huddled up with his guild, and the second he heard the shocking news, his face went stone cold with pure disbelief. Alan's shock detonates into the truth. He stands in front of his mother and Amy and blurts out he's leaving to find a new home, and when his mother demands clarity, he doesn't hesitate. Yes, I mean it. Alan bursts into the house and shouts for his mom, and she spins from the stove with a bowl in her hands, smiling like she's been waiting. He rushes up, and she scans his face with worry, asking if he's all right, until he reassures her, saying he was just pushing through the goblin maze, then turns the question back on her. How has she been? A tear spilled down her cheek as she insisted she was always okay, even when he was gone. Then she told him about a simple, heartfelt talk she'd had with her neighbor, Martinez-san, the day before. And when Alan heard it, warmth surged through him, sealing his belief that he couldn't let fate steal his precious mother from him. Over dinner, his mother tells him he can stay in their house, and that every cent he earns is his to spend. But she makes it crystal clear she isn't asking him to raise the kids. While he's still convinced, she somehow misread what he meant. He explains that, as an adventurer, he has to lug around tons of gear, and their tiny home just doesn't have the storage to handle it. So he wants to move out, but he's honest about the real reason. Sure, he needs a spot for supplies, yet what he's truly chasing is giving his mother a better life, even if it means bringing her with him. Expression goes stone serious, as he begs her to live with him and take over the housework, and the bluntness of his request makes her freeze in shock. She leans over the little table, slides her hand gently onto his, then locks eyes with him and says his name. She calls him a fool with a warm smile, then tells him straight that she just wants him happy. Once he finally gets what she's really feeling, she says, "You've got tomorrow off. Let's go find a new house together." And Alan beams and agrees on the spot. The next day, they step up to a giant, grand building crowned with a towering clock tower, and Alan straight up tells her, "This is exactly the place I wanted to bring you." Inside, two men wait at a round table. One, a heavy-set fellow, smiles and welcomes Alan's mother to the Adventurers Guild. Then Katerina introduces herself and pours out her thanks for how they've looked after her son. Her worry spills out as she asks if he's really doing well and if he's been causing any trouble. The man shoots back a quick reassurance. Alan's thriving. Bald with a goatee, Rudolph throws out his name, Rudolph. Then instantly hypes Alan as the guild's brightest newcomer, praising his spotless record and relentless dedication for the last 4 years. He even says half the adventurers are already itching to drag Alan into their parties the moment he hits D rank, and that hits Alan like a wake-up call. Now that his commissions will loosen up, it's time to seriously think about joining one. So he turns back and thanks Rudolph for the kind words. He starts weighing what to do if someone asks him to join a party, then tells himself he'll think it over after he ranks up. But Rudolph snaps that plan in half, insisting they deal with the movie's real problem first. Then he straight up tells them the Adventurers Guild isn't some real estate agency. Those places he knows are only for adventurers, tucked into zones with lousy public security, the kind he'd never call safe for a parent and child. When Alan's mom hears that, worry hits her face, and Alan blurts out, "So Rudolph, can you at least introduce us to a real estate agent who's actually legit?" While they're talking, Monica storms in, calling Alan's name and asking if he's moving yet, then greets his mother, Katerina, who can't miss how different Monica looks from when she's at work. Meanwhile, Alan's mind races, because he knows the room choice can't afford a single mistake. He overhears their talk and realizes they're hunting for a room, so Alan jumps in. Now that he's finally earning a bit of money, they're trying to upgrade to something bigger. Right then, Monica grabs the moment and drops a shocking question. "Alan, want to come to my place?" That offer leaves Alan and his mother utterly speechless, stunned, and totally confused. Her unexpected offer knocks the wind out of them. Then she just grins and explains it all. Her father owns an apartment building, and she's sure she can show them a house that'll fit their family perfectly. The guild members nearby finally breathe easier, nodding hard as they agree. Alan will be safe at a place owned by Monica's family. She leans in close and whispers that the rent will only be $10 a month for both of them, and Alan's jaw drops. He blurts out, "Only 100,000. His mother is just as stunned, then turns to him and asks what they're supposed to do next. The price hits Alan like a punch, but he quickly learns that even a rundown apartment still runs about $60,000 to $70,000. So this deal suddenly looks like a steal. He tells his mom they should at least go see it, and Monica jumps in, saying it's right nearby and she can bring them there immediately. Before they set off, Alan's mother pulls Rudolph aside and thanks him for always looking after her son. Monica then pokes fun at Alan's awkward reaction when she first invited him, grinning and asking what he thought was going on. Then Alan blushes and realizes she was just teasing him for laughs. Monica strides ahead, grinning as she tells them the building's prime spot, just a 5-minute walk from the guild and right near the town center. And then she points at the big timber-framed place, announcing that the unit they can take is on the top floor. Inside, she ushers them up a flight of stairs, saying the apartment isn't well liked since hauling yourself up and down is a real hassle. But Alan can't help thinking it'll be way better than his cramped room on the 5th floor. He burst into the main room of the apartment with his mother and Monica right behind him. The moment his mother saw the space, she gasped at how massive it was, wondering if it was too big for just the two of them. Monica nodded and confirmed it. This was the place. As he wandered around, he spotted a ladder that climbed up to a loft and started thinking, "This could be my bedroom." Monica broke down the whole layout for him, 2 decent rooms in the back and 1 upstairs. Meanwhile, his mom was flabbergasted to discover a bathroom and a toilet, since she seriously thought something like that couldn't possibly exist. From his fresh perch up in the loft, he leaned toward the window and stared out, right into a crystal-clear view of the castle, like he could reach it with his hands. He stared at that far-off structure, determination hardening on his face. Just a little more, he told himself, because he was right there. With his mind spinning, Mom leaned toward Monica, stunned that a place this incredible could be rented for just 100,000. Monica beamed and told them it was a smart investment, saying Alan was a promising adventurer. So Alan's mom, uneasy, asked him what they were supposed to do, while Alan quietly sat there like, "Wait, what do you mean by investment?" He didn't hesitate, seeing his mom glowing with happiness, then grinned and said, "If you want to hear it, we'll take the room." Monica's mother asked if everything was really okay, and Monica flashed a reassuring smile, then teased her that once Alan grew into a much better man, she'd make sure he paid her back, leaving Alan staring, baffled like, "Paid back man? What does that even mean?" And just like that, their hunt for a new house ended fast, and it paid off big. Later, back at the guild, Rudolph leaned in and demanded how the house viewing went. Alan grinned and confirmed he and his mother checked it out, then chose to accept Monica's offer and let themselves be taken care of by her. Alan sinks into a tavern with his guild buddies, and they pester him. "Did you find a decent room?" He grins and says it's way better than their crummy current house, and boom, Rudolph and another senior member thumped their hands in hearty congratulations. Rudolph, cheeks burning with emotion, leans in close and flat-out points at Alan's hard work for his mother, then demands when they're finally moving out. Alan says the place is open right away, so they'll shift their things little by little. This answer doesn't cut it for Rudolph. He slams his mug down and snaps that they're moving right now. Then he's on his feet, roaring across the guild hall that Alan and his mother are leaving, and with emotion choking his voice, he declares that this dutiful son is making him cry and drives everyone into action. A mustache man named Jard snaps at Rudolph to just shut up and let them help. Alan tries to argue that the others have jobs, but Jard cuts him off like, "You're a century too early to stress about them." Then another guild member chimes in that they're bored anyway, so Jard fires back, "I'm choosing this job, not just doing mindless grunt work." Still unsure what to do, Alan shoots a look at his mom, Monica, sitting right there, and breaks into a warm smile as she tells him it's okay to take the help. She leans in and quietly points out that Alan already feels like one of the guild's own, like her son. His mother gazes at him with a soft smile, tells him he's been blessed with amazing seniors, and insists he never takes people like them for granted. Alan nods back, agreeing with a gentle smile. He watches the loud chaos unfold, and gratitude hits him so hard it almost drops him, because even though his seniors are drunk, reckless, and kind of useless, something warm lights up in his chest, so strong he feels like he's seconds away from tearing up. Right as he starts to think that, his mom beside him suddenly starts hiccuping and breaking down, sobs pouring out like she's drowning. Through the tears she whispers that they're all just such good people, and Alan is left completely stunned by her sudden outburst. Moments later, the whole guild hits the streets in a massive moving parade, hauling furniture and every last belonging to their new apartment. Townspeople stare in disbelief as the guild hustles without stopping. Alan wipes the sweat off his brow and lets out a breath of relief, convinced this is finally everything. Inside the new home, a bunch of guild members circle around, soaking in the fresh space, and Jard points out that even stuffed with furniture, it still feels wide, like a reminder of the simple life Alan and his mother lived. Then the bald guild leader folds his arms and just hopes Alan can make his money and get everything set up. Now that the move was done, Jard from the guild shot up a hand, thanked everyone for busting their tails, and announced it was officially time for a banquet. Alan and his mother blink in pure confusion when he suddenly declares it. Then the other adventurers jump right on board, because one of them grins and says he'll drink for any excuse, especially if it's a celebration worth toasting. Later at the banquet, Alan's mother steps up in front of all the adventurers, gripping a cup in her hands, and she gives them a heartfelt, formal thanks for what they did for her son that day, and for always looking after him so well. She keeps talking, thanking Monica for bringing them together and shouting out every adventurer who lugged their bags, because those heroes got them safely into their brand new home. Then she leans in and begs for their generosity one more time, warning that Alan's trouble is coming. Alan blushes, mortified, and tells her to just keep it simple. She doesn't back down. She lifts her cup, calls for a toast to their luck and happiness, and the whole room explodes into roaring cheers. As the celebration kicks off, his mother steps in and says she'll greet everyone herself. Alan grins, and he nods right along. His mind drifts to their new home, and he clings to one burning hope, that he and his mother can stay there as long as life allows. Then he grits his teeth and swears he'll work his hardest to turn things around for them. Then it hits him. This isn't only about his mom anymore. He looks around at the bright, cheerful guild members and finally gets it. He's fighting to safeguard the future, the one where Master Monica and all his seniors get to smile every single day. This is all that matters. He thinks it, locks in, and decides he'll smash his fate to make it happen. Then Jard slams into the moment and asks what he's drinking, and Alan just says, "It's only fruit juice." Jard leans in with a slick grin and says, "I get it now. You're commenting on my mom's beauty." And Alan is left totally stunned by the sudden compliment. He watches the Da Vinciers, cheeks flushed with drink, gawk at his mother's beauty and blurt out what horrible battles she must face alone, until one steps in offering help, and Rudolph snaps with steel in his voice, ordering every single one of them to get out. Then Alan looks up at his master and in a quiet breath, thanks him with his whole heart. Then the master's cheeks flare as he blurts that he's the one who'll make the first move, commanding the others to back off. while his disciples just stand there, staring in utter disbelief. Right after his mother graciously thanks Rudolph, Jard snaps that it's not fair for their master to get a head start. Alan's face hardens instantly as he yanks back his earlier thanks, thinking crystal clear. Anyone coming for his mother is the enemy, and Rudolph is especially on that list. This fresh resolve ignites his training, and days later, in a clearing, he lets out a hard breath after unleashing a crushing shot from his rifle, its boom rolling through the trees like thunder. He yanks the metal plate he used as a target into view, grins as he sees the rounds punched straight through, then realizes he's still missing the small caliber guns that can fire full metal jacket rounds for maximum damage. Later, soaking in the bath, he lets his mind race over what he's built. Beyond the collage, he's even smelted a smaller Nikov caliber, plus full metal jacket bullets for both. Just then his mother pops her head in, teasing him to let her join, and he shoots back that it's too cramped, while privately realizing he needs weapon upgrades fast. His training rips him right back into the goblin maze. 3 straight weeks of methodical dungeon clearing, chewing through endless goblins like they're ATM machines, stacking cash and leveling up with every kill, until he finally mows down another heavily armored goblin with ruthless, practiced ease. For a full week, he's been sprinting through the maze every single day, smashing over 100 circuits, and the moment he finishes, he hands every magic stone he grabbed from the goblins he defeats straight over to the guild. Back at the guild, the supervisor scans the hall and calls Alan out, but he starts to trail off, then urges the kid to check his status later, and Alan's like, "Wait, what?" Right then, a notification pops up. Because he kept pushing non-stop, he's officially become the Goblin Slayer, hit level 9, and racked up a fortune bigger than 7 million cents. Deep in a thick woodland, monstrous, boar-like creatures with jagged tusks snort and root through the ground. And then one of them, more humanoid than the rest, stands tall, gripping a crude club, daring anyone who strays into its territory. From far away, Alan clocks the scene and lets out a quiet sigh. Then he pinpoints his spot, the orc forest just beyond the suburbs of Altmont. The town sent him to hunt down the orcs and keep them from wrecking everything, and he's got it in his head that these monsters are dangerous, but useful too. Because nearly every inch of an orc, from its brain all the way down to its feet, can be carved up for meat. With one creature wiped out at his feet, he snaps the truth. Those orcs in this forest are just a warm-up, because they pour in forever from the great labyrinth of orcs deep in the woods, and that's exactly where he's going next. With grit in his teeth, he stepped into the labyrinth, because it wasn't just for training. He'd level up, snag reward drops for hunting orcs, rack up guild achievements, and most importantly, finally put his hollow point bullets to the real test. The ammo you're talking about is the hollow point bullet, JHP, and yeah, this is one he used back in his hunting days. It's built to smash, deform on impact, and spread out its surface so it hits harder and tears through with maximum stopping power. He keeps cooking up his strategy. Those orcs are brutally tough, stacked with tons of health even though their defense is weak, and he decides to pepper them with small caliber guns loaded with hollow point bullets, saving his collage and full metal jacket rounds for the enemies with real armor. After testing his firearms and seeing they shred the orcs, he locks in his next move. Then, as dusk crawls over town, he steels himself to hit the great labyrinth the very next day. That evening, they set a huge plate in front of him. Braised salted orc shanks stacked with potatoes, onions, and sauerkraut, all simmered with laurel and pepper. And if he wants to go bigger, there's pickled cabbage or bacon waiting too. He shoots out a quick thanks for the food, still wary about choking down mystery meat in this strange new world. But the moment he takes the first bite, his nerves collapse. The salted meat slides apart fast, and yeah, it's a little tougher than pork, yet the bits clinging to the bone hit with deep, rich flavor, and that collagen goodness just melts in. He can't stop eating, and suddenly he's wishing he could drag his mom here someday so she could taste it too. The next day in the great labyrinth of orcs, Alan goes full mastermind. He realizes it's basically the goblin labyrinth all over again. Stalk the weak enemies with stealth, take a straight shot for the boss floor. Then remember every level has a mid-boss too, and he crushes them by baiting their predictable attack patterns and vanishing into smoke screens. He's done this so many times that harvesting orcs now feels automatic. He hauls in another magic stone even though his bag is already stuffed with meat. Then he finally faces the last boss, the Orc King, backed by every mid-boss he's beaten before. And right when it hits him, a weird craving twists in his head. Since he knows what orc meat tastes like, the sight of them suddenly looks mouth-watering. But then he frowns, worried about the one problem with that thought. He locks in his plan, then goes right back to the same playbook. Slam the isolated recovery units before anyone can blink. Scream that he's here to wipe out the orc mage and the orc priest. Then crush the orc general with brutal force. And when he needs to vanish, he fires a smoke screen to slip away, regroup, and hit again. Plan locked, and now he opens fire. The first volley gets annihilated by a brutal counterattack, and he freezes in shock, realizing that the orc general's power is far beyond what he ever expected. That kind of resilience is earned by going head-to-head with a king who can heal and tank anything. Sure, he wants them gone fast, but he knows it won't be easy. So he sticks to the plan and orders a smoke screen to choke the whole area. Through the fog, he catches sight of two orcs holding formation back to back, smart enough to make his eyebrows jump. Then he even clocks that they taste good and shoves that thought away fast. No time to linger. He yanks out his usual chili pepper extract, the thing that blinds like a flashbang, and hurls it straight at them. The extract slams into its targets, one burst after another. And the orcs, even their king, scream as the potent substance hits their eyes, scorching them into a painful stumble back. But his advantage vanishes fast. He can't believe it. The king's eyes are healed, and they blaze again with fresh fury. He clenches his teeth, realizing this foe is going to be a non-stop nightmare. Now that his sight is back, the king barrels ahead and smashes right through a wooden barrier, while Alan plants his feet, lines up his shot, and fires one clean, deadly strike straight into the beast's head. The bullet does nothing. Then the massive creature slams through, and he gets launched backward as the wall behind him explodes into rubble, while the Orc King whips around with a glowing, merciless eye, completely unscathed. Staring that uninjured beast in the face, it hits him hard. How a brown bear's thick fur and deep fat can soak up a hollow-point bullet. Horror crashes in as he realizes the Orc King has the same kind of armor. His ammo is suddenly worthless. He grips his rifle tight, already plotting his next move. He snaps into a new plan on the fly, unsure if his Kalashnikov rounds will be enough. He knows the giant boar's weak spots are between the eyes and the heart, but when the beast crashes forward, he realizes his angle is terrible. No clean shot anywhere. A colossal monster rips through the air straight at him, roaring like thunder. He scrambles to line up a strike between its eyes, but the angle is totally wrong. So he shouts in panic as the beast closes the gap in a blink. The blast hurls him backward, sends the rifle clattering from his grip, and drops him hard on the ground. He grimaces, knowing this has spiraled into the absolute nightmare. A long, brutal war of attrition. He scrambles up, fires up a fresh plan in his head, maybe even heavier ammo like shotgun slugs. Then he tries to hide, and stops dead when he realizes the boar is lying there completely motionless. He creeps up on the fallen beast, heart pounding, trying to figure out if it just passed out, or if it smashed its head on the wall when it charged in. Then it slams into him hard. That creature's dead. He recalls every second. He lined up his shot for its heart, and yep, the bullet finally landed exactly where it had to. He finally gets it. After a fatal bullet ripped through its heart, the beast still barreled forward on pure rage, smashing into one last desperate charge. Gazing at that terrifying beast, he blurts out one word like it slips straight from his chest. Awesome. With the danger finally gone, he shifts his focus to the practical stuff. His luggage space is tight, but he still gathers the creatures that can go along, because he plans to enjoy them later. Right at the labyrinth center, close to the exit, sat a treasure chest, and when he scanned it with his appraisal skill, he uncovered the bracelet of fertility inside. Alan studies the bracelet he just snagged. Its engraving screams for reproduction, a tool to boost a woman's fertility. He frowns hard, because why in the world would something like that be sitting in an orc dungeon? That's how he smashed his way through the great labyrinth of orcs, and the weird reward he got after it only deepened his confusion, because this world kept feeling more and more like some twisted game. After that conquest, he fell into a steady rhythm. Every so often, he'd race to the elven village just to buy honey. The elves treated him like family, and they even kept a tiny airport ready for his glider, proof that their surprising friendship was real. He scans the scene and realizes, this street is usually where the village kids run wild. But today, they've transformed it into an archery range, and somehow nobody's raising a single complaint. While almost no one noticed, Princess Sherry blared protests over wasting their precious force, fighting to smash a wooden target as a guard tried to hold her back. Then, right in the chaos, Alan quietly realizes he's finally turned 13. His latest wins slammed into his head. He'd busted through the labyrinths and earned the Goblin Slayer and Orc Slayer achievements, pushing his rank up to D and boosting his level to 23. As he sizes up his progress, the Elven Queen glides up and greets him with respect. Then an elven guard steps in and tells him the honey he ordered has already been loaded into his glider. He thanks them, but the queen snaps back that it's pointless. She crowns him the savior of their village. Alan argues that they should handle things the right way, yet her voice turns uneasy as she admits it doesn't matter if he doesn't go through with it. She tells him her mom drinks that honey every single day, and that's why her skin turned so unbelievably smooth. Then the queen pivots the conversation when she hears he's off on another adventure, admitting leveling up is getting brutal and pushing him to take on tougher labyrinths. Her words spark the question, where to next? With a steely look, Alan declares his destination, the Labyrinth of the Wind Mountain. He pauses, weighing what comes next, the Labyrinth of the Wind Mountain, where the stakes hit hard at strategic level 30, way above the Great Labyrinth of Orcs at 15 or the Valley of the Flying Dragon at 25. And when he reaches the final phase, a blizzard phoenix waits for him. Scary before, sure, but now it feels like he's finally ready to take it on. The Elven Queen spots his iron will and asks if the labyrinth is truly dangerous. And when he turns to her, his face stays calm as he promises he'll be smart about it, taking it slow so he doesn't overdo himself. Then her eyes drop to the amulet around his neck, and boom, her face lights up with delighted shock as she blurts out, "Oh my, you wear it perfectly," because she instantly recognizes it as the one she'd given him. He nods with a quiet yes, and the queen's face melts into warmth as she tells him she's sure this will guard him well. Then she sends him off with her heartfelt wish for the very best on his quest. Right when the moment peaks, the spirit of light, Lou rips through, grabs his hair and screams his name, while the queen jerks in shock. Lou shouts that he heard she's headed for a dangerous adventure and begs to help, but the queen can't. Her contract with Millie Chon keeps her chained down, and as she panics about staying behind, Alan secretly sighs in relief that this pervert won't be dogging him. Inside the Zevin adventure, the city of the wind glitters. Alan, a young adventurer, tightens his gear and steps into the labyrinth of wind alone, ready to take on something brutal. The guild's supervisor narrows his eyes at Alan, grilling him like, "Are you really sure?" Alan doesn't flinch. He doubles down on his resolve. The supervisor records the facts. Alan, the deranged adventurer, just 13 years old, and weighs whether it's youthful madness. Then, in the end, he gives him the go-ahead, grants Alan the green light to enter, shoving an official card into his hands and yelling at him to stay on the first level or risk getting killed. So Alan nods, accepts it with real gratitude, and vows to be careful, even as he gets why people call him cold and reckless. Because even the brave A and B rank adventurers form parties to take on this labyrinth. Now, with the Wind Mountain looming over him, Alan stares up at the labyrinth's entrance. This dungeon that's eaten countless adventurers, and where the best anyone's ever done is 8 out of its 30 levels. Yet he refuses to stop, determined to clear every last level before he even steps into the academy. Things are on his side. Alan's confidence gets yanked straight into chaos the moment two huge vampire bats swoop down on him, clamping a strange weapon in their grip. Then he freezes for half a second, snaps out of it, and blasts them with overwhelming power, turning those monsters to dust in an instant. He grips and tests his magic gun, the Saiga, built like a Russian shotgun, and that's what fuels his total confidence. He admits the thing feels weird for this world, like it's packing way too much firepower, but he's still smiling, clearly loving how it turned out. When it fires, the weapon erupts in a blinding flash of pure destruction, wiping the target clean off the map. After that brutal encounter, he finally exhales and swears that with his Saiga in hand, nothing else matters. Its first real showdown looked promising, and now he's convinced the whole twisted labyrinth won't stand a chance. His weapon proves brutally effective, and suddenly he's cutting through everything like it's nothing, until he bursts into level 28, a cavern packed with floating islets, a gimmick level that even top-tier adventurers swear is effortless. The second he steps onto the first islet, a magical projection flashes in the air, spelling out the rules. If he wants to keep going, he has to sling wind magic at a tiny apple-sized target on the next islet. But the floor has teeth. He can only light them up in the exact right order, or one wrong move will randomly yeet him back to the labyrinth entrance, or drop him straight into the depths of darkness. He stares at the puzzle and realizes it's brutal. Those tiny footholds are almost impossible to handle, and battling the airborne enemies without any prior know-how feels downright unwinnable. With that locked in, he decides to swerve off the main road for a quick detour. From his game memories, he remembers this wild alternate route, and it shoves him into a hidden treasure room. He even compares his smelted special power to a cheat skill, basically a pay-to-win move, and once he uses it, the door finally opens. The skill smashes the disguise away, and uncovers a secret pedestal holding two identical substitute rings, magic that can bring its wearer back to life once after death. He snatches both with a thankful grin, then remembers exactly why they're here from the game. One's meant for Amy, and the other was built for the character he's targeting. No hesitation now, he slaps one on immediately. Now he's covered for the worst-case scenario, so he shrugs off any detours. Before he charges into the boss room on the final level, he blasts his smelt ability one last time. He bursts through the last doors into a freezing, massive chamber, and right there, looming in front of him, is the Wind Mountain Labyrinth's final boss, the Blizzard Phoenix. The Phoenix doesn't even hesitate. Doors rip open and he strikes on the spot, exactly like he predicted, and he snaps into place behind a polycarbonate shield he forged ahead of time from Smelt, bracing for the hit to come. After dodging the first onslaught, he's convinced the rest is just his usual routine: hide, strike, repeat. So he fires back with a shotgun, lining up every shot as the beast screeches. But that creature is impossibly fast. It darts away so fast the first bullet barely even lands, then it dodges everything else like it can't be caught. The Phoenix snaps back with a howling storm of blizzard blasts and razor ice arrows, and he stares at the alarm as the shield starts icing over. Sure, it won't break, but that brutal cold is about to become a real nightmare. He snapped up a plan: use the rifle's nicked barrel to chip the creature down from a distance, then slide in for a clean headshot with his Saiga, but first he needed cover, so he forced his smelt power to slam a massive boulder into place, hiding himself as the Blizzard Phoenix surged forward. He swallowed his fate and braced for a brutal grind of attrition, knowing there was no way out. Then the Phoenix screamed down, and he flipped on his concealment skill, smelted yet another boulder, and dove behind the fresh rock wall for cover. He bided his time through the creature's non-stop rampage, and the second the blows stopped, he snapped into motion, firing his commands like a switch. Strike, hide, roll up a brand new boulder, and vanish into cover again. The Phoenix screamed like it meant business, then its plan snapped into place. An all-around blizzard tore open around Alan, and the air went instantly freezing. He shuddered, realizing he was running out of breath against that brutal cold. Suddenly, the creature started dropping out of the sky, and Alan's chance hit him like lightning. He surged forward, closing the distance to land the final headshot. He lunged ahead. Then his feet skidded out from under him as a scream tore through his throat, because the ground turned into solid ice. Right in front of him, the massive phoenix came crashing down, and all he could do was yell and panic, begging it to stop. The blizzard phoenix crashed into the ground right before him, smashing the ice with a thunderous hit. He gasped, shaking, and finally felt safe from the worst of it. He hauled himself to his feet, because if that beast got back up, everything would fall apart. He had to end it right then. He closed in on the fallen creature, teeth chattering as brutal cold crawled off its body. Then he ripped the magic stone out fast and blurted, half in disbelief, whether those feathers would just melt away the moment they were pulled free. When he plucked the first one, he gasped. Nothing melted. He stared at the feather's beauty, then carefully gathered the tail and wing feathers, one by one. He finishes up inside the dungeon and realizes the only thing left is the treasure chest. Then he kneels to gather the bones of the creature he just defeated and freezes, because they're weirdly light. Cradled in his chest is the Sky Knight's sword, made to grow with its wielder and unleash divine protection that turns into wind magic, rare and priceless. But his eyes snap to something else fast. A strange pedestal device in the corner, a magic stone synthesizer, and he knows that's the real jackpot hiding in this dungeon. He shoves a handful of tiny magic stones into the device and instantly gets how it works. Combine the same kind, and it churns out bigger stones. The device runs on a simple magic rule. 2 magic stones of the same size get fused into one bigger stone. And if you keep stacking that logic, you'd need 16 of the tiniest stones to forge a single massive one, making it way more valuable than just swapping it for money. He snaps it all into focus. Bigger magic stones skyrocket in value, so one huge rock is worth way more than the 16 tiny ones it takes to forge it. Then it hits him like lightning. This synthesizer can be used every single time he clears the labyrinth, and the profit will go through the roof. With this new plan burning in his head, he vows to loop through the dungeon again and again, quietly raking in cash and experience while he stays as stealthy as a shadow. Years later, an older Alan is hauling his way through city work when Rudolph spots him. Then the guild master blurts out his shock, saying he never thought Alan would still be stuck doing lowly ditch-cleaning jobs. He swears he only does it in his spare time. Then Rudolph leans in and asks what he's got planned for high school next year. Alan admits he just turned 14, and the master immediately clocks him as a daring adventurer. Later in the guild hall, Rudolph pushes him to slam through the rank up request fast and climb to C rank, then flips it into a warning. He tells Alan not to let the nobles at school exploit his low rank. He hesitates and confesses to his master that ranks don't really matter to him. Rudolph snaps back, laying out how a C rank who can take guard duty is worlds above a D rank who can't. Then he tells Alan, straight up, that his record will earn him a promotion the moment he finishes the bandit's subjugation quest. Rudolph kept pressing him, but he just stayed silent. Rudolph laid out that taking the quest was an unbeatable advantage. Rudolph finally admitted he knows Alan is keeping secrets, and his worry burned hot. He can't let anyone expose Alan's real fighting style, the kind that leans on guns and concealment, because a single leak could wreck how future events play out. Even with his doubts, Alan got shoved into introductions with the men he'd be joining: Rudolph, who wore a top knot and praised how far he'd come, and another who couldn't wait to team up with Alan. But Alan still felt uneasy, staring like, am I really supposed to work with guys this much older? Then the bald, bearded one snapped back, gruff as stone, you got a problem with that. Rudolph sliced through the tension with one sharp command. Everyone had to gather in front of the guild the next morning at 7, and he made it crystal clear. No one was allowed to be late. The boy froze at how fast the plan hit, blurting, tomorrow. Then his eyes snapped to his guild card being gone, and he demanded when Rudolph took it. His master only said, it's a master's order, and casually revealed he'd already processed the quest. As Alan tried to protest that he wasn't ready, the top-knot man shoved in clothes and slurred that he couldn't wait to work with him. Alan recoiled in disgust, snapping to Rudolph that the guy reeked of alcohol, and the bald man just nodded like it was obvious. Then Rudolph cut in, warning them not to be late. Little Carlin hounded Alan with pleading eyes, begging him to show her something, while the kid nearby snapped that she should stop bothering him. The whole group is on an escort mission. Alan and a few guild mates are posted on guard duty, protecting wagons hauling supplies from the royal capital all the way to tiny Yerstorf. Their client, Dirk, makes that same run every 2 months, stocking his village by selling local goods like charcoal and barley in the capital to pay for the trip. In one of the wagons, Carlin won't let up, pushing Alan to promise. Once they finally hit the village, he'll show her his magic, and against his will, he caves. Jard watches Carlin like a hawk and realizes she's glued to Alan, and the truth hits hard. Carlin is Dirk's younger sister, yet she still follows him wherever danger strikes, no matter what. Their escort team runs 5 deep, with Jard plus a man named Benjamin rounding out the crew. They chose a treacherous route, ramming wagons through remote forests and jagged mountain passes where bandit attacks have suddenly exploded. Carlin corners Alan and asks what kind of magic powers his fights. He grins and says it's wind magic that blasts enemies away. He spiraled over his weapon choice, ditching his huge wind magic guns and going with a smaller, sneaky smelted wind magic pistol, built to look like a Makarov, with suppressible noise. Yet a sick dread gnawed at him, because he couldn't shake one terrifying thought. Could he really pull the trigger on another human? Dark thoughts swarm his mind as he pictures it. No goblin, no orc, just a person on their knees begging for mercy, and the panic crawls across his face. A worried Carlin clocks it at once and asks what's wrong, but Alan waves it off fast. Up ahead, the trail pinches down to almost nothing, so the other guards know bandits are probably about to spring from the shadows. And from the wagon, Alan and Carlin lean out and stare into that brutal road as tension tightens on their faces. Suddenly, their worst fears hit, and Dirk and the others scream as boulders smash down from the cliffs, sealing the path like a prison door. The bandits sprung their trap. With the rockslide dust finally settling, Jard's eyes snapped to the culprits. Bandits crouched up on a cliff overhead, while another crew sealed the path from behind. Their leader, hair wild as fire and a jagged scar cutting across his face, smiled like trouble, then sneered at the escort, thanking him for hauling the luggage just to make it crystal clear. He was coming for everything. Jard snapped his eyes to the danger, counting 5 bandits ahead and 6 closing in from behind, then barked at Dirk to stay put inside the wagon. Because next, with a fierce shout, he whipped his men into a fight. Steel screamed as the fight exploded. Then an archer from the escort party snapped an arrow loose while the bandits surged in, screaming their assault. In the middle of the chaos, Jard shouted for Alan to prove himself, and the kid froze, brain sprinting in circles, because he was suddenly realizing the truth. This wasn't monsters anymore, it was people, and using attack magic felt terrifyingly wrong. The moment he spotted a bandit spring at one of his companions, Alan's hesitation snapped, and he shot his hand out on pure instinct, blasting a wind cutter spell that dropped the attacker instantly. Bandit bosses froze in disbelief, sputtering that nobody ever warned them about a magic user, so he snapped, "Retreat!" And the whole crew bolted. As they ran, Jard screamed for Alan to stop them, ordering him to wipe out every last one, but Alan stood there with his hand reaching out, helpless as they vanished into the night. He froze for a beat once the last bandit vanished. Then Jard strode back to the wagon and confirmed it. Every one of them had fled. Bloodied but still upright, one squad member yelled that the back was clear. Then when Jard demanded numbers, the guy confirmed there were exactly 6. Then he snapped his focus to Alan, who was still reeling, and Jard shot, "Did you find a band to hide with?" Alan gripped his scarf and shook his head. No, but he couldn't miss it. This time they were everywhere. Pinned down by Jard, Alan had no way out as Jard raged and demanded why he'd gone easy on the bandits. Then Jard snarled that Alan couldn't even kill a horned rabbit, let alone an orc. And as Alan stuttered, he tried to blurt out that he just didn't think killing people was a good idea. Jard's voice sliced through the air, his face set like stone. Then he snapped that if you can kill, you do, and that rule is never, ever allowed to slip. Rudolph, another member of the subjugation squad, fired off a hard warning and told Alan to remember that rule if he wanted to stay an adventurer. Alan just stared at the ground, crushed by the force of those words. Just when the tension hit its peak, the huge, bearded adventurer shouted to Alan to help shove a rock out of the wagon's way. Alan snapped back to reality, nodded fast, and the whole group sprang into motion to get moving. After that, their trip suddenly went calm. No more bandits showed up, and before they knew it, they rolled up to the gates of Ursdorf. Kids came sprinting to meet them, shouting with pure joy that Dirk's wagon had returned from the capital, and the whole village mobbed in, welcoming them back and jumping in to unload the goods. As they finally sat down, Carlin beamed and proudly shoved a stack of new goodies in front of the local women, who gawked like they'd just spotted the hottest styles from the capital. Dirk watched from a short distance, exasperation boiling up as he muttered under his breath about how countryside women always chased after the same things. While Dirk hurried up to an elderly apothecary to buy medicine and kept apologizing for the hassle, a bearded adventurer from the squad nearby was drenched in sweat and looking seriously sick. And across the way, Carlin spotted a yellow ribbon among the goods and practically burst with excitement. He said that if Alan had led the guard, the whole mission would have collapsed, and Alan just looked away, silently admitting he knew why. He didn't kill. He nodded that Jard was right, and standing shoulder to shoulder with him while they stared out across the fields, Jard said bandits were basically demons in disguise, trying to look human, which made them even more dangerous. Alan admitted he got it in his head, but Jard's voice calmed just a bit as he added that maybe this hesitation is how it starts. He listens while Jard insists goblins, orcs, and bandits are all the same, then barks that Alan will handle them properly next time. Quietly, Alan nods along. That heavy tension shatters when Carlin bursts in, hands on her hips, yelling at Alan. She reminds him, loud and clear, that he promised he'd show her magic. Her excitement spreads like wildfire, and before long a whole crowd of village kids swarms in, begging him to show off his magic, while one of them even sends a cheeky, "good luck" for the babysitting. He keeps performing wind magic for the kids until sunset. Then their parents finally come to pick them up. After that, the whole village throws a massive welcome party for the adventurers that very night. At the feast, he leans in and tells them the celebration isn't only a thank you for their guard duty. It's also meant to welcome outsiders with open arms. A young woman nearby leans in and explains how, in villages like this, visiting men are expected to share their seed, so the local bloodline doesn't thin out, something Alan remembers hearing about from his past life. Then a man pressures her to take him to his room, but she turns to Alan and asks if they should go to his place instead, since his mother is home. She leans in, eyes sharp, and asks what a 14-year-old is even planning to do, and Alan, instantly flustered, blurts out a messy apology, while his mind races, stuck wondering why he's trapped in this weird, game-like mess. Next morning, Jard and his fellow squadmates stumble in looking completely wiped out, way more exhausted than after the fight, and Jard lays out the plan. They'll stay 3 nights to recover before heading back to the capital, while the other adventurers can't help but joke about how the capital has no wives. The village kids are buzzing with energy, swarming around Alan and begging him to pull out more magic again, and Alan laughs and agrees, then decides to kick back for the day. That calm day gets ripped apart when a frantic man bursts into the village square, shouting for Dirk and the village chief, his face drenched in terror. He screams that Carlin's been abducted, and the moment those words land, Alan gets hit with a sudden, gut-wrenching dread. In the village of Ursdorf, Dirk slams grim news into shirtless Alan's face. Carlin and the other kids are gone, snatched when they wandered into the fields beyond the wall, and that confirmation knocks the breath out of Alan. the missing faces burning in his mind as unease crawls over him. Realization slams into him. His fist tightens as the memory of the bandits slipping away with their captive hits hard. It's his fault. Guilt hit him hard, so he tried to slip out, until Jard snapped his name and demanded to know where he was headed. Alan spun back, yelling that it was his fault since he couldn't make himself kill them, and Jard pushed for him to calm down, asking if he really planned to hit their hideout alone. Dirk steps in and snaps that adventurers don't make moves unless a proper request is on the table. Then he shoves a scroll into Alan's hands and orders him to read it. Alan argues it's bigger than him, but Dirk cuts in. If they strike now, the village won't be spared. It'll be the next target. Roll is where the bandit leader's message lives. His sneer pops into your head, and the note hits. I have 3 children under my custody. The message keeps rolling. Dirk got the same brutal demands earlier. Young women, food, and money, plus the village's total surrender to their rule. Fight back and they swear they'll kill the children and smash the village next. Helen snapped her head toward Jard, and you could see the grim truth hit him like a truck. He muttered that if Jard had killed those bandits back then, all of this would never have spiraled into disaster. Jard listens with a serious stare, then snaps that these aren't random thieves. They're smart bandits, and sooner or later they would have hit the village no matter what came before. The village chief begs in panic, asking if they'll take his request for help. Then the subjugation squad member snaps that it's a nightmare choice. Hit the hideout and free the kids, or stay put and protect the village. Right when they're about to decide, Alan barrels in and interrupts the chief. Jard snaps his head toward Alan, eyes blazing, and demands to know if he's truly ready, because if he even hesitates next time, the kids and every villager will be wiped out. And just like that, a warm flash of Carlin's smile stings Alan's thoughts. Still, steel hardens his voice as he declares, yes. He stood there while the village chief officially accepted the adventurer's help, and gratitude hit the air in waves. Then Jard turned to Dirk with a hard, grim look and said they had a mountain of killing to get through. Right before the men could move, Dirk snapped his focus to Alan, clamped both the boy's hands in a death grip, and begged, voice cracking with pure desperation, for him to save his little sister. Fear flooded his face as his voice cracked while he begged again, over and over, expression set like stone with pure resolve. Alan whipped his gaze to Jard and swore, solemn and unbreakable, he would save her no matter what it cost. Later that night, under a cold, pale moon, he and Jard pushed through the dense forest, and Alan demanded answers. How were they supposed to find the bandit hideout? Jard didn't hesitate. With the kidnapping happening when it did, and that threatening letter landing when it did, there were only a handful of nearby spots where a gang could have set up. He said the place was only a few hours' walk from the village, then turned on Alan and told him to risk his life. Once their lanterns died out, Jard hustled everyone up to a ridge, and when they looked over the hills, he pointed out every single hideout they could use. His eyes sliced through the dark until they locked onto one spot. He'd found a cave those bandits had been using last year, big enough to swallow around 30 people, and a tiny watchfire glow sparked the proof, and Alan spotted it right beside him. He instantly clocked what was happening and blurted out his plan, sneak in and rescue them. Jard froze in pure shock, calling the whole idea absolutely ridiculous, but Alan stayed cool, insisting it would be fine, and reminded Jard that the bandits had promised to hit the village if their demands weren't met. Then he smirked, because slipping through unnoticed was his whole specialty. He listened while Jard grilled his plan, demanding to know what he even thought he could pull off by himself. Then Jard figured there were around 15 bandits in there, maybe more. Alan pushed back hard, saying that since they'd already wiped out 6, the cave's crowd would be smaller than it was in their last botched attack. With a bold, steady look he announced, "I've got an idea." Seconds later, he dropped to one knee on the floor and ran a tiny test that popped a puff of smoke, and Jard stared in confusion, blurting out what he was doing and how he planned to get past the sentry. Alan just smiled, and said he got the gist of the whole situation. He snapped to Jard's side and begged for one last chance, swearing he could slip into the hideout without anyone noticing. For a breathless beat, the air felt thick. Then Jard finally caved, agreeing to trust him again, but only with a brutal warning. If he failed, the captive kids would die. Alan's face lit up with relief as he hurried to thank him. Under a moonlit, cloud-choked sky, he clenched his resolve and swore right there that he'd succeed. He tiptoed through a web of tripwires wired to wooden clappers, then told Jard to back off and wait for his cue, warning that these bandits were so paranoid they'd spot them if they moved in a group. And when he flicked on his concealment skill, Jard instantly lost sight of him. With the world shut out behind him, he slid through the undergrowth straight for the cave entrance, and a lone guard warmed himself by the fire. Alan knew the shadows might hide him, but one wrong step would give him away, so he had to move with ruthless, perfect stealth. He instantly recognized the man, the same one who'd slipped away in their last run-in. Regret snapped through him. If only he'd finished the job back then. He shoved that thought aside, then aimed to slip past the sentry and into the cave. Once inside, he unleashed his appraisal skill to scan every inch of the cave, and the place hit him, way bigger and way more tangled than he ever expected. Then he spotted a crew of bandits sprawled around a table, laughing and relaxing, totally oblivious to him. From the shadows, he watched every move, then snapped into action. His next job was figuring out where every bandit was hiding inside the hideout. He pushed deeper into the cave and kept scouting, spotting a three-way intersection ahead. Then, inside one chamber, he counted 13 bandits. Nearby, a crude cage held several kids huddled together, alive and apparently unhurt, but his gut dropped when he realized Carlin wasn't in there. His search dragged him deeper into the hideout's throat, and the moment he neared a shaky wooden door, his eyes hardened, because something felt terribly wrong. Peeking through the opening, he caught a brutal sight. Some huge, shirtless bandit was beating Carlin, and her face twisted with helpless, silent pain. A cold, murderous rage snapped through him like lightning, twisting his face into raw, unstoppable fury. Alan was on the bandit before he could even blink. Ice calm, he asked if it hurt, then smashed him with savage hits to the jaw and throat until the big man dropped, completely silent. He loomed over the fallen bandit, breathing hard, his knuckles scraped raw, then whirled to face the stunned Carlin, his face softened on the spot, and he grabbed her hand to tell her, "You're safe now." The girl broke down in pure relief, wrapped her arms around him, and sobbed his name again and again. He snapped a hand over her mouth to silence her, hissing in a panic that she couldn't let out a single loud sound, and when he demanded, "Got it?" she only managed a tiny, tearful nod. He grabbed her hand and swept her out of the room, dragging her through the cave's pitch-dark corridors. He hustled her to a safer spot near the entrance and told her he'd smashed a big rock in the way, then ordered her to stay calm and wait while he raced back to rescue the other kids. Carlin nodded, sat down, and waited while he turned back toward the bandit's den. He fires up his concealment skill, mind locking in as he studies the bandit guard. Bandits, he thinks, are demons. No, worse. They're demons dressed like people. He shoves a silenced pistol tight against the guard's skull, catching him completely off guard. With the guard finally gone, he strides up to the cage with the other kids, slaps a finger to his lips, and tells them to stay silent. Then the kids freeze in shock as he whispers that he's here to rescue them, just like he did for Carla. The second they're out, he fires off the question, "Is everyone okay?" And every voice answers, "We're fine." With 2 taken down, he counts the odds. 11 bandits left, praying they're still trapped inside that cave. He guides them through a narrow passage until they slam to a solid rock wall, sealed tight from the inside, and then he barks, "Cover your ears," as he tells everyone to hold tight and wait for his signal. Elsewhere in the hideout, the bandit boss freezes mid-breath, suspicion snapping across his face like he just caught a strange, unheard noise. His gut feeling drives him to a huge sealed stone door, where he squares up with another bandit and demands to know why the boss's room is locked away, only for the guy to stammer, "I don't know," as he admits someone's on the way to kill him. On the other side of that very door, Alan and the rescued kids press close, holding their breath, while the bandit leader's voice booms through the stone, guessing out loud what that strange carving on the door even means. The leader squints, locking onto the detailed carving, while from across the way, Alan lifts 2 fingers and drives his focus straight into that same seal. As he leans in to study the carving, a blinding flash bursts from its heart. Then the seal detonates, hurling the bandits backward with a violent shockwave. He stares as the explosion rips through the cavern, blasting bandits into the air as wood and debris shatter everywhere. Jard spins around, totally blindsided, and snaps at Alan, demanding to know what he did and whether that brutal blast was the signal he promised. Alan stays icy calm, tells him to stay put while he checks the wreckage. As the dust finally drifts away, the wreckage spits out the groaning bandits pinned under the collapsed structure, and Alan scans the chaos, spotting that a few of them actually lived through the first blast. He suddenly realizes the whole cave is shifting and could cave in any second, so his priority snaps instantly. Get the kids out right now. Right as they brace to move, a blood-soaked bandit shoves himself upright, fury contorting his face as he spits curses and swears he'll kill the boy behind this. He barrels forward with a knife. Jard snaps into place between the attacker and the terrified kids, and lets out a tired, exasperated sigh at yet another disaster. With the last threat finally crushed, Jard herds the kids outside the collapsed cave mouth and tells Dirk and Carlin it's time to head back to the village. They've truly survived the worst of it. Someone reassures a tearful Carlin, saying she did an amazing job, and that praise shatters her defenses into unstoppable sobs of relief as the whole group marches away, leaving the bandits' lair behind. After the dust settles, Alan finally learns what happened to the bandits who hit the village. Every last one was wiped out, the ones who fought back getting killed and then beheaded. Jard tells Alan that while his crew scours for any stragglers, Alan should stay put and get ready for the trip back to the capital, promising him they're strong enough to handle the loan. And with that, this video's done. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed it, hit that like button and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. A grim task, no escape from it, had to be done, and the adventurers hauled the bandits back to their cave hideout to finish them off after they'd already knocked them out. Back in the village, Dirk bandages his arm and Alan sits there quietly, face tight with guilt, as he admits to himself, "I've taken lives too," and the brutal truth of their world hits him hard. It's like he realized he should actually thank his master for giving him this job, because it dragged him face first into the truth he couldn't dodge. With determination set in stone, the moment to leave finally arrives. Jard checks that everyone's aboard the wagon. Then Carlin shouts to Alan one last time. She stands shoulder to shoulder with the rescued kids, breathless, and thanks him for pulling her out. Then when Alan says he's staying in the village for now, her eyes light up with hope and she asks to see his magic someday, saying she just knows they'll meet again. He watched them disappear, swore he'd be back in a flash, and sent them off with good wishes. Then, once the bandits were wiped out and the guard's request was handled, he finally pushed his way back to the royal capital. Years swept by, and at just 15, Alan burst onto the scene as a C-rank adventurer, snatching the record for the youngest ever to reach it. At home, his mother smoothed his bow tie and praised how perfectly he'd tied it, and when he looked flustered, she grinned and admitted she only needed an excuse to say it was a little crooked. Her teasing falls away and her face turns warm. She tells him today's the day at last, pulls him in for a tight embrace, and whispers good luck, and he just nods, quietly taking it all in. He bursts out of the house dressed in a sharp formal uniform, while his mother waves from the doorway, and when he looks ahead, he swears to himself, today is the day it all starts. He strides down the cobblestone path in a brand new school uniform, and you can practically feel his old life slipping away, while other students in the same getup rush by him with locked-in excitement. He stares up at that massive, intimidating landmark, pure tradition and raw power towering over him, and then it hits. He's finally here, ready to walk straight into Royal High School. Inside the entrance hall, A stiff-faced school official barks orders to the new arrivals. He makes the freshmen stop at the entry to check their class assignments before marching into the auditorium to find their seats. In the grand hall, Alan darts to his seat beside the 39 students from his year, but the universe hits him with a twist. He's been shoved into Class A, the aristocrat's paradise, and the class list basically screams it. Anastasia Clinell is number 1, and Alan's right behind her as a special student. He'd prayed for Class B to dodge a certain incident, yet now he's stuck front and center with nobility, one of only 3 commoners. He's already wrestling with the social traps of this new world, where a commoner talking to an aristocrat with no good reason is treated like unforgivable disrespect, and he has no clue how he's going to survive in his classes. He decides this isolation isn't bad at all. Most commoners here stick to themselves, but then a commotion snaps his focus. Whispers ripple through the room as 2 girls stride in, and his eyes go wide at who they are. It's Anastasia. He's instantly hooked. School can wait, because the moment he sees her, her elegance and ice-cold aura hit him like a wall, and he can't ignore the crushing gap between someone ordinary like him and someone who feels completely out of reach. Right as the students start whispering around him, his eyes snap to the big shots. Oscar, a stunning, elegant young man, and right behind him Marcus, the heir to the richest family in the kingdom and the prime minister favorite, rumored to be blessed by a sage. The whispers keep rolling in. Leonardo, the commander's muscular son, and Claude, Westerdale's 3rd prince, who people swear is Ifrit's blessed demon killer, powerful enough to tear monsters down with his bare hands. Alan watches it all and thinks, yeah, of course, in a world like this, the main characters are all unfairly handsome. A bunch of charming aristocrats swivel their eyes on him, and one snaps, "So you're the special commoner student," while another jeers that he looks like every other commoner, smirking like they own the room. Yet Alan just overhears it all and doesn't even flinch, a quiet smirk tugging at his lips as he hears every word crystal clear, thinking, so the real star is finally here. The moment another student steps down the aisle, he watched the other students swarm over the newcomer, Crown Prince Carl Hinz, and Alan clocked the arrogance instantly. The prince ignored anyone he considered beneath him, like it was as natural as breathing. So Alan did the only smart thing. He waited. His eyes weren't on the prince at all. They snapped to a girl with long, light brown hair who had just walked into the room, standing there calm and perfectly composed. She strode right up to him, smiling warmly as Amy Von Brace, and when Alan blurted out that she knew his name, she laughed it off. Both of them were commoners who jumped a grade, and she said his perfect scores were impossible to miss. Then she asked to sit right next to him so they could chat until the entrance ceremony kicked off. Alan blinked, caught off guard, and nodded, agreeing. He jolted to a realization. This was the turning point. The grand entrance ceremony was about to happen, and Amy, the heroine, would finally meet the crown prince. He couldn't help thinking how insanely cute she was, exactly like a game heroine should be. Then Amy caught his look and asked what was wrong, and he hurriedly waved it off. That wild start kicked off his school life, and by the time a whole week slipped by, orientation finally ended. Alan geared up to move into the dorms, said goodbye to his mom, and when she asked if he'd made any friends, he could only mumble something half-hearted. She told him to look after himself, and he promised he would. Honestly, he was totally alone. No one had spoken to him since that first day, not a word. The only person who had talked to him was Amy, and now she'd basically pulled off meeting the crown prince, because he was always there beside her as they strolled the halls together. He watched from afar, clinging to the school rules. Commoners had to bow in silence when aristocrats passed. From the moment you stepped through the school's hallways, these rules followed every aristocratic student everywhere, like a loud, relentless reminder of who sat on top of the social ladder. He stood there by himself, and it hit him hard. Being brushed off after that first conversation crushed him way more than he expected. Worse, it looked like Amy's interest in him had vanished for good. Today was the day the new students finally started classes for real. Right as his first real class started, the teacher stepped up and held a tiny orb of energy in her hand, like it was about to burst. And she told them magic wasn't just about casting. It was about control, about knowing the right moves. Then she snapped, "If you can already use magic, raise your hand." He spun around, stunned that only a handful of hands shot up. Alan had been sure magic was the price of entry to the academy. The teacher's eyes snapped to a student, and she called out Crown Prince Karl Hinz, demanding a simple demo for the whole class. With a confident smirk, he stepped forward, promising her he'd take care of it. He casually flicked his wrist, and a tiny firebolt shot out, smashing the training target dead on. And the teacher immediately praised his flawless control for landing the hit perfectly. The teacher pointed at the display, then demanded Anastasia step up and prove yet another magic attribute. The prince tilted his head, and curiosity flickered on his face as Anastasia strode forward, eyes narrowed with pure focus. She thrust her hand forward, and a storm of energy blasted from her palm, so fierce it didn't just hit the target, it erased it in a brilliant flash. Stunned by that power, Alan could only think, how insane is she? Then it hit him. She just outshone the crown prince so hard that trouble was coming. His prediction hit the mark at once. When the prince's face twisted with fury, he roared Anastasia's name and blamed her for making him lose face, claiming he'd only let the target off easy while she had smashed it to pieces. But Anastasia didn't blink. She just told him to back off. Her defiance snapped something inside him. He snarled that he'd finally show her his real power. And when another student begged His Highness to stop, the prince erupted with a massive, out-of-control blast of dark, crackling energy. A towering blast of dark energy rips through the school courtyard, and right in the front, Anastasia rockets forward, arms stretched out as she screams a desperate warning. Dark energy slams into a shimmering wall of water that bursts into existence to shield the students. Then screams of shock and terror tear through the air as Anastasia barrels to Prince Karl Heinz's side, only to find him knocked flat on the ground. The instant the danger fades, Amy drops to her knees beside the wounded prince, her hands blazing with healing magic, while Anastasia stares them down, eyes sharp with worry and unshakable grit. Stares at the scene. A bead of sweat slid down his temple, and his thoughts sprinted as he replayed everything that just happened. Then he blurted out Amy's name, and it hit him like a light turning on. Anastasia rushes to the prince's side and blurts out if he's okay, and once he's on his feet, he turns to Amy with a grateful smile, telling her her power is insanely wonderful. Amy blushes and admits, shy as can be, she's only doing all this for Alan. Right there, he clocks it as that crucial moment from the world he remembers, and he can't help but wonder if Amy pulled it off. While nearby, Anastasia exhales in relief, saying the prince's burns were the only real injury. After everything that happened, the crown prince and Amy's bond only grows tighter, and everyone can see how close they've become. But that sweet intimacy bites back. Amy gets dragged into bullying, as classmates hiss cruel rumors about her commoner roots and act like her manners are some kind of crime. These eerie whispers are being guided by a certain crew of girls, the same girls who, in another timeline, disappeared from the academy after a wave of civil unrest, and were rumored to be Anastasia's followers. Anastasia won't tolerate that for even a second. She storms up to the gossiping students herself, voice razor-sharp as she snaps that bad-mouthing a classmate is the kind of petty move only the lowest of people would make, then demands they remember who they are and keep their noble pride intact. The girls freeze, get hit with pure intimidation, and shoot out quick apologies. Even with Anastasia stepping in, the harm is already out there. Amy can feel the cold weight of being shut out as people start to give her the silent shoulder. Anastasia watches everything with a heavy, sad look, quietly wondering out loud whether she should slip them a hint. And just when she's trying to be subtle, the prince completely misreads her worry, blasting that he'll handle everything himself. From afar, Alan's realization finally hits. This chaos feels just like a game he knows, Yet Amy's vibe couldn't be more different. He clocks it instantly. She's playing innocent, using the bullying as a perfect excuse to charm the crown prince and win over the other powerful students. He keeps replaying her whole situation in his head. One minute she's a common girl, the next she's been swept up by a baroness, shoved into an aristocrat-only school, and hunted non-stop in the most brutal atmosphere imaginable. So he figures the only way she survives is to lean on, and somehow win over, the powerful young men who are willing to protect her. Is starting to reshape the school's social power, because the girls split into two camps, Anastasia's side, hell-bent on kicking Amy out, and the crown prince's faction fighting to keep her close. But Anastasia clamps down on her own people, so her followers stay few, weak, and barely moving. For now, Amy's got no faction at all. While the water hammered down, he couldn't stop thinking. This wasn't some shallow side game. The Crown Prince's faction didn't act like amateurs. They clearly had a plan to use Amy as a weapon to knock Anastasia down. And just like their enemies, they didn't exactly look out for Amy either. He can't stop thinking about the Crown Prince himself, Anastasia's fiancé on paper, but a man who's laser-focused on Amy in real life, barely says a word to Anastasia, and that cold disregard hasn't escaped anyone's notice. Now everyone's seeing a perfect opening to plot, strike, and boot Anastasia out of her position. A grim certainty crashes down on him, an egotistical prince ruling above all, caring nothing for his country, while the nobles scramble below with flattery and schemes just to stab each other in the back, because the message is clear. The royal city is headed straight for ruin. Fresh out of the shower, he starts getting dressed in his room, and his mind snaps from the kingdom's fate to the mess waiting for him at school. He strides through the halls, mind racing with a plan, keeping his mouth shut as he passes commoners and nobles alike, only breaking silence when he has to. And somehow, that cold, distant vibe turns into his unmistakable place in the court. He stares out the classroom window, and dread hangs in the air. Because the exams are over, and the summer break starts tomorrow, summer is finally here. He slumps in his seat in the classroom as the teacher wraps up the final lesson, then drills everyone to study their handout and start prepping for the break. These class assignments are built on the final exam results, and the posted list drops a shocker. Alan grabs first with a perfect score, then Anastasia, Amy, Marcus, and Claude follow behind. At this school, everyone usually gets sorted by performance, but the esteemed nobles get a special exemption and don't get shoved into the lower ranks. The moment the result hits, Anastasia locks onto him and marches straight to his desk. She calls out his name like she's claiming it. From afar, Leonardo mutters that this belongs to the nobility, but Alan, still seated, answers with a respectful nod, saying it's an honor she remembers him. Then Anastasia cuts through the politeness and orders him to stand. Alan rises, and she sizes him up with a sharp, appraising stare. Then she praises his final exam performance as impressive, exactly like you'd expect from a special student. The sudden compliment catches him off guard and leaves him speechless for a moment. She keeps pressing, saying she heard Alan is a legit adventurer, and Alan answers, "Yeah, I'm C rank." Then she asks the real question, "Have you ever stepped into a labyrinth?" Alan nods and says he's already survived a goblin labyrinth, and he sounds weirdly pleased with it. Then Anastasia promises she'll send a messenger to him later, and the poor guy is left totally baffled. With her questions finally answered, she swings around to go, and she shoots him a quick, curt apology for barging in and interrupting him. As she turns to leave, he stares after her with a troubled face. "It's no trouble," he tries to say, but his thoughts explode with suspicion. Why would she come for him, and what did that messenger even mean? A chilling question strikes him. Could they have found him out? The school term finally crumbles to dust, and at long last, summer vacation bursts wide open. On his vacation, everything flips on its head. He finds himself face to face with the academy's elite, Anastasia, the prince, Amy, and their whole entourage. He steps forward and introduces himself as their guide for an expedition to nearby ruins, even as panic gnaws at him over how this went so wrong. When everyone's finally set, he snaps, "All right, Time to move. He pushes the group forward and tells them straight up that Anastasia's request checks out. He's here to help the Crown Prince and the others with their own studies. So take it seriously. And he warns everyone to watch their step because the road ahead is crawling with a horned rabbit that can knock them around and hurt them fast. While the nobles ride along, Claude scoffs and swears he'll never get toppled by some horned rabbits, and Leonardo shoots back with a cocky grin. He's already been trained to rise as a future knight commander. Oscar flashes a smug grin and waves off the creatures, swearing he'll knock down anyone who dares come near with his bow, while Marcus sneers that he'll turn them into barbecue for Oscar. The prince catches it mid-sentence and snaps back that if Marcus were grilling, the only thing left would be charcoal. Then boom, the boys erupt into a full-blown chaos fight. Claude and Leonardo suddenly start competing for Amy's attention, each insisting she's theirs. While Amy tries to cut in and say Alan was just worried about her, but the whole room drowns her out. So Alan, overwhelmed, can only think, I just want to go home. As the bickering cranks up, Anastasia seethes while she watches. The prince clocks her mood, snaps for calm, and tells everyone to hurry, because if they're late, His Majesty will definitely be worried. Then his razor-sharp eyes lock onto Marcus, who's lagging behind, and he barks at him to pick up the pace. Marcus quickly slinks into motion, meek as ever. Right after that, the crew stumbles into a stunning stone ruin, beautiful but falling apart. And Alan confirms they've hit the right spot, then leads them up to the underground entrance at the top of the stone steps, warning everyone to watch their step because that moss is slick. Right as the climb starts, the prince reaches for Amy's hand and warns her to watch her step. And from a few paces back, Anastasia glares at that moment, her face unreadable, but the annoyance is all over her. Inside, Alan clenches his thoughts as he realizes the other adventurers were meant to guide them, until Anastasia dug up his past and the whole plan blew off course. So he forces himself to stick to the script and dodge trouble. The group squeezes into a tight corridor where the walls glow faintly, and the students stare in awe, spotting bioluminescent moss, Karagok. Amy blurts that it's beautiful, and the prince grins right back, saying she's even more so. Alan braces, already convinced Anastasia's about to get annoyed the moment they start enjoying themselves. He glances over and his jaw drops, because Anastasia isn't annoyed at all. She stares at the glowing walls, hand lifted to block the light, and whispers that it's truly beautiful, leaving Alan momentarily speechless. Her daydream snaps when she whips around to face him, eyes locked and voice serious. So, are there any monsters in this ruin? Alan shakes his head. No, he says, explaining it was a goblin nest 7 years ago, but the Adventurers Guild wiped them out. Anastasia leans in, hanging on every word, letting it all sink in. The prince shut her down mid-question, snapping with zero patience, then turned on Alan and demanded answers. Did he drag them to these filthy, monstrous ruins for nothing? He spat that Alan was an incompetent commoner, and Alan could only blurt out a clipped excuse, his face tightening as well. The other nobles jumped in at once, whining about that stuffy, stale room. As they kept grumbling, Amy drifted toward a far wall. Then Alan spotted her and shouted that there was nothing there. She whipped around, genuinely stunned that he'd even noticed. Then he leaned in and told the group this chamber used to be a goblin treasure room, until the Adventurers Guild wiped out the nest, and the goblins grabbed every last valuable thing. The prince shrugged it off, unimpressed, but Anastasia's eyes lit up with pure fascination, totally stunned that goblins built a secret base so close to the capital. The prince demanded they leave, and Amy's sharp voice cut through the chatter. She announced she'd found the scroll of appraisal. Alan's eyes shot wide as recognition hit him, because it was the exact place. Anastasia's sharp eyes snapped onto her discovery, and she stormed over to ask Amy what was wrong. Crouched by the wall, Amy brushed it off fast, insisting it was nothing. That whole exchange freaked Alan out, because in the game the scroll shows up randomly, yet Amy went straight to the spot like she'd been there before. And then it hit him hard. What if Amy knew about the Autumn Game World 2 just like he did. While the other nobles started bickering all over again, Anastasia strode up to Alan, praised him for crushing it, and said his insight would be perfect for her report. Then she dropped the real bomb. Something felt off. She pointed out that, by the script, she should have been far more cold and jealous toward Amy. Her words made Alan's fears flare for reasons he couldn't explain, and they both realized this world was shifting under their feet. With that chilling thought hanging in the air, they turned around and headed back. Anastasia strides up to Alan and straight up asks if she can spend time with him tomorrow. Caught off guard, he still agrees, and with a satisfied smile she locks in their meet for the next morning by the school gate before heading off. Right after they wrapped up exploring those nearby ancient ruins, the summons hit them, instantly. This morning, like he was told, he arrived at the school's massive wrought ironman gate. Stunned, he realized it was Anastasia at all. Right past the gate, a grand horse-drawn carriage waited for him. The carriage door swung open, and she stepped out right away, apologizing for the delay like it weighed on her chest. He told her he'd just made it himself, and she nodded, then waved him over. "Come on, follow me." He darted to climb up beside the driver, but she cut him off and ordered him inside the main cabin. Once they were both settled in, the carriage jolted off through the town streets, and Anastasia turned to him with real gratitude, thanking him not just for riding along, but for the guidance that got her through their adventure the day before. Inside the carriage, she snapped her eyes to the papers, pulled up their report and declared, "We're heading out now, time to consult the experts." Alan leaned in and asked which kind of experts she'd been talking about. Then she revealed she'd lined up meetings with researchers who specialize in studying labyrinths and local historical ruins. She confirmed Alan's hunch about the expert interviews, because, as a commoner, he'd never see the nasty politics hidden behind it. Alan, beads of sweat forming, pushed back. Was she really ready to go this far for something that was supposed to be just a simple high school assignment? She laid out the crushing stakes. This report wouldn't be some draft. It would be officially stamped by the Crown Prince and Prince Claude of Westerdale, a permanent record of what the nation's future leaders can truly do, with every slip hunted down and judged. So she refused to gamble on half measures. They decided that for their country's future, and to keep peace between the two kingdoms, they'd follow the experts' advice to the letter and turn it into a flawless report, no matter what the nobles were pulling. When Alan heard how serious it all was, he just shot back, "Got it." As their carriage rattled through the city, he found himself honestly wanting to back Anastasia's heartfelt wishes. They dove into their research for real, sitting down across from a cheerful old expert who knew goblins inside and out. They hooked up with a bunch of other scholars and burned through endless hours in the libraries, digging through mountains of old reports and academic texts like they were hunting for the one key truth. Day after day, the two of them threw themselves into their work, and Alan couldn't help but stew, because not a single one of those so-called capture targets lifted a finger to help. After weeks of debates and non-stop rewrites, they finally slammed the finished report, a fat stack of papers, into the Crown Prince's hands, and Anastasia announced they were done, only for him to skim it once and snap that it was way too long, then order them to break it down for him in just 3 minutes. He leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed, and said straight up that he was swamped, then demanded Anastasia summarize it for him. Anastasia just stood there stunned, while two maids watched from the side. Alan watched the whole exchange and smirked, thinking, yeah, he wouldn't have minded stepping in to help the prince, if only he'd bothered to read that report first. He lets out a quiet sigh, and next to him Anastasia shoots the prince a look full of stern disapproval, while Alan just steels himself. Carl Hinz is only a classmate, not his boss. Even though he was still seething, he told her how he pushed forward and neatly simplified their huge report for the prince, just like she asked. After the summary dropped, Carl Hinz snapped back with a dismissive "good work." Then his attendant seized him and ushered him away. After wrapping up his tale, Alan shoots out a quick apology, simple but sincere. Anastasia looks off to the side, her face heavy, and explains that this is just how His Highness is, then asks him to put up with it. Her resigned vibe hits like a punch, and as they walk, Alan can't help noticing it, like she's already thrown in the towel, so he quietly calls out her name. He catches the look on her face, pure surrender, like she's just a pawn in some cruel political marriage. Even with the prince's total apathy, the teachers who graded his report couldn't stop praising it. Word of its brilliance spread like wildfire. And before long, hotshot students like Leonardo and Claude were being hailed as the next big rising stars. Unsurprisingly, Prince Carl Hinz got the credit as the main author, while Alan earned the label of a lucky freeloader who wrote his name into the spotlight, sitting off to the side, pretending he doesn't care. That calm on his face is a shield for iron will. He tells himself he just has to survive this until winter hits. Then he'll step into a duel, take down the prince and his goons, and finally force his way out for good. As Alan stares at his future, time barrels forward, while Anastasia stands alone by the window, arms crossed tight, troubled eyes pinned on the fading summer. As summer faded into autumn, leaves rained down all around Royal High School. With the new season rolling in, the next huge school event slammed into place, the cultural festival, and the whole student body swarmed the notice board, ready to trade ideas for their projects, from handmade jewelry to even running a cafe with friends. While Alan stood there in the noise, weighing out his own plans, he snapped his gaze to Anastasia, face tight with seriousness, and told her he had a plan. His real mission was stopping that festival event from happening again. And since skipping it was out of the question, he had to jump in himself. She asked what he'd decided, then offered to help the prince's group again if he was still on the fence. But Alan politely shook his head and said he'd already submitted his application. Anastasia went still for a beat, then nodded softly, accepting that this was really his choice. Curious, she pressed him about his project. He admitted he was planning a food stall. With a soft, faint smile, Anastasia wished him luck, and he shot back a quiet word of thanks. As she walked off, he stared after her with a worried frown, then snapped back into reality. He had to stay under the radar and steer clear of both Anastasia's and Amy's crews, so he wouldn't get dragged into the main story. Even with his resolve, he couldn't help but keep his eyes on Amy's crew from afar. Oscar, Marcus, Leonardo, and Claude crowded around her, mapping out their display like it was a mission, arguing over the best placement to steer the customer flow, their focus razor-sharp, while Alan tried to disappear into the background. He let out a quiet breath inside, and sure enough, his worst fears were unfolding, because the boys were totally hooked on Amy, leaving Anastasia stranded off to the side. Claude blurted that his throat was getting dry, and Marcus snapped along right away, while Amy tore her eyes off the plans and stared at the lone princess out there by herself. She turned to Anastasia and ordered her to pour them tea, and the princess's face shut down, cold, resentful, and furious at the humiliating request. One of her companions strides up, and with real worry in his voice, he asks if she's seriously doing nothing. Before she can even speak, Prince Carl Hinz shouts Amy's name and invites her to take tea in the garden. Amy agrees that she'll join him soon, and Anastasia quietly goes along with the prince's request. Just as everyone starts packing up to leave, her companion leans in and asks if Anastasia's joining for tea too. And when she says yes, the girl frowns in pure disbelief, because Anastasia is right there, yet she isn't helping with the festival exhibit at all. She keeps needling her, pointing out the mask Anastasia wears like, "Is that really the look?" and snapping that it isn't exactly cute. Then Anastasia just flashes a smug little smirk right back. The companion figures the prince can't stand that look, then argues the people should get an acute princess of their own. But Anastasia snaps it off fast, saying that kind of stuff doesn't matter one bit to her relationship with His Highness. Her friend keeps pushing, demanding a smile from the future queen, and pointing out that Anastasia's acting nothing like what she saw in the game. Coldly, Anastasia snaps back. Baroness von Breeze's better watch her tone, because even as classmates, you don't forget where you stand. Just then, Amy bursts back in, calling Anastasia's behavior around men downright concerning and embarrassing. Then Anastasia snaps, furious at being interrupted, and hurls at the outsider to butt out. The chaos yanks the prince back into the room, and he erupts, demanding to know what on earth is going on. He immediately demands answers from Anastasia. Then before the Baroness can even speak, the prince shuts her down, declares he won't tolerate a single word against Amy, and tells Anastasia to stop dumping her rage on others. Then he swings to Amy, orders Anastasia to leave for the day, and commands Amy to clean up and go home. Left alone in that silent room, she crumples in defeat, whispering, "I'll do what you wish." As the prince's footsteps fade into silence, she slips into motion and quietly piles up a stack of books and papers. Anastasia confronts Amy in a quiet hallway, eyes razor-sharp as she clutches a box of papers. Then she coldly asks how it feels to have her fiancé ripped away, before she looks her over and sneers that she's pathetic. As Anastasia leans in, Amy's sudden, earth-shaking sneeze blasts through the air, jolting Alan from where he's watching, and he instantly clocks Anastasia and Amy right in the middle of their clash. That sudden interruption yanks Anastasia back, and Amy, no longer playing along, snaps her stern gaze upward and tells her, "I don't care if you think I matter, but you must get this. The prince will be the next king. You don't understand a noble's duty, so you're not fit for his highness." Amy's sharp gaze slides past Anastasia, and her face tightens as she leans in and asks under her breath, "What's up with that guy?" Her gaze drops inward, tossing Alan aside like he's just scenery. Then she bites her thumb, annoyance flaring for a split second when it clicks. The slap meant to shatter the kingdom never landed, and this whole detour from the right path has her visibly pissed. From where Alan stands, he's completely thrown off. He can't wrap his head around why Amy stopped the slap, because this is not how the story is supposed to go, not in his playbook. Amy smirks to herself as a sick new realization hits. This scenario wasn't even part of the extra hard mode she knew so well, the one she'd mastered for countless hours, the one she'd poured her time into. Alan's thoughts seal it all. Amy's been reincarnated too, just like him, and now he finally sees her playbook. She's going for a reverse harem route, the very path that ends with the capital getting destroyed. She's steering every event to fit her desires, but this world is Alan's home now, full of the family and friends he won't lose. His stare turns iron. He's not going to stand by. He's going to stop her. Amy, a young woman, declares she's the heroine of this world, then stops and remembers everything about her old life, living in brutal poverty in a lower town, until it all shattered the day a carriage slammed into her. The crash thudded into her head, jolted her memories back, and in that instant she finally understood the truth of what she'd become. Then it hit her, this world wasn't real at all. It was the autumn game she'd devoured, packed with magic, fantasy, and that electric love school rush, and somehow, she was the main character, standing right in the middle of the game's gorgeous guys. Her mind snapped back to the life she'd lost, back when she was a high schooler who died in an accident, haunted by that miserable world, and obsessed with the game, because the handsome guys inside it looked at her like no one ever had at school. She had to believe God took pity on her, because someone was giving her a second chance as the heroine, and the truth landed hard when it was revealed. She was Baron Bray's illegitimate child, with both she and her mother swept into his noble household. With this new reality, she couldn't help but grin. She was picturing a perfect princess life, soaked in luxury inside a castle, with handsome men orbiting her, because that's exactly what a devoted fan like her dreamed about, and she was sure getting the reverse harem ending would be a total cakewalk. Her dreams dragged her straight into high school, where she planned to start her takeover. But before she could even begin, Anastasia stepped up, fresh off a perfect first-place finish in the entrance exams. Anastasia sized up the second and third-place students and snapped that they were just commoners, then turned to Amy, calling her Margaret, and ordered her to go investigate them. It was Alan and Amy on the scoreboard. Alan snagged second place, while Amy took third. Alan, a kid from a poor district raised by a single mom, who still became the youngest ever to graduate commoner school with perfect marks. And Amy, the supposed illegitimate child of Baron Braze, walking around with healing blessings. Stalking down the school's corridors, Anastasia told them to keep their eyes glued on Alan, and when Amy demanded answers, she snapped that it felt fishy for a commoner to jump to top scores so suddenly. Plus his motives and money situation just didn't add up. Asked what she planned to do, and Anastasia guessed Alan might be getting help from her ducal family's rival political faction, or maybe from some shady outfit overseas. For now, she decided they'd just watch him. Their conversation ended the second they stepped into the massive hall for the entrance ceremony, and then, boom, an announcement rang out, demanding the freshmen take their seats. Anastasia and Amy slipped into the last row on the left, gripping the moment like the school year was finally about to kick off. Her gaze pinned Alan, and the moment he felt that stare slam into him, he flinched hard. She clocked his plain, ordinary look, and knew it was a mask she couldn't afford to trust. Amy stood beside her, saying nothing. Amy, the entrance exam runner-up, snapped Anastasia's attention. But Anastasia's mind stayed locked on the prince's safety, and she swore she had to be painfully, relentlessly careful. She remembered spotting Alan at the commoner school. Everyone swore he was a genius, but she couldn't recall him as some background kid, so she decided to dig. She slid up with a warm hello, asked if she could sit beside him and talk before the ceremony, and Alan agreed on the spot. Amy caught herself thinking, wow, he's easy, even as that gloomy, dark vibe of his rubbed her the wrong way. Once her suspicions clicked into place, she decided he was nothing more than some background extra after all. Then she flashed a bright smile and started to leave, not before quietly tagging that gloomy coon as her future errand runner. But the real threat wasn't the boy. It was the student who had climbed to the third spot. Anastasia watched Amy talk to the crown prince, her fiancé, and even though she knew their engagement was just a cold political deal, she couldn't escape the fact that he was her responsibility. She feared that if His Highness kept getting pulled in by a woman like Amy, the weight would crush the people, and the whole kingdom would tumble into chaos. So as a noble, she couldn't stay silent. She had to warn the prince. She remembered the day the prince got those nasty minor burns, and Amy, despite her low level, used her healing blessing to mend him, even if it dragged its feet. The moment she did, his trust in Amy shot deeper than before. Anastasia watched Amy's resolve lock into place, and she knew this couldn't go on. Anastasia clocked Amy's plan instantly. Amy was totally owning the main guys, Marcus, Leonardo, the prince, Claude, and Oscar, pulling them in with effortless charm until they all swore loyalty to her, while Amy pushed straight into the reverse harem route, treating every annoying interference from Anastasia and her friends like it was just a tiny bump in the road. Even with a crown within reach, beauty on her side, and a future laid out like a promise, she still remembered the brutal ending from the original tale, destined to crash into ruin. The shattered engagement, the savage violation, and then death, delivered by the woman who stole her beloved in the first place. And right then, Amy's cold laughter crept back from the shadows, turning the stakes into something you could feel in your bones. Her eyes snapped back to the present, and her plans were flying, until final exam slammed into her with a gut punch. The results were posted. Alan took first, she landed second, and Amy came third. One tiny mistake stole her top spot. The truth hit hard. While she'd been tangled up with His Highness and that woman, Alan had been quietly grinding behind the scenes, locking in a perfect score. She snapped out of it and changed her mindset, because the gap between royalty and a barren child was a mile wide. So for now, she'd let His Highness chase his little temptations in peace. And with that new resolve burning in her chest, she marched straight through the school's corridors. For now, she'd lock in on her studies, starting with the summer independent research project, because she remembered His Highness wanting to poke around some ruins, and Alan being the ultimate adventurer was the perfect opening. At the ruins, the prince realized the appraisal scroll was gone and snapped at Amy to retreat with him. She agreed without hesitation. Anastasia watched them move away and let out a calm, satisfied breath. Inviting Alan really had been the right call, because in this version of the world, with the high difficulty extra mode running, the scroll simply wasn't available. No big deal for someone as battle-tested as her. She thought Alan was the perfect guide, pure, hard-earned wisdom he must have forged through early hardship. And she felt crazy lucky to have him. Then she walked up to him and thanked him, because ever since she came to school and asked for his help, he'd kept shocking her with how well he always supported her. And even the next day she asked again. Amy watched them trade words with a sly smirk, clocking just how crazy friendly they seemed. Her eyes snapped to Alan, already buried in the report from her exploration, and she couldn't help thinking that mob character was straight-up useful. After she finally tossed the villain out for good, she wrapped it up with her mercy and claimed that commoner as her own personal servant. Meanwhile, Anastasia watched Amy's bright, cheerful vibe and instantly clocked what the girl was thinking, and yup, it matched her own judgment perfectly. Alan is brilliant. She was buzzing with excitement as she traded ideas with him. And even though Alan started out with zero basics, he soaked everything in so fast that now he can jump into debates like a total pro. Anastasia's sudden smile lit up the room, and Alan noticed instantly. He asked what was wrong, but she waved it off in a flash, insisting it was nothing. Later, she kept him in her sights from afar and watched. Alan, just like always, was alone, and with this academy packed with nobles, she couldn't help thinking it must feel suffocating for a commoner. She couldn't shake the thought. Maybe she should pull him into the upcoming cultural festival and give him a real chance. After all, she was sure Alan would hold his own the moment he stepped in. Before she could even move, Alan swooped in and told Anastasia, "I already sent my application for a food stall." She blinked in surprise, grudgingly admitting it was a shame, but she rolled with it. And then she lit up, saying she couldn't wait for it. Amy snapped their conversation in half and blasted Anastasia's behavior as ridiculous, claiming she was stirring misunderstandings by getting too close to the boys. Then she turned on the spot and told outsiders to stay out, locking in the pivotal reverse harem moment where the villain is supposed to get slapped. Provoked, Anastasia shot her a fierce glare. Then boom, the prince arrived on the double, demanding who started the mess. Amy snapped toward him and played dumb, swearing she only wanted peace. The prince sided with her, and with one line he shut Anastasia down. "That's enough." As they hauled her away, Amy's sweet, innocent mask slipped, and a smug little grin flashed across her face. Sure, this might blow up later, but right now, she decided it was time to push things even further. She spun back toward the crushed Anastasia, her voice oozing pure malice as she asked, with a cruel smile, what it felt like to have her fiancé ripped away. Her last, silent thought snapped with pure contempt. Asterisk serves you right, asterisk. And Anastasia could only stare back, frozen in a blend of shock and searing pain. Fury climbing fast, Anastasia snapped her glare at Amy, who just smirked back like it was a game. Amy baited her about how furious she was, daring her to strike, and swore she'd hit back 10,000-fold for anything Anastasia did. Right as the tension hit its breaking point, Alan burst into the hallway shouting Amy's name, and Anastasia froze in shock, thinking, "What is he doing here?" Amy, already fed up with the interruption, seethed inwardly at how the boy just had to mess things up right when she was about to pull it off. She snapped her focus back to Amy, and Amy answered with a dismissive huff. So Anastasia launched into a scolding, insisting that even if it felt useless, Amy had to get this. The prince was the future king. She tore into Amy for not understanding what royalty and nobility demanded, calling her behavior completely unworthy for anyone who claimed to be connected to His Highness. Amy's loud, sudden sneeze ripped the lecture right out from under us, and for a moment the anesthesiologist didn't even manage a word. Later, alone in her room, Anastasia replayed the whole encounter and felt the danger still hanging in the air. She knew that if she'd snapped and followed her anger right then, things could have spiraled into something way worse. And with Alan showing up just in time, she quietly asked herself if she'd been safe. On a slick, wet runway, a jet-powered glider jerks to a stop, and the pilot, trapped in a winter flight suit, tugs their goggles straight exhales hard, and mutters about the brutal cold that hits high altitudes this time of year. Alan looms over a huge netted bundle, grinning as the cold hangs in the air, perfect for the job, because freshness is everything, and he decides it's time to finally open it up. The scene snaps into a roaring school festival, right outside a massive building. A waitress in a frilly uniform beams and greets the crowd at her cafe while students flood the courtyard, buzzing with energy. Inside, Anastasia heads straight for Amy, calling her Margaret. And after they're done finishing their exhibit setup, she leans in and asks what's eating her, then dares her to take a lap around the festival together. He herds them through the jam-packed grounds, obeying the organizing committee's directions, but their stride gets yanked to a halt by a blaring welcome from a nearby stall. Anastasia freezes mid-step, stunned as Alan leans behind the counter hawking what he swears is delicious orc meat, looming there beside a massive whole roasted creature. Shock hits her hard as she spots Amy, face blazing, breathing heavy, clearly losing her mind over the roasted meat. Anastasia snaps to it. This isn't just any stall, it's an orc meat vendor, and in Amy's homeland of Altmush, that stuff is a prized delicacy. Anastasia watches the other students eye the food, and sure, it smells amazing, but most recoil at the thought of munching monster meat and back away like it's poison. Then she smirks, turns to Amy, and tells her to come with her for a quick moment. Her judgment lands perfectly. Those noble students huddle together, whispering that the spectacle is way too brutal, and they all realize it's because the orc stays alive for them to tear it apart on the spot that nobody dares to come closer. Still clueless about the chatter, Alan grabs a bite of the meat for himself, admits he only set up the stall so he could eat, then shrugs and decides he'll just haul whatever leftovers back to the guild. Right as he's lost in his thoughts, Anastasia and Amy slide up to his counter. Alan snaps his gaze up, stammers out a stunned greeting to the princess, and before he can even finish, Anastasia cuts straight through with a confident, "I'll take a skewer." Princess Anastasia leaned in and introduced her buddy, Margaret von Altmund, as Amy's eyes lit up, since Amy's hometown was famous for orc meat. Then Anastasia asked for her own skewer, straight up admitting she could be picky about how it was cooked. The second she sank her teeth into the meat, her eyes popped wide with pure delight, juices spilling from that perfectly grilled skewer, crisp outside, melt soft inside, just salted to perfection. And Amy stared in shock, thinking, how on earth can he sell meat this high-ranked and flawless for only 100 cents? He said he got it through a secret back route, an adventurous perk, making sure no one realized he'd been hunting that morning. As he talked, Anastasia shouted to the crowd that the meat was top tier, firm and fresh with zero smell, then declared it was so delicious nobody in here should dare miss it. Other words hit the air and instantly worked. Students surged up, snatching chances to order 2 or even 3 skewers of time, and Alan, eyes wide, hurriedly nodded and confirmed every single request. The stall bustled like crazy, and Anastasia leaned in to tell Amy it was time to head back. Alan was going to be tied up for a while. Amy, still savoring that last bite, nodded and agreed. As they pulled it apart, he shouted his thanks to both of them, dead sincere, and Anastasia just shrugged it off, saying they were only having fun, while Amy looked completely thrown by her words. Then he threw in an invite, telling them to swing back later so they could watch him rip apart the rest of the orc live. Amy lit up with excitement, but Anastasia shut it down hard. Business kept roaring, and while he threw himself into work, Alan flagged one thing in his head: check on Anastasia and then track down the Crown Prince's crew later that afternoon, once he finally snagged a breath of free time. Because Anastasia pulled in such a huge crowd, Alan cleared out his entire stock by morning, selling everything. Once his shop shut, another important guest slipped into the festival too, Crown Prince Karl Hinz. He decided to make the most of it, starting with a stop at Anastasia and her crew, so he spotted their exhibit and bolted for the door. He stepped in, and the exhibition hall was totally empty. The theme was life in the kingdom's downtown, but not a single receptionist was there to greet him. His eyes locked onto a display that claimed to reveal a commoner's daily meals, and he couldn't even believe what he read. Folks in the capital were supposedly living on fluffy white bread, butter, soup, fresh vegetables, and juicy meat, with kids never starving plus schooling and public safety kept up just fine. Yet the whole thing felt painfully shallow to him. He figured this had to be Anastasia's handiwork, and even though it was flawlessly organized, he still couldn't shake the thought. Was this really all a noble's imagination could manage for the lives of common folk? Before he could leave, he decided to look around one more time, and that's when an embroidery exhibit caught his eye. Right then, Margaret waved like she'd been waiting for them, cheered Alan's name, and pulled them in, explaining that the display belonged to her group. The moment they stepped inside, Anastasia snapped her eyes wide in shock at Alan, and Alan just stood there, equally stunned to see her. The prince snapped the moment he saw her, reminding her she'd been kicked out of her old group the very day before. Then Anastasia stayed cool and explained that Margaret had invited her in just because she'd always loved embroidery, and now she was finally showing off some of her older pieces. She let out a heavy sigh, calling the whole mess heartbreaking, then swore she was done and locked in on His Highness and the country's future, telling the prince to stop wearing that miserable face, look around and see it for himself. Margaret's work was on full display too. Alan's eyes snapped to this one piece, and when Margaret told him it was her own creation, he admitted he knew nothing about the craft, yet he still stared in awe at the intricate patterns and quietly thanked her. He kept staring in awe at the different pieces, especially that beautifully embroidered blouse, admiring every detail and thinking, this is the kind of hobby a noble would wear with pride. Then Margaret snapped his gaze to a framed still life of fruit and a slice of cake, and there it was, Anastasia's handiwork. The prince asks him what he thinks of Anastasia's embroidery, and he admits he barely knows the craft, until the picture of cake and fruit hits him and his stomach growls. Then Anastasia hears it, turns betrayed, and stammers that she understands. He realizes what he just said sounded weird, so he blurts out that her work is absolutely amazing. Yet Anastasia accepts the compliment with a shy, flustered look that won't go away. Amy steps in right then, telling him the school festival is basically done, and they've got to clean up before they head to the auditorium. He nods and agrees. From the doorway nearby, the prince watches Anastasia's face, and his curiosity spikes, because he never thought she'd even care about sweets. Meanwhile, Anastasia panics with regret, wishing she'd grabbed a different piece instead. Later, inside the auditorium, an official storms onto the stage and declares the winner of the year's cultural festival, run under the theme of downtown culture, living inside a kingdom support system. The moment the winner gets declared, Prince Karl Hinz, leading the group, steps into the spotlight as the announcer lays it out. Their exhibition is all about the poor, their brutal living conditions, and what the kingdom's future needs to do about it. As the crowd erupts in cheers, Alan keeps his eyes locked on the prince, watching him and his companions wave from the stage. Taking the podium, the prince beams and thanks everyone for the award, then turns the spotlight, graciously crediting Amy and admitting that the whole project theme was her idea. Amy says their goal was to shine a light on what's happening right now and figure out what can be done. And as she talks, Alan can't stop thinking about what royalty is supposedly for, to guide the weaker people. Then he clashes that idea with the memory of a meal from an exhibit that got tossed out and left uneaten. The hypocrisy hits him like a punch. He snorts at the prince's speech, calling it shallow and unbearable, and the sickening truth that this guy is about to be king makes his stomach drop over the kingdom's future. Then his mind slams straight into the future. Winter's coming, and with it the Anastasia condemnation is about to hit, but before that chaos starts, he realizes he has one more crucial event to stop. He slumped alone on a park bench, staring into a grim future he recognized from the game, because in that timeline, Amy gets hounded non-stop by Anastasia and her crew, until it all crashes to the moment they shove Amy down a flight of stairs. He watched the whole scene spin out in a totally different direction. Prince Karl Hinz and Anastasia's bond dying way too fast compared to the original timeline. Yet he knew this moment was the one disaster he had to stop. He remembered that in the game, Anastasia and her minions' harassment was a guaranteed mandatory step, locked in for Karl Hinz's road. Yet here, none of it happened at all. Their resolve turned stone solid. And if that harassment incident had never happened, there'd be zero reason to condemn Anastasia in exile. Elsewhere, Anastasia was completely lost, worry pinching her face, and she couldn't shake the feeling that the whole plan was sliding off script. Then she asked herself if the event would still fire no matter what. Alan clung to a spark of hope. If they could dodge this disaster and just cancel the Crown Prince's engagement to Anastasia, then maybe, just maybe, she could finally grab her own happiness. Alan's quiet thoughts got ripped apart by nearby students whispering, how Anastasia snatched and burned Amy's pen out of jealousy, and how Karl Hinz's prince were at Summondure, and a wave of dread slammed into him. It had begun already, and fate didn't just bend like that. The nightmare he dreaded was already happening. Prince Karl Hinz, with his friends closing in, roared at Anastasia, calling her out for harassing the kind-hearted Amy and even blaming her for burning her pen. But Anastasia stayed stone calm and denied it for herself and her friends. Still, the prince's crew snapped back that jealousy was the real ugliness, and when Anastasia glanced around, her stomach dropped. She was boxed in, outnumbered, and she dared them to prove it, her eyes tired as she wondered just how far Amy would take her corrupt hold on these men. The confrontation exploded when Leonardo von Jukes snatched her arm and swore they weren't done, but Anastasia yanked free, refused to let him anywhere near her, and snapped back that Viscount's son had zero right to touch a duke's daughter. So Leonardo lost it, roared for her to shut up, and promised he'd only let go if she pleaded guilty. Right in the middle of the tension, a calm voice snapped through. Alan burst in loud, yelling that class was almost starting and everyone needed to rush back. Leonardo shot him a furious glare at this mob interruption, but Anastasia just stared back at Alan, caught off guard. And when Alan turned, he spoke to Anastasia formally, told her to hurry, and then quickly excused himself from the scene. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Anastasia, and she flat out admitted he'd helped her, like it was obvious from the start. Then she smirked and wondered out loud if Amy had sparked the whole thing herself. With a teasing grin, Anastasia said if the condemnation was coming no matter what, then she wasn't scared at all. Things were playing out exactly like the scenario. While they talked, a formal party kicked off, and a booming announcer's voice rolled through the hall, cheering the students on their promotion and graduation before calling out the freshman student of the year, Crown Prince Karl Hinz. The prince stepped up onto the stage, lit up the crowd with a grin, and thanked them for the award. Then he insisted the spotlight belonged to the friends who carried him, starting with Claude, whom he immediately motioned over. From his place in the crowd, Alan stared at everything with a troubled look on his face. A young woman slid up to him, praising how he always notices every little detail like it's nothing. She asked if he was having fun at the party, then introduced herself as Isabella von Leeuwenberg, telling him they'd be in the same class next semester and that they should get along. But Alan barely heard her. His mind was already racing, convinced he'd be gone from this place soon. Up on the stage, the prince stood shoulder to shoulder with his companions, thanking them like their work had forged every victory and begging the crowd to keep backing them. Then his voice snapped sharper. He declared, one last thing, and let his final command thunder through the hall. Anastasia, Kleinel von Ramslet, come forward. In the seats, Anastasia and Alan flinched at once because they knew the moment had finally arrived. In front of a packed crowd of students, Prince Karl Hinz jabs an accusing finger at Anastasia Kleinel van Ramslet, and with sheer fury blazing across his face, he drops the bombshell. He's calling off their engagement right now. She stays stone calm, eyeing him like, is this serious? Then she fires back. Does he really want a woman clueless about nobility and the state's affairs? The prince snaps at her perfect composure, throws her off with a furious dismissal, and tells her bluntly to stop acting like this and start showing real anger and distress. He whips around and drags Amy into a fierce, protective hug, then announces that Amy, the kind woman with healing powers, is the one who belongs as his fiancée, not some rotten nobody like Anastasia. Amy melts against him, swooning as she thinks he's amazing and silently begs him to crush her rival. Coolly demands to know if he'll own the fallout. Then Alan clocks how freakishly calm Anastasia is, nothing like he expected. Overhearing a nearby student, Alan gets another warning. Bull-headed ramslets always land in trouble, so watch every word. And the student finishes with a brutal guess. She must have given up on the prince ages ago. She sneers, and you can practically hear the rehearsed cruelty in her voice. That's why the ramslets will always be nothing but country bumpkins who just grow wheat. And both Anastasia and Amy snap to attention, recognizing the insult on instinct. She finally cracks, saying she doesn't care what he says about her, but she will not swallow an insult aimed at the Ramslet family. And Amy jumps in fast, yelling that it's the truth and that Anastasia's country roots are exactly why she got pushed out. So Anastasia snaps her eyes to Amy and asks if she's in on this too. Anastasia decides it's pointless and starts to walk away, insisting there's no use pushing this any further. So the prince yells at her to stop and demands to know where she's going without permission. She snaps back that he should deal with it himself, proud and noble, not run off to cry to his parents, and that lands hard, because he freezes, then fires off the question. What are her gloves for? They shoot down the idea, saying they weren't meant for something like that. Yet the prince twists her words into proof she's weak, declares the Ramslet daughter can't even protect her family's pride, and sneers that her father can't even raise kids. She shoots him an icy look and asks if he wants her to throw Amy a duel. Then the prince scoffs, snaps at her to think for herself, and lets out his frustration that the crown prince even has to spell all this out for her. His condescending tone prods Anastasia into drawing blood, figuratively at first, then sharper, because she snaps back that he should have done it sooner, and with fierce eyes she starts yanking off her right glove. Amy gasps in alarm, knowing exactly what's coming. She struck her move, and a triumphant grin snapped onto Amy's face. She was absolutely sure victory was locked in, and the villain's crushing downfall was already sealed. His gaze wasn't on Amy at all. It locked onto the glove that slipped from her hand and hit the floor. Anastasia lifted her gaze and stared Amy down, demanding to know just how far she planned to push this provocation, and whether insulting her really felt satisfying. From the side, Alan watched it all click into place, realizing Amy had set the whole thing up, because she'd just taken the bait and forced Anastasia into a duel. Before Amy could even open her mouth, Prince Karlheinz surged forward and clapped a protective hand on her shoulder. He told her, in no uncertain terms, not to worry. He'd take the duel himself on her behalf. Alan just stared, totally thrown off, wondering why the prince would step in and fight for the very girl who'd been challenged. Claude, Marcus, and Leonardo immediately bounced in, all shouting they'd protect Amy. Then they whipped their eyes to Anastasia, smirking and taunting. So what now? And do you even have someone who can take us on? While the prince mocked Anastasia for not backing him, a sharp voice sliced through the crowd. Alan surged forward, raised his hand, and declared, "I'll handle it. I'll be your representative." She spun around in pure shock and bolted down the stairs toward him, then grabbed his shoulders and snapped, "What are you talking about? Don't you dare get yourself involved in a duel with royalty. Someone like you has no business being in that mess." Her frantic words didn't rattle him one bit. Alan met her panicked stare with a steady calm and calmly told her, "Anastasia Sima, say I accept it." And she just froze there, stunned and confused. Before she could even protest, he spun around to the prince and blared the news. Anastasia had agreed to the duel. Anastasia went pale, scrambling to refuse, but her mind was already sprinting. Alan's talent couldn't be wasted. His declaration hit the room like a thunderclap. Everybody froze. Prince Karlheinz's confident smile vanished, and a cold, razor-sharp glare locked onto the young boy who just dared to challenge him. He clocked the boy and immediately asked if he was just a commoner he'd heard about, and the prince shot back that they were in the same class. Plus, he'd even taken Alan to show him some ruins before. Right before Alan could even speak, Anastasia cut in like a cannon blast. She'd already chosen her path. She ordered the prince to swallow his insults toward the Ramslet family and apologize, but he didn't flinch. He just stared and asked what she and Amy thought they were demanding from each other. When the question slammed into Amy, she stammered, panicking over what to say, but the princess companion snapped her out of it, warning her to stay far away from all of them. Then they snapped their focus back to Alan, telling him that with 5 of them, he'd either grab 4 more reps or take on 5 straight one-on-one duels. Alan scoffed at the idea as troublesome, and asked if they could all just rush him at once. Claude mocked the audacity of the commoners. Alan swore he wasn't messing around and goaded Claude, asking with a sharp grin if His Highness was actually scared of him. Claude's smirk died. Pure rage twisted into a snarl as he demanded if Alan was looking to get ripped apart. Anastasia lunged in, praising Alan's courage, then warned him he was massively outmatched in magic, archery, and sword skills, and she pressed him hard. Were they really going to be able to win together? The prince's friends blew up on each other. Leonardo ranted that Alan was a meat-headed doll. Marcus complained that losing to a commoner had wrecked his reputation, and Oscar Muse shot back that his popularity came from his family and money, not his looks. While Anastasia pleaded with Alan, demanding why he kept making it harder, and Alan just waved it off, telling her not to worry and swearing he wouldn't run. Amy watched the scene explode, and then it hit her like a lightning bolt. This fight wasn't supposed to exist, not for a background character against the villain, not in the game. Anastasia stared him down with narrowed eyes, and deep down, she already had her own suspicions about that boy. Amy's mind spun back to an old piece of lore, the nobody commoner who got killed shielding the noble he loved, and the truth hit her like a punch, turning her stomach as she realized. Alan wasn't just close to the villain, he was in love with him. Alan brushed everyone aside and fired his final challenge straight at the prince, asking Karl-Heinz if he'd accept the 1 versus 5 rule or bolt in fear. Trapped and seething, the prince clenched his teeth and agreed. "Fine," he snapped, "but don't come crying later." When the duel terms finally locked in, Alan cut the silence and stared straight at Anastasia. There was one last condition. No one in this fight gets to kill the other. The princess froze, eyes wide with pure shock, like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. He flashed a small, almost apologetic smile, admitted he forgot to mention it, and thanked her, while behind them the prince's crew whispered about this new rule. Marcus nodded that it was smarter, because a whole group going after one person would look brutal, but the prince snarled in frustration. Then he raised his voice to demand a witness for the duel. When Alan called, an elderly noble with long, light hair and a fur-collared vest pushed out of the crowd and stepped forward. Hand to his chest, he formally volunteered to be the duel's witness, bowing to the prince with total respect, while Alan stared at him coming, face locked in unreadable silence. Once the witness was locked in, the prince declared the duel would start in just 30 minutes, and everybody finally had time to brace themselves. Alan's eyes narrowed as he shouted that they were trying to cheat by naming their own witness, but the prince only confirmed the deal. He jabbed a finger at Alan and barked a warning not to regret this, then declared they'd meet at the training grounds, and Alan took it all in stride. The moment he turned around, worried friends closed in around him, Anastasia leading the charge, pleading that it wasn't too late to back out. Alan just smiled and murmured that it was for the best, and that reply sent the princess into even more panic. Her composure snapped, and Anastasia confessed she was glad he had good friends, but begged him to back off, swearing no one would blame him. Fear clawed at her as she warned that his kind of talent could get crushed, and that the prince might just brush any foul play off as an accident. Moved by her real concern, Alan quietly spoke her name. Then he spun back to the anxious group and demanded, "You heard the rumor about the youngest C-rank adventurer in the capital, right?" When they nodded, he flashed a grin, jabbed at himself, and declared, "That's me." He piled on titles Goblin Slayer, Orc Slayer, then bragged he'd taken down a Blizzard Phoenix solo, and Anastasia and her friends just froze, mouths open, completely stunned. Once his credibility was locked in, he flashed a final, comforting smile, telling them, "Chill, we're winning." Then he pivoted to leave. His confident walk away left Anastasia utterly stunned. Her cheeks flamed. She just stared after him, and her whole mind spiraled from the shock of that revelation. While everyone else was distracted, Amy slipped into an empty corridor, heart hammering, panic blazing, because this wasn't how the game went in her head. The villain was supposed to get crushed, so why was there a stand-in? And why was Anastasia the one getting dragged in the duel? She stood on the sidelines, her face tightening with grim certainty, because Carl Sama wasn't going to lose, not in her eyes. Alan was just some nobody chasing the girl he liked, and as the stakes rose, she forced herself to keep watching. The man who dared to protect Anastasia would pay with a brutal, terrible death. A creepy little laugh slipped out of her, and then, like fate handed her the perfect setup, she lit up, because she was the heroine and the whole world was on her side. Her face broke into a huge, victorious grin. Meanwhile, at the dueling grounds, Alan strode forward with a calm grin and thanked everyone for their patience. Then the whole crowd erupted in whispers, because he showed up armed with just one dagger, and students started pointing like, "Does he seriously want to die?" He strode calmly toward the arena's center, bowing and apologizing to the prince for making him wait, while Anastasia and the others on the sidelines shouted his name, one of them snapping, "So, why did you show up this badly equipped?" The prince barely even looked at them. He turned straight to Anastasia and promised he'd win that duel for her, while Leonardo snapped in irritation at the sight of Anastasia squaring off with Amy and Alan, the commoner who couldn't stand either of them. Then the official witness cut them off, snapped, "That's enough," and barked, "Start." With a sharp command, the witness shouted for the action, and Leonardo burst forward without a second thought. Then bam, a flash of light and brutal force erupted. Alan vanished on the spot, and Leonardo got launched backward, smashing hard into the stone ground as everyone else just gawked in stunned silence. A sudden blast of smoke erupts across the duel arena, swallowing the combatants whole and turning the battlefield into a wall of fog. From the sidelines, Anastasia, the prince, and Marcus freeze in stunned disbelief. "What is this?" Anastasia blurts out, and the second the smoke hits, her mind snaps straight to Alan. Spectators cough, blinded by the choking smoke, while Anastasia frets at what's happening out there. Then the haze thins, and the fallen students lie still on the ground, as if the match is already done. The last of the haze is gone. Alan is the only one left standing, ringed by the 5 opponents he just wiped out, and Prince Claude's face crumples as he screams the names. The defeated nobles, Claude, Oscar, and Leonardo, while Anastasia just freezes, staring in stunned silence. Alan sees Crown Prince Karl Heinz and Marcus down there too, and the prince grips his chest, shaking with disbelief at what he's just witnessed. Then the referee spots Alan with a weapon at a defeated student's throat and yells at him to stop now. The official slams the brakes on Leonardo, Claude, and Oscar, and they can't keep going. Then Alan coldly tells him, "Who's taking the blame if you refuse the match?" and even threatens to stab the student, while the crowd reels in shock at how fast he just wiped out 3 people. Anastasia Vechai's Alan intends to. A wicked plan ignites in his head. Smoke screen first, stealth skill next. Claude and Leonardo get blinded and thrown off, shouting like crazy into the fog, only to realize the commoner bastard vanished without a trace. He yanked out the pistol and suppressor he'd used on the thieves, then unleashed his brand new non-lethal move. Sure, it wouldn't kill, but that blast would pulverize bones and leave Claude screaming in agony. The moment Claude went down, he vanished into stealth again and threw out yet another smokescreen. The next target was Marcus the magician. Alan had already clocked it, put him in a weird spot, and Marcus panics fast. So instead of blasting the harmless mist away with magic, he got swamped by it. Alan felt relieved he didn't have to touch magic yet. With Marcus taken out, Leonardo moved up next. Leonardo slashed his sword through the smoke, roaring for his cowardly opponent to show up, and Alan immediately shut that down in his head, because he couldn't risk a stray bullet landing on a student in the crowd, so he wouldn't rush in recklessly. Instead, he flicked a tiny gust of wind to rip the smoke just long enough, then burst through the gap to strike. The master archer, Oscar, is totally helpless. He can't hit what he can't even see. Stunned, the prince snaps at Alan, yelling that he needs to know if Alan did this. He rages that he can barely see his own feet, let alone his friends, then hurls accusations that Alan's been blasting them with powerful attack magic, demanding an answer right now. So tell him, did Alan kill them? As the dust finally settled, the referee's voice cut through everything. Leonardo, Claude, and Oscar were done, unable to keep fighting, all standing among the toppled nobles. Anastasia froze, staring in pure disbelief, her brain scrambling to make sense of what she was seeing. One frantic thought pounded in her head. What is this? Shot curdled into pure fury. She stared daggers at Alan, barking demands to explain why he was begging her to stop while he kept tearing her world apart. Amy stood nearby, trembling, only able to whisper his name, caught between awe and terror, while Prince Carl Hinz just watched, locked in unshakable, stony silence. As they scrambled, Alan stayed ice calm, taking everything in like he owned the moment. He'd already dropped Leonard and Claude with non-lethal shots, and he'd cashed in on the referee's call to officially cut Oscar down. Now his thoughts sharpened. The real danger was the remaining two. Marcus, he knew, wasn't just another name. Inside the game, he was destined to rise into the chief court magician and even snag the prime minister seat, shaping the country's future. He snapped his gaze to the future prime minister, voice slicing the air, and jabbed Marcus. Did he really think he could slip free? Would he finally fold and surrender? When Marcus scoffed, Alan pushed harder, accusing him of scaring his opponents, families the moment he felt he might lose. Then Alan drove the point home, because that kind of intimidation didn't just target victims, it dragged Anastasia and her family into it, since Marcus was acting as her representative. He kept talking, saying only a sharp mind could spot the real reason behind the duel, and that jab hit Marcus right in the gut. Marcus could only believe it was all meant to protect Amy. Then Alan snapped his voice loud enough for everyone to catch, grilling Marcus for blaming Anastasia on his own, with zero proof, just because Amy had poked her first. Even the distant crowd, Anastasia included, leaned in, totally thrown as the argument swung to a new target. Alan ordered Marcus to apologize to Anastasia and her family, calling him a short-sighted pick for a future leader and demanding he rethink his choices. Then, in a blur, Alan snapped a devastating palm strike straight into Marcus' face. The punch slammed Marcus to the stone, his glasses exploding on impact, and the referee declared him defeated. Then the crowd erupted in disbelief because that commoner had just flattened four nobles. Anastasia stood there, frozen like she couldn't breathe, and now there was only one opponent left, Crown Prince Carl Hinz. Rage exploded in him as he snapped that Alan was a coward for hiding behind sketchy magic tools instead of facing the duel straight on. Then Claude, finally steadying himself, jumped in and declared the fight invalid. Alan stayed calm and shot back, asking if it wasn't even more cowardly to publicly insult Anastasia and shove her into a duel, then reminded the prince that he'd blamed her too, just because Amy was hurt, and pointed out that nothing in the rules banned his tactics. The prince swore Anastasia had been harassing Amy, but Alan's voice thundered across the arena, slamming the claims as pure lies. He declared Anastasia hadn't done a single wrong thing, and unlike everyone else, he had zero reason to fake it. As he talked, Amy stared with wide, stunned eyes, and the certainty of her own story started to crack. Composure finally snapped and the prince erupted, demanding Alan shut up, then tore into everything, the crushing weight of royalty and how nobody ever cared about what he actually wanted. In his head, the truth was crystal clear. Amy was the only one who really saw him, not the crown. His favorite moments, his secret thoughts, she knew them all. His voice broke as he screamed, desperate and raw, that Amy was his, and only with her could he ever be happy. Across the arena, Anastasia's face tightened as a horrible realization hit. Still stunned by the prince's outburst, she watched in horror as Alan kept hammering him, demanding how the prince could miss Anastasia's devotion as his fiancée. Alan snapped that she'd chosen her duty to her country and its people, yet the prince ignored her for other women, fixated on Amy, and shoved Anastasia so hard their engagement cracked open, until she was forced into a duel. Then the prince finally snapped, roaring for Alan to shut up. His voice cracked with agony as he mourned how royalty chained his heart, leaving him unable to live freely with the woman he loved. He even snapped that commoners had it easy because royals guarded them. Then Alan calmly asked, "Is that really true?" The prince shot back, daring him. If a common life was so great, then Alan should just run off with Amy and elope. Alan's fury hit like ice-cold thunder. He laid out how a commoner's life crushes you from childhood. Filth-splattered, brutal labor every single day for only 1,000 cents, stingy meals of vegetables, a scrap of dried meat, and hard bread you had to dunk in watery soup just to choke it down, all while hunger gnawed at his ribs until sleep couldn't even save him. Then rage surged. He bellowed at the prince to stop living like a spoiled brat. He pushed forward, shouting over the silent crowd, and demanded, had the prince ever really thought about the country or the people living inside it? If he had, Alan insisted, then staying with Lady Anastasia was the only answer. When Anastasia heard that, she bowed her head and pure sorrow washed over her face. As she processed his words, Alan snapped his gaze to her and said it was too late for him too. "This is the end," he declared. Anastasia jolted up, crying his name, trying to warn him in time. Her warning hit the moment it mattered, because right behind Alan, the prince's tear-streaked rage was already swelling into a pulsing sphere of dark, chaotic magic. Anastasia knew that power instantly. It was the same one that had slipped out of his control before, only this time it crackled stronger. "This is for you," the prince howled, launching himself to unleash it. Crouched low like a coiled spring, Prince Karl Hinz hurls a massive, swirling blast of dark energy at Alan, eyes locked with desperate resolve as he swears, right there and then, that he'll win this fight for Amy and claim victory. From the sidelines, Anastasia snaps into panic. She knows she has to slam the prince's magic down, but she's terrified her ice spells won't hit fast enough, or at all in time. Then the dark energy surges toward him, and she lets out a terrified scream of Alan's name. Even with the sponsor's cry echoing, Alan stays rock steady as the wild sphere of magic barrels in. Then he casually flicks his wrist, swats the whole attack aside, and knocks the prince flying backward from the redirected blast. A blast of dark energy surges in and then fizzles harmlessly away as the prince gets hurled across the dueling grounds, slamming hard onto his back. With his opponent finally down, Alan drops his hand, flexes his fingers once like he's shaking off pressure, then lets out a quiet, sideways exhale. An old duel witness freezes in stunned silence as the prince lies crumpled on the ground, and Anastasia rockets over to him, pressing a worried hand to his neck to check if he's still breathing. His voice thunders across the grounds, declaring Karl Hinz down and shouting that the duel is Alan's win. Amy and Isabella explode with cheers for Alan's insane victory, while Anastasia just stares, stunned and unable to believe it. The celebration dies the second Amy crumples to her knees, utterly broken, staring ahead like her mind just shut off. Her whole world collapses as she spirals over where she went wrong, begging the universe to explain why she's supposed to be the heroine. For her, it's finished, truly over. Alan strides up to Anastasia and kneels and with full formality dedicates his win to her. She thanks him, but he cuts in fast. The real point is that he didn't kill the prince. He's just completely drained from burning through all his mana. Alan lays it out plainly. If the crown prince died, the country would crash into chaos anyway, and that hits hard because it's exactly what Anastasia's been fearing. He rises, thanks Anastasia, Margaret, and Isabella for everything, then turns to go right as Anastasia yells his name. The duel witness strides forward and cuts in, and he declares the duel is settled, formally asking Anastasia for that last, final confirmation. She nods and steps up, taking the blame for hyping the duel and honoring the folks who got hurt. Then she turns on her heel, scrambles to clean up the disaster, and tears across the school grounds, panting hard as she runs. She bursts into Alan's room, yanking the door wide and shouting his name, but his last words, "Thank you for everything," ring in her head and leave her stunned as she finds the room bare and cold, the bed neatly made with the bedding folded on the frame. A schoolmate steps in, and Anastasia snaps, demanding to know where the kid who was using this room went, only for the maid to say she was just called in to clean up after it had gone empty. The truth hits Anastasia hard. Alan has already left the school. Meanwhile, Alan storms into his home and catches his mother off guard, hauling in a huge bundle of his things as his stomach churns over what he just set in motion. He beat the crown prince in the duel, but now the nobility won't let him breathe, and he can't stop wondering how he'll possibly explain all of this to his mother. He sits down with her and spills everything that happened that night, admitting he threw his weight behind the Duke's daughter because she was getting railroaded. And then he drops the final blow. He's basically certain the duel will get him expelled, leaving his mother completely speechless. He blurts out an apology, convinced she's crushed that he won't graduate and land the kind of job she's been dreaming of. Then she just shuts her eyes, takes the news in stride, and accepts it without a fight, shocking him completely. She tells him she's proud he's grown up and actually helped someone in a brutal situation, then warns him that mixing with princes and nobles from other countries could bring punishment way worse than expulsion. She demands a serious promise. If anything goes wrong, she'll step in for him, and he has to run. Alan blurts out protests, but she shuts him down, saying her only priority is keeping him alive and safe. His mother ends it with a firm, "Go to bed," and he nods along in silence before slipping into his sleeping spot in the loft. Stuck in bed, he glares at the ceiling as his thoughts race wild, questioning why the world feels so unfair, panicking over what's coming next, and praying he'll have the strength to protect his mother if everything goes wrong. His resolve turns to steel. He's going to save his mother and the people of the city he's fought for. But one tiny doubt still claws at him, and then a memory snaps into focus. His mom, lantern in hand, calmly urging him as he nervously scrambled up a steep ladder to the loft, whispering that it was okay and he could do it. He lay in bed while his mother curled beside him, the distant castle glowing through the window, and she couldn't believe how long it had been since she'd seen him like this, since he was still a baby. With a soft smile, she admitted she'd always wondered where his brilliance came from, and now she finally knew. It was because he was his father's son. He blurts out that maybe this is why he screwed up and pulled her into it, then admits no one ever told him why his father died before he was even born, only for his mom to say he's just like him. She explains that his dad once stepped in to help a girl who was in trouble, and she swears Alan's father would be proud of what he's doing. Alan sits there quiet, finally realizing his mom never talked about his father like this, until now. Her eyes hardened with pure resolve as she swore she'd throw down with anyone who dared hurt him, king or noble alike. When Alan apologized for causing trouble, she softly patted his head, saying she was proud of the amazing job he'd done, then surprised him by declaring she'd sleep right there too and telling him to scoot over. Next morning, after a solid night's sleep, his mind snapped crystal clear, so clear that, while he splashed his face, he admitted he'd been drowning in negativity the night before. If he hadn't stepped in, Anastasia would have been condemned, a civil war would have ignited, and the Estonian Empire's invasion would have rolled right in. Yet it all stayed on course exactly like he'd planned. He figured his anxiety was just exhaustion and nerves. Plus, nobody had even decided if he'd be executed yet. Then he rose from the wash basin, and his mom's voice rang in from the main room, calling out that he was up way too early. While she dug into the breakfast she made, he took a bite and nodded, telling her it was really good, and her smile lit up when she said it had been so long since he came home. But even with the calm all around them, his face tightened the moment his thoughts turned dark, wondering just how long this peace would hold. A sudden knock slammed into the quiet of their meal, and Alan's stomach dropped as he wondered who would dare show up this early. Maybe even someone from the royal palace, even though it had only been a day. He rose fast, told his mother he'd check, and headed for the door. He swung the door open, and the entrance was totally empty. His chest tightened as he scanned the quiet morning outside, but there wasn't a single soul to be found. Monica suddenly burst into the room and slammed into her in a powerful, breathless hug. Katarina gasped her name in shock as Monica beamed and yelled, "Good morning." Monica snapped Katarina loose, spun toward Alan and told him straight up. A few guild guys had spotted him yesterday, and now they were waiting downstairs to grab him, while she'd rushed back from the market to hand his mother a basket of fresh vegetables. Alan just froze for a second, nostalgia flashing in his eyes. He stepped outside and found his guildmates waiting for him, and the bald, bearded adventurer immediately snapped, "What's wrong? Why'd you come back so fast?" While Jard greeted him with a warm smile, saying it had been way too long. They pounced on him right away. One adventurer even teased that he must have brought a girl home, and another snapped back that Alan wasn't that kind of guy. They wouldn't let it go, grilling him about whether he'd been kicked out of the dorm and what he'd done to earn it. As they finally drifted off, the bald man told him to stop by the guild now and then. Monica, right there beside them, asked if he'd already explained everything, but Alan shot it down, swearing he hadn't done a thing. He whipped his head toward his mother, and she just stared back with that knowing look, like she already had it figured out. Then he confirmed it, saying he couldn't risk letting the guild folks get dragged into his mess, and just as the words left his mouth, his gaze snapped to the street where a dazzling, ornate carriage rolled in and came to a stop. His face tightened with raw anxiety, and he blurted that it had to be the palace, like, why would they show up at this hour? The thought felt impossible. The carriage doors crashed open, and Princess Anastasia stepped out. Alan's eyes went wide. An elderly butler followed right behind her, bowed with perfect poise, and told Alan he was the Duke of Ramslet's man, sent here to escort him. Alan, the formal carriage, pulled by 2 horses, sits on the cobblestone street, and Alan stares in pure disbelief, still not understanding why it's come to pick him up. Mother blares out in protest, swearing her son's done nothing wrong, but the elderly butler stays unshaken as he says Gerhardt, head of the ducal Ramslet family, just wants to meet Alan. Then he swears on the Duke's name that Alan, her young lady's benefactor, will be kept safe and untouched. Before they leave, Alan asks if his father will please let Alan change his clothes, and he swears he'll wait. Then, catching his mom's lingering worry, Alan meets her eyes and flashes a reassuring smile, promising her that everything's going to be fine. Clad in a sharp uniform, he rides in the carriage as it rattles through the city streets, sitting still while he peers out his window, and the butler sits opposite him like a silent shadow. Gay stares at the lavish buildings and realizes this is his very first time stepping into the aristocratic district, where every mansion he lays eyes on blows him away. Marriage finally grinds to a halt in front of a towering, dignified mansion, the official residence of the Duke of Ramslet. In a fancy waiting room lit up like a palace, a butler steps in and tells Alan to hang tight for a second. Then a maid swoops in with a steaming cup of tea, and Alan gladly takes it. He takes a sip of tea, eyes darting across the elegant room, and thinks, yeah, this place is exactly what you'd expect from the high-end mighty Ramslets. He sets his cup down, takes a deep breath to calm his racing nerves, and tells himself to focus, figuring out just how much cooperation he can wring from the Ramslet family. Then, right on cue, a hand turns the handle of the grand doors in front of him. The doors burst open, and there he is, broad-shouldered and towering, draped in regal clothes. Alan jerks his head up, caught off guard as the man grins like he already knows him. "Good morning," he says. "You're Alan, aren't you?" He gestured for the young man to sit, and Alan, all nerves, slid into the chair and introduced himself with stiff, formal confidence. Then the nobleman cleared his throat and said, "I'm Gerhardt, head of the Ramslet who serves the Duke," and he bowed hard, apologizing for the abrupt summons. Alan waved it off like it was nothing. Then the Duke leaned in and said, "Turns out you handled my daughter just fine yesterday." He kept thanking Alan over and over for taking on a duel against His Highness, and Prince Claude, standing up for Alan's daughter. The Duke leaned in and asked if he could steal a few questions, and Alan, shocked, hadn't seen the gratitude coming, so he hurriedly told the nobleman not to bother. The Duke snapped into an immediate apology, admitting he dug into Alan's past, and that he already knew everything. Alan was the youngest C-rank adventurer, the conqueror of the Goblin Labyrinth, and the legend known as the Orc and Goblin Slayer. Alan kept stacking achievement after achievement, beating a Blizzard Phoenix, graduating early from commoner school, and saving every coin just to reach high school. And the Duke finally snapped to the real question. With a record like that, why would Alan ask to be his daughter's representative in some foolish duel? Then the Duke cut straight to the point and demanded flat out, "So, do you want my daughter?" Alan snapped back with a firm yes. He was ready to get kicked out of school, because Anastasia's dedication and grind were something he truly admired. He went on, fully clocking the gap between their social ranks, then suddenly trailed off mid-thought. The Duke cornered Alan and demanded to know why he dare risk the high school he'd fought so hard to get into. Alan tried to say the Duke might not buy it, but the words never even got out, because the Duke shoved for his reason until silence did the answering. He leaned in as Alan finally spilled his real motive. He wants to protect his mother and the people who have taken care of him. The boy's answer stunned the Duke, who snapped the word back at him and grilled him about what it even meant in this situation. He took a quick sip and confirmed he'd gotten every detail about the incident, then flat out admitted the duel was rigged, saying he'd never heard anything so absurd in his life. Alan snapped back that a duel is still a duel, but he warned that if Anastasia had fought for herself, she never would have truly hurt His Highness. The Duke finally caved, admitting it was obvious from the very beginning, because his daughter's personality practically guaranteed she'd lose. He kept going, and it hit him. If she lost, the other side would slam for her to be banned from getting anywhere near the prince, and that's how the Duke believed Anastasia would be thrown out of school for a crime she never committed. Alan then slammed the bigger picture on the table, saying that if the prince cut a Duke's daughter out on his own, it wouldn't just end there. It would poison the whole noble court, and suddenly the kingdom would tip into a brutal succession war between the crown prince and the second prince. Chaos, bloodshed, the whole nightmare. The Duke lifted a hand, clearly catching every warning Alan threw down. Even though he understood the political theory, he still pushed for the link to what Alan was chasing. And then he leaned in and demanded to know how any royal power struggle could ever touch the boy's mother and everyone he loves. His eyes burned with certainty as he delivered the truth, saying he's terrified for the fate of the entire Estonian kingdom. That massive declaration from the boy shut him up cold. His face tightened, his gaze sharpened, and he stared straight at Alan, measuring just how huge his worry really was. Alan chewed on the boy's words, realizing this kid had weighed the whole mess deeply. And then Alan quickly lowered his voice, admitting his answer was just a guess built on what he'd read in the newspapers. The Duke slammed a heavy hand on Alan's shoulder and promised to own the case, swear his life to protecting Alan's mother, and stand guard over him from that day on. So Alan could finally breathe again, and Alan thanked him with all his heart. Then he snapped for his butler, Seabes, and ordered him to get Alan home safe and comfortable. Alan was still reeling, so he thanked him again, right to his face. He stepped aside, bowed politely at the butler's side, and formally excused himself before heading out. Once Alan was gone, Duke Ramslet stood alone, wearing a grim, contemplative look that wouldn't budge. He stared into the boy's future, hung up on one wild truth. A commoner with divine protection had just crushed 5 nobles. Then he couldn't stop asking himself, what kind of man was Alan going to turn into? His mind snapped back to what his daughter Anna had told him, and he realized that from one chaotic day at school, Alan managed to clock their country's dangerous situation and move fast, even with hostile nations circling them on all sides. Anastasia's desperate screams for her father came roaring back from the previous night, echoing through the air outside the estate and begging for someone to finally listen. He burst to the door in his nightgown, with a maid hovering beside him, and when he spotted her back so soon, he demanded to know what happened. Then her face turned deadly serious as she grabbed his attention and insisted she had something crucial to tell him right now. Or inside. As the butler's staff served the Duke, he listened closely, and now he can't shake her words. Was Alan truly doomed to become stupid? Or was the mess he just witnessed the real, ugly meaning behind what she said? He started with pure disbelief, saying that even though her duo's opponents were the strongest at the school, including the prince, he still couldn't wrap his head around how she managed to pull off a win all by herself. She shot back by naming a classmate Alan, and made it clear he was a scholarship kid with a humble past. She praised his wild resume, the youngest Sarank adventurer ever, a labyrinth buster who cut down goblins and orcs, and one of the best students in school. Then added that he was a serious, easy-to-root-for mage who could shut down the prince's out-of-control flame magic. After her father listened closely, he just stared at her and asked, straight up, if she'd fallen for the boy. Her face burned red with embarrassment as she blurted, "Father." And he just chuckled, grinning at how excited she was, like her teasing meant it was still in the very early stages. His grin drained away as seriousness crept back in, and he started rubbing his chin like the answer might bite. He muttered that keeping her hooked on his highness was going to be a whole lot harder from here. She stared down with a worried face, then admitted in a hushed voice that things were about to get brutally rough. While she stared down the brutal road ahead, her father was already on the move, pushing for answers and asking Seabes, the butler, about the scholarship student. The butler spilled that Alan was raised by a single mom in the royal capital, and Anastasia, standing right there, cut in, saying she'd already done her digging. Then she said it with iron certainty. Alan was a boy their country couldn't possibly afford to lose, while her father, still facing away, grudgingly admitted that if she was right, that kid really was a rare, outstanding genius. Finally, he spun around to face her and shut the whole talk down, promising he understood every word she'd said. Then checked the time, told her it was late, and ordered her to go rest. He listened as his daughter, her voice cracking with panic, begged him to save Alan's fate. That desperate plea snapped his mind back to the mess he couldn't ignore. He stood there alone, staring at the tangled reality of his daughter's engagement to the prince. And this wasn't some small trouble. Anastasia slipped into his study with her companion, and when he heard her out, he nodded. Alan, the boy, was just like she said. She nodded at his point, but her heart sank as she confessed it. She'd been baited into the duel, and somehow she'd been reckless enough to pull Alan into the mess. The whole thing was so explosive she couldn't even pretend it wouldn't have spiraled into a full-blown war for the entire country. With her companion staring at her, eyes full of worry, Anastasia finally blurted out her shame over the whole mess, about his highness. Seeing Anastasia's pain, the older woman surged forward and gently cradled her head, offering comfort right away. While his daughter got soothed, the Duke's resolve turned to steel, and he declared he was marching straight to the royal palace. She spun toward Anastasia, and there, tears streaked her face. Then the Duke's head straight up swore he'd personally guard Alan, demanding if this was truly what she'd been praying for. With tears still blurring everything, Anastasia finally managed a shaky yes. His decision was final, case closed. After all that chaos, Alan got escorted to a carriage by the Ramslet family butler, and he immediately demanded anesthesia, only for the butler to smile and say she couldn't see anyone today. Alan didn't argue. He thanked him and climbed into the carriage to head out. As the carriage whisked him away, the boy couldn't stop thinking about the princess. He was sure Anastasia hated him now, because he'd vanished without a single word, and that thought crushed him. As the city blurred past his window, he stared at his own situation and breathed a shaky, grateful sigh. Yeah, he'd beaten fate and survived. But he knew it still wasn't victory, not yet. For the moment, he'd just have to live with that. A few days later, Alan was perched up on a ladder inside a dusty barn when his mother's voice suddenly boomed from below. "Someone's here to see you." He hurried downstairs to meet the Ramslet family butler, who bowed with stiff formality. But the moment he saw the person beside him, Alan's eyes popped wide in pure shock. Anastasia was back. The butler handed over a sealed letter and said it was an invitation from Duke Gerhardt to dinner tomorrow. Alan just stood there, stunned by the audacity of the invitation, and by the fact that Anastasia had reappeared out of nowhere. Inside a grand estate, Alan fidgets in stiff, unfamiliar formal wear, and his mother, Katerina, watches with deep worry, hands clasped tight as she anxiously asks if it's really okay for them to wear something this fine. She beams with sincere gratitude for all the care they've been given, and Alan quickly tries to calm her nerves. Sebastian told him everything was totally fine, even if they didn't dress up in formal attire. Adds that her reaction comes as no shock at all, since commoners almost never get the chance to dine with a duke. Yet he's got one thing to fall back on: his school uniform. Converse, a huge, powerfully built man with a beard, smiles and greets Alan warmly, then gestures at Anastasia standing beside him with her eyes shut. Right away he asks if the woman with Alan is his mother. Katerina steps in, introduces herself, and thanks him for the invitation. Man steps in and introduces himself as Gerhard Kleinel von Ramslet, the head of the Ramslet family, then tells Katerina that his daughter owes Alan deeply, before pouring out his heartfelt gratitude for every bit of help he's given. He finally steps in to introduce his wife, Elizabeth, and his son, Friedrich. Then the young boy flashes a polite, "Nice to meet you." Elizabeth greets everyone with a calm, warm smile and says she invited her daughter's benefactor and his mother, and she just wants to skip all the stiff formalities. Alan bows respectfully, introduces himself, and declares it's truly an honor to finally meet them both. Just as he starts to greet them, Elizabeth blurts out that Alan's here, and Anastasia, now dressed in a formal gown, whips around with pure, seething irritation. Alan freezes when he sees her because she strides right up to him, leaving the other guests confused murmurs in the dust. She finally catches up to him and yanks him aside out of nowhere. Before he can even process it, she snaps around and grills him, demanding to know what he just did, then asking if he'd said anything about goodbye. Alan is completely stunned. All he can do is blurt an apology, and he can't stop wondering if she's mad at him. Her expression eases for a moment. She blurts out that she's sorry for vanishing so suddenly, then admits she's thrilled to see him again. She even turns to him and thanks him for taking the duel on her behalf. Alan's mind is still scrambling to catch up, so all he can do is make a confused little "yeah, okay," while Elizabeth watches them both with a smile that says she totally saw this coming. Duchess calls out how close she and Alan are, and she panics and tries to deny it. Then Alan just exhales, admits he feared she'd despise him, and lights up because he's finally seeing her again, leaving Anastasia completely stunned by how real his words are. Right when things heat up, Duke Gerhardt storms in and blurted out an apology for the delay, while the butler clears his throat. Like a switch flipping, and the whole scene suddenly changes gears. Then Duchess Elizabeth whips her gaze to Alan and whispers that Anastasia freaked out so badly she sprinted into the Duke's room, sobbing in the dead of night. With a gentle smile, she tells him to call her daughter Anna. Anastasia, red-faced and mortified, loudly insists she never cried a single tear, and Alan just stares as everything clicks into place. As they draw even closer, the Duchess teases him for a reply, demanding to know what he really thinks of her plan. Alan freezes, stuck between words, not sure how to answer. He whips his head toward Anastasia and, all formal, asks if he can call her Anna-sama. And when she blushes and spirals into embarrassment, she finally agrees, but only if he saves it for when they're alone. Once the dust settles, she snaps back to calm and calls for Seabass, telling him it's time to head to the dining hall. He immediately bows to the order and follows. As they walk, Alan fires up his thoughts. He decides it's better to wear emotions that match his supposed age, instead of keeping that usual stone-cold poker face. Now he's sitting at the fancy dining table with the whole Ramslet family, and Alan and his mom just listen as Duke Gerhardt steps up, straight-faced, telling them he invited them all to talk through the details of what just happened. He breaks down the duel's result. Turns out the whole point was one thing, an apology to his family for the insult. So it's decided. The Crown Prince and Amy will publicly apologize to Anastasia at the start of next term, right in front of everyone. He took a sip, then dropped the final bombshell. Royal engagement between the Crown Prince and his daughter is officially off. Then Duchess Elizabeth Ramslet turned to Alan and said her daughter can't seem to stay away from him, so she begged him to keep being Anastasia's steady friend. The Duke sealed the last details of Alan's situation. No punishment, no expulsion. So Alan and Anastasia just froze, then exhaled in pure, shocked relief. The Duke even told Alan to actually enjoy school, then promised to connect him with a job after graduation, hinting he could end up working for the Ramslet family. Hit by the news, Alan's mother threw her hands over her face, tears pouring down in pure gratitude as she thanked the Duke again and again, like she couldn't stop. Through her tears, the family's butler stepped in with a handkerchief, and Duchess Elizabeth gave a warm, relieved smile, saying it must feel like such a break at last. Katarina nodded back, thanking them again even as the tears kept falling. Then the Duchess spun back to Alan, eyes sparkling, and teased that she'd be in his care again next year, maybe even in his arms. And Alan blurted out a stunned, stammering reply. Once the serious talks were done, Duke Gerhardt beamed and ushered Alan and Katarina to the table, where the whole Ramslet family sat down with them, and the dinner kicked off in a cozy, friendly haze. Alan took a bite, and pure satisfaction hit him like a wave. He shut his eyes and couldn't help thinking, all that hard work paid off. After the meal, Alan and his mother slid into carriage mode, thanking the Ramslet family from the bottom of their hearts, and Duke Gerhardt promised Alan he'd always be welcome at their home. Right as they were about to leave, Anastasia shot forward and asked Alan for a quick word, and when the Duchess saw that, she told Katarina to tour the garden so the two young people could have a little privacy. She wasted no time, her face set in stone. Then Anastasia declared she was itching to crack the Altman labyrinth and planned to make a formal request to him, a C-rank adventurer, as their guide, and made it clear that Margaret would be coming too. She grills him about the Altman labyrinth, especially the Great Orc Labyrinth, then asks just how far he plans to go, and Alan freezes because she already knows about it. Inside, he wrestles with the truth. Should he admit he explored it when it was still a world secret? But Anastasia snaps it together in seconds, eyes blazing as she pushes. So you've been there already? Alan just smirks and says, yeah, he found it deep in the jungle a long time ago. He keeps talking, waving off the danger like it's nothing, claiming the final boss was just an orc king and the labyrinth had 0 traps, so it never crossed his mind to take it seriously. Anastasia listens, her face burning with frustration and disbelief. She admits you don't have to report discoveries like that, but she can't believe he's acting like it's no big deal. Amy looked completely overwhelmed, then blurted, "What do you mean by fast laps?" He snapped into explanation. Those runs were his way of memorizing the labyrinth's layout fast, and with just a bare minimum of self-defense, you could probably make it through on your own. He explains that a fast lapse is the perfect way to level up, wipe out the whole labyrinth, then slam right back into the entrance and repeat. Just hearing it makes Anastasia sweat, but she can't deny it. Brutal as it is, it works. Seeing her flinch, he presses, asking what's wrong. Anastasia snaps herself back into place, insisting it's nothing, but her eyes betray her, half awe, half embarrassment, as she whispers, "You really are something." And Alan can only answer with a stunned, "Yeah." Amy snaps at the moment and blurts out, asking if he'll lead them, even pitching the plan to hit the road right after the new year kicks in. Alan instantly lights up and agrees, saying it's a perfect idea. Right after the new year, they clamber into a carriage for a few hours and roll into Altman, where Margaret is already waiting. Out steps a confident woman dressed for adventure, and she tells them the guild's warning. Plenty of others have already tried to break into the labyrinth. Alan snaps that maybe it's been cleared already, but she smiles and assures him they're not too late. They still have a real shot. Then her attention snaps straight to Alan, after he just beat the school's 5 toughest fighters in a duel. She boldly says she wants to scout him for the Altman family, and the moment the offer hits, Alan goes completely silent. The woman swivels to Anastasia with a smug little grin and promises her, "Don't worry, I'm not here to steal your precious night." Flustered, Anastasia spins away, stammering that she has no clue what she's even talking about. Alan's face hardens as he steps in, and he blurts out an apology for getting them hyped about the labyrinth's riches, because he's already grabbed every last treasure. Then he drops the real deal. He'll hand over the entire hoard to them. Alan proves who he is to the skeptical adventurers trailing Cecilia, and a mustached man shoots a pointed question. "I heard from Margaret that you'd be our guide, but are you still just some student?" Another goateed adventurer can't believe it. He remembers Alan crushing the goblin labyrinth and earning the name Orc Slayer. And a third man steps in, demanding, "So what's your plan?" Alan stays cool as ice and tells them exactly what he's planning. Before they move a step, he's putting their skills to the test so they can lock in the right formation. The mustached man flashes total confidence and promises Cecilia they'll keep Margaret safe, but Cecilia shoots him a sharp, skeptical side-eye like, "Yeah, sure," because she's not buying it for a second. With the deal locked in, the party braces in front of that dark, timber-framed entrance to the labyrinth, and the second they're ready, they charge into the unknown. Right inside, Alan rallies the party and orders them to take the orcs on as soon as they show up, promising he'll step in instantly the moment things turn dangerous, because he wants to see them accomplish it. Cecilia watches the men blow off Alan with pure distrust, and her stomach drops. She knows if they keep refusing him, they'll ignore his orders and drag everyone into disaster. Deeper in the cavern, their first terrifying encounter crawls out of the shadows. A hulking, brutal boar and an orc swinging a club. One of the armored men snaps that he'll go first, but a harsh voice slams down and orders him to wait. Alan strides in and shuts the party down, then declares he'll be the first to go, leaving a shocked Cecilia to fire back. "Why are you doing this?" He stands there unshaken, staring down the snarling beast, weapon lifted and ready. Then he tells the others, "All right, watch this. It's time for me to prove how strong your guide really is." He calmly pulls out this weird metallic device, nothing like any weapon they've ever seen, and as Cecilia yells that the monster is closing in, one of her men just freezes and blurts, staring at it in pure disbelief. "What is that?" The giant boar roars to life and charges straight at them, and one of the armored men barks for him to fall back. But he ignores it, brings up that strange weapon, and Cecil Aya screams his name as the beast closes in. A deafening crack tears through the passage, and a blinding flash erupts from the device's tip. Then it smashes the charging boar dead in its tracks, snuffs it out, and sends it collapsing to the ground like a lifeless rag doll, while the adventurers just stand there, faces locked in pure shock. He drops the weapon and lets out a quiet breath, just as the danger in front of him finally dies down. Alan's display wipes out the whole party, everyone staring like their brains short-circuited. One guy can barely even talk, while another snatches Alan by the collar and demands an explanation for what they just witnessed. He calmly tells her it's his own magic invention, a wind magic tool that fires iron bullets through an app. Cecilia breaks into a shaky smile, admits she finally gets it, and says she'll be counting on it. One of her men, still soaked in sweat from the shock, nervously nods and hands Alan the job, and Alan just grins, saying he's excited to work with them and that they should move forward with his plans. Cecilia watches in awe, stunned she's never seen a move like that before, and she finally exhales. Thank goodness he's not their enemy. Alan grins and says they've got to team up to keep Margaret and Anastasia safe. Right when the group finally steadies their nerves, a fresh monster, an orc, comes charging out deeper in the tunnel, and Alan calmly spots it. Celia's eyes widen, then she snaps, "I've got this one." She doesn't hesitate. She barrels forward with her arm pulled back, smashing the creature the moment she closes the gap. She lunged forward, one blazing silver slash carved straight through the orc's neck, and before it could even register, it was over. She snapped her gaze back to Alan with a smug, confident grin, demanding who he'd been trying to save. Her teammates just stood there, stunned at how fast she moved. Elsewhere, the prince mapped out his own battle party plan, saying he'd charge in front with Anastasia right beside him, knights covering their backs from any ambush, while Amy stayed glued to his side, protecting him so they could surge forward fast and stay unshaken. The fight ended the moment the Orc King was crushed. His hulking, tusked body finally went still on the ground. After the win, one of Cecilia's men wiped the sweat off his brow, relief and disbelief crashing across his face, because he couldn't believe how fast the Orc King, the priest, and the mage were cut down, and that brutal ease left him staring at his own worth like it didn't even compare. Now that the danger was gone, the prince turned to the crowd and pointed at a glowing doorway, shouting that everyone needed to rush inside, because that room was the only escape out of the labyrinth. Just as they were about to head out, Amy whipped around to Alan and flashed him a grateful smile, thanking him from the bottom of her heart, because during that ordeal, they'd leaned on his strength way more than they should have. One of the knights snapped in disappointment about the empty loot, even accusing the orcs of being stingy. And then Amy told Alan he could just pop back to the entrance by touching the labyrinth's core. Alan nodded and said he'd use his earlier fast lapse trick. Cecilia stormed in and told Alan he'd be riding with her instead, then shot a warning at him not to get cocky, earning a fast, sheepish apology from the boy. And right after that, she announced she'd take charge of the next lab while Alan and Anastasia trailed after her, both pushing through training to level up. In front of the entire student body, Anastasia shoots her hand up and declares something formal about the Duke of Ramslet, while Alan in the crowd just stares, completely frozen in disbelief. Her eyes narrow with pure, unshakable determination, like she's fighting a war inside herself. And it's wildly different from how she usually acts. He can only stare back, a bead of sweat forming on his temple as the chaos clicks into place. Hours earlier, his day started out so easy. Winter vacation was finally over, and this was the first day of school. He'd promised his mom he'd come back, and she'd called him on with a warm send-off from the top of the stairs. Striding through the capital, Alan racked his brain over the fallout of what he'd done, because he'd crushed Anastasia's condemnation and banishment, the very event that was supposed to ignite the capital's destruction, and in the process he tore apart the fate the game had scripted for him. He realized that knowing the future let him strike first, but that edge was gone now, and the road ahead was a complete mystery. From here on out, he'd have to think and move with ruthless precision, or risk stumbling straight into the worst possible outcome. The whole political situation teetered on a knife edge. By stopping the civil war, he managed to delay an invasion from the neighboring Est Empire. And for now, a fragile power balance between the nations was all that kept peace alive. Stuck there wondering what kind of world would rise next after everything from the original scenario was shattered to pieces. With the Anastasia crown thing shattered, the consequences snapped into place, and the prince's power started to wobble. Because the Ramslet Duchy, the kingdom's biggest granary, had been the whole engine of his rule, keeping the nation's food supply under his control. And that duel ripped the crown prince's faction wide open, tearing it apart from the second prince's. So now the southern nobles could flip sides and rally behind Duke Ramslet. Even worse, though he's lowborn, he still has a legal claim to the throne, which means this nobody just turned into a terrifying new threat. Alan stares at this brand new, fragile kingdom and feels the exact same chaos waiting to explode, the same nightmare he swore he'd stop. It makes his stomach twist, and he even wonders if he should have just cut down the crown prince right then. Before he can spiral further, Anastasia shows up with a sly, knowing grin, and Alan instantly clocks that look. What scheme is she cooking now? And deep down, he still can't shake the fear that Amy hasn't given up on her dream of a harem ending. He strides across the school grounds, locked in with purpose. After getting this far, he refuses to miss his happy ending, whatever it costs, as he hunts to save his mother and his seniors. And just when he keeps moving, a bright, cheerful voice calls his name. Isabella and Amy beam at him to wish him a good morning, and Isabella can't stop smiling as she tells him they're in the same class as him in Anastasia this new semester, then asks if he's checked the class list yet. Once he confirms, Isabella shoots him a goodbye wave, promising she'll see him later, and Amy chimes in that she's excited to be in his care while Alan adds, "Same here." He grins to himself, totally satisfied with how this turns out, because now, with those two around, he's sure Anastasia's life gets easier, and she just might finally start making real friends. His good mood lasts about 2 seconds, then he sighs hard when he hears students whispering about him, the commoner who dared to duel the prince and somehow didn't get kicked out. Annoyance flares, so he marches off to check the class list for himself. He spots the bullet on board, scans the names, and something feels off. Because even with the Crown Prince's grades crashing, he still stays in Class A thanks to that Student of the Year title, while Leonardo, who tanked the scores, gets dumped into Class B. But the real shock hit when Claude's name was totally wiped off the lists, so he figures Claude must have bilayed for some reason he can't even guess. Right as he's spiraling over it, a sharp voice cuts through the air and calls his name. Anastasia's voice fills the air as she stands over him like a warning sign, commanding, unshakable. Alan blinks, startled, and blurts her name, and she snaps at him to stop saying it in public. He swallows his nerves and apologizes, and she huffs that her mother won't let it go, pushing for another meeting before she even asks about his family. She brings up how her brother would love to meet him too once he's back home, then shoots Alan's question. "Is your brother at school?" Alan hesitates, then tells her the truth. Claude's away overseas working. Before she can ask more, Alan turns the tables and asks Anastasia if she's seen the class list. He leaned in as Anastasia broke down what happened in the duel, and then dropped the bombshell that the Kingdom of Westerdale had apparently ordered Leonardo to quit school. He asked if this was all because of the duel, and she nodded, saying she'd heard Leonardo got disowned too, and that Leonardo himself had even confirmed it. She explained that the Ramslet family filed a formal protest against the Viscount Jukes family, and once Leonardo wouldn't own up to anything and kept insisting he was right, the Jukes family had no choice but to stop backing him. She admitted it was true, and yeah, it had been rough for her personally, but she said it was a clear, better outcome for the country. Then she cut the conversation and shot him a reminder. The opening ceremony was coming up, so she pushed him to head to the auditorium with her. They rushed into the auditorium, and a school official announced that a formal apology was coming for the Ramslet family, the Crown Prince, and all of his companions. Then he called Anastasia Kleinove von Ramslet to the stage, and she snapped her gaze to Alan, asking him to come with her. She shot him a determined look and said, "Since you fought for me, you've earned the right to see this from right here behind me." He nodded, soft and ready. He nodded and raced up the steps with her to the stage, where Karl-Heinz Bardiel, von Sinterland, and Marcus von Baines were already waiting, right there. As soon as they hit the stage, she turned to the crowd and demanded, right there and then, whether they'd finally accept the duel's outcome. The prince and his crew stared them down, faces twisted with rage and crushed defeat, while Karl-Heinz clenched his teeth, admitting to himself that the humiliation was all Leonardo's fault. He clenched his fist, then launched into a proper apology, pulling back their words against the Duke of Ramslet, while Isabella beside him quietly bowed her head and apologized too. He and his crew slump in defeat as Anastasia officially accepts their apology, then hits them with a hard warning. Don't you dare belittle the Ramslet family so easily again, while she quietly wonders if a real, heartfelt apology is even possible from them. As they start to leave, Isabella lowers her voice and calls him Karl Sama, and Karl fires back a short, sharp reply. The prince and his retinue push forward through a silent sea of students, all staring like they're holding their breath. Nearby, Alan spots Isabella's rage simmering under the surface. She says she's fine, but her clenched fist and furious face give her away. Meanwhile, Alan's still totally lost, even admitting to himself he has no clue what they were apologizing for. Anastasia's shout rips him out of his thoughts. "Alan, wait." And he whips around, answering her with a quick, plain yes. A confident grin bursts across her face as she tells him, "Wait, just a moment." Just as he opens his mouth, she wheels around and storms back onto the stage, staring down the entire crowd, while Alan watches from the seats, totally lost and stunned. Her voice cuts through the air like command, and she calls out, "Alan," saying he, as her representative, stood up for the Ramslet family and defended their honor, then declaring she'll reward him for his loyalty and hard-won achievements. She shoots out a jaw-dropping announcement. The Duke of Ramslet has decided to put Alan and his entire family under official protection, and the crowd of students erupts into stunned murmurs they can't believe. Her words slam into Alan like a wrecking ball, freezing him in total shock. He can't even find a voice. A white handkerchief with an ornate crest is placed in her hands, and Anastasia leans in with a soft voice, asking him if he'll take it. He snatches the token, but panic scrambles his thoughts. What if this is some fancy aristocrat ritual? He's never heard of this etiquette in his life, and that little mystery is a... His acceptance hits, and the whole room erupts in a thunderous burst of applause, Amy and Isabella among them, clapping hard with bright, genuine smiles. Once the public ceremony wrapped up, he and Anastasia strolled side by side down a long, sun-drenched corridor, leaving the crowd roaring behind them. As they press on, he snaps his head toward her, baffled. Why blow it up with such a grand declaration when the king already knows everything? She snaps that the announcement isn't for royalty at all. It's a direct warning to the other students. And after his duel, she's been hearing nasty rumors, so she makes it crystal clear. Anyone who dares to hurt him will instantly become an enemy of the Ramslet family. He thanks her for her thoughtfulness, and the moment he starts to ask what the handkerchief means, Anastasia snaps her gaze away, cheeks burning with nerves. Then Amy and Isabella's voices crash in and cut their talk short. Isabella barrels in and gushes about Anastasia's amazing work, then whips around to Alan with a ridiculous grimace, acting out just how stunned and deathly pale the other students looked after that announcement. Her gaze snaps to the handkerchief clutched in his hand. "So Anasima gave you this, huh?" she asks, eyes sparkling. "Come on, let me see it." Totally thrown off by how obsessed they are, he shoves it toward them. Then Isabella and Amy crowd in, faces lighting up, squealing with pure, unfiltered joy. He leans in as Isabella, smiling like she already knows the secret, starts to explain the tradition behind that handkerchief, saying that when a noble lady sews her family crest onto it and hands it to her knight, it means something far deeper. It all comes out as a public declaration, and the moment it finally clicks, Amy bursts into an excited squeal, while Alan just stammers out a totally confused is. Isabella flashes a triumphant grin and declares, "This is how I say he's mine." The words slam into Alan, and then a flustered Anastasia rushes in with a shaky laugh, insisting she was just thanking her benefactor, while Amy only giggles at how hard her friend is freaking out. Her denial knocked Alan's mind off track, straight back to the talk he'd had with her father. The Duke laid it out plain. As Anastasia, the daughter of a great house, she was going to be sold into marriage to royalty or some other powerful noble through a cold political deal. Sensing his thoughts, Anastasia's smile drops to steel. She thanks him again, then makes it crystal clear. One wrong move and it's over. She flips the moment into a vow and a pact, so neither of them gets hurt. With iron resolve, she swears that if anything goes wrong, she'll protect him no matter what. Inside a fancy room, Alan and Duke Ramslet grill the mess in the Westerdale Kingdom, and Alan can't stop asking why Prince Claude got exiled, until the Duke snaps that it was just a small punishment, an apology for the duel. Alan's shocked Claude accepted it so fast, especially since Amy is right there, and he figures the guy's love for her must run deep. Then the Duke turns cold and says it flat out. Love makes you blind. Claude even volunteered to serve as a stand-in representative. He's already guessing the real play. Prince thinks Amy's gonna get kicked out of the country when their nation's about to get wrecked. It keeps rolling from that succession battle straight into a civil uprising. And you can feel war creeping in, because once that clock starts ticking, it's inevitable. He digs into the whole geopolitical mess, weighing if Westerdale, the friendly nation that relies on them for food and resources, will back them or the Estonian Empire. Then he lands on the grim truth. Estonia will almost certainly strike while the country's tearing itself apart. Then he shrugs off the save the country dream and throws out a darker plan. If Westerdale invades, it may be smarter to split the territory with Estonia instead. That sharp analysis snaps into chaos when the Duke cuts Alan off, and a fresh idea hits him hard. He blurts out whether Prince Claude could already be reaching Estonia. The Duke nods, admitting he's starting to believe it could work, because he remembers the game's original play. Amy and her friends would run for their lives after Estonia invades, only for Westerdale to rescue them, then immediately strike back with a counterattack. He shuts it down as basically impossible now, saying he already wrecked that whole plan. Because once he used Amy's awakening as a saint to sway the kingdom, Westerdale no longer has any political reason to rescue some low-born baron's bastard daughter and that scandal-tainted crown prince. Now he flips the whole conversation, figured out what's going on in the West. He presses for the South, and drops the bomb that Conrad, the eldest son, has come back to the estate. Alan can't believe the news until the Duke lays it out. Ramslet sits in the southeast, right by the border with South, their ally of Estonia, and they've already yanked their heir back in a panic. Alan realizes that asking about South isn't just curiosity, it's them prepping to strike. Alan studies the grim strategy map with Duke Ram's lead, and when it clicks that a single move from the northern powers will cage their kingdom on every side, his face hardens. This mess is way more tangled than the disaster they survived last time. The Duke leans in and reassures him. Military units can't move out of nowhere, so he bets they'll wait until the winter wheat harvest is done. Then he flips the topic and asks Alan if he's actually enjoying school, and Alan grins back that he is. Tone turns deeply personal. The Duke looks Alan in the eyes and begs him to help Anna, not as a subordinate, but as a friend. Alan presses a hand to his chest and promises he'd be glad to help both the Duke and Anastasia. Like the Duke swore it would, the second year of academy life rolled by with zero trouble, right after they kicked out that so-called villain. Inside the academy, things around Amy barely changed, except Claude was gone. But now she and her friends aren't sitting at the very top of the class anymore. Alan watches the new political climate turn grim, and he can't ignore it. The second prince's faction is openly shutting out the crown prince's group, and suddenly the royal palace power war is spreading right into their school. Right in the middle of all that tension, Anastasia closes in, asks if he's got a minute, and suggests they talk as they walk. Then she drops the bomb that her summer vacation independent research project has a theme: the role of adventurers in their country. She jumps straight to the point and asks, "Will you introduce me to the Adventurers Guild?" Alan hesitates, and Anastasia teases him, joking that he must think she's not worth an introduction. Then she lets out a shy little blush and admits, "Just kidding." As they keep going, Anastasia leans in and tells him Isabella and Margaret are teaming up for literature research, and the other two girls grin, swearing they won't interrupt. He catches himself staring at her, thinking her smile is showing up way more now, probably because Isabella and Margaret are in her life. Then Anastasia clocks him watching and fires off, "Why are you looking?" And he panics, whips his gaze away, and blurts, "I'm not." She beams with gratitude and tells Alan, "Go tell the guild. I've worked my heart out to break free from the crown prince." Later during summer vacation, Anastasia bumps into Alan, wearing a commoner disguise, and as she tugs at her bonnet, she wonders out loud if she really needs it since Sebastian, the butler, set it up for her. Alan just smirks and clocks it immediately. She's sneaking out again. He tells her that everything's changed since the duel and the shattered engagement. Now that the Ramslet family hasn't pledged to the crown prince or the second prince yet, she has to stay low and not draw attention. She hates sneaking around, but she gets it. And Alan even says the disguise fits her perfectly. Their stroll gets smashed to pieces when they stumble into an alley scene. Leonardo and a crew of noble students are huddled around a tiny hooded kid. And the second Leonardo locks eyes with Alan, he shouts his name. Leonardo, Oscar, Marcus, Amy, and one more girl step up to the hooded figure, and Leonardo declares, "We're the top students of our grade, and we're not walking away from someone in trouble." He orders the figure to lead them to a village rumored to be under monster attack, but the hooded stranger just stays silent and flatly denies that any monsters even exist. She swears she isn't lying, but Leonardo's temper erupts, grilling her about how she could dare mislead the next king. His companions hiss in confusion, unsure they've picked the right person. And from afar, Anastasia just watches the whole tense storm unfold. Right when the confrontation is about to explode, Sherry, the elven princess, storms in out of nowhere, her face blazing with fury, and slams into the hooded girl with one accusation. She's been trying to stop Sherry from getting her blessing. She yanks the little girl up by her cloak, and Alan freezes in shock, scrambling to understand what a blessing could possibly mean, while the other students explode into cries of alarm. With a razor-sharp scream, Sherry launches a brutal kick and sends the hooded girl careening through the air. Alan gasps, instantly realizing the attacker's voice is Shuralor's. The hooded girl confirms it with a jolt, right as the hit lands. She hits the ground and jerks a trembling finger straight at Leonardo and his crew, then blubbering through tears, she charges them with threatening her and trying to swipe her money, leaving the noble students utterly speechless. As the chaos of her accusation finally died down, Prince Karl Heinz leaned in and broke everything down for Leonardo. Turns out they'd been tracking a prophecy Amy received, the one that warned of a monster attack and demanded help. And the prince pointed out the hooded girl as the very one the prophecy was talking about. Watching from close by, Alan realized saving the elf village wasn't optional. It was the fate this blessing was forcing them to fulfill. Sherry, the elven princess, cut in like a blade, demanding proof that the hooded girl was being attacked by a monster, then insisting, in no uncertain terms, that wasn't happening. Her eyes narrowed as she accused the girl of plotting to rob someone in the city and pressed her for the truth behind her intentions. Leonardo froze, stunned, and told Sherry to stop harassing her, but the hooded girl only winced as the princess stared her down. Rage boiled in his chest over the whole mess. Prince Karl Heinz snapped his tongue, declared it was hopeless, and stormed off so suddenly that Sherry and Leonardo were left blinking in shock. As the group walked off, the hooded girl shot them a defiant tongue out, and Leonardo caught it, then glared right back, silently swearing he'd never forget this moment. Sherry's power was still in the air, whipping through the streets, and Anastasia spun around, baffled, grabbing Alan's attention to ask, "Who was that girl?" Before Alan could even breathe an answer, the hooded girl cut in, staring him down like she owned the moment. "That's my line," she snapped and demanded, "so tell me, Alan, who do you think I am?" The argument flared up like fire. Sherry bristled because a smaller kid had the nerve to call her little girl. The hooded girl snapped back that Sherry was younger and begged her to stop, but Sherry wouldn't budge, insisting she was bigger and demanding the insolent girl give her name. Then Sherry brushed it off completely as the hooded girl grabbed Alan, swearing he was on her side and that whatever they needed to do, they had to do it now fast. In the hallway outside that building, two men waited in tense silence. Jard crouched by the door while a bald, bearded adventurer stood guard, staring him down. "Is Alan in there?" Jard blurted, and somehow the whole thing felt weirdly funny. He pressed his ear to the door and listened, breath held, because Alan couldn't possibly just lurk in the corner after he'd slipped into the room during what sounded exactly like a lover's quarrel between two women. His companion ducked down and caught him red-handed, and the bald adventurer snapped that Jard had awful taste for eavesdropping before he shouted the whole thing out loud. He tells the elven princess she can finally ditch her hood, and with a big sigh of relief she pulls it off, long, pointed ears and all, groaning that folding them would turn into some weird habit. Then Anastasia steps in and, like she's making an official announcement, introduces her to the unseen group as Cheryl Laura, the Queen of Elves' daughter. Anastasia wheels around to the princess, slips into a small bow and says, "I'm Anastasia, daughter of the Duke of Ramslet," then shoots out a heartfelt apology for her earlier rudeness, cheeks burning as she does it, while Cheryl just watches, her face staying totally unreadable. As Anastasia spirals in embarrassment over her own insult to royalty, Alan cuts in and smooths the air, telling her that in the elven village, commoners and nobles live with the same manners, same respect, so all those stiff formalities just don't matter. As soon as his words land, Cheryl snaps her focus right back on him, eyes blazing with excitement. Then she turns and invites Alan to the summer festival. She explains she's an adventurer and came to the village thinking it was fine to send the request through the guild. Alan can barely believe it. She's risking everything for something as simple as an invitation. Cheryl leans in with a mischievous glint and spills her real motive. She's begging for a ride on his flying ship back home, and Alan is left totally stunned, eyes wide in pure shock. Before Alan can even breathe, Anastasia steps in with a chilling grin and snaps that he's got plenty to answer for, starting with the elven village and his gliders. Little do they know, the two adventurers lurking nearby have already been taken out in the hallway, unconscious and out cold. Inside that room, Anastasia lunges straight at Alan, pressing him hard to explain how he knows an elf, while Alan stammers, frozen with no words to give, and Cheryl Laura, the elven princess, lounges on the sofa like she owns the place. Laura steps in for him, blurting out that Alan is the benefactor of her village. Yet Anastasia, still boiling with suspicion, digs deeper and demands to know why he gets to wear that title. Enthusiastically, she spills the truth, that Alan shielded the village from evil spirits, and then she blurts that he's the divine child of the wind god dropped from the sky. Anastasia freezes into stunned silence, while Cheryl Laura just chuckles, like she can't believe she didn't know already. Flustered, Anastasia blurts to Cheryl Laura that her teasing has gone way too far, even wondering if the elf's pulling some kind of power to make Alan obey her. But Cheryl Laura shrugs it off and pivots fast, formally inviting Alan to her village's summer festival. Alan agrees he can't make it to the festival, but then a worried look snaps onto his face as a practical problem hits him. So he turns to Cheryl Laura and demands how she pulled off getting into town in the first place. She answers with stone-cold simplicity, "I just walked in through the main gate," like that's the most obvious thing in the world. He snaps to attention and warns her. Her casual move could get her captured. And if that happens, the world would learn the hidden elven village even exists. The princess looks genuinely baffled and asks, "Do humans really want to capture elves that badly?" And then Anastasia jumps in fast, making it crystal clear that even if some do, that's not what this is really about. Alan tells her they dodged a bullet this time. The town wasn't on high alert. If she even looked suspicious, people would have dug into her past and figured out where she came from. Cheryl Laura lets out a breath of relief, and as Alan's focus shifts, he blurts out the big worry. Is it really safe for Anastasia to tag along with them? He quickly lays out a plan. If they slip out through a noble's gate with Anastasia, there won't be a single hint of suspicion. He insisted his plan was the safest way to escape town, but Anastasia snapped back, refusing without mercy. No way was she letting another human step foot in the elven village. Hearing that, the elven princess, Cheryl Laura, froze for a beat, then snapped up a new plan. Let's say Anastasia is Alan's fiancée. The moment she said it, Anastasia went completely speechless. Anastasia burned red the second she heard the word fiancé, while Alan calmly reasoned that if she was connected to him, maybe she'd finally be allowed into the village, and he even asked if she was okay with that. Cheryl barely waited for Anastasia to respond, then burst out celebrating like it was all fixed, shouting that they should prep for the festival. Anastasia saw her opening, agreed to investigate the elves with Alan's help, and told him not to worry about her. She spun to leave, saying she was in a rush and needed to get ready, then added that she'd have to ask permission to stay overnight. Alan just stood there, staring after her, completely blown away by how strange she was. An hour later, the crew lined up in front of a giant, sleek glider, and Anastasia's eyes went wide as she asked if it was Alan's ship. Alan leaned in and fussed over Cheryl's gear, ordering her to stay still, while the princess beamed with pride. She asked if the craft could really fly like a bird, and Cheryl, now rocking a pilot's cap and goggles, swore it would, grinning that she'd be blown away soon by the wind god's divine child and its raw power. The princess turned to Alan and asked where she was meant to sit. He just pointed and told Anastasia exactly where to go. Then Cheryl fiddled with her goggles, clearly baffled. Moments later, her question got slammed shut when she realized she was strapped tight to the very top of the glider's fuselage, and she screamed at Alan, furious, asking why she was the only one up there, convinced everyone else would be chilling up front. He leaned in and hissed to Anastasia that this was a secret seat with a view so breathtaking it would steal your breath, then pressed his finger to his lips and warned her to keep quiet, because if Anna-sama found out, she'd flip out. Perch, Cheryl burst into hearty laughter, saying Alan was smart and this was exactly what she'd expected from him. So Anastasia, baffled by the back and forth, asked what she'd said, and Alan just waved it off and told her not to worry. Cheryl's secured, and Anastasia grabs Alan and asks where she's supposed to sit. Alan tells her it's the only way to spread the weight, just like he figured out during the transport, and then orders her to hold on tight. She scoots in behind him, locks her arms around his waist, and asks if she's doing it right, worried their combined weight will be too much. Alan shoots back that it's totally fine. Once everyone's set, Alan throws down the moment and announces they're leaving. Then the glider rockets forward, rips off the ground, and climbs fast as it slices straight into the sky. As they climb higher, Anastasia's eyes go huge with pure awe. She blurts that it's incredible, insanely fast, and that they're actually flying. Then she whips around to Alan and declares his invention is straight up awesome. She leans over the railing, staring at the shrinking world below, and points out the royal capital and the looming castle like they're toys from up here. Then Alan tells her they've got a 4-hour flight to the elven village, and they'll be there before sunset. He shoots her an apology for how cramped it is and begs her to hang in there. Even though she's buzzing with excitement, the way they're packed so close makes a shy blush creep onto her face, and she admits to herself, in a barely audible whisper, just how cramped this is. Her eyes soften when she sees the boy steering with pure skill. She calls out his name and tells him he's truly incredible as the glider rockets over a massive mountain range. Meanwhile, in the elven village, the whole crew, yes, even the queen, stares as an aircraft rips closer through the sky. A guard spots Alan and confirms Cheryl Laura is with him and safe. But then another elf jolts with panic and shouts that there's a third passenger aboard a human. The glider touches down without a hitch, and the villagers instantly swarm in, whispering in shock at the sight of yet another human. Then Anastasia climbs down and a guard steps in to thank her. Meanwhile, from her spot on the wing, Cheryl yanks for attention, snapping at Alan to let her down first because Anastasia is in her way. And the other elves crowd around, buzzing as they pepper Alan with questions about the flight. Later, the whole crew stops in front of the elven queen, and she turns to Alan with an apologetic smile, admitting her daughter may have dragged him into too much trouble. Alan just grins and tells her it was actually fun. Then the queen's eyes snap to Anastasia, and she demands to know who she is. Alan leans in and confirms, "That's right, this is the queen of the elves." He whips his focus back to the queen, wears a calm mask, and starts his introduction. "This is the woman precious to me," he says. Anastasia's declaration hits like a lightning strike. Her eyes fly wide, and for a heartbeat she's completely stunned. The elven queen clocks it instantly, snaps her hand to her mouth like she's trying not to smile, and then murmurs "precious" under her breath, only to steady her gaze into a calm, calculating look. While the queen eyes them, the male elf guard beside her tosses off a casual guess that it must be Alan's companion. Then the queen just shrugs it off with a dry, "Is that so?" Sensing she needed to set the tone, Anastasia steps forward, hand over her heart, and introduces herself. Anastasia, daughter of Duke Ramslet, saying it's an honor to meet Her Majesty, while Alan quickly chimes in that she's a true lady from a respected family. The queen's eyes lock onto a young woman, and she quizzes Anastasia straight out. Does she know why the elven village is cut off from humans? Anastasia's nerves flare, but she keeps her voice low and admits she does. She leans in and tightens her gaze, pressing hard, then snaps the question. "So tell me, why did Anastasia plan to come to our village with Alan?" Before Anastasia can even get a word out, Alan cuts in fast, trying to convince the queen that something went terribly wrong, and that's why they had to flee the town. The queen snaps a hand up to silence him and tells both Alan and the guard to step out. She wants Anastasia alone, and a bead of sweat suddenly gathers on Anastasia's cheek as she keeps her eyes lowered. With a reluctant sigh, he steps onto the veranda beneath the full moon, and his mind races. What are those two really talking about? The responsibility hits him hard, like he's got to make it count. A wild thought slams into his head, one he never dares to say, and he shuts it down instantly with a hard, unwavering no. He replayed that moment in his head, the wind screaming past while he and Anastasia flew shoulder to shoulder, her arms locked tight around him. That memory snapped into focus the moment he stood alone in the moonlight, his mind spiraling with Anna. Because he'd come here to help his mother and protect the people of his town, a vow he'd promised he'd never break. But then, out of nowhere, a much more personal memory of Anastasia slammed into his head, smashing the weight of his solemn pledge. A tiny, indignant voice yanked him out of his reverie, right as the spirit of light, Lachan, popped into view, cheeks puffed like a furious kid, accusing him of perversion again and demanding he stop, because she swore she already knew exactly how he was. When the accusations hit, the elven kid Lula stepped up like a spark and demanded Lachan answer. Did that pervert mess with her? Alan froze at her sudden move, then shot back that her words were way out of line. Lula's face wasn't worried at all. It lit up with eager curiosity, and with a shy blush she wondered aloud, "I heard Alan brought his wife, so what's she like?" As if this lovely girl might be a true comrade. A ribbon of light zipped straight in front of Alan's face, basically telling him, "Don't be shy, I know you." Alan snapped back, trying to correct Lula, insisting Anna wasn't a little kid and definitely wasn't his comrade. Before Alan could even finish his sentence, Lula shot forward, wrapped him up, and demanded he hug her back, startled. He felt how solid she was in his arms as she grinned and called him her comrade, while nearby Lochan fretted that if Alan really was a spirit of light, then the world was already doomed. Meanwhile, behind closed doors, the elven queen dragged the interrogation on without mercy, facing Anastasia head-on. She demanded to know why the elves hide from humans, and Anastasia just calmly confirmed she understood. The queen pressed her point hard, her voice flat-out serious, as she demanded to know what Anastasia truly thought would happen if humans ever learned Alan had ties to the elven village. Anastasia locked eyes with her, face heavy as she answered. She flat-out admitted she understood the cost, then warned that some humans snatch elves just for their beauty and chain them up as slaves. She leaned in while the elven queen laid out the terrifying truth. If those vile people ever caught wind of Alan's link to the village, they'd hunt it down, even if they had to hurt him to get there. The queen didn't stop. She warned that the danger could slam straight into Anastasia and her family, just like the nightmare she'd been dreading. When Anastasia's forehead started to bead with sweat, the queen finally laid it out. Sherry told her Anastasia could have just helped them slip away and come back to town, but she deliberately chose not to. Her interrogation finally snapped into one sharp question. Why? And when she heard it, Anastasia went stone still, because she knew everything and she still didn't know why Anastasia came. That single why froze her, her head instantly blazing with Alan's face, and she realized the truth wouldn't come out, because the feelings she had for him were forbidden. Kneeling before the Elven Queen, Anastasia's mind gets hijacked by one name, Alan. And the moment she remembers his smile, fresh turmoil rips across her face. The Elven Queen meets her eyes and admits the truth. There's a whole social gap between them. Alan, a commoner, and Anastasia, a noble. She explains it's just how the human world works, then flips the script and offers Anastasia a way out. Move into the elven village and live with him. It picks up from there, and even the elves start wishing Alan, your benefactor, to live in peace too. Then the queen drops the harsh truth. If Anastasia's love can't bloom in her own world, maybe she should throw away her past life for good. East Asia shuts it down for good. She's a noble who's been carried by her own people, and she refuses to walk away from the duty she owes them. Hearing the conviction, the queen snaps in with a new choice. She asks why Anastasia won't go for a path where she can have both happiness and duty, living for her people instead. And then the queen throws Alan into the plan too. Anastasia gets hit with a brilliant idea, using it as the perfect solution. But the doubt crashes in right after, and she can't help wondering if Alan would even want any of it if it were allowed. The queen watches her with a soft, warm smile, then notices Anastasia can't stop putting herself last. Then she slips Anastasia a calm piece of advice, urging her to chill out and finally be honest with herself. And just like that, Anastasia sinks into quiet thought. Not long after she steps onto the veranda, a voice she recognizes blasts through the air. Alan's there, Lula riding on his shoulders, with Lou hovering nearby, and he asks if she's done talking with the queen, making her jump. He clocks her weird reaction and snaps, "What's wrong?" Anastasia goes flustered, looks away like it burns, and waves it off, muttering that she thought he'd already vanished into his room. She drops to one knee with perfect formality as Alan introduces her to Muriel Laura, the Elven Queen's youngest daughter, and lo, the spirit of light. Anastasia smiles politely and swears she's honored to meet them. But Alan immediately clocks it. She can't see Lo hovering right beside them. He scrambles to fix it, shrugging that the spirit's floating around, but Anastasia, who can't sense the Lo stuff, can only stare in confusion at what she swears is a painfully rough first meeting. Even though she can't see her, Anastasia formally introduces herself as Anastasia Kleinel van Ramslet, and she's thrilled to finally meet the spirit of light. As she speaks, Lo and a swarm of tiny spirits flutter around her, turning the air eerie, and Alan immediately feels like he has to shut it down. His eyes flare with sudden realization. Then he whips around to her and blurts out, "Wait, are you Duke Gerhardt and Elizabeth's daughter?" Before Anastasia can even speak, a spirit of light rings out and confirms it knows her, because Anastasia once taught magic to her mother when she was still a little kid. Lo smiles as he remembers Elizabeth as an angel back then. Then he blurts that Alan is a pervert. But Anastasia can't hear the spirit, so the sudden dead silence throws her into a jolt. The moment shatters into chaos when young elf Muriel Laura stretches out her arms, unmistakably begging Alan for a hug, and a flustered Anastasia blurts out, "Wait, what's happening here?" He snaps the kid's wrong idea into place and tells Anastasia that Muriel wants her to hold her. And before she even has time to catch up, Alan sweeps the young princess into her arms. Muriel has basically latched onto Anastasia, who awkwardly cradles her in her arms, and Lo can't help but note that Anastasia can't be a bad person, because it's a beautiful sight, even if her tense face gives her away. Then the spirit starts needling them, spinning tales of forbidden love between a commoner and a noble, and Alan snaps back hard at once. Lo keeps pressing her teasing points, grinning and saying that since they're tucked away in the elf-hidden village, not a single human will ever learn what goes on here. While Anastasia keeps holding the child, her arms starting to burn and tire. The spirit lets out a smug giggle, then points out with a grin that Alan, of all people, actually seems to enjoy playing with fire. Talk about a savage jab at those supposed perversions. Lying awake in the elven village, Alan kept tossing in bed, one thought slamming over and over in his head. Whatever happens next, he's trapped here. While he frets, Anastasia sits alone on the veranda under the full moon, wrestling with her burdens and asking herself if the truth can't wait any longer. Then Alan, locked in his room, mutters to no end about the spirit of lights teasing him, even calling her a pervert without realizing a thing about her. The next day, the village explodes with festival energy. Elves in traditional outfits bustle everywhere, and one crowned in a crown of flowers beams and calls everyone over to join the celebration. An elven man steps up to Alan and asks if he's bringing Anastasia to the festival, and right then another elf swoops in, drops a matching flower crown onto her head, and blurts out how stunning she looks, while Alan can only stand there, stunned and completely flustered. He snaps his head to the guard, still baffled, and demands what the festival is all about again. So the guard patiently runs the explanation back for him. Then the man shields the woman and bolts with her, and just as Alan tries to catch up, an elven woman rushes in and guides them to the building, saying they both have to change clothes right now. Alan is left totally dumbfounded. Why is this guy fleeing with the woman he loves and protect her from what? Then the elves lay it out. If he guards her tiara all the way to the end, the spirits will bless them. And with that, they just wish him luck, leaving Alan to wrestle with the crushingly romantic meaning of it all. Moments later, Anastasia burst out wearing a beautiful elven kimono, her flower crown still perched in her hair, and she told Alan everything she just learned about the festival, saying the elves are either brutally tough or unbelievably laid back. Then she explained it's about a couple doing something together and asked straight up if he'd rather back out. Even though he's still confused, Alan locks eyes with her and makes up his mind. If they're already here, he pushes them to join in. Anastasia blushes and, without fighting it, nods like she's in on the plan. Once they give the nod, they stride into the roaring festival grounds, and Alan blurts that he signed up because he's dying to learn about elven culture. The elven guard smiles, thanks him, and ushers them straight to the waiting area. In the waiting area, elven couples are full-on embracing and locking lips right in front of everyone, and the sheer PDA is way too much. Anastasia tilts toward Alan and whispers that maybe they should skip the event after all, and Alan snaps into agreement fast, both of them blushing like crazy. He found himself right in the middle of a buzzing festival, where elves were blasting flutes and pounding drums. The guard male elf who'd been escorting them shoved Alan and the others toward the circle and shouted for a dance. Anastasia, now wearing a flower tiara, looked completely lost and demanded to know what was happening. Alan admitted he had no clue, but decided they might as well follow right now. As they hurried along, the guard laid out their job. Right now, they just had to run off and keep that tiara spotless. Alan pressed him on what happened if they refused, but the guard only grinned. With a heavy sigh, Alan finally threw in with the plan. The guard wished them luck, and in the blink of an eye, he and the other elves got wrapped in a wild, magical glow. Alan and Anastasia froze, stunned to see their pursuers blasting ahead with acceleration magic. With their speed amped up, the elves took off in a chase, tossing what looked like harmless fruits to press the attack, because the goal was crystal clear now: run and keep the tiara safe. Alan snatched Anastasia's hand and shoved her to run, right now. A projectile slammed into his face right away. Anastasia shouted his name in panic, and he brushed the pulp off his cheek, telling her it felt soft and didn't hurt, because the real target on his mind was her tiara. As they sprinted on, Anastasia shrieked that her leg was giving out, and with their pursuers barreling closer, Alan clenched his jaw, apologized to her, then blasted a wall of thick smoke to swallow their escape. In the choking smoke, he snatched up the stunned anesthetist and blurted that they had to keep moving, then hauled her out of the chaos until he found a quiet corner to finally catch his breath. Caught off guard by how close they'd gotten, she begged him to put her down, right now, and he instantly threw out an apology for being too forward. Once Anastasia was back on her feet, she glanced at her flower crown and exhaled, safe and sound. Then she faced Alan and asked in a low voice if she'd been too heavy. Alan assured her, totally earnest that it was fine and he could carry her for hours, and her shock instantly turned into laughter as she pressed. "So you really mean it?" Alan's out of breath when she asks, "Was I heavy?" And heat floods her cheeks, but the fairy spirits nearby crowd in so fast they drown her words, chanting she's a wonderful angel and smothering her in affection. Then Alan snaps to it. It's not just the fairies, his elven pursuers are here too. He yanks her hand, shouting for her to run, right as one of the guards starts pointing them out. He yanks her forward and, still not slowing down, fires a wind magic blast behind them to choke the pursuit, air spheres screaming toward the elves. Alan knows it won't be enough. His teeth grind as he realizes they're outnumbered, and they've got to find a new hiding spot fast. Their pursuers refuse to back off, and the lead guard only smirks, calling out Alan's incredible power, then swears they'll never let them win that easily. A burst of mud splatters across them, and Alan yanks Anastasia even closer, jaw set with brutal determination, while she looks up and whispers his name like a prayer. Hounded by watchful elves, Alan clutches Anastasia tight as a male guard creeps in with a crooked grin, brandishing a tiny dark orb, sneering that it's a shame and that it's time to end it all. With her cheek against Alan's chest, Anastasia gasps his name, terror shaking her voice. A guard lunges, Alan snaps into action, and he shoves Anastasia behind him. Then he blurts an apology and throws himself in front of her like a living shield against what's coming. Alan clenches his resolve. He has to keep her safe until the clock runs out. He surges with power, forces his mana to crystallize into ice, and with a fierce shout, he hurls an ice spear that streaks straight and punches through the attacking elf's chest. Anastasia yanks his arm, eyes blazing with shock and worry, and demands to explain what he meant. Because if he's just going to get hurt doing it, what's the point? Alan whips his gaze to her, and his face turns into pure, raw distress. Suddenly, a crystal-clear bell rings out, and in steps the elven queen with a calm, confident smile. She declares the bell means it's over, then congratulates Alan and Anastasia for an absolute job well done. Alan, drenched in blood, whips around to tell Anastasia something. Then the queen's sudden arrival slices the moment in half. The moment the elven princess Sherry lunges toward her mother, begging her to stop the queen, calm certainty hits back. It's over. Sherry gasps and apologizes, admitting she only thought there was still a chance, and she threw everything into that belief, leaving the other elves stunned. She whirls around to face the two humans and loudly praises Alan and the little girl for the incredible work they just pulled off. So Alan, flustered to the core, can barely squeak out a quiet thank you. Then the whole group gathers in the courtyard, tension gone and replaced by a calm, formal peace as they square up to the elven queen. Melvin Queen explains that time just hits differently for their kind, and yeah, long-lived elves get that perk. The male elf guard, fully healed, laughs that they'll try again in 10 years, because the whole fiasco was a test. Then the queen snaps, summoning the two pairs who guarded the tiara, and tells Alan and the rest to move out and carry on. As Alan and Anastasia stand there stunned, the festival drum kicks in and the surrounding elves surge forward, chanting for them to come closer, until the crowd practically roars for a kiss, and even the elven queen yells at them to hurry up and do it. He stares at Anastasia and her name comes out of him in a shaky blur, like he can't believe what's happening. She blushes hard, won't meet his eyes, and insists, "We don't have a choice, just play along." Alan tells her she doesn't have to do anything, but Anastasia locks in and says they're only pretending, so Alan, grudging as it is, finally gives in. Once she finally nods in shaky agreement, he yanks her into a tight embrace and dares to do it right under the watchful eyes of the entire elven crowd. When he leans in, Anastasia's face erupts into a deep crimson, her eyes blown wide with shock and pure, electric anticipation. His expression flickers with nervous resolve while her face draws in closer, and a strange energy ripples through the air like it's alive. The world around them warps, and a glowing, unclothed elven woman steps into view. Anastasia. A voice declares she's Elizabeth and Gerhardt's daughter, and Alan and the real Anastasia just freeze, staring in stunned, deadly silence at the apparition. Anastasia stammers as she jabs a finger at the spirit, demanding to know what it has to do with Loringas. Then the calm being smiles and introduces herself as the spirit of light, claiming she's connected to the selfless great sage, Loringas. Her calm, steady eyes lock onto the anesthesia, and Lo blurts that she's seen the girl's grit and heart, so she's about to crown her with a holy blessing. A soft glow spills from the spirit and kisses the flowers in Anastasia's hair, and quiet words promise this. If she never lets that love fade, Anastasia and Loringas' spirit will always stand guard over her. Tears streaming, Anastasia pours out her gratitude, shaking with emotion, and right beside her the elven queen breaks into a warm smile, telling Anastasia she's counting on her to do right by Alan. Then the elves around them go wild, stunned that a human just received the spirit of light's blessing, and they cheer and congratulate her like it's the greatest miracle. A festival was set to burn bright long after midnight, and someone urged them both to hit the washroom before the night got too wild. He took the advice and ended up in a calm, stone-lined hot spring, sinking into the warm water as relief finally pulled a heavy sigh out of him. He kicked back and suddenly remembered. He'd totally forgotten this place had a hot spring, and his mind snapped right to the festival. He'd realized it wasn't for weddings at all, since elves don't even do that. It was a matchmaking ritual meant to pick a partner to have children, and he couldn't help thinking that if Anastasia had known the truth, she probably wouldn't have shown up. His peaceful thoughts got wrecked when Anastasia slid into the same spring. He snapped his head up in shock, yelled her name, and realized it was a mixed bath. Panic hit him hard, so he blurted out apologies and tried to bolt. He started to stammer her name, but she snapped, "Wait," and reassured him it was okay. Then a stern blush hit her face as she ordered, "Don't look at me," and he instantly obeyed. Awkward silence slammed down between them as they sat apart in the steaming water, both staring anywhere but at each other. She shattered the silence and said the elves never once explained the whole bathing situation clearly, so Alan could only sputter out an awkward, flustered yes. Gazing up at the night sky, she finally admitted she was starting to love this village. She nodded along, watching the elves and spirits light up with pure joy, and Anastasia's mind instantly went to their world, where everyone stood on equal ground, with no royals or nobles draining the people just to buy fancy luxuries. And then it hit her. Why couldn't humans live that way too? She started questioning what even the point of a king or noble was. Alan spoke to her with perfect formality, but she spun toward him with flushed cheeks and demanded he drop the titles. Just call her Anna. Her cheeks flushed as she blurted, "Does my noble status from the human world actually matter here in the elven village, or not?" She keeps pressing her point, straight up asking if she can be Anastasia here, right now. Alan starts to nod, calling her Anastasia, but she snaps over him, saying if she's only Anastasia, then he's only Alan. She locks eyes with him and demands he agree to be just Alan too, no commoner, no labels. In the steamy hush of spring, they finally close the gap and lock lips in a heated, passionate kiss. Up on a nearby rooftop beneath a glittering night sky, Lu, the spirit of light, leans in and watches everything unfold, wearing a calm, knowing smile. Later they lie together and Anastasia whispers his name. Then a childhood memory hits her hard, that strange bird in the sky. She turns, realization burning through her, and asks if it was him, and he softly confirms it. The next morning, Alan sleeps like a rock in his bed, the gentle dawn light washing over him. Lying right next to him, Anastasia is wide awake, staring at his sleeping face like it's the only thing in the world. His eyes snap open, and he jolts when he sees her right there. She grins and teases him as a sleepyhead, then admits she just woke up too, and he blurts out a flustered "good morning" as. The moment Anastasia swings out of bed, Alan snaps his eyes away, totally rattled by what happened the night before. She blames him, tells him they've got to get ready to go home, and when she stumbles a little, he blurts her formal name in alarm. She pivots back with a soft but firm reminder, "Call me Anna." He stumbles over it, quickly fixes himself, and she tells him the plan. Before they head back to the royal capital, she's got one stop she absolutely wants him to see. She guided him to a peaceful lake beyond the village, pointing it out like it meant something, and Alan only nodded as his eyes stayed locked on the water, where countless tiny lights shimmered and swayed across the surface. She practically bounced as she pointed them out, gaping at the sheer pile of spirits, and when he saw her mind drifting, he softly asked what was really wrong. He started stammering out an apology for what happened the day before, but she snapped him in mid-sentence, cheeks blazing, telling him to stop. So when he didn't get it, he blurted out, "What do you mean?" His eyes sharpened with pure resolve, and he swore that even though he didn't know when, he'd one day make the Duke, her father, finally recognize him. He clenched his vow tighter and swore he'd pull off something unforgettable so he could come for her. Then he promised he'd protect her no matter what. And when Anastasia heard it, her eyes softened like the world finally made sense. He told her that the situation left him no choice. No matter the order, he had to move. Then he held up a simple ring, and her eyes snapped wide with shock. He stood before her at the shimmering lake, raised the ring, and in a formal, trembling voice, asked her to marry him. Tears of joy surged into her eyes, and the second she heard his proposal, her face lit up with a breathtaking smile. No hesitation at all. On the shore, they slammed into a warm embrace while the lake spirits spun around them like fireworks of joy. Then she finally wore the ring on her finger, glowing with the promise they'd made together. Later that day, right before they set off, Anastasia threw out heartfelt thanks to the Elven Queen, and the Queen just smiled like she knew, urging her to always stay brutally honest with herself. She hates the idea of leaving, but the call of destiny won't wait. She and the others have to head back to the royal capital because their status is demanded there. Their trip back to the capital throws them straight into an audience with Duke Gerhardt Ramslet, his fist clenched, rage simmering in silence. He snaps at the boy, staring him down and demanding to know if Alan finally understands why he was summoned. Alan swallows hard and confirms it with a tense nod. Winged, bat-like monsters dive down on them and Alan yells a warning, while Anastasia answers right away, blasting magic that vaporizes one of the creatures. The danger's gone in a blink and she just tells Alan, cool as ice, "It's over." Standing over the fallen creatures, he praises her work and urges a quick break, but Anastasia snaps back that she's not tired. He keeps insisting, pushing her to remember they're about to take on the boss, and telling her she'd be smarter to rest. Then he offers her water, and she takes it quietly, thanking him with just one soft word. She takes a drink from the water skin, and a shy blush blooms on her cheeks as she lets out a soft sigh. Then, right as she does, that simple ring on her left ring finger catches the light while Alan watches, stunned. 4 days roll back, and there's Alan across from Duke, staring right back, while Gerhardt Ramslet glares at him with raw fury. The Duke snaps that he wants answers. What that ring is, and why his daughter's wearing it on her left ring finger. Calm as ice, he admits he handed the ring to Anastasia, and the Duke explodes in rage, screaming that Alan is a fool. He drags up that favor from after the duel, reminding Alan how he shielded him from the royal family, then orders him to stay away from his daughter. Alan, though, saw this blow coming, and in his mind the moment is clear. The Duke's debt is finally paid. He slams his fist on the table and roars at Alan to shut up, then fires back like, "So you wanted Anastasia to eat that humiliating defeat and smear the family's honor?" He makes it crystal clear. Duke Ramslet's daughter, a noble, is forbidden from wearing a ring handed out by some commoner. Alan slices straight through the Duke's fury, and calmly declares that the ring isn't just any ordinary thing. The Duke freezes, stunned by what the boys just said. Turns out it's a substitution ring, an insanely powerful magical artifact with one job. If the wearer is seconds from death, it swaps itself in and steals the blow, saving the person who wore it. Back in the present, Anastasia stared at the ring on her finger and finally understood what it really was. She whispered that this incredible gift was the legendary magic tool royals and nobles fought over, because everyone who wore it knew the danger of assassination all too well. It was so prized that presenting it to the king could even earn you a title. Alan just smiled right back and went along with it. In the dungeon, Anastasia stared at the ring on her finger, torn between hiding it for safekeeping and wearing it for its purpose. Then Alan calmly told her that taking it off would completely ruin what it was meant to do, and she finally nodded, accepting his logic. Memories snap back to a past chat with Duke Ramslet. He grills Alan hard, demanding to know if he really pulled off that brutal Wind Mountain dungeon job, something nobody's ever officially reported. Alan nods and drops the proof he knew the Duke would demand: a magic stone, wing feathers and tail feathers from a blizzard phoenix. The Duke's doubt instantly cracks, then all that's left is stunned silence. With his composure finally back, the Duke fixes Alan with a stern stare and demands what he wants in return. And Alan, dressed in a formal uniform, just calmly says he's chasing enough military honors to earn a noble title. He locked eyes with them, no fear in his voice, and swore his final goal: earning the right to stand beside Anastasia and guard her for the rest of his life. Rage twists the Duke's face with pure frustration. After that tense beat, he clenches his teeth and drops his ultimatum: 3 years. He turns to leave, barking at Alan to brace himself for a battlefield so brutal he'll beg for death, then slams down one more rule: Alan's relationship with his daughter is off limits, no advances allowed. Alan doesn't argue. He just accepts it. The flashback snaps shut as the monster in the present gets wiped out. Back in the present, Alan grips a modern firearm and seals it with one calm: good. He whips around to face Anastasia as she snaps her sword back into place, and he marvels at the sheer power of his magic. While she tells him she's got zero skill with a blade, this is the only way she can help, and she'll guard him the moment steel is needed. He thanks her, then shuts down her worry fast when she asks if he even hates being guarded by a woman. He tells her the truth: this dungeon trip wasn't just for fighting, it was so she could level up. And since she comes from a powerful duchy in a shaky country, he reminds her she can't afford to be anything but strong. He tells her he wants her to have the power to save herself, because he can already see her charging straight into the danger. Standing in front of the boss room door, he checks that she's really ready and spells out the game plan. She'll lock in with her Blizzard Phoenix shield for defense, while he blasts magic to pin their enemy down by targeting its wings. He spills his second reason for showing up, begging Anastasia to see his very first fight. Then he declares he's taking down that beast all by himself. Anastasia's face hardens as she tells him to go for it, swearing she'll watch every move this time. With their purpose locked in, they stride into the huge chamber above, standing in silhouette as cavern light cuts behind them, waiting for the Blizzard Phoenix. The creature rockets downward, its dark body streaking through the air in one unstoppable blur. Anastasia jerks back, gasping in shock, while Alan stays icy calm, telling her to lock her shield up tight and swear she'll be fine because this fight won't last. He snaps his aim up and fires one clean shot, straight into the diving Phoenix's head, blasting it with explosive impact. With all its momentum gone, the giant bird drops out of the sky and smashes onto the cavern floor right behind Anastasia. Alan stays eerily calm as he declares, "It's over." Even though he can't fully believe it, Anastasia shoots back, "So the fight is really done." He nods and insists his shot landed on the one vital spot. They rush up to the fallen beast, and up close its sheer size is unreal. He declares their next move: grab the tail, the wing feathers, and the magic stone. He thrust the huge, ornate magic stone into Anastasia's hands and told her to take it, then tossed her the meat too, saying the bones were useless to him, and he always just throws them away. Her face clicks into understanding the moment she grips the stone, and he tells her straight up that the spoils are hers too, because they pulled off the job together. Staring at that massive magic stone, she finally gets it. This whole trip's third reason, the one she now swears the Duke meant too, was to turn her into the official conqueror of the labyrinth. She hovered beside the treasure chest while Alan pushed for a quick break, then returned to the entrance for round 2, right there beside him. And she'd do it with her head high, because now her family could proudly claim they'd sponsored the very first adventurer to step into this dungeon. Her eyes snapped to his chest when she asked if it was full. Alan nodded and said everything inside was already collected. They dropped onto the stone steps to catch their breath, and after a beat she leaned in and asked what was inside. Alan froze, then told her to wait a minute. Then he plunged his hand into a plain little pouch, and just like that, to her complete shock, a breathtaking long sword slid into the light. He thrust the weapon into the air and boasted that it was the dungeon's treasure, and Anastasia, totally clueless about that kind of stuff, just blinked and said it looked like it came straight from a magic bag. She yanked the blade from him, eyes wide with pure shock. Alan recognized it instantly as the Sky Knight's sword, a legendary weapon, and the word legendary kept slamming into her mind. Even so, he told her, calm as could be, that he was handing it over. She froze, demanding if he was serious because it was a national treasure, and Alan only said, "It's for your next birthday, my apology for not being able to celebrate with you last year." He told her this was his first birthday gift for the woman who said yes to his proposal, and he needed to make it perfect. She froze, cheeks burning and eyes darting everywhere, as Anastasia barely managed a soft thank you, while he promised he'd bring her another gift next year. Her nerves melted into focused calm as she scanned the chamber, demanding to know, really know, that they were alone, no monsters lurking now that the boss was gone. Alan nodded and confirmed it. Hearing that, she murmured that it was just the two of them, then snapped with sudden resolve, leaned in fast, and slammed the distance shut, startling the boy. Breathless, she blurts, "Is anyone there?" And when Alan feels her right next to him, he jolts and can only stammer, until she assures him they're totally, completely alone. That intense moment fizzles out, and a flustered Alan blurts that they should scout the area a little more before heading back. Anastasia nods quietly, agreeing without a word. After their expedition, where they hammered out multiple laps through the Wind Mountain dungeon to get Anastasia ready for her level up, Alan rushed back and reported every last detail of their progress to the Duke. He also delivered the spoils straight to the ducal family, while a perfectly composed Anastasia stood right at his side. Duke Ramslet snatched the items, confirming the family would take care of the official quest registration, then leaned in close and barked at Alan to keep his hands off his daughter. Alan nodded and agreed, even as guilt stabbed his chest, because that line had already been crossed with just 2 days of summer vacation left. He and Anastasia dive into the sky in a tiny plane, streaking straight for the Valley of the Flying Dragons. He's determined to make sure Melissa and Jerome are safe, then finally bring them to Anastasia. On the plane, Anastasia clings to him with white-knuckle grip, so tight he feels it. Then he snaps, asking what's wrong as she fumbles nervously with her flight goggles. She asks if they're really headed for the Valley of the Flying Dragons, and he shoots back, surprised by her weird vibe, because everyone knows that place is a nightmare, packed with wyverns. He presses her, asking if she's scared for her safety. She swears it's fine and then admits she's got him, because he knows someone there. She keeps pressing him about her tone, and he tells her straight up that the way she speaks isn't like most noble ladies. So now she panics, asking if it comes off arrogant or nasty, and he assures her it's not exactly that, just clearly different. She scoots in close and drops into this super formal, almost respectful tone, then asks him if he, just like the other guys, only likes women who talk politely. Her sudden move makes the little aircraft jerk hard to the side, and she blurts an apology while demanding to know why he's swerving. He makes it clear it has nothing to do with her tone. He just wants a calm, easy relationship with her, and he's totally okay with whatever she's comfortable with, whether she talks formally or in her usual way. She takes his words in, then asks if he hated her formal speech, and he admits he was only a little thrown off. With a grin, Anastasia decides she'll keep that special tone in her pocket for the moment it actually counts. Her mind drifts straight to the past. She tells you she grew up in the palace as an apprentice, then somehow ended up training as a knight right beside the prince, An odd detour she insists completely sharpened her swordsmanship. She keeps on telling it, reliving how she once played the lazy prince's right hand, ordering knights and maids like it was nothing, until commanding subordinates started to feel normal. Now she sees the times finally changed, and maybe she can drop the forced authority and speak the way she truly wants again. Alan snaps her out of it, saying things will change little by little the moment she marries him and becomes a mother. Then Anastasia's flustered speech cuts off instantly when a colossal, dark-winged wyvern slams into their flight path, blotting out the sky. While they're soaring through the sky in their plane, Alan and Anastasia suddenly find a white wyvern pacing right alongside them, wing to wing. Anastasia yells Alan's name, terrified, but Alan keeps his cool and reassures her, telling her everything's fine. To grab the creature's attention, Anastasia shouts her own name and demands to know why it doesn't recognize her, warning it must have just shown up in the valley. Then panic hits. She snatches him by the arm and screams for them to get out right now. Alan and Anastasia scramble to escape, but a colossal dark-scaled wyvern slams down from the sky and wipes out their only way out. Then both of them snap their heads up in pure shock at the towering beast. A shadowy creature hovers right beside them, calls Alan out by name, and asks if he's okay. Then relief hits hard as Alan and Anastasia spot the sky dragon, Chiron. Alan lands safely and grips the ground. "Thanks, Jerome, you saved us." And when Jerome's rescued, the sky dragon bashfully accepts the gratitude. Alan then points to Anastasia and breaks it down. After a wild chain of events, he formed a bond with the wyvern, and somehow that same friend has grown into a sky dragon. Jerome greets Alan like it's been forever, then leans in toward Anastasia and snaps, "So who are you?" Right on cue, Melissa the white wyvern swoops back into view, and Alan, totally flustered, realizes one more of his friends just showed up. He keeps the conversation going, shoots Alan a worried look, and asks what's happened, whether he needs their help like they promised, because he's there to check on everything. The group finally settles in, and Jerome shoots a question at everyone. "Any humans attacked the wyvern since our last meeting?" And as soon as he asks, Alan's face shifts, like he's on the verge of remembering something that matters. Rome lays out everything he's picked up from the other wyverns deep in that valley. Then a pink-haired woman and her whole crew swoop in, start spitting nonsense, and launch a full-on attack. He snaps that the attackers were nothing, easy prey, crushed fast, so there's no need for help right now. But then his voice hardens as he turns to Alan and makes a promise. If Anastasia ever gets dragged into danger again, he wants Alan to lend his strength. Dragon swallowed the request, then spun to Anastasia and pressed her. Was she really Alan's chosen mate? Alan flashed a confident smile and said yes, but told her the truth. Her parents hadn't approved yet, and he was going to force them to. Jerome admitted the parents' disapproval was the real problem, then dropped a brutally direct fix. If Anastasia's parents wouldn't accept Alan, he told him to just kill them, and the boys were left frozen, stunned, and completely speechless. That violent suggestion got shut down instantly when Anastasia clocked him and snapped, "You idiot!" The dragon blurted out a frantic apology on the spot, and even Alan, still rattled, told Jerome he had to fix his extreme way of thinking. But Anastasia waved it off and soothed the whole mess by calling it nothing more than an over-the-top dragon joke. With the tension finally easing, Melissa stepped up to Anastasia and made a bold request. She wanted the princess's sin in her memory, so she could use it to help her later. As soon as the request hit the air, both dragons lunged closer to sniff Anastasia, and she blushed so hard it was obvious she'd rather disappear. Alan quickly soothed her and told her it was okay. Then Melissa nodded, confirmed her promise, and said if it was Alan's request, she'd make sure the person he cared about was protected. To show his gratitude, Alan whipped out a gift. He pulled a massive slab of orc meat from a magic bag, leaving Anastasia stunned. Melissa and Jerome practically bounced with hunger, and Anastasia just smiled and said she never gets bored as long as she's with Alan. After Alan and Anastasia split the meat with the dragons, their time together snapped shut. Then they tore away from the Valley of the Dragons. They blasted off into the sky, fleeing the valley in their tiny, personal aircraft. The ride finally wrapped up. The summer felt endless, then vanished in a blink. And now it was time to head back to Royal High School. Back in the classroom, Alan and Anastasia stood before everyone and launched their independent research project, Straight-Up Adventures in a Country, and Anastasia broke down their big thesis. They had to push for a brand new relationship to smash the conflict of interest between the two groups. While they toiled on the project, Alan kept circling one brutal truth. The country and its adventurers were fighting over nothing but gold. The nobles and the state wanted the labyrinth for their treasury, but they refused to gamble their own knights, and they'd never take responsibility for the very adventurers they'd need to hire. Bottom line, Alan called it a profit war, pure and raw. It slammed him with a bitter truth. Nobles were plotting, hunting for any excuse to grab the earnings adventurers risked their lives to earn. As he dropped that blunt take on his group, Anastasia snapped, slammed her pen down, and insisted there was no way she could put that in their report, while Alan nodded and pushed for a softer, more diplomatic way to phrase his. Isabella, always practical, nodded along and flipped the argument with a real-life example. She talked about her hometown of Altmund, where the knights and adventurers get along like they're on the same team. She said they team up to hunt orcs all the time, and that teamwork keeps the town stocked with meat. So Anastasia immediately pushed to add it to their report. While Isabella teased that the second anyone brought up food, Amy started drooling like crazy. Once they locked in that point, Isabella snapped her attention to the Adventurers Guild and pushed the next angle hard. Then she pivoted toward Anastasia with a curious look, asking about the other thing that had snagged her attention. The question lingered in the air, and in seconds the whole crew zeroed in on the ring blazing on Anastasia's finger, everyone wondering if Alan had given it to her. The shock hit even harder when they realized she'd been wearing both the ring and the hair ornament ever since their trip to the elven village, and Alan snapped into a full-on blush, because the gift-giver was sitting right there in front of her. Isabella kept up her playful teasing, and Anastasia's face burned with embarrassment. Yet even with all the school rumors flying around, she never once publicly spilled who had gifted her that precious fairy hair ornament. That gift's controversy was about to explode into the open, because as Alan and Anastasia slipped under a school archway, a sharp voice snapped from behind them and ordered them to stop. They spun around and froze. Baroness von Breezes and her crew were right there, staring straight at Anastasia's hair, pure rage blazing in her eyes. "That ornament mine," she snapped. "Give it back." Anastasia didn't flinch. Her face hardened as she answered cool and steady that it wasn't the Baroness' at all. It was a gift from some noble. And as she said it, Amy's name surged through her mind. As the Baroness snarls and demands the hair ornament, she refuses to budge, because in her mind she's the one who's supposed to get it. But Anastasia just stays steady and calmly shuts her down. She won't hand it over to anyone, not even her. Right nearby, the prince backs the Baroness and snaps his orders. Anastasia hands over the hair ornament to Amy, the rightful owner. Alan just glares because he sees it plain as day. The prince is trusting Amy's side only, and he's become nothing but dead weight. Quietly, Alan wonders if there's still any hope left for the royal heir. Leonardo tries to talk him down, reminding the prince how vital the ornament is to Anastasia. But the prince shuts him up with a brutal insult, lunges forward, and reaches to rip the accessory from Anastasia's hair, while Alan shouts her name in a frantic warning. Right before his hand can even touch, an invisible force smashes him away, blasting him backward through the air in a violent blur, while the other students just freeze, staring, mouths agape, stunned speechless by how fast everything flips. That repelling force slams Anastasia to the floor. Alan rushes to see if she's okay, and the other students instantly scream in alarm, because a cold, disembodied voice suddenly echoes through the hall, swearing it'll punish anyone who tries to steal the proof from the one the spirits have chosen. The voice spikes, hammering the same question over and over: who dares to touch the spirit's beloved child? Panic hits the crowd like cold water, and Vaughn breezes. World goes deathly silent. Dread drains the air out of the scene. Her face snaps into a mask of pure terror as that unseen presence closes in on her. She whips around and snaps at Anastasia, her fear curdling into fierce accusation like, "You ruined it all. I was meant to become a saint, and now this country's finished." Before things explode any further, Alan steps in front of them, locks eyes with the Baroness, and declares crystal clear, "No matter what Amy says, that hair ornament is Anastasia's." He keeps pushing, begging the Baroness to snap out of her dream and face the real world right in front of her. Then he points them out one by one. The prince, Oscar, Marcus, Leonardo, and Anastasia, insisting they're not characters on a page but living people. He snaps back, reminding her Amy is alive too, just like all those other people packed into the royal capital. And Anastasia, stunned to the core, can only blurt out his name. He locks eyes with her and insists they're not just players trapped in some scripted tale. Then he hits her with a jaw-dropping verdict. In this world, there's no such thing as a heroine, not a single thing. As he and Amy stormed down the corridor, the prince was left staring at his own blunder. Seconds ago, he'd been convinced his move would shut Amy down and make the others regret crossing him. Now, watching her go, that dream crumbled fast. He could only shout her name, stunned by how wrong he'd been. As Alan strolls the school grounds, he leans in and asks Anastasia if she wants lunch, but she's so distracted he presses, "What's wrong?" She brushes it off outside, yet inside her mind keeps running back to her new obsession, hunting for any spot where they can be alone, even if it means another trip to the laboratory. Right when the conversation hits its stride, Amy cuts in with a bright smile, greets Anastasia like they're old friends, and practically ushers them both into lunch. Amy says yes to her offer, and the three of them squeeze onto an outdoor table. Amy smiles like, "Seriously, it feels great to eat outside for once," since they're always stuck in the dining hall. Then she lifts her meal and proudly shows her usual sandwich. Me then blurts out a compliment to Anastasia, assuming she drags herself up early every day just to make her own lunch. And she quietly shuts that down, insisting she absolutely couldn't pull it off. Right in the middle of a peaceful meal, the prince storms in, and Anastasia snaps her head up in pure shock, calling, "Your Highness." He barely even glances at their food, brushing it off like it means nothing, then declares he's only here to hand her something. He hands her a sealed letter and tells her it came from his father. Then he insists she read it and sends back her answer right away, before he finally leaves. As Anastasia processes the prince's words, Alan glares at the royal with a clenched, untrusting stare. Anastasia steadies her voice, fires off her reply, and confirms she's got it. Then she tells the prince to go tell His Majesty she'll come visit him soon. He accepts her answer, promises a carriage will come for her the very next day, then turns and strides off. The second the prince slips away, Amy shoots Anastasia a worried look and asks what's going on. Anastasia admits she's gotten the summons from the king and has to meet him tomorrow. And while the details are fuzzy, it sure sounds like she'll be stuck at the royal castle for a while. He tried to smooth everything over, insisting the orders would only keep her away for about a week. But Alan wouldn't buy it, because the real imperial seal meant this was no small matter, and he flat out said he'd miss her. As Amy took a sip, the prince huffed and declared, dramatically, that he couldn't stand being away from Anastasia for even one single day. She flashed a smile, swearing she'd catch her up on every missed lesson the moment she got back. Then one nagging thought hit him, because back then, he had zero clue what was about to blow up their lives. The moment hit him hard. This was about to be the last lunch he'd share with this crew for who knows how long. From a nearby window, another student, same hair, same pigtails, leans in with a faint, knowing little smile, watching everything play out. Elsewhere in a dim corridor, another young woman stalked forward alone, her thoughts sprinting. She told herself everything was going perfectly, and that once she got her hands on her target, they'd face a villain's punishment. Her smirk said it all. She'd clocked her real target, Alan, another reincarnator just like her. Then she swore she'd get her revenge for him cheating and wrecking the whole scenario. Later, as Anastasia prepared it off to the side, she peppered Alan with a question. Was he sure the others didn't want to come see her off? Alan assured her the carriage would roll in any minute, and they still had classes waiting. With a warm smile, Anastasia handed them over to his care. They decided to watch or go and just shouted, "See you in a week." But the school's official cover story, "Anastasia is away on the king's business," made doubt spark in everyone's mind. That week dragged on and on. 10 days slid by with zero word from Anastasia, and Alan's worry started to gnaw at him. He sank at his desk, replaying everything, debating whether to corner the Duke on his way home and finally ask. At last, the worry snapped him into action and he demanded a meeting. Duke Ramsgate stood right in front of him, staring back with a harsh, unforgiving face. "Did you not notice until now?" the Duke thundered. Alan could only nod, voice tight and unsure, as the weight of what was happening finally crashed into him. He listened as Duke Ramslet laid out just how bad things were, confirming that the night before he'd pieced it all together from his butler, Seabes, and that same day he'd even talked straight to the king himself. Then the Duke shoved a letter into his hands and practically barked, "Read it." Alan's eyes blew wide with shock as he grabbed the document, because it was a royal decree, sealed with the king's mark, ordering Anastasia to wed Gunter Werner, the enemy magician commander, STMPIRE. As Alan double-checked the order, the Duke dropped the bomb. The decree's seal was real, but His Majesty had no memory of ever summoning Anastasia or giving that order at all. Right away, everyone's suspicion latched onto the Crown Prince. Duke Ramsley confirmed it. The prince refused to testify, swearing he'd done nothing to hurt the kingdom. And then the awful truth slammed into Alan like a gut punch. The prince had sold Anastasia to an enemy nation, and pure rage warped the boy's face. His fury got punched in the gut when the Duke dropped even worse news. The Est Empire had officially declared war, claiming a peace convoy attack inside the kingdom's borders where they swore the bride and her entire escort were killed, even though it was all a fabricated lie. The revelation hit him like a sledgehammer. He crumpled into the chair, head hanging low, barely able to believe this fabrication was what they were calling the official reason for the war that was about to explode. With hope flickering, he asked the Duke straight up, did he really think Anastasia was dead? The Duke snapped back, absolutely not. He pointed out there was zero proof any carriage had been attacked, so the Empire had likely just snatched a prisoner and vanished. He paused and stared out the window, piecing together the enemy's strategy like it was right in front of him. The Duke finally spilled the whole conspiracy. How the Crown Prince waved a forged decree to hand Anastasia over, and how the Empire cooked up a death story just to spark a war. With no body or carriage to bury, they were about to roar their fake tragedy to the world and use it to justify their invasion. Alan froze, staring at the Duke's cold composure even in the worst moment. Then the Duke snapped his head around and ordered him, "Go to the Empire and find my daughter." He laid it out plain. Alan, an adventurer, could move quietly with the post-student mobilization because a soldier's attack counts as war, but an adventurer's move can be brushed off and denied, stopping the enemy from using it as an excuse to slaughter civilians in revenge. With his back turned, Duke Ramslet speaks formally and asks Alan to use his B-ranked venture to bring his daughter back. So Alan listens like it matters, then fires back with a determined nod. Of course he'll do it. Then the Duke spells out the deal. Alan will ride into the army as an adventurer, representing the Ramslet family. But the moment the words land, Alan snaps up a problem, saying once he's stuck under the military's chain of command, he won't be able to move the way he needs to. Seeing the point, the Duke grins and tells him, "I've got it, Seabes will come by tomorrow." He places his full faith in Alan and makes it clear he's counting on him. Then Alan nods, thanks him, and slips out of the grand mansion into the pounding rain. As he trudges through the pounding rain, his mind gnaws on the Crown Prince's vicious act. The Duke is right, selling his former fiancée to the Est Empire, a country that carves up civilians, is unforgivable. Far from each other, Alan and the Duke lock into the same quiet, seething fury. Next day at school, Isabella zeroed in on him and told him the news she and another student had been summoned to the royal castle that morning to testify about the letter the crown prince handed Anastasia. She swore everyone still believes Anastasia is locked up in the castle, then leaned in and asked if Alan had heard anything yet. His other classmate adds that more students got invited too, mostly kids from families who openly hate the crown prince. And with a worried look, she turns to Alan and demands to know if something happened to Anastasia. He plays dumb and swears he knows nothing, while Isabella leans in, whispering that this might be tied to the outbreak of war. And even though he says nothing, Alan tightens his grip on the one truth he won't budge from: Anastasia. Later, he slams his back against the wall with sheer determination, deciding to wait just a bit longer, because he's sure she'll come back. Later on, Alan slid into a seat with Seabes, the Ramslet butler, and listened as he laid out his report. On the day Anastasia fled the royal castle, a gatekeeper swore he'd seen her carriage roll out of town through the east gate. Alan scribbled it all down and demanded confirmation, and Seabes nailed it with a firm yes. The butler keeps talking, saying the carriage driver bolted the moment they cleared the gate. Then a week later they found the smashed remains of that very same carriage, straight from the royal capital. Alan clicks instantly. This wasn't a simple escape, it was a decoy built to throw off any chase. And Seabes backs it up, confirming the Duke sees it too. He leaned in as Seabes laid out the results. Witnesses swore the carriage tore down the road at full speed, packed with just a few pieces of luggage and a single driver. The butler kept judging her, and when he felt her strength, he knew this young lady was too tough to snatch, because even one or two men wouldn't stand a chance. He caught up with the new meaning and shot back. So Duke Ramslet thinks she was yanked away in another carriage too, through a whole different route. Seabes nodded and confirmed his lord was thinking the exact same thing. His worry kept climbing. Alan demanded to know if Anastasia was safe, and Seabes shot back with total confidence that he believed she was. He flashed a small smile, thanked the butler and told him, just call him Seabes. Meanwhile, the crown prince's mess kept getting worse. Students confirmed he'd ordered Anastasia to be sent to the royal castle. But now the truth hit a wall, because digging into the fake royal decree would force them to drag the king himself into it. The prince replayed the Duke's reaction in his head. This wasn't just protest. Duke Ramslet demanded the crown prince's abdication, threatened to pull all support from the royal family, and even vowed to leave the capital unless Anastasia was returned. Pigtail's girl marched up and asked if he was alone, then started needling him, claiming his precious Anastasia had supposedly married into the empire, right as her carriage was attacked by bandits. And she even pretended to look sorry. His eyes narrowed as he snapped that she'd orchestrated the whole thing. Then she shrugged it off, pretending not to know, and blasted Anastasia as a villain who'd been ditched by her fiancé, beaten and sold off, and brushed it all away like it was nothing but fate. She leaned in with a smug grin and spilled the whole plan. Anastasia would come back for revenge. They'd smash her then, and boom, happy ending, got it. She keeps smiling as she admits the prince has been trying, then bluntly points out he's wrecked her plans one too many times, so she smirks like a winner and declares, "You lost," brushing him off as some irrelevant nobody who should just get out. As she turns to walk away, she sings about how sweet a loser's howl sounds, and the prince snaps, clenching his teeth and spitting, "Scum." Her words snap the air. Then she erupts into triumphant, almost unhinged laughter as she strides off, leaving him frozen in total shock. Locked away with his thoughts, the prince replays every move he made, collecting the key items like a plan, kicking the events off early, and even snuffing out Amy's shot at becoming a saintess. Then tells himself it's all under control, while ignoring the dangerous mess he just built. It hits him his overconfidence didn't come from nowhere. He's been reshaping destiny, and the biggest reason is that he won Anastasia's heart. Then the truth slams into him. This is all his fault. Rage and regret harden into a new resolve. He'll save Anna. But as he stalks down the empty corridor, dread freezes him, and he finally admits it out loud. He has absolutely no idea what to do next. A young woman in a school uniform stands outside, her face full of thought as she stares up at the sky. Then she starts talking to someone we can't see, saying some of you might already know what's going on. In the grand assembly hall, a woman with glasses, standing beside the school's principal at the podium, cuts through the noise with a grave announcement. Their kingdom is at war with the Est Empire because the Empire launched unprovoked aggression. She grips the room and tells the students to never forget that in war, the weak and innocent get hit first, because one day they'll be the ones leading and protecting everyone. And as the crowd hangs on her words, the prince sits there, horrified, realizing the invasion is starting way earlier than it was ever meant to. He calls it an even darker prophecy. A villain banished from the kingdom would come back, rally the imperial army and carve out revenge in a civil war, then drag her relatives into darkness. Except none of that has happened yet, so the Duke's family should still be safe. Beside him, Amy and another student are falling apart. Amy sobs that it's all too much, and she yells why they can't just get along. When the grim news hits, Amy snaps to her feet and begs for real dialogue, convinced they can finally understand each other. Then the prince, moved to the core, roars that they'll back her spirit and insists they can't just keep fighting. The principal watches in shock, stunned by the whole outburst. The crowd erupts as chanting students shout Amy's name, rallying behind her battle cry for words over force. Amy stands with her arms wide, glowing like a beacon for everyone watching, while a mysterious reincarnator lurks at the side with a stone-cold, unimpressed face. Later, the principal and a military commander step up and speak straight to the reincarnator, only to tell her that talk matters, but it only works if the other person actually wants to listen. Then the principal glares at the girl, snaps that she won't tolerate random, unsolicited comments and demands. "Do you understand?" The girl answers quietly, "Yes." All alone and crushed, her earlier confidence evaporates. She can't shake the feeling that everything's already broken, like the world got messed up. The war hits way too soon, and the student reacts nothing like she'd planned for, so she starts to wonder if that mob character glitched the whole reality. Right as everyone starts drifting, the principal snaps back for silence and announces that since the country's slipping into war, the school shuts down until next spring. The students gape in disbelief, scrambling to understand what that even means, and she just tells them, plain and firm, to pack up and get ready to go back home. A military commander strides up, thanking the principal for her hard work. Then the reincarnator snaps. She barrels into the office, furious, demanding to know why the school gets shut down and what happens to the festival and all the other events. She feels stonewalled, totally ignored, and the whole situation feels like a disaster waiting to explode. The commander whips around to face the students, bellowing his authority as he introduces himself, Commander Otto von Jukes, and declares, straight up, that the kingdom needs their help. He roared his command at the gathered students, his voice crackling with patriotic fire, demanding they protect their homeland from the Est Empire's savage invasion, raise their hands, prove their spirit, and step up for the fight. When the commander begged with all his heart, one hand exploded into the air from the crowd, and a young man stepped up to volunteer. He called himself Alan, a second-year student, and that sudden move sent shockwaves through the otherwise silent room. The commander spotted him instantly, the scholarship kid Alan. The moment he barked, "Join me," whispers exploded among the noble students. They stared, shocked that a commoner had the nerve to stand tall, and now they felt guilty too. If Alan could risk everything, what excuse did they have? Inspired by his example, another student shot his hand up and yelled that he'd volunteer too, and the young woman next to him jumped in right after, declaring she wanted in as well. Commander Otto wore a satisfied smile as he welcomed the brave young men and women, then declared that every applicant would march straight with him to the royal palace. While the volunteers piled up, a few noble students who'd stayed back just sneered, and they couldn't believe the princes, hell, even Leonardo, hadn't signed on, like nobility meant nothing. Anastasia spit out a cruel sneer and told the commoner volunteers to go die in the war. On the palace grounds, Alan and the other volunteers snapped into military uniforms, and Commander Otto laid out their first mission, rear support, then drilled one rule into them: stay respectful, because they were moments away from meeting His Majesty the King. As Alan and the others strode into the throne room, a jolt hit him. He was about to face the Crown Prince's father. Up on a grand throne, the King of the realm sat like a storm, and he greeted the brave students with a welcome so simple and powerful it felt like a challenge. Then he stepped up to the kneeling volunteers and spoke with full authority, declaring that starting right then, they were officially part of the army and wishing them the best for what came next. The students lowered their heads, acknowledging the order. Just right as the aides shouted their dismissal, Alan didn't budge. He stayed planted and refused to back down, because he knew hunting Anna from the rear ranks would be a nightmare. So he stepped forward and demanded a chance to speak, calling himself an adventurer from the Rams led by Duke. Commander Otto erupted over the broken protocol, but the king calmly raised his hand and ordered everyone to wait. Commander Otto stands there with the other student volunteers, then snaps them into action, orders them back to their barracks to wait for what comes next, and they salute, obeying without a word. Then they haul him straight before the king for a private audience, and the monarch looks him in the eye, admitting he's already heard the name Alan, the commoner Duke Ramslet has been protecting. The king's face hardens as he keeps talking, admitting he knows Alan wiped out his son and the others in that duel. Then he snaps, wondering if Duke Ramslet is playing games with the royal family by refusing to cooperate. Alan stays quiet and just confirms the duel happened. He admits he doesn't know what the Duke is planning, then makes it crystal clear. He's here to back the royal family and stand by His Majesty. After swearing his loyalty, he shoots out a jaw-dropping demand: protect Anastasia, the Duke of Ramslet's daughter, right away. The king and Commander Otto both look stunned. He keeps rolling forward with zero hesitation, throwing out a second, even wilder demand: harsh punishment for anyone who abused the royal seal and even the forgery of a royal decree. And the king's face turns grim as he orders Alan to repeat every word he just said. Commander Otto explodes into the room, roaring Alan's name and snapping that his disrespect won't be tolerated, while the king glares, demanding to know if Alan even understands what he said. Alan drops into a deep bow at once, apologizes through the panic for his rudeness, and begs for forgiveness for crossing the line. The king sneers it off like Duke Ramslet's just feeding him cheap insults, then snaps orders for Alan to be shoved to the rear for support, until Alan won't budge, begging to be sent straight to the front so he can own his disrespect. The king is stunned by his stubborn resolve, and he starts to say, "Wah." His Majesty leans in and hammers the point home, reminding Alan that the Duke already swore he'd never cooperate with the royal family, and then he presses Alan. "Are you doing the same?" Alan snaps a hand to his chest and flat out denies it, declaring that he's dedicated to the king and his country. A proud, satisfied grin snaps across the king's face. Then he declares he'll grant Alan's wish, slamming orders down that Alan goes straight to the front lines to crush the imperial soldiers. He snapped orders to his own men. Alan had to march straight to the fortress city of Caldesha, retake the Brazini region and crush the imperial army. And then the king leaned in, asking what reward the boy wanted. Alan kept it to himself, thinking he'd ask for something fitting once the fighting was done, while Commander Otto beside him ground his teeth in silent frustration. He pushed the deal hard: gold, a title, or a woman, and Alan could have it all like he'd already won for the kingdom. But only one catch: he wasn't allowed back in the royal capital until he got it done. Alan bowed and accepted the order on the spot. Commander Otto asked if the king was really sure, and the king brushed it off, telling Alan to go. The monarch then chuckled to himself about Duke Ramslet. Turns out the guy couldn't even tame his own pet dog, which snapped at his hand and bolted the moment it bit him. As Alan strode down that long, shadowy corridor, he started running the king's math in his head. He was just a capable commoner, and if he got killed on the battlefield, nobody would blink. But if he came back alive, the king would snap him up as his new master. Later, tucked away in a private room, Alan demanded Ramslet Butler's verdict on the plan, and Seabass backed him up fast, saying Duke Gerhardt was confident it would work, because nothing could shake His Majesty's character. The butler spelled out the Duke's logic. The king is a fool, but he won't execute a student just for being rude. So it finally hit Alan like a lightning bolt. The plan actually worked, and now he was terrified he'd been branded a traitor. So he'd run back with the results to the Duke first. Then he'd have to rush home and tell his mother. His uniform, now ready for departure, hung in place like it was waiting for war to begin. Yes, back home he sat with his mother and told her he'd volunteered as a student, then hurried to calm her fears. Because students don't get thrown into fights. They're usually stuck doing non-combat jobs like publicity, hauling supplies, or handing out help. Yet just as her worries started to ease, he slid into a new conversation and started talking about Anastasia. She studied him with that knowing look, then said, Alan, with a soft smile, "You like Anastasia, do you?" And teased that maybe the princess felt the same about him too. Alan was left completely speechless. She stammered, and a blush shot across his face as she asked if it was that obvious, while his mother calmly took a sip from her cup and cut in, "No," right as she trailed off. But his mother kept talking, her face already knowing. She reminded him about the invitation to the meal, how the letter had named Anastasia, and how even back then she'd figured out exactly how he felt. She admits she hates the idea of him leaving, but she's got no power to stop it. Then she leans in and tells him straight. If the girl he's chasing is a duke's daughter, he has to win, no excuses. She softly rests her hand on his head, tells him she'll be fine, and urges him to pour everything into saving Anastasia. Then she leans in and warns him not to forget one critical thing. Her eyes sharpen as she delivers her last piece of advice. When it comes to what matters most, he better not screw up his priorities. Her words keep echoing in Alan's head as he sits on the edge of his dim room, staring at the wall and sorting out what matters most. His resolve hardens and his face locks in with pure determination, because all that matters now is one thing: saving on this. But this choice sparks pure fury. Melissa shrieks in outrage, declaring that his plan is unforgivable. She darts around in a panic, shouting that this is a terrible idea, and when Lou, the spirit of light, asks if they're really planning to kill the crown prince, Jerome slams back that that would mean wiping out everyone in the royal capital. Alan insists he's only trying to find Anna, and then Jerome presses him hard. Why help in some war against stupid humans when Alan's a good guy, sure, but definitely strange? Right in the middle of the fight, the wife, or the mother, cuts in and declares, "I'll do it myself." She storms forward, swears she'll track down his beloved girl immediately, and promises she'll find her right away. For the decisive move, Jerome can only watch, fear tight in his chest, as he blurts out Alan's name and begs, in a low shake, for him not to die as the kid storms off to the rescue. He stood rock solid, eyes locked on the road ahead, and with the Wyver mother finally gone, he declared his own departure. He had to go too, straight to the front lines. Above, Melissa swooped to back him up, and she and Lou shot through the sky, tearing up a trail of dust behind them. As Anastasia showered, one word kept hammering in her head: an order, like a command waiting to be obeyed. She remembered the order clear as day. This wasn't meant for the duchy, it was meant for her directly, and to top it off, the crown prince was going to hand it to her himself. If it really was that urgent, she still didn't have the choice. She had to follow the king's orders, no matter what. With that resolve burning in her chest, she grabbed her bag and packed in a hurry. She zipped herself into her uniform and then, knock, knock, someone hit her door. Alan was there calling for Anna, and when she froze and told him to wait, he instantly guessed she wasn't done changing yet. Moments later, she popped out with her bag in hand and told Alan she was heading straight for the royal castle. He asked if she didn't want him to see her off, but she waved it away, soft and firm, reminding him he had class, then told him to hold the fort until the carriage finally arrived. Her tough tone cracked into a warm smile as she nodded yes, and from the doorway Alan told her to text him when she got back, then said goodbye for the week. Later, Anastasia stood outside the school's massive iron gates with her luggage in hand, and when a horse-drawn carriage rumbled down the stone path toward her, her face turned stone serious. The carriage door swung open, and the prince stepped out with a blazing, confident grin. Then he spoke to her in full official style, calling her Anastasia Klano van Ramslet and demanding she carry out her noble duties. Stunned, all she could get out was his title. She snapped, "What do you even mean by responsibilities for a noble?" And he pulled out a sealed letter, saying a brand new royal decree had been handed down just today. The royal decree hit the court as he read it in a calm, unshakable voice. Anastasia von Ram was forbidden to refuse marrying Gunther Werner, the commander of the Est Empire's magic division, and her eyes bulged with pure disbelief. Then the prince flashed that confident smile and dropped the ultimatum like a hammer. This wasn't a request, it was an order. If she or the duke said no, they'd be branded traitors. Without a single protest, he waved at the carriage waiting nearby, basically telling them to take it up on the road, while his men stood at the gate, bowing stiffly to Anastasia and urging her to come with them. East Asia's mind raced. This was royal territory and it was beyond outrageous. She still knew the paper was real, because forging something like that would be the kind of crime that lands you in the highest ranks of punishment. So she swallowed her shock, didn't cause a scene, and chose obedience for now. At the palace, she'd confront His Majesty herself and then report everything straight to her father. Taking a breath, she steadied herself and stepped forward, requesting that her luggage be handled. She climbed into the carriage, and before she could even steady her thoughts, doubt hit hard. Were they really headed for the palace? Then, out of nowhere, someone slammed a cloth over her mouth from behind. Her eyes went wide as her breath caught, and the world crumbled into black. Miles away, Alan caught sight of the spirit of light, and right then Lou slammed to a stop. She spun toward him, and he demanded what was wrong. She just stared into the distance, worry flashing across her face, and then she fell silent. She brushed it off in a flash, insisting it was nothing at all, then shot forward, hide and seek, and took off, darting ahead to get hidden before he could even blink. Lou ducked into her hiding spot, and it hit her. Her blessing on Anastasia had just kicked on for a split second, flashing a chilling vision of the abduction. She blurted out, "What even happened?" And her mind jumped to some wild, ridiculous idea about Alan. Then she shoved the thought aside and started counting for their game. Meanwhile, Anastasia clawed her way back to consciousness, the roar of rushing water smashing into her ears as everything blurred. She tried to piece together what happened and where she was. Her vision snapped into focus: dark stone tunnel, cold air, and two rough hands carrying her. Panic hit like a wave as she tried to move and couldn't. And right before the darkness swallowed everything, the only thing she could think to cling to was a name: Alan. Her captors slipped through the forest fast, their leader barking, "Hurry up." They hauled her unconscious body into the back of a covered wagon, locking in for a long, brutal journey ahead. The wagon rattled forward toward a distant fortress, and with every jolt a voice drifted in, calling her name from somewhere far away. Yet she stayed trapped in drugged, dreamless sleep. At last, something inside her finally started to stir in the dim room, and an older man with long, pale hair bent over her, asking if she was awake. With a shaky little smile, he admitted he'd hit her with a powerful sedative and that he'd been worried. And the first groggy thing that crossed her mind was one name: Alan. Fully awake now, she snapped her eyes open and realized she was tied down hard to a chair, right where her captor wanted her. She clocked him instantly from the day of the duel. "Where am I?" she demanded, and he didn't dodge the answer. They were in the mountains, miles from the royal capital. Then he let it slip. An underground sewer route smuggled them out from the castle, a hidden crack in the defenses that would make the city's walls useless the moment the Empire ever found out. He stared at her with a scornful sneer, snapped that even after betrayal she still cared about the kingdom's future, and crowned her truly noble. But those cutting words hit like a brick, because the truth was brutal. The royal family had betrayed her and left her behind. She scoffed, wondering who in their right mind would ever want to be married to the Empire's Magic Corps commander, and the man didn't ease a single doubt. He nailed her fate down tight. The crown prince had already sold her off, and then he dropped the final gut punch. Her father, Duke of Ramslet, was getting executed for treason. Then he cleared everything up. Gunther, the Magic Division commander, never meant to make her his wife, not for a second. His voice hardened into a threat as he laid out the real deal. If she stayed physically whole, he and his men could do whatever they wanted to her. Then he snapped his gaze to his subordinates and demanded they all understood what that freedom meant. The other men sneered, but even chained up, Anastasia wouldn't bend. She dug deep, summoned the power that makes worlds, and started to chant, "Amana, become a spear of ice and cut down my enemy." Ice spear. She felt the mana surge through the air. Then nothing snapped into place and shock hit her like lightning, leaving only confusion in its wake. Why wouldn't her magic work? The ropes pinning her arms and torso suddenly cinched to an impossible tightness, and as her stubborn defiance melted into stunned disbelief, the lead captor leaned in and let out a quiet, mocking chuckle, his eyes glittering with cruel satisfaction. Anastasia was hogtied and hanging there, thrashing as she screamed at her restraints. Why couldn't she cast a single spell? The lead captor just smirked and told her the rope wasn't normal at all. It was a magic item that crushed every spell dead, a special present from Gunther Dono, the Magic Division commander. He leans in with a sinister grin and tells her, right there, that he and his men will be her traveling companions all the way to the imperial capital. Mockery keeps pouring out as he boasts that it's an honor to take someone with a noble spirit like hers, someone who could run wild whenever she wants, while the other captors stare on. Anastasia clenches her teeth and fights the ropes with all she's got. Defiance lights a fire in them. Now they shove into her, gripping her head and shoulders to slam her down while she screams in protest. Right then, an unstoppable invisible force bursts out of her, slamming the captors away and sending them crashing and tumbling across the room. Everyone's left reeling from the sudden twist. One grips his wrist and yells she shouldn't even be able to use magic, while another freezes in horror, realizing they can't stop her at all. Anastasia staggers and pants hard, and it's obvious she's the one fueling that brutal burst of power. While one captor pushes the other to try again, Anastasia's eyes suddenly brim with tears. Then an ethereal young girl materializes in front of her, glowing like a ghost from another world. Even through her heartbreak, she recognizes it instantly. It's the blessing of Rasama. The blessing's power drops one of the men dead, right there on the floor. His partner sprints over, yells what's happening, then freezes as he realizes the man isn't breathing. Anastasia's face tightens with cold certainty. She already knows that man was a traitor, and they had to bury him before everything turned dangerous. Then the scene rips open into the past. A young Anastasia, clutching a sweet, as the robe figure she calls Relinda's sensei leans in and offers her treats. Anastasia adores teaching him scone lore. He says the scones he has are delicious, and he's like, yeah, especially with jam, but honestly, they're great even plain. He used his magic with total ease, splitting that little cake into two flawless halves, and young Anastasia, wide-eyed, was the one who suggested they share it first. Then she worried, all innocent panic, that if she ate her piece, there wouldn't be any left for Anastasia. So her teacher just nodded and carried out her wish, stunning her for a moment. Power surged in her and she couldn't help but stare in awe. She swore it was magic, told her sensei he was amazing, and practically begged. "Can I learn that too?" he said. "With serious study you can." But now out of nowhere the spirit of light, Lu, felt the same jolt again. The blessing had kicked back in, which only meant one thing. Anastasia was in real danger. Lu's panic hit hard, but her contract with Millie kept her from rushing out to help. Her worry practically screamed as she blurted out to Alan, "What's going on?" Down in the sky, Jerome the Wyvern roared to Melissa that the scent they'd been following was getting stronger. Then he leaned toward his partner and asked, with a grim grin, if it wouldn't be easier to just kill every human, his cold cynicism crashing headfirst into the urgency of their mission. The Wyvern Mother, with ice-cold clarity, laid it all out, her voice sharp as she declared their goal. Track Anna down, send Alan her exact location, and let him handle the rest of the rescue. Meanwhile, at the very spot they found it, the prince sat beside the bound anesthesia and told them anyone tied to Rollingas is shielded by his blessing, so he refused to lose hope that they'd still get rescued. And when he felt that hope, he knew it all came from believing Alan was truly good. Then he quietly nodded, just, yes. His hope didn't fail him. Just when it felt like the world was silent, a voice rang out for Alan. Standing by a little aircraft while Amy watched from afar, he turned and shouted, "I'm here." Then yanked on his flight goggles, eyes locked on the skies, ready to launch for Anna. On the battlefield, chaos explodes. An earth-shaking blast tears through a shoddy camp, hurling men and debris into the air. And in the middle of that slaughter, a goateed man locks eyes with another captor, staring back in terrified disbelief, completely unable to make sense of the attack. The truth hits. Glowing orbs start raining from the sky, and the captor leader, now shirtless and sword in hand, snatches a terrified woman and snarls questions at her, yelling that a brutal enemy attack must have wiped out his lookouts. He lifts his eyes from the wreckage and spots a strange, winged craft banking through the far sky, leaving him staring in pure confusion, while guards on the castle battlements watch the whole thing unfold, too. On the same wall, a guard blurts out, voice shaking, that the craft is coming back, and beside him a female commander in full plate armor stands steady, eyes locked on the approaching ship, with a young assistant at her side. They stare as a twin-engine machine, built like nothing they've ever seen, slashes through the sky, banking hard toward the castle like it's coming straight for war. It thunders down with a roar, touching the castle courtyard without a jolt, and the female commander snaps into action, ordering every guard to head back to their posts and calling her assistant to follow her at once. As the machine comes to a stop, Alan snaps into view inside the cockpit, watching the commander and her assistant stride right up to his aircraft. He bursts in and starts his report to the commander, saying he found an enemy camp and wiped it out. And when the commander hears the fighting sounds, he praises him and demands the enemy's numbers and where they are. Alan says there are about 100 and asks for a map. It lays it all out. The camp sits in a village the Empire has seized, and the civilians either vanished or were wiped out. The commander nods, then demands proof. So you have 0 allies in that region, right? Alan confirms it without hesitation. Once the report ends, the commander slams down fresh orders. Alan will rip through the sky, scouting north and south and hunting down any NES soldiers. And if he spots them, he's to take them out on the spot. Alan listens to the cold, ruthless command, then, worn out, just asks for some water. He gulps a long drink from his canteen as the female commander presses him on how he'll use the water they brought, and he lays out his plan, freeze it, then drop it from above. A quiet, focused look settles on his face as he adds his next move. Conjure water straight from the air. The commander stays silent, but you can tell the idea hits her. A soldier swings back with the news that the plane's water tanks are already brimming, and Alan snaps out a thank you before declaring he's leaving. Just before he goes, the commander throws him a promise, a ride in the back of the plane once the battle's over. Alan takes it without hesitation, confirming he's ready. With that, his twin-engine aircraft erupts to life, roars into the clouds and vanishes upward, while the commander and her soldiers strain from the fortress walls, climbing to get a better look. As he blasts off, her assistant blurts out his worries. Is it really smart to hand the wheel to someone who looks reckless? The commander fires back that with everything this desperate, they have no choice but to trust him, and she's grateful the Ramslet family is riding with them. Up above, Alan checks his instruments and confirms it. Anastasia and Jerome aren't anywhere near the target zone, so he gets the green light and attacks without holding back. From above, he spots them, hundreds of soldiers in one tight column, marching on foot down the road straight for the fortress like they mean to break it open. He spots them gearing up for a siege. And before they can breathe, he snaps into action, steering his aircraft in from the shadows, killing the magic engine for a silent drop, switching straight to bombing mode. And once his path and altitude are locked in, he swings open the bomb bay and unleashes the attack. Inside the aircraft, he snaps his spell to life. Streams of water burst forward as a glowing magic circle forms around it. Then a second spell slams down, turning it instantly into sparkling, solid ice spheres. He slams down the order to drop the first batch, and the moment those ice spheres tumble away, he shouts for the next round, again and again, while pointing out that the magic circles trapped inside the ice are a tweak of the same technique he once used to smash the bandits. The spheres dive toward the unsuspecting battalion, and down on the ground one soldier catches a weird whistling sound, but his partner waves it off as just a landslide. They have no idea the magic circles inside those falling spheres are gulping up and squeezing huge chunks of air, turning each one into a tiny, unstoppable jet engine. When it hits, that trapped air detonates instantly, boom. A massive blast tears through the enemy lines, obliterating their huge battering ram and hurling bodies and debris flying everywhere. Their ranks shattered like glass, enemy soldiers scattered in a blind panic after the brutal aerial onslaught. From his cockpit, Alan stared at the wreckage, and the truth hit hard. He just built a weapon that could ruin everything. He'd meant it to be controllable and safe for his friends and the environment. Either it went up or it simply released air harmlessly, but the damage it delivered still couldn't be denied. Now that his payload was gone, he slammed the decision in his bones and retreated. He figured the enemy troops had scattered and run, and that meant his next move was simple: wipe out their supplies for good before he chased another target. With mana still burning in him, he drove the wind magic engine to pull water straight out of the sky. He kept hammering forward, crushing the enemy again and again, praying in silence that Jerome and the others would find Anna, and that she'd stay safe. In a pitch-black, mysterious place, Anastasia crumpled onto the cold ground, gasping for air while helplessness hit her like a wave. Her face was beat up, blood smeared her lip in a thin line, and with the last scraps of strength she clung to, she rasped his name. Ow. The chandelier's crystal and metalwork sparkle under the light, flooding the massive cavern with a sharp, dazzling glow. A glittering chandelier looms high over a monster-sized, gold-plated throne room, and down below, Anastasia and two of her captors stand like they're being showcased, their shadows stretching across the polished floor, her face tight with exhaustion. Her arms are yanked and pinned behind her back, but she refuses to break, chin up, eyes locked forward, daring whoever holds her captive. A man with long, pale hair lounges before her, Emperor Adol of the Est Empire, smirking like he owns the air. Then he steps in with a fake, courtly welcome for Anastasia and Clanel Van Ramslet, asking how the journey went in a voice dripping with snide sweetness. A bald man stands beside the Emperor, drops his head, and blurts out the deepest apologies to His Majesty, swearing he'll make sure his wife learns discipline the right way. Anastasia's calm explodes. She snaps around and yells at her captor, screaming that he kidnapped her and has no right to talk, then lets loose with pure rage as she vows she'll never be the wife of someone like him. That outburst snaps a young, light-haired man, Prince Igor, right into the moment, and he smirks as he needles the bald Gunter, saying it's obvious she wants nothing to do with him. Then Igor turns the screws, offering to help discipline the woman Gunter claims is his wife, an offer that makes even the Emperor pause like he's weighing the plan. Gunter closes in on Anastasia, leans down, and spits that she reeks like a sewer after her awful journey, then swears he'll get her cleaned up. Igor scoffs, doubting Gunter can even handle her, and snarls that her pathetic condition is 100% his fault. The Emperor's cold eyes pin them in place. He can't ignore it. No matter how she looks, she's still refusing to fall. Then he turns on his subordinates and snaps that they must violate her until she's finally shattered. One of the captors snaps that Anastasia fights back with some weird power that knocked them all flat, even with the magic rope ceiling they rigged. Then Prince Igor's smirk grows razor-sharp, and he gives a fresh order like it's nothing. Break her, right here, right now. He seals it with one cold threat. Do you want to die? His cruel command hit the air, and even the captors flinched for a heartbeat. As they lunged for Anastasia, one of them stammered that he understood. Then, wham, Princess Anastasia fired a blinding flash of light. The blast blasted the men backward in mid-reach, smashing them onto the throne room floor as the emperor and crown prince stared, stunned. That sudden surge of power threw the throne room into chaos, but Crown Prince Igor just grinned and laughed, because now, with that kind of strength, they couldn't just reach out and touch her. Then Emperor Adolf leaned toward the bald man beside him, Gunther, and handed him the task, and Gunther smirked, saying there was no issue at all because there were plenty of ways to shatter a person's spirit. Adolf then warned his son Igor not to go too far, and the prince snapped back that he understood. The impatient prince snapped at Gunther to hurry up and deal with the stench, so they could enjoy the spectacle in full. Yet Gunther only gave a calm nod and accepted the order. Not long after, Anastasia found herself sinking into a lavish bath. Only this time the ropes were gone, and a cold, metallic collar had snapped around her neck, sealing her magic with no mercy. The warm water soothed her for a breath, but that comfort vanished fast, because she was still trapped, and that truth crushed her from the inside. Anastasia's bath was interrupted when a servant thrust humiliating, nearly revealing undergarments at her, then admitted that Gunther himself had ordered them, meaning the message was crystal clear. She wasn't just being embarrassed, she was being trapped. Gunther and 2 armored guards marched her into a spotless fancy room with not a single window in sight, then slammed the door shut and locked it from the outside, like they were sealing her fate. This wasn't the prison or torture hell she'd braced for. It was a gilded cage, dressed up to make it easier for others to break her. Still, she refused to crack, clinging to the hope that she'd been granted protection. Right as the door was about to slam shut, Gunther mocked her and asked if she was comfortable, and with her back turned, Anastasia clung to her one shot at survival. Alan had to come save her. He hit her with a totally unexpected goodbye, saying he'd see her in a year, then spinning to walk away. When the heavy door started to lock, Anastasia whipped around in shock and demanded what his cryptic farewell even meant. She stood there as the door slammed shut behind her, swallowing the room in almost total darkness, while her captor's last words curled through the air like a death sentence. "Stay strong, my dear wife, or you won't be able to tolerate it at all." Then the lock clicked into place and terror jolted through her. A year, here, in this suffocating dark with not a single scrap of light, her mind simply couldn't wrap around it. As the full weight of her fate slammed into her, her eyes blew wide with pure terror. Trapped in this dark prison, there was nothing left but to suffer. At the War Council, Alan fired off his weekly attack report, hammering the S forces at the 86th, 87th, and 88th points, while the female commander leaned in, quietly admitting the enemy wasn't erased. But even if any troops survived, they'd just get shuffled into other units. The older, bearded general presses him on whether he means sky attacks and bombings, and the female commander snaps back that she's convinced those strikes have crushed the enemy's morale so badly that most survivors can barely keep fighting. She keeps on assessing and straight up calls it. The enemy still hasn't adapted to aerial assaults, and if they scramble together countermeasures now, they'll still get crushed tactically, because they'll have to defend from the sky and the ground at the same time. With a sharp, decisive gesture, the female commander locks in on their next target, Cardasia. She says their troops are already driving the Imperial Army back on several fronts, and they're going to smash through and seize the city back. As the city's invention hits, the mustached officer gasps in shock, and the bearded general lets out a grim, satisfied murmur. "Cardasia," he finally says. Cardasia, fortress city in the Bursini region, used to be the biggest military stronghold on the east side of Centraland, until the Est Empire stormed in half a century ago and locked it under their grip ever since. In the war room, the female commander lays out the first move. taps out 3 tiny west side fortresses on the map, and orders Alan to hit the northernmost one first. With ironclad confidence, he shoots back that if it's only one fortress, he can take the lone himself. And to top it off, he insists it's even easier since the Allied forces won't interfere. They read Alan's confidence as pure arrogance, so the mustached officer freezes and demands if Alan thinks they're useless, while the bearded general erupts in fury, barking that he better not get cocky and that Alan is still just a student. The female commander lunges in, shuts the mustached officer up, and snaps at him for talking to the general like that. Then she spins toward the general and reminds him that Alan is an adventurer from Ramslet, sent by royal decree, so he's not under their direct command, and as for his progress, she says his results speak loud enough. She snapped with urgency to wrap up the operation fast. Alan was already being shipped out with every soldier they had to Cardassia, but she insisted they finish before any nasty troublemakers from the capital could show up and wreck everything. Those words snapped the air tight. Mustached officer demanded, "Is the king sending reinforcements from the capital?" And the general nodded hard. "Yep, a noble is marching troops straight toward us." The report detonated in the officer's chest. He fumed that the capital had shut them down again and again, then suddenly swooped in to seize control anyway. The bearded general snapped his focus to Alan, seeing he wasn't the capital's main problem anymore, and demanded to know if the kid was okay with this new mess. Alan gave a clean, steady answer. "I'm fine," then pushed them forward, eyes locked on the fortress like it was the only thing in the world. Meanwhile, inside that fortress, a young woman sat trapped in a cell, her whole body shaking as she gripped her hand like her life depended on it. A thunderous clank from a heavy metal door snapped her attention. She shot upright on her Spartan cot, staring as a plain food tray slid through the slot at the bottom. She didn't even reach for the meal, just stayed perched on the edge of the cot, her face carved with pure exhaustion and hopeless despair. After a long, tense pause, she stood up, moved toward the door in slow, deliberate steps, and pressed her hand to its cold, unyielding surface. From the other side, a voice slammed one brutal message into her mind. Her father was dead. The words hit her like a punch to the gut, and her eyes snapped wide with pure terror as the nightmare news echoed in the dead quiet of her prison. In the dim shadows of her cell, she stared as a faceless voice kept spitting out its cruel verdict, explaining that her father had fought back when the royal family decided to sell her. And for that one act of defiance, her entire family was executed with a sharp metallic click. The hatch slammed shut behind her, echoing through the dark as horrifying news locked her in. The final word hit like a hammer, but it still didn't make the truth feel real. She crumpled onto her cot, mind spinning, swearing to herself it was all lies. Then the voice kept going, twisting the blade. War had erupted, and it was all because she refused to marry and failed her duty as a noble. It added that Brazzini was now under the Empire's grip, and that countless civilians and soldiers were already dead because of her. Her denial snapped in half the second that voice delivered the cruelest, most personal gut punch. She loved him, and he was dead too. She clapped her hands over her face as a sob tore out of her. That cold, satisfied "I'm death" voice went even farther, spelling out how the man she loved was skewered by a spear in battle, then sneered that it was all her fault, because none of it would have happened if she'd never existed. Cruel words sliced the air one by one, each sentence landing like a fresh wound. Then the voice nailed its final, damning claim. He died because of her. The accusation landed like a hammer, crushing the air from her lungs. She gasped, shook all over, and the full terror of it finally hit. Her ragged breath shattered into a desperate, whispered plea. Through tears and choking gasps, she finally forced out one name: Alan. Miles away, just like her call had been answered, the boy she named geared up to fight. Alan snapped his flight goggles on, jaw set with pure resolve, and once he got the final green light, his advanced aircraft roared forward and blasted into the skies. A sleek twin-boom aircraft sits ready, braced to launch into the sky. From a high vantage point, A shadow lifts a pair of binoculars and locks in on the distant northern fortress. Salt is already pouring onto the stronghold, one of 3 fortresses guarding the Cardassian border, and they've just chosen to strike the northernmost wall first. Through the lenses, the observer sees it plain. The fortress defenses are brutal. Archers on the battlements hurl volley after volley of arrows, blasting the siege weapons back before they can ever reach the walls. Then his eyes snap to the central fortress. Something moves. Reinforcements surge out, and he instantly wonders if they're about to hit his forces from the south in an ambush. When he spots the enemy's move, he knows this is it. Right now, the countdown starts and the bombing begins. On the battlefield below, a mustached officer salutes the female commander and reports their southern vanguard is pulling back. Before 5 o'clock EST, troops from the central fortress are closing in. She stays calm, orders her archers to grab the high ground and bait the enemy in, while out on the move a horse-riding general scans the horizon, spots a fresh force, and instantly recognizes its leader. Right as the general spots it, spherical bombs come crashing down from the sky, smashing into the cavalry and blasting everything apart. Yet the female commander doesn't blink, barking orders in a storm. Pull the fortress front line back, split the main force for a counterattack, and send the siege tower forward the moment the bombing cuts out. The bearded general barks orders, screaming for the siege towers to surge ahead and smash the front wall open. He shouts that the main force will lock down the fortress before they charge for the central one, while a second unit wipes out the enemy to the south. And right as he talks, a monstrous explosion rips through one of the fortress towers. Up on the battlefield, Alan watched the chaos erupt, because the northern fortress had already been hit, and one bombing run had torn its defenses to ribbons. He stared at the brutal tech gap in front of him, knowing the other 2 forts would probably fall just as easily. Then he clenched his jaw and weighed his next move. Should he crush the S troops now as they sprinted toward Cardassia? The aircraft barrels onward, and the drone of its engines cuts sharp through the clouds. In a cramped, pitch-black room, Anastasia curls up on a bed like she's trying to disappear, and she can't stop wondering how long she's been swallowed by this suffocating darkness. Her eyes shut, and sorrow and exhaustion crashed across her face. A sudden memory crashes in. There's a vision of a young Alan in a spotless suit, staring down at her with a soft, gentle smile. A gentle image snaps into nothing, and she screams his name into the dark. Then another memory hits hard. Alan, shirtless and exposed, driven through by a savage weapon. She lunges forward, shaking, begging him not to leave. Please echo it in her head. She pounced on his memories, begging him to explain why he wasn't there, and tearing into the promise he made to protect her. Alan returns smiling, dressed to the nines, and it hits like a gut punch, proof of what life looked like before the trauma. A brutal scrape yanks her out of her thoughts. Then her cell door grinds open, and from her bed she watches a huge, ornate greatsword get hauled inside. A blade is thrust before her, dark steel drinking in what little light it can find. As Anastasia hits the edge of her strength, all she can do is stare, tired, half-blind by exhaustion. Helena's jaw clenched as she braced for the coming assault, and beside her an ornate greatsword lay ready, its true purpose still a mystery. Bare feet planted on the cold dark floor, she found the weapon in a room she didn't recognize, then lunged for the hilt, stunned that a whole sword had been left behind in a place like this. In her hand, a fierce resolve snapped into her expression, and she sprinted through the corridors. The trail dragged her straight into pure horror, a brutal gallows standing there, and 3 figures dangled from it, lifeless, twisted by cruel bindings. A strangled cry of pure terror tore out of her when she recognized them. "Father, mother," she screamed, and then her gaze snapped to her younger brother Friedrich as her horror deepened at what she saw beneath him. Another body riddled with deadly projectiles. Her eyes locked onto the still face of the fallen man, and she choked out, "Alan," the name scraping her throat as disbelief fought a brutal truth staring back at her. "Alan, Alan." Then it hit her hard. A raw, desperate scream ripped out of her as the weight of her loss finally crushed her. She crumpled to the ground and her massive sword clattered beside her. Meanwhile, deep inside the stone walls of a far-off fortress, a war council slammed into session. The prince loomed over a giant map while the mustached officer's voice cracked with rage, and he demanded to know why they weren't striking when they had the upper hand. Because Cardacia was their beloved dream to reclaim. So what was there to hesitate about? He answered the bearded general's question about the weapon's name with one simple word: fireball. It explains that on impact it splashes fuel everywhere and detonates into a blaze, shredding through crowded buildings. And the mustached officer leans in with sharp, thrilled aggression, demanding, almost gleefully, if that's not exactly the weapon they've been looking for. The officer slams his argument down, demanding they torch the whole city the Est Empire rebuilt. No mercy for the everyday folk he swears got twisted by the enemy. While the prince stays calm and warns that many Cardassian civilians are still out there, and the female commander just listens in silence, her face impossible to read. Fury didn't fade for a second. The officer whipped around on the prince and screamed that he must have cooked up the weapon himself, because he planned to unleash it from the very start. The argument could explode at any second, so the female commander steps in with razor-calm words, urging them to warn Cardacia first so civilians can flee, proving to the world that the kingdom fights fair and noble. The mustached officer goes quiet, like he finally bought it. Later, far from the council's eyes, she corners the prince alone and admits she messed up by even mentioning the firebomb. He drops onto stone steps and answers the question she never dared to say. Yes, he really did build them for that exact purpose. She goes on to say these things are built to wreck cities, fuel-fed flames that won't quit, burning through even fireproof buildings, and forcing everyone to scramble with nowhere left to run. She thinks it over, then snaps back to the warning. She clocks that he'll wait 5 days, but she can't sugarcoat it. No matter what, some people will still decide to stay put. She snaps that the fire is just a fast, ruthless tactic, meant to scare the rest into surrendering right away. While the prince listens, eyes heavy, trapped under the weight of what he has to decide. As she strides off, she tosses him one last warning. Don't get carried away, because after the war, that could wreck the recovery work. Meanwhile, miles away from the prince's war council, Alan kept watch from the castle battlements, his lantern throwing a tiny circle of light against the creeping darkness. His mind raced back to everyone he'd met, and then it hit him hard. Just like him, those people weren't only in this place, they were living in the enemy cities too. He grimaced, wondering how many of them would really bolt once that warning hit. His thoughts got slammed to a stop when a huge white form dropped onto the battlement without a sound. Then the Wyver mother, Melissa, clamped a hand over his mouth, shushed him, and swung him onto her back. Up in the sky with Jerome, Alan snapped that finding Anna was going to take longer and asked if they could talk somewhere else. Once they were in the air, she shot back. "Is everything okay?" He nodded. But then he admitted the truth. Anastasia's still a mystery, because some weird spell is scrambling her scent and making her impossible to track. After he touched down in that lonely, rocky hideout, he caught her anxious face. Then he grinned and promised to hunt her something, asking, "Are you hungry?" She shut that idea down hard and told him, "If hunting's the quickest way, then go for it and do it." She shoved him forward, yelling that they had to hurry up and get back to hunting Anastasia, the whole reason he'd come. Then Jerome cut in, staring at Alan and asking if a deer would do. He hesitated, wondering whether he should just kill it, while Jerome handed Melissa a choice between deer and rabbits. Melissa stared at Alan with bright curiosity and muttered that he was a total oddball. After a tense beat of silence, he finally broke it, softly saying he'd go with Orca, then quietly asking himself if there was a river nearby. He stands before a towering wall of sunlit mountains, and the morning light slices across the jagged peaks, stretching shadows into the distance. A sharp, determined look locks onto his face as a voice behind him demands, "You ready?" And he answers with a firm, confident yes. The armored female commander strides up, and Alan snaps around, demanding to know if every civilian made it out. She nods and says the last evacuees. Just a handful of families slipped through the east gate that morning. Her voice turns sharp as she lays everything out. Anyone who shrugs off the warnings and stays to fight, they're enemies now. Alan hears it, and his expression locks in with grim determination. As she and her assistant settle on their horses, an engine growls overhead, and they both crane their necks, because a bizarre winged machine is roaring through the sky above them. The plane tilts over a colossal fortified city, thick walls, whole armies lined up outside, while Alan can't stop one desperate thought from screaming in his head. Please just run, get away. Clad in full armor and seated on horseback, the female commander rides up to the S-Force station in Cardassia and declares, just like she warned, that the attack is finally about to begin. The archer slammed into position on the fortress wall, and every arrow snapped forward like they were ready to unleash hell in the next assault. Then she barks a sharp order to Alan, and her troops instantly whip up a huge two-tone flag. Alan spots the signal from his aircraft and instantly knows it's the go-ahead to bomb. Then he swings open the bomb bay doors. Below, enemy soldiers lock eyes on him and unleash crossbows, but he stays ice-calm, figuring their 300-meter range can't touch him from this altitude. Alan scans the battlefield, making sure the only ones down there are enemies. And when the female commander tilts her head up, confusion flashes on her face. Then Alan's expression snaps into pure alarm as a dark, wing-shaped streak rips across the sky straight toward him. The shape finally snaps into focus. Jerome, the Wyvern Lord. He drops onto the rooftop with a bone-rattling thud, his massive presence looming over every soldier cowering beneath him. A deafening roar ripped through the air, freezing the enemy soldiers in their tracks. Then they screamed in shock as they realized it was the Skydrag. Panic explodes as the second beast, Melissa, the White Wyvern Mother, drops into the middle of them, and the soldiers shriek and scatter, scrambling to get out alive. Seeing the two dragons crush the S Battalion's spirit, every last one drops their weapons and bolts for the city gates, shrieking for help and begging to surrender, while the female commander stares at the whole rout, stunned beyond disbelief. Alan stares from the cockpit as everything spirals into chaos, his face creasing with worry while he whispers Jerome's name, his Wyvern ally. From his aircraft, he watches as the female commander, riding her warhorse, leans up and screams at him, demanding answers and pointing out the dragon like it's a threat. Your assistant fires back the message Alan sent. He spotted the dragon, so he shut down the operation. And then he demands an update on Cardassia. Amanda shouts that the dragon's roar sends the enemy into raw-sighted panic. So many soldiers fold on the spot and surrender, and even though a stubborn bit of resistance still clings to a castle, their defeat is basically only a countdown away. Her assistant watches, grimly pleased, and declares it's done. They've succeeded. The commander steps in and confirms Cardassia has fallen, sounding relieved that they pulled it off without resorting to that. Alan finally touches down, thanks the two wyverns, then fires off the big question. Why did they even show up? Jerome, the dark-scaled wyvern, gives him a playful shove, acts like he's injured, and grumbles that a dragon can't get hurt from something so tiny. Melissa, the white wyvern, slides in clothes and tells Alan they can't just dump him and walk away, then drops the real bombshell. They've found Anastasia. Alan goes rigid and he snaps. Where is she? Melissa answers, dead serious. She's in the imperial capital of Ast. The news hits him like lightning. He yells that he has to get onto that back no matter what. But Melissa grabs him gently, pushes him to breathe, and makes it crystal clear. She won't let him go alone because the help he's given them matters, and she'll stay by his side until the end. Shaken to the core, he quietly thanks her. Then Jerome can barely contain himself and blurts that he'll raise the imperial capital, but Melissa snaps him back. Not now, next time. Alan nods along and insists they slip out under the cover of darkness. As night drops, the three of them tear into the sky, flying in tight formation beneath the full moon, because Alan isn't fighting alone anymore. Soaring through the night sky on a glider, Alan streaks beside his wyvern allies, then yells at Jerome, worried about the arrow that just hit him. The dark wyvern snaps his head around, reassures Alan that he's okay, and grins like nothing can pierce his scales. He flips his thanks onto Melissa, the white wyvern, and she tells him the arrow only wedged between her scales. But it still battered her badly, and she just acted tough to hide the pain. Alan quickly cuts in, saying it's way too soon to start thanking anyone, because their real job, rescuing Anastasia, isn't done yet. The other wyverns jump in, demanding they repay him for introducing them to Jerome and for helping that pink-haired girl. But Alan shuts it down hard, insisting their gratitude isn't needed. As the wyverns peel off into the night, gratitude burns in their hearts, and they just ask for one thing: let us help. Down by the gates of that brutal castle, two guards jerk around at a weird sound, and before they can even figure it out, a massive explosion slams into the outer walls. A sudden blast rocks the guards into full panic. One screams to kill the flames right now, then yells for anyone with water magic to wake up and be ready, like it can't wait. The full chaos finally hits, and Alan, now on the ground in plain clothes, grins because his plan worked. He blasted alchemy into motion to make the diversion, dropping Melissa right where everyone couldn't miss her, pulling the whole crowd's eyes straight to her. Version S done. Now he snaps his attention to the closest building, catching Anastasia's scent drifting out of it like a lifeline. She's got to be locked somewhere safe, maybe underground behind thick walls and blackout silence. He murmurs his thanks, swears he'll come back, and kicks his stealth ability into overdrive. Inside, he watches the guards panic as they rush back and forth, and he figures it out fast. The fire must have sparked from that fallen torch during his distraction. With so many heavy-handed guards posted, he knows they're protecting someone or something important down there. So instead of messing with the flames, he decides to track the basement entrance first. He strides through the palace corridors, soaking in how every wall glows with magic stones, and it hits him. This empire is overflowing with resources, but that same blazing light is a weapon too, making it way easier to track down Anastasia. Right as he's about to keep searching, he catches sight of a perfectly dressed noble swaggering down the hall, two guards flanking him, and he freezes, stuck watching from the shadows. Somewhere deep inside the palace, a top official with short, light hair stood shoulder to shoulder with a gaunt, hooded figure, and he called out to Gunther, the head mage, demanding an update. Gunther answered that their project was almost finished. Gunther nodded along like, "Yep," after they explained that the night before he'd handed the captive the demon sword of ice extinction, and now it was just a countdown. The official shot her a smug smirk and muttered that she was stubborn, just like any daughter of the Ramslet house. Then a sharp metallic click snapped the moment in half. As they kept storming down the corridor, Gunther demanded, "Can you make her listen yet?" The official said they could, once they slammed the demon sword into her mind and forced control. But the head mage's eyes widened just a little. Then he snapped, saying that ice magic plus a knight's blessings made her the ideal vessel for the sword, and that they had to move with absolute care. Then Crown Prince Igor shoved his way into the conversation, leering at the captive's beauty and barking that she'd submit to him fast. So the official, realizing who he was, bowed with a tight smile and swore he'd do everything he could. They dropped down a spiral staircase, and right on cue the official shrugged it off, saying the forces at Centralin had folded exactly as expected. Then he promised the whole Brazilian region would be snapped up soon. Gunther watched it all and thought, so far, this is running perfectly. He kept outlining their brutal grand plan. Zaws would smash into the Ramslet duchy, cut the family off from everyone, drop a puppet on the throne, and watch the whole place rot from the inside. Then they'd split the loot, and he even admitted he'd already talked it through with Westerdale, sneering as he called their crown prince a total idiot for stealing the imperial seal for them. They stumbled down to the bottom of the stairs and peered into a pitch-black chamber. There, an elven woman lay sprawled and unconscious on the cold floor, her clothes ripped to shreds, with a huge, ornate sword sitting right beside her. The official started jawing about the mess, while Gunter figured she'd fought like hell before she went down. Prince Igor stared at the chaos with concern burning in his eyes, then demanded to know if she could be sent back to normal, only for the official to answer coldly that she'd have to be reconditioned first before they could put her to proper use. He listened as the commander laid out what was happening to the captured elf. Yeah, she might claw her sword and magic back, but her mind would stay broken. Then the commander warned that she was filthy right now, and that could throw everything off at the end. Ice-cold foresight. Igor nodded, understanding it meant she wouldn't be able to fight him off. His eyes flashed with a predatory glint as the commander taunted him to hold nothing back, take even just a small taste, while the captive elf lay close by, staring with eyes open but utterly vacant. The commander's smirk stretched wider as he shoved the prince forward, screaming to act fast before the elf got completely crushed. As the prince lunged to seize the moment, a shadowy hooded figure cut him off. Then Gunter, the head mage, slammed Igor into the wall and clamped his grip tight around the prince's arm. A hooded figure in a skull-like mask rockets forward, and below him, a young man with determined eyes locks his stance, pistol trained ahead, finger ready to pull the trigger as he protects a massive, reinforced door. The showdown snaps shut in an instant. Now the young man is on his knees on the floor, grabbing at the blonde woman as he shouts her name, Anna, while the attacker's spiked club sits discarded nearby and a hand reaches for her hair. He gently touches her face and panic floods his expression, because her eyes drift half open, unfocused, like she doesn't even know who he is, while his own gaze tightens with a wave of fury and iron resolve. A weapon locks onto a new target, a pale, bald man in dark robes. The young man snaps back, demanding what they did to Anna, but the pale stranger sneers and calls him just the girl's lover. He admits he let his guard down because his subordinate was using magic to conceal everything, then coldly reveals they shattered her mind so she could control a demon sword. And with a cruel little grin, he declares the rescuer is already too late. Man keeps firing taunts, claiming Anna is his now, even if she's lost the fight inside herself, then spits that she's good for nothing but breeding. Right after that, his body gives out and he crumples lifeless on the floor beside the comrades he's beaten down, while the young man drops to one knee among the shattered cultists, staring ahead with a grim, unblinking look. He snaps his full focus to Anna, sprawled and unresponsive on the cold floor, then carefully slips a simple garment onto her, yanking the drawstrings tight, while her eyes stay hollow and her mouth hangs slightly open. He drops a calm, reassuring smile on her and leans in, speaking in a gentle voice that says, "It's time to go home." After he finishes talking, he kicks on stealth, slips her onto his back, her arms hanging limp over his shoulders, and then gets ready to vanish and move out. Terriers slipped in single file through a huge, dark hall of enemy territory, their steps silent beneath towering arched windows. As he pushes forward, a sharp-eyed woman with long, light hair snaps out of the shadows and clocks them instantly. Her eyes go wide, panic hits, and she lets out a scream. Intruder. An officer screams that His Highness and Gunther Sama were attacked, and points out the Ramstrew woman hidden among the fugitives. Then he bellows for his men to hunt them down and capture them. Down below, the young man grips Anastasia hard, jaw tight with ruthless resolve as enemy soldiers start closing in. The soldiers fanned out across the grounds, locking down the perimeter and making sure they were fully surrounded. Then they started a brutal, no stone left unturned search, sure their targets were still close. The net cinches tight, and the young man instantly gets it. Anastasia is the key their enemies can't afford to lose. Next second, the enemy closes in and they're surrounded. Without a beat, he slams his palm to the ground and triggers alchemy. Bam! Two massive stone walls smash up out of the earth, blasting the guards back in shock. Inside a brand new enclosure, a tiny winged aircraft sits waiting while the young man leans toward an unresponsive Anastasia and blurts that his stealth is failing, because the craft's wind magic engine is running. He shoves the urgency into her. They have to launch now, or the walls will get smashed. Outside, confused soldiers swarm the scene, and when their commander barks for a ladder, Everyone scrambles to figure out what just went down. A weird craft drops from the sky and smashes down over the stone wall's top, and the soldiers below gape in shock. One yells for everyone to shoot. An arrow nails the wing, and the pilot screams as the hit jolts him hard. Right before the archers can fire their next volley, a bone-chilling roar rips through the air. Then a dark-scaled wyvern crashes down from above, killing the sky with brute force and scattering the soldiers into wild panic. In his cockpit, the young man stares, shocked out of his mind, because the rider he's seeing is none other than his ally, Jerome. The dark wyvern isn't alone. Another white wyvern, bigger and deadlier, crashes down from the sky, radiating pure menace, and the soldiers erupt into terrified chaos, shrieking at what they swear is a dragon. With the air escape sealed tight by those fearsome beasts, the aircraft keeps soaring, guarded on both sides by two dragon-like escorts. The white wyvern, Melissa, hums with relief like she's finally got her breath back, then snaps her focus to the pilot and demands to know, is Alan and Anna safe? They spot a safe clearing in the woods and set up camp. Anastasia sprawls on her bedroll while two wyvern keep watch, statuesque and unmoving. Melissa stares like stone, then her face snaps into rage. She snarls that what their enemies did is unforgivable, wishing she'd slaughtered even more of them. Rage spreads like wildfire. Jerome, the smaller dark wyvern, practically begs to join the kill, and with the anger still burning under her skin, Melissa gives him the green light for just this one occasion. Once Anastasia was secure, Alan cracked open his plan. He'd take her straight to a doctor who actually understood curses, but he refused to risk the royal capital, so instead they booked it by air for Vic Hen, the Ramslet Duchy's capital. Lying there, Anastasia twitches weakly, barely able to open her eyes, then whispers that she can point out the way on the map, urging him to take the lead. From her lofty perch, Melissa the wyvern mother catches the conversation, then gives an instant nod, agreeing to the plan right away. In her humanoid form, Melissa snaps that Alan got hit by an arrow, but Alan brushes it off, swearing the wound is shallow and that they've got to move right now. He tells them they'll ditch the current ride and grab the glider they buried outside Cardassia to move at full speed. And right away Melissa throws her hand up, sure as ever, trusting her sharp eyes and her nose to lead the way. Jerome tells it straight. Alan offers a heartfelt apology and admits he dragged the wyverns into a human war. Jerome's eyes sharpen with fury. He snaps at Alan to stop worrying, then growls that he wants to know who dared hurt Anastasia, swearing he'll kill only the ones responsible. Standing beside him, Melissa shakes with rage and asks if she's allowed to wipe them all out, and Jerome gives the order on the spot. He listens to their back and forth, and his expression tightens like a clenched fist. His eyes lock onto Anastasia's still body, and memories slam through his mind. Then a promise hardens in his chest. He'll savor every moment, and he'll bring her smile back. From a siege tower, an Est Empire commander scowls down as his massive line of spearmen charges across the field, and above the chaos, 3 tiny aircraft cut through the sky. The fight erupts from his own aircraft, and Alan snaps his binoculars up to his eyes, watching humans butcher each other, stupid as hell, until he spots it. One side is commanded by Anastasia's father, flying the Ramslet flag, and like the Crown Prince predicted, the Zaw army is already looming near the outer walls, even if they're still outnumbered. Alan scans the Zaw's troops at the northern wall, wondering if they're about to slam through and sweep into the countryside, and Jerome, hovering beside him, vows he'll smash them, until Alan snaps orders to Jerome and Melissa to hold their ground, warning they could hit his own allies by mistake. Melissa quickly agrees, saying she'll back him up too. Alan yanks his plane into a sharp bank, then hurls a handful of spherical explosives that drop like meteors straight toward the back of the Tsar's arm. Salting explosions slam across the battlefield, rattling a knight in full plate as he blares out, demanding to know where the blast came from. Beside him, a soldier rushes up to Duke Ramslet, calling him Albrecht, and says the north wall is clear. then asks if Zaz is the one attacking. Albrecht spots explosions on the southern front and instantly realizes the enemy's rear and main forces are getting hammered. So when he sees them scrambling and fleeing across the river, he snatches the opening, orders the cavalry to charge through the gap, hit the enemy from both sides, and then swing back, even as the fugitives try to run. On the castle ramparts, Duke Gerhard Ramslet watches Zaw's army start to fall back. Then his men gasp when 2 dragons and a bizarre war machine come charging in. The Duke doesn't panic. He stays ice calm, orders no attacks, and snaps his troops into position for a proper welcome, because he's already figured out it can only be Alan. On the ground, the Rams let their soldiers gawk in sheer awe. One guy even blurts that it's the first time he's ever seen dragons, and not just 1, but 2. Then another squints at that strange vehicle and wants to know if they're the crew that hit Zaw's army. Bored their respective mouths, Jerome nervously asks Melissa if you should kill the humans who are staring at them. Melissa stays calm and says no, because they're all allies of Alice. As Alan's aircraft finally grinds to a stop, Duke Ramslet steps right in front of it with a hard, unshakable stare, and a soldier snaps, calling him my lord, while the Duke leans toward Alan in the cockpit and demands to know what's happening. Alan cut him off in a panic. He'd brought Anastasia and demanded a doctor right now. The Duke could only stare, blinking out a stunned, "What?" Then he hauled out Anastasia's unconscious body, swaddled in a thick cloak, and the Duke's face snapped into grim worry as he demanded to know what happened. But Alan cut him off, begging them to hurry and drag a doctor to her, because explanations could come later. The Duke snapped his orders. He called for a carriage and told Alan to haul Anastasia to the mansion. When Alan asked where it was, the Duke pointed him to the biggest building smack in the middle of town, the kind you can't miss. But Alan didn't wait. He swore he'd carry her himself to cut the time down fast. Albrecht, the armored knight, barked his orders and called to his father, while the Duke's eyes snapped upward. A strange aircraft hovered overhead, watched by 2 draconic escorts circling it like predators. He stormed up, demanding answers about why dragons were there, and the Duke calmly said, "Alan brought them," pointing out the very same man he just told his son about. Then he dropped the biggest truth of all: Alan was the one who'd found Anastasia, and that shock left Albrecht stunned, momentarily unable to speak. Meanwhile, at Ramslet Mansion, 2 maids were busy washing laundry in the courtyard. One groaned that the work never lets up, even when war rages, until the other suddenly stared up, spotting something strange in the sky and demanding to know what it was. The mystery got solved as the aircraft and 2 wyverns dove low over the mansion, and the maids screamed in terror, clutching nothing but empty hands as their baskets hit the ground. Moments later, Alan burst in on foot, clutching Anastasia in his arms, and told the frozen maids he'd snatched her back from the Empire, then demanded a bed be made ready. One maid finally recognized him, and Alan wasted no time ordering them to rush Anastasia to the treatment room, promising a doctor was already on the way. Outside, Jerome slammed into the courtyard, his massive body shocking the butler Seabes and another staffer out of their wits. They stared, whispering that it was a sky dragon, the king of the skies, and remembering the old legend. One roar is enough to knock a human out cold. Melissa, small, white wyvern or not, lets out a deafening roar like she's daring the whole world to listen. Roar made a nearby staff member crumple to the floor, knocked out cold. Alan jolts and asks if she killed the guy, and she just shrugs, saying she was only messing with him a little. Inside, Alan keeps watch on the anesthesia still pinning the young lady in silence, while the head butler barks orders to a maid to grab a fresh set of clothes and get ready to clean her up. Alan nods along, barely a whisper. He stares down at her, and you can see it, worry easing into pure relief. Later, Alan sprawled onto the bed in the room they set up just for him, and they told him to hand everything over to the staff and let them treat his injuries. Then, as he settled in and his mind wandered to anesthesia, a gentle knock hit the door, and there it was. Someone sitting. He shot himself upright and shouted for the visitor to come in. The door swings open, and there he is, Albrecht von Ramslet, a young guy with long, light-colored hair. Then he drops the bomb that he's Astasia's brother, and Alan's jaw basically hits the floor. A young noble stands before him, eyes steady and voice sincere, formally thanking him over and over for saving Anastasia. A little flustered, he waves off the thanks and blurts an apology for his rough state, and then Albrecht questions his injuries, promising him he'll see Anastasia as soon as she can move, before he turns and walks away. As they strut down the mansion's corridor, Albrecht tells Alan that his father had warned him about him. Then he blurts out, "So it was you who brought the dragons?" Alan just nods, and Albrecht can't hide his shock. He ushers Alan into a grand room, and there, waiting, are his parents, Duke Gerhardt and Duchess Elizabeth Ramslet. Once he announces Alan, his mother snaps right to it about Anastasia's condition, and Albrecht confirms she's stable, but his voice turns heavy as the Duke greets Alan and admits it's been a while before motioning them inside. Inside Anastasia's room, Duke Gerhardt broods beside his daughter's bedside, watching her lie unconscious, and when Alan steps in, his furious stare pins him down. "Tell us everything that happened." Alan hesitates for a split second, and right beside him an old man with glasses pores over his notes. When Friedrich spots the worry in Alan's eyes, he leans in and says, "Relax, that's the family doctor. You've got nothing to fear." Then he kicks off his report. Anastasia was snatched by the Prince of the Est Kingdom. He calls out the culprits by name, Crown Prince Igor, the court mage, and the head mage, Gunther. The Duke's face instantly turns grim as he listens. Alan lays it out. They locked Anastasia away, beat her down, and then stabbed her with a cursed sword, because their real plan was to shatter her mind completely and take control of her. The Duke keeps repeating the words, and the moment they land, a cursed sword's dread crawls into the room. Alan nods and says he sealed that blade in stone, then dragged it back along with their heads, and Albrecht and Friedrich freeze so hard they can't even speak, staring like, "What do you mean our heads?" His composure shatters. The Duke snaps up a hand, sweat pouring down his brow, and orders Alan to stop, because he has to confirm what he just heard. He stares in disbelief and demands, "You killed Crown Prince Igor inside the imperial capital and brought his head back." Alan stays steady and answers that he wiped out the Crown Prince and the magician during the rescue. The Duke goes utterly speechless, crushed by the political bombshells, while Albrecht, still reeling, pushes a new question. How on earth did Alan know Anastasia was in the capital in the first place? Alan just nods and confirms it. Then he snaps the truth into place. Dragons did it, and it was them who tracked her down. Perched on the Ramslet mansion, the dragon's massive weight loomed as a young dragonkin with glasses blurted, "Is Anna okay?" But Melissa snapped that she wasn't, insisting no normal human could ever unravel a curse this twisted. Then Jerome sneered, calling humans weak and stupid. She stared at the chaos for a beat, her reptilian eye narrowing like it was locking onto the answer. She snapped her attention back, and there at the doorway a maid had come right up to them. The woman delivered Alan's message. He wanted them to rest for the day, and he thanked them for helping him. Even Melissa, the little dragon, echoed his gratitude with a shy, soft little nod. The maid clasped her hands in pure relief, bowed low, and showered them with thanks for saving young Miss Anastasia. Then Jerome nudged Melissa and told her it was time to move, because with a thunderous beat of his wings, he shot into the sky and left the mansion in the dust. As they flew through the air, Melissa said that the maid felt like a genuinely good soul, and Jerome nodded. Then Melissa turned and asked if he was hungry. Inside Ramslet Mansion, their rescue target lay death, still, while a doctor leaned over Anastasia's bed and delivered his grim assessment to her family. He told them the girl's body was stable, but her mind was totally locked, like nothing in her could hear them, no matter what they tried. Then the doctor just sighed and said that with a demon sword behind it, there was nothing else he could do. His grim prognosis kept hammering home the truth. Either pray for a miracle or track down someone with the same skills as the great sage. And even then, He swore that road was bleak and basically impossible. The second great sage hit the air. Alan's attention snapped to it, like a spark igniting a memory. Because that name instantly dragged the spirit Lu and the evil lick, Loringas, back into his mind, and he finally understood exactly what he had to do. He whipped around to the Duke and shouted for his attention, and when the whole family turned their eyes on him, Alan grinned and blurted out that he had an idea. Urgent resolve flashed across his face. He barked that they had to move right now, run, and get Anastasia to that exact location immediately. He barely got his urgent plea out before his body gave up, dropping limp to the floor in an instant. Every head snapped toward the shock, and Alan froze as Elizabeth screamed his name, while Duke Ramslet thundered for him in panic. The doctor, thrown off guard by the sudden collapse, could only stammer, caught completely off guard. Rushing to Alan's side, the doctor snapped into action and started examining him right away. Then, as he tugged up the fabric of Alan's tunic, his face went pale at the sight of a brutal, dark wound across his abdomen. Lying on the floor and barely hanging on, Alan's lips cracked open as he fought to whisper one last desperate plea. Save. Honor. In a dream, Alan lifts his head off the floor and locks eyes with Anastasia. She sits on the edge of the bed, her gentle gaze sinking into his, and that calm, serene smile tells him one thing: she's the one he loves. The dream keeps rolling, and suddenly he's waking up in bed with the anesthesia sitting right beside him. She leans in and tells him good morning like, "Don't worry anymore," because she'll carry that weight for him. She's so relieved she can barely hold it together. Then he yanks her into his arms, sobbing her name like it's the only thing that makes sense, clings to her, sobbing tears of pure gratitude. Then he swears he'll never let anyone hurt her again. But the second the vow leaves his mouth, a sword blade rips through her chest, and his eyes blow wide with unbearable horror. Vision snaps to a nightmare. Anastasia gets impaled on a cursed sword, raised above her by a death-pale cultist, while the man's voice screams in his head. It's too late, the blade sinks through her heart, and the love he cherished is gone forever. A nightmare whips through flickering images of her so-called destiny, villainy, abandonment, and ruin. Then he snaps, screaming her name in denial, his mind flat out refusing to take in the horrific truth in front of him. A nightmare vision explodes in Alan Joltz's head as he snaps awake, sitting bolt upright in a dim bedroom. He pants hard, lost in a fog, fighting to figure out what's real and what's just a dream. Cold sweat drenched him, and the nightmare still clung to his skin. Then a maid burst into his room, froze in shock at how he'd snapped awake, screamed his name, and sprinted to fetch the doctor at once. Soon after, the doctor tells Alan he made it through a poisoned arrow, and if it had been magic-dampening poison, he'd already be dead. Alan fires back about Anastasia, and the doctor says she's still out cold but stable. Then both the doctor and the maid stare at him, shocked that his injuries have healed completely. Alan whispers his thanks, and the maid immediately hands him a bowl of soup. For a split second, Alan stares at the ring on his finger, and the truth hits like a punch. It's a substitution ring, the one thing that lets him cheat death one time. He's made it, but now that safety net is gone. Down in the mansion, Duke Ramslet practically exhales in relief that Alan returned, and Elizabeth and their son Friedrich feel it too. Later, Elizabeth Ramsay slid into his bedside chair, gripping his hand as she thanked him for saving Anastasia and smashing back the Tsar's army. She told him what the doctor said: Anna wasn't in danger of dying, and begged him not to overdo it. But Alan's face stayed hard and grim. He snapped that he hadn't truly saved her until she opened her eyes. Then he declared he had to go, right now, leaving the Duke staring in confusion at what on earth that could mean. He spilled his plan, talking about a spirit of light and an elf village, and Duke Ramslet just went wide-eyed. Alan backed it up, saying a brand new elf, the first in 800 years, was born there and could be the key to curing Anastasia. The Duke leaned in and snapped that it was impossible since Anastasia was unconscious and couldn't move. Alan shot back that he'd handle the logistics, no problem. That confidence crashed into a heavy hush from the Duke and Duchess. Then young Friedrich broke it with a tremble of hope, asking if his sister Anna would really recover, while Alan froze, fighting the storm in his own head, unable to swear the elven village was real, until Anastasia's image snapped his resolve into place. This was his only shot. Alan steadied himself and faced the Duke head-on, straight up asking for a favor. Then the Duke's face tightened as he barked, "What do you want?" Alan stood over Anastasia's still body and went for broke. "Your daughter, give her to me." Alan stood before the Ramslet family and dropped a bombshell of a declaration. So hard the Duke Gerhardt, Duchess Elizabeth, their sons Friedrich, and a young man beside them just froze in stunned silence. Duke Gerhardt leaned in, voice low and shaking with disbelief, and demanded to know what Alan had just claimed. He repeats the request, his voice iron still. "Let me in, Mariana." Those words slam into the room, and Anastasia, Friedrich, his brother, and Duke Gerhardt stare back in total shock, while Duchess Elizabeth holds herself together with a calm, measured surprise. Family reels at his audacity, while Alan's mind sprints ahead. This mission can't wait. A sleek twin-boom aircraft cuts across the grand estate as he pushes it to top speed, because getting to the elven village will take a full day, and he has no clue when Anna's condition might suddenly crash for the worst. An aircraft tears across the sky, a silent vow aimed at the person he's sprinting to save. "Wait for me." In the Duke's study, everything behind his outrageous request finally clicks, right there, a letter stamped with the king's official seal. Alan grips it tight and solemnly vows, "I'll save you, I swear it, Duke." Duke Gerhardt clutches the proof of Alan's crimes and demands to know how he pulled it off. Alan stays cool and says, "I took Cardassia exactly as you told me." The Duke blinks at the name like it can't be real. Then Alan keeps going, claiming he smashed Brazzini back under his control, slipped into the imperial capital, and wiped out the crown prince and his whole retinue. He offers evidence on the spot, and the Duke snaps, ordering Friedrich to step back for a moment. The Duke raises a hand, ordering him forward, and Duchess Elizabeth gives a quick nod. Then Alan explains how, protected by the ducal house of Ramslet, he pulled off those wins as an adventurer. The Duke studies the evidence, spots the heads of the Est Empire's crown prince Igor and the court archmage, Gunter, and there's no way to deny what Alan just proved. Then he lays out his plan, everything he's earned just so he can trade it for a noble title from the king, and that's why he's pushing for Anna's hand. Duchess Elizabeth speaks softly and warns him that Anna might never wake, even with the spirit of light, and she begs him to think about his own happiness. But Alan won't budge. He's certain he'll be the one to wake her, because the thought of living with anyone else feels impossible. He implores them to understand. Duke Gerhardt's done listening. He turns his back on the young man, slams out his answer and agrees to the marriage, but only if he saves Anna first. In the elven lands, Princess Sherry suddenly freezes. Her sharp ear twitches, her tail sways in a faint, curious flick, like she's sensing a distant, earth-shaking moment coming. She stands over the training grounds, letting the sharp thuds of arrows slam into straw targets fill the quiet air, and even as she watches, her eyes drift as she feels a familiar presence closing in. She's sure it's Alan. Her gut feeling hits right on the mark. Alan bursts into the elven village, heads straight for the queen and tells her he needs to talk. But before he can even get the words out, a tiny elf girl named Muriel spots him, bolts over with a beaming shout and demands, right then, that he picks her up. Right as he greets the child, Lou, the spirit of light, materializes in front of him looking wrecked, and she blurts that she knew he'd show up soon. The divine blessing she gave Anastasia has been firing nonstop, chewing through her power until she's barely holding on. Then Alan finally realizes something terrible has happened to Anna. Now inside a formal chamber, Alan sits face to face with the elven queen after laying out the whole mess, cradling mirrorless sleep in his arms as he waits. The queen hears him out and admits his story must have been brutal, both for him and for Anastasia's family. A light spirit drifts nearby, stuck in deep thought, asking herself if all this is happening because she's never used her power like this before. Because even for someone as amazing as her, finding out a demoniac sword could mess things up is a shock. Right as Alan opens his mouth to address the queen, Sherry cuts in, asking if the queen knows Alan was once a perverted mage, only for the queen to freeze, shocked. Alan stays calm and fires back that Sherry's wording is disrespectful, but admits he never told anyone, so he assumes the queen has no clue. He shoves through the interruption, squares up, and makes his formal request to the queen, then snaps, correcting himself mid-sentence about the doctor's words, because that pervert detail was wrong. Still, he insists the spirit of light, Lu, might be the only one who can save Anastasia. The queen leans in as he keeps talking. He says Anastasia's condition is too serious, so they can't take her to the elven lands, and then he asks Lu to go with them to the Ram's Lettuce State. When Alan suggests it, Lu grabs his shirt and fires back, saying she can't magically fix everything. She begs him to finally see her limits. He snaps his focus back on the queen, reminding her that his contract chains him to Muriel. Then he asks straight up if Muriel can ride with him too. His plea is accepted, without a pause. The elven queen stares down calmly, nods, and grants him permission, handing Millie's care to his keeping. He doesn't even get a word out before Sherry, the elven princess, comes barreling in with her arms wide, shouting that she heard it all, then throwing out a flood of heartfelt thanks. She freezes for a second, not knowing what to do with the princess's sudden outburst, until Lu, the spirit of light, pops up from her shoulder and says, "It's not fair that Millie gets all the fun in the human world." Then the princess clenches her fist and declares she wants to go to the elven queen catches the commotion and demands, "So when are we leaving?" Then she smiles softly and tells them to head out for Adon the next morning, because flying at night would be a reckless gamble with their safety. The very next morning, as his aircraft dives toward the clouds, elves on the ground frantically wave them off and shout for luck, while Princess Sherry stays down there, shoulders slumped, sobbing that she overslept and just missed her one shot to leave with them. On the plane, he keeps a close eye on Anastasia, still lost in sleep, and flashes back to how electric she was earlier. Then he turns to the spirit of light, thanking Lu for watching over Anna the whole time. As the aircraft streaks forward, the truth pops up. Princess Sherry is on board too, sound asleep. While she dreams, she mutters that helping Alan is no trouble because he's a comrade, then snaps awake in a burst of fury, yelling that she is not his comrade. Right after he finally reaches Ramslet Mansion, he plants himself at the entrance and calls out to a maid, telling her to tell the Duke he's back, and she just nods calmly and agrees. But right before she can, a woman's voice sweeps in and welcomes him home. He snaps his head up, eyes bulging with shock. There she stands, his mother. "Mom," he blurts, utterly stunned she's actually here. Outside a towering mansion, Alan clutched a small, cloaked mural when a shock hit. His mother stood right there. He blurted out why she was waiting for him, and Katerina said Duke Ramslet dragged her here from the capital because it was too dangerous for her to stay behind. She looked stunned that Duke never told Alan, but Alan cut in. He hadn't been told a thing. He asks, "Were you even in the city during the war?" And then admits he was holed up in a nearby village, only finding out about her trouble the day before. Katerina exhales in pure relief, relieved she heard he'd been hurt. Alan then drops the truth. He thought he was done for, but he survived by sacrificing his ring of life, and in the process, it also blew away his life insurance. His mother tells him he has to see the Duke first and explain later, but she immediately stops him, demanding if that child is his. He shoots it down fast. Inside, a woman waits beside an unconscious, anesthetized child. Alan bursts in, calling her Lady Elizabeth, and asks for the Duke, only to be told the Duke is stuck in a war council meeting. Elizabeth spots the sleeping girl and eases her awake, and Muriel blinks groggily, rubbing her eyes like, "Where am I?" until she locks eyes with an elf. Then Alan explains the truth. Muriel is the Elven Queen's daughter, and the spirit of light has come with them, though it's still hidden and invisible for now. She jumps in right at the start, corrects him, and introduces herself the proper way, Elizabeth of Ramslet, Anastasia's mother, and she practically glows with joy when she meets them. Light's spirit, Lu, suddenly appears right beside Alan's head, snaps off a snide remark about the cute girl, then morphs into a worn-out old hag, claiming she came bearing mosquito repellent. Muriel snaps fully awake, spots the girl in the bed, and blurts, "Anna." Elizabeth nods, confirms it's her daughter, and thanks Muriel for rushing in. Elizabeth whips her gaze to Alan and asks why he's here too. He answers that the spirit of light, Lo, is tied to a contract made with Lady Millie. Close to Anastasia, Muriel leans in and catches her faint murmurs. Then she explains to the others, like it's Breaking Bad, that a spirit can't roam far from its contractor. Elizabeth fires off a heartfelt thank you, and Alan immediately repeats Lou's message. This spirit is about to zero in on Anna next. Without hesitation, Elizabeth nods hard and pushes them to move right now. Scenes cut over a bedridden Anastasia, his face set in stone, eyes razor serious. Lou, the spirit of light, sits perched on his head and leans down too, murmuring softly as she starts her exam. Behind them, his mother and the Duchess watch like hawks, rams let poised, hearts pounding with anxious anticipation. As Anastasia lies motionless with shallow breaths, Lou leans in and talks straight to Alan from right beside her head. She demanded confirmation, replaying his claim that Anastasia's condition was the work of a demon sword, and he answered her without a single hesitation. Right there, Muriel's face twists with raw fury. She clenches her fists and snaps that anyone who forged a weapon that awful must be out of their mind and deserves to be locked up. Her rage flares up, and then she drops a wild request. She whips around to Alan and asks to borrow his body for just a moment. Everyone in the room freezes as he demands what she's talking about, and she doesn't back down. She flat out confirms she means exactly that. A strange energy suddenly floods the room. Then Muriel's body goes slack. Her head droops for a split second, and the moment she straightens, her eyes close and her entire presence flips. She snaps her eyes open, calm, unshakably grown-up, like the excited elf she was just evaporated, and in her place sits quiet, watchful stillness as she scans the whole room. The voice riding in through Muriel's mouth calls itself Lo, the next successor to the great sage Loringa's, and the moment Alan's mom hears the name, she gasps in pure shock. Alan, though, shoots back with a sarcastic jab at Loringa's past, and that's when his mother blurts the sage's name, utterly stunned. At her cry, Lo's eyes snap to her and the entity repeats, "Master Loringa's." Then it drops to its knees in front of Katerina, breaking down with sobs, while Katerina's own tears spill as she bows and weeps the title back, like grief and reverence spark between them, leaving Duchess Ramslet completely stunned by the wild, sudden reunion. In a dim, flickering chamber, Elizabeth Ramslet drops to her knees before the tiny robed figure of Lo, and with ancient authority, Lo orders her to lift her face. Elizabeth obeys and calls him, respectfully, Lady Lo. She looks up, tears pouring down her face as she thanks her, and Lo gently brushes her cheek, telling her that cutting the gas also comes with the sweetest reward, seeing just how much she's grown. The whole conversation snaps as Alan, standing right there, demands an answer from Lady Lo about Anastasia. Lo says her soul isn't gone. It's tucked away and dormant deep in her heart, and all you can see is Anastasia lying in bed, sleeping peacefully. Mother blurts out in desperation, begging if her daughter will ever wake up. Then Lo snaps open the truth. Anastasia locked herself away to survive, because without that choice, the demonic sword would have ripped her soul apart. Alan blurts out, "We have to break the seal," and shoots back, "Do we need a key?" Elizabeth mirrors him, and a thin spark of hope flashes across her face. Lo's hunch clicks into place. This seal only opens with a key, and it's the key Anastasia locked away to undo the mental cage she planted. Lo figures it has to be the one she chose in that final instant before she sealed herself. But until they know what that key is, they can't move a step. Trinity keeps talking, warning that sealing your own soul is pure death wish territory. And Lo can only think one thing. Anastasia must have been hurt so badly she had no choice but to pull off that brutal move. Delivers a grim warning. Try to smash the seal without the right key, and Anastasia's soul will shatter, gone forever, and she'll never wake up. A tiny figure shifts its gaze right onto Alan, and Lo gives him a sly look like, "Maybe you're the one who can find the key." Alan freezes in disbelief, while Elizabeth snaps her hand to her mouth, stunned that something like that could be real. Lo lays it out. The key isn't just a thing, it's a person, an object, a memory burned into Anastasia's heart, or even a feeling like joy or hope. The entity even confirms the power Anastasia granted her is still running, sealed in her hair ornament, guarding her as she sleeps. But when Lo stares straight at Alan, the thought cuts off mid-sentence. "If it's you then." Duchess Ramslet reveals that this hair ornament holds sacred protection, and the moment they tried to yank it out, it vanished and then popped back into Anastasia's hair like it had a mind of its own. So she commands them, "From now on, nobody dares touch or remove it." Then she snaps her focus to Alan, warning that the anti-magic collar Aesthesia wears can't come off, not until she wakes up, so no magical chaos breaks loose, and Alan just nods along. Then his mind snaps back to that creepy, hooded shopkeeper who sold him the collar, and he can't help but laugh at the irony. Something that looked so filthy was exactly what saved him. Lo, using Muriel's voice, cuts right through his thoughts and demands to see the sword. Alan's thrown for a loop, but he nods and tells him it's in his room. Hearing that, Duchess Rams surged forward and declared she had to see it too, because she needed answers for what happened to her daughter. So everyone headed straight for Alan's quarters. Inside his room, Alan unveiled a massive, stone-wrapped contraption and said he forged its casing with alchemy, turning it into a complete sheath for the thing. Then, calm and deadly serious, he told them, "If that's everything, we'll show you the rest now." They order Alan to step back with a sharp chop of the hand, and a surge of low energy rips out, smashing the stone casing to pieces and blasting shards flying through the room. As the dust finally clears, the ornate, evil-looking sword shines through right there in the open. Alan and the Duchess lock eyes, stunned out of their minds. Lo peers down at the blade, and with total certainty, he confirms exactly what it is. A dark aura clings to the blade, and in its shadowy glow you can see ghostly little arms clawing upward for help. Lo snaps it into place, explaining this demonic sword was forged from the souls of innocent children who died in despair, starved for love. The Duchess recoils instantly, eyes wide, horrified by the truth. Lo rips the enemy's plan wide open, turn Anastasia into their puppet with a vile object like that. They've shoved its power into a temporary seal, but it won't hold forever, and Lo swears something like this has no place in their world. So he hands Alan a mission: take the sword straight to the elven village. Alan snaps, "I accept." Alan leaned in hard as Lo laid out 2 ways to cleanse the cursed blade. First, letting her handle it herself, a process that would take centuries. Second, hunting a holy maiden blessed by something sacred, guided by a divine instrument like the Holy Maiden of Charity. When she said that name, it hit Alan like a punch. Recognition jolted across his face in a flash. Prince Karl Hinz sits alone, nursing a cup in silence, and with a troubled face he whispers Amy's name like it's a secret that's burning him. Across the table, the Holy Maiden of Charity beams sweetly, chin propped in her hands, then asks if anything good's happened, and even admits she gets it when you call him Karl Sama. She keeps watching him, realizing he's been in a good mood lately, and then she blurts out, "So, have you been watching me every single day?" She takes a sip from her cup, then says it cold as ice. The villain of this era has been condemned, thrown away like some trashy, worn-out rat. Her expression snaps to serious as she spells out the fallout. Right at the bottom of her despair, rage floods her, and the villain will evolve into the final boss, which means one specific item is about to become absolutely necessary. That item is the sacred guiding staff, an absolute must-have if anyone's going to land the happy ending. Holy Maiden keeps talking, and even though getting the staff is still way out of reach, what's happening right now has already spiraled into full-blown chaos. She glances at the prince, cheeks burning with a little embarrassment, then blurts out that while she's busy plotting what comes next, she needs to make a request, right here, right in front of him. The story jumps into a memory where the tiny robed elf, Merle Laura, stands in front of Alan and Anastasia and is asked to name the saintess of charity. Then Merle explains that if a woman receives the sacred blessing and a divine weapon recognizes her, she's pulled toward becoming a saintess. Prince listens as the world's cruel fate gets carved into the open. Anastasia will lose everything, have her heart devoured by a demonic sword, then rise as a soldier for the Est Empire to march on and shatter the royal capital. So the heroine has only one shot: become the saintess of charity, cleanse that cursed blade, and rip the capital from the brink of ruin. That's the destiny waiting for her, and she's going to fight it, no matter what. A young man stares into the demonic sword, feeling its terrifying evil pulse, and remembers, at least as far as he knows, the holy maiden of charity hasn't shown up in this world yet. His mind spirals back to Anastasia, back when she laughed at the idea that Amy, the game's heroine, could ever become a saintess in this world, and coldly declared that someone as rotten to the core as her didn't deserve the title. Then the scene snaps to tearful Elizabeth Ramslet, who finally leaned in and admitted it took her a while to wrap her mind around the truth about the demonic sword. She lit up the moment she saw him again and called him Lusama, but he softly reminded her, like he did back then, that she's still his student. Memories smash to a halt. Then Merle Laura jolts awake as a young girl beside Jan, breathless, calling out Lusama. And the moment those words hit, Jan snaps out of his daze, frozen in confusion, trying to figure out who she is and why she's summoning him like that. After wrapping up her business, she tells Alan, time to eat, then sleep, while her little spirit companion hovers close by, watching over everything. Later, with the sleeping mural cradled in his arms, Alan steps up to Duke Gerhardt Ramslet, who calls out that the military council meeting dragged on and presses him about the spirit of light. Alan answers with a grin and reveals he brought Anasuma's doctor, then throws the Duke for a loop by introducing Merle as the spirit's contractor and the Elven Queen's daughter. He locks eyes on the tiny child curled up in Alan's arms, staring so hard you can feel the shock hitting as the impossible revelations sink in. His hard stare crumbles into a warm, gentle smile the moment he sees the young lady come awake. Then he whips around to Alan and asks straight up whether he likes the Ramslet mansion, and the Duke grins, says he's got some mouth-watering sweets, and invites him to dig in. He dips his head a little, reassuring his guests that tea will be ready right away, then gestures for them to settle in and feel at home. As he talks, Anastasia bolts toward her father, panic on her face. Then Alan stays cool, telling her the Duke is probably fine, and admitting the whole thing feels eerily like the protective charm he once got from her. Still sprawled on his hands and knees, the Duke blurts out his logic. He's seen what happens to people who dare slander Merle, and he knows that hurting her would spark the wrath of the whole elven village, a link he treats like it's the key to everything. As he storms off, he delivers a brutal warning. Anyone who dares touch Merle gets killed on the spot. He tells Alan to stay on his guard too, then orders that the message be passed to every servant. Elsewhere in the Est Empire, a messenger barges into Emperor Adolf's rest with a trembling apology and a report, only for the emperor to frown and demand if this news is actually urgent enough to yank him from his sleep. From his bedchamber, he lets out a cruel mock laugh, daring the messenger to step closer, because one insolent move and his head will roll. Still unbothered, the messenger drops the bomb. The House of Ramslet has pulled the 100,000-strong's army out, right when the emperor's dismissive act collapses into pure, stunned disbelief. Sitting up straight, fully locked in, he demands proof and repeats the impossible news again, only for the messenger to slam down the truth. A fast rider just rolled in from Vo Hen with the intelligence. The emperor scoffs at the numbers, because Zaz could never field a full army of 100,000, and Ramslet's limit is only about 20,000. So in his mind, that opening 100,000 is nothing but a laughable bluff. A smirk cracks across his face as the truth hits. Those reinforcements weren't threats at all. They were a real, desperate plea, and he shuts them down like nothing but braggarts. Somewhere else in the realm, a woman with long dark hair snaps out a hard order to her subordinate, telling him to deliver a message straight to Duke Ramslet, because this one hits them personally. A tense messenger stands before the nobleman and blurts out his report. He's here about an adventurer, and he's brought proof of how the man helped pacify Bruce under His Excellency's command. The nobleman, mustache sharp as a blade, leans in as his aide grimaces. Then he demands, "What's the point?" His aide dips into a deep bow, gushing that the nobleman's sharp eye never misses a thing, and the nobleman smirks like, "Told you so." He snaps, demanding to know what's wrong. Then the messenger blurts out that Duke Ramslet wants to talk about the adventurer's emblem. The nobleman's face flips in an instant into furious, possessive rage, roaring that the adventurer is his property and snarling how Duke Ramslet dares to try taking him, and even dares to bring up his mistress. Duke Gerhardt Ramslet leans in with a satisfied grin, telling Alan that once Zaw's supply lines are severed, their defeat is basically inevitable. Then he asks if the elven forest is really being set up, and Alan nods that it'll be ready soon. Myra Laura chimes in that she's been taken care of during her 2-day stay, and the Duke finally hands Alan a message he wants delivered. As they head off, Myra Laura pulls Alan aside and invites him to dinner, asking if he's hungry. Alan lights up, says yes, and gratefully accepts her offer. She steered him right to the doorway, waved him in, and told him she'd already set up a room for him. Alan just stared, utterly stunned by the whole move. He bursts into the room and spots a dinner table laid for a whole bunch of people. His mother, Katerina, seated with Duke Ramslet, Duchess Elizabeth, and their son Friedrich. In the back, Anastasia lies resting in a bed. Katerina waves him over, tells him she'd been invited too, and says they'd just been talking about him. Mother leans in and tells him she heard how he rescued Anastasia from the Empire, then praises him for all the hard work, while he answers in a calm, humble tone, like he never even expected the praise. Alan shifts his focus to the Duke and asks about the Duchess, and Duke Ramslet's face hardens as he tells Alan to sit, because they've got real business to hash out before dinner, and it's clear he's been thinking about everything Alan's been doing lately. Duchess Elizabeth swings to Katerina and begs for help with the meal prep, and Katerina jumps in without hesitation. 2 women slip out of the room, and the Duchess turns to Katerina, asking if she's finally gotten used to her new life. Katerina beams, saying everyone has been unbelievably kind to her. The Duchess then declares Katerina is officially family now, and a soft smile blossoms across Katerina's face, until Alan overhears it and blurts out what she means. His mother freezes, apologizes, and explains she meant to tell him only after everything calmed down. With a sudden, ironclad look, he pushes past his mother and makes his formal request. He wants to marry Anastasia, and he demands the Duke's blessing. The moment he says it, Katerina Utterlystan is completely thrown. Duke Ramslet turns straight to Alan's mother, and his proposal just hangs there like thunder. Then he declares that he and the whole Ramslet house have formally acknowledged her, while Duchess Elizabeth seals it with a soft, knowing smile that leaves Katerina utterly stunned. Elizabeth then steps in and explains Anastasia's condition to Katerina, because her body is still fighting that illness. She keeps sinking back into sleep, and nobody knows when she'll finally wake up. Hearing that, a flustered Katerina snaps to Alan and blurts that sure, Anastasia agreed before, but the sheer shock of this demand hits like a truck. Then she straight up asks if Alan knows Anastasia's real feelings, and Alan just quietly nods, certain. Then he tilts his head up, spots a faint blush on his cheeks, and says he already confirmed Anastasia's feelings for him, so he's sure she'll be thrilled. His mother gapes in shock, while the Duke and Duchess trade a knowing smile. Duke rubs his beard and leans in, telling Katerina that Alan's got a whole storm of words trapped in him, while she stands there, wide-eyed, still trying to catch up to what's happening. Alan freezes for a second, silent, shocked. Then his mother jolts up from the table and he blurts her name in pure surprise. She slips over to Anastasia's bedside, eyes soft as she studies the unconscious girl, her smile warm and steady. Then Katerina thanks her for choosing her son. Her eyes flutter shut as she keeps talking, her voice brimming with love. She tells Anastasia that Alan is her pride and joy, then begs her to take good care of him. Back at the main table, the Duke slams his hand down and shuts the whole debate, then shouts for food and wine. He tells Alan to meet him in his room later, smiles like he's plotting something, and calls it a proper father and son heart-to-heart, leaving Alan frozen in shock. He can only manage a meek agreement. And in the next 2 days, Murilora turns the Duke's mansion into a playful chaos storm, flipping every corner into uproar before she's finally covered in grime as exasperated maids sprint after her. He replays Sherry's farewell in his head. She told him, "Come back with Anastasia next time," and promised he'd have the sweets the Duchess sent as a parting gift. Standing by the aircraft, Lou leans in and asks Alan if he's truly sure he wants nothing, especially after the Duke's overflowing gratitude. Alan shuts the idea down fast, saying taking valuables is pointless. Meanwhile, Sherry starts griping at full volume, calling herself a great sage, who's still getting zero pay, and she groans that this non-stop pro bono grind is wearing her out. Alan smirks faintly and says he'll seriously think about bringing any kids he and Anastasia might have someday to visit. He heads back to Ramslet Mansion, and when he finds Anastasia still hasn't woken up, he settles in quietly beside her bedside, watching her in silence. He decides it's time to call it a night, whispering her a sweet good night as he slips into rest too. As he slips out of the room in silence, his mind races to the key that's going to wake Anastasia. Steel sets in his eyes. He has to find it, and he has to do it fast. The very next day, outside the grand mansion, a trembling hand wipes away a tear, then steadies itself before that brutal meeting. Inside, Duchess Ramslet stares at Alan with a stunned, painted-on expression, blurting that it's been years since she last saw his face, and even she can't explain what that feeling is. With a heavy heart, she watched Alan stride up to the grand doors and knock twice to announce himself to the Duke, while the Duchess leaned in with a soft warning, "Don't panic, just watch yourself," because some of the retainers were loud and wild. He strode into the room and his nerves hardened into steel. Then Duke Ramslet, arms crossed like a fortress, immediately demanded, "Alan, are you prepared?" Alan met his stare and promised he would do everything in his power. The Duke nodded sharply like that answer sealed the deal. "All right," he said, voice iron, "let's go." Alan didn't hesitate. He just stared back with a steady look and answered, "Yes." A carriage rattles down a country road, hauling Duke Gerhard Ramslet toward the royal capital. And inside he clenches his jaw, furious, cursing the Tsar's forces for snatching the harvested wheat right before they fled. He grappled with the brutal aftermath of the fight. The invading Tsar kingdom crumpled, losing half of its 100,000 soldiers, and got yanked out of Ramslet territory. Even so, the win didn't feel clean. Multiple cities were ransacked, and the theft of their wheat stores hit the whole region like a crushing blow. The moment the Est Empire pulled out, peace talks kicked off fast. Right away, a female commander steps forward and says a non-aggression treaty is signed. But there's a catch. The Empire wants a full accounting of what happened to Albrecht's arm, demanding compensation for every loss. Inside the carriage, the talk snaps back to Duke Ramslet and Alan. So the Duke leans in and asks if Alan even knew the aid requests were sent straight to the central family and the royal court. Then he reads the room and bets the Crown Prince's fury is why they've been called here, and he's convinced this summons is a trap. He keeps pushing his thoughts, wondering why anyone would jump on Ram's lead in the south now that the estate empire has already pulled out of the east, and he's sure something bigger is moving in the shadows. Still, he shakes his head and confirms he brought Alan along just in case. Alan nods and just says he understands. The carriage barrels forward, and inside the Duke's chest, worry churns, because he can't shake the feeling the king's grip is flimsy, praying this summons is just a one-off scare. They finally rolled up to their grand, fortified castle, the roaring centerpiece of the royal capital. In that glittering throne room, Duke Ramslet faced the king, bowing low and thanking him for helping search for his daughter. So the king waved him off and snapped that he'd never let his own daughter get dragged and reprimanded inside the capital. King whips his gaze over to Alan, who's standing right there with arms crossed, and he thanks the kid for everything, then promises to hand over all his power, asking what Alan truly wants. Then the spotlight snaps back to the Duke, because the king leans in and demands, "Have you remembered your loyalty?" before firing a sharp reminder. That military uniform he's wearing. It's kingdom property, and it's the only outfit allowed when you stand before my throne. Notices Duke Ramslet's fresh, dangerous look and blurts that they've never heard of a beast that sharpens its fangs. Then the Duke smirks like he knows exactly what game is being played, while Alan just watches, quietly sizing the two powerhouses up like a gorilla and a wild boar locking eyes before the fight. Unshaken, the Duke brings up a treasured hunt from when he and the king roamed the eastern forest, then shifts into official mode and tells the king straight. He's been put in charge of negotiating Alan's reward, the adventurer from his own house, for the role Alan played in the war against the Zaw's kingdom. Storming back onto his throne, the king shuts down the Duke's claim and snaps that the person in question was sent straight from his own orders. So this issue is officially out of the Duke's hands. The Duke keeps the pressure on and he lays it out. Alan, Ramslet's vassal, helped smash back the recapture of Caldania, and he's even got a written deal signed by the king. Then he goes straight for the throat, formally demanding a peerage for Alan, and the king's face instantly freezes, shocked that a title might be handed to a commoner. The king sinks into deep thought, ticking through the kingdom's ranks: Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, Baron. Then he weighs it all and decides that even with the daring Duke Ramslet backing him, a commoner like that should still rise as a knight. Alan just stands there silent, staring back with a face no one can read. His expression hardens as he snaps. A knight is just a title, no land, no fortune. It's only an honor. Then he levels his accusation at the Duke. You're trying to shove this brand new noble under your thumb, and he wants to know, what are you really after? A night the Duke thunders in the throne room, swearing that if even the king's own men are calling the feat real, then the rank can't be questioned, especially since the pulse in I region hasn't been reclaimed for 50 years. He turns on the king, daring him to try and diminish a victory that makes murmurs ripple through the court. The win is undeniable, but handing a peerage to a commoner has never happened before. Then the old noble, backed by the dual witness, steps forward and asks for the floor. The old noble nods and admits the Duke's point has weight, but he snaps that a barony is way too much for what the battle actually earned. Then he slams down a sealed document and reveals it's a direct royal order from the king himself. The king shoots a sharp glance at the order, declares the war in pulse and I is nowhere near finished, and insists victory isn't guaranteed yet, because that promised reward, even the peerage, only comes after the final win. Then he leans in and adds that Alan has even more feats to his name the war will be judged by. At that moment, Alan strides forward and drops two severed heads right onto the floor in front of the throne, and the entire court erupts in shock and horror, while the king's eyes go wide with stunned recognition as he realizes those heads belong to Crown Prince Igor of the Est Empire and his head mage, Gunther. Rage twisted the king's face as he glared at the grisly trophies, and Duke Ramslet coldly told him the truth. Alan had been his personal mission: infiltrate the empire and return with the heads. He added that Alan's war victories were so massive they kept him away from the main subjugation campaign just for this. Then the Duke drove home his point. This kind of job had to stay with his house, because the king's own forces couldn't pull it off. The king snapped that the Duke had cooked up a fake report, roaring that he couldn't believe the Zaw's 100,000-man army had truly retreated, then demanded to know whether the Ramslet family could back that claim with real muscle, calling the Duke a liar to his face. The Duke didn't flinch, said the empire still didn't know what was going on, and told the king to rethink the reward for Alan's accomplishments. He kept hammering his point, saying his army had paid in blood and done its duty to guard the country, and daring anyone to explain what could possibly be wrong with honoring that loyalty. Then Alan, arms crossed and watching from nearby, cut in and basically laughed off the Duke's speech as nothing but a shameless farce. Right at the breaking point, the king erupted, rage blazing as he jabbed at the Duke. "Seize him," he screamed, and his guards surged forward to drag Duke Ramslet straight into a jail cell. But as the armored royals closed in, Alan stayed completely calm and started speaking to the king's order. In front of a crumbling, pitch-dark church, the holy guiding staff waits on the stone path, the very prize they've been chasing. Side by side, Amy grips the staff, eyes blazing with pure awe at how beautiful it is, while the prince and his companions stand behind her, nodding like they feel the exact same thing. She quietly asks herself if she's truly worthy of something this magnificent. Then the prince leans in and assures her it's already decided because the staff itself picked her. From the foot of the dais, a voice booms that her longing for guidance has been heard, and the power she wants will be granted to her. A brilliant flash erupts, startling the prince and Leonardo, and Amy turns to them with a calm, dazzling smile, telling Carl Hinz that she's finally awakened as the saintess of compassion. The prince is stunned, and Leonardo just smirks, saying, "I knew it," because she already looked like a saintess. Marcus nods along, praising her gentle heart as the perfect match for the prince. Just as the moment hits, Anastasia barrels in with a victory grin, thanking everyone and shouting that she's revived the reverse harem route. And the look in her eyes turns unhinged as she tosses out a frantic apology to the villainous and mob character, insisting the world is finally on her side. Elsewhere in the Grand Hall, Duke Gerhard Ramslet looms in front of an officer behind dark sunglasses, surrounded by armored soldiers, and with a grim face he leans in and demands, "Tell him, have they already branded you a rebel?" The king's face twists with raw rage. He confirms it with a thunderous roar. He'll spin 800 lies to squeeze the people dry, then strip the Duke of his lands and knights. Rage keeps pouring out as he barks for the Duke to be grabbed on the spot, screaming for his head, while the sunglasses-wearing officer just stares, stunned that he totally misread how reckless the king can be, and the royal guards flinch hard at the order. The officer stays stone-cold silent, his face giving nothing away as he takes in the chaos all around him. An old noble charges forward to grab the king, begging him that a war with the Ramslet family would be a disaster, but the king's rage keeps blazing. Then officer coolly snaps in with the crown prince's current ordeal, and Duke Ramslet pounces on the moment, declaring the talks are done, and demanding the prince show his worth by fighting. The Duke defied the king. Rage twisted his face as he roared for them to seize him, and when the royal guards finally closed in, he erupted in fury, shouting that they had no right to lay hands on him. Their charge got slammed the instant it started. Fierce resistance hit them hard, and chaos detonated in the throne room as the Duke's loyalists crashed into the king's guards, steel ringing everywhere, while the prince stood there, wide-eyed, stunned that things could spiral this fast. Steel clashed, then asterisk boom. A flash so bright it stole the light, and a white smoke storm erupted from the heart of the fight, swallowing the combatants and blasting the king's guards back hard. Through the thick, billowing smoke, the Ram's lead officer hauled the prince and a few others out of the chaos, admitting the provocation had gone too far. Then snapping, "Move." He ordered them to ditch their luggage and follow him, no hesitation. He blared for everyone to run, announcing they'd be escaping from this moment on. Then, as his crew bolted, he snapped orders to his last men to chase down their foes. Meanwhile, the throne room smoke finally started to thin, and the stunned guards realized their targets were gone. Rage burned through his bones. From the throne, the king bellowed an order, "Sweep up every rebel, no exceptions," and outside the castle walls, the Ramslet officer led his small band away from the blazing heart of royal power, determined to finish what they started. In the capital streets, royal guards thunder for the rebels, while Duke Gerhard Ramslet and his men get chased down hard, and Alan, riding with them, braces as the Duke demands, "Are we ditching the carriage?" Alan nods fast, telling him that if they try to slip out through the main gate, they'll be caught on the spot. Alan smirks and says they're taking the sewers instead, then sprints up to a sloped entrance, taps his alchemy to unlock the waterway, and heads down the steps as the Duke and his men trail after. One of the loyalists blurts that they've got it. He's already memorized the whole route. Right before they split, the Duke pins Alan with a hard stare and barks, "Don't you die." Alan promises, "I'll be careful." Then the Duke's voice turns iron. He demands Alan live long enough to see his grandchild's face. All alone, Alan thrusts a tiny glowing orb into existence in his palm, then flings it at the street corner, right as the guards come crashing into view. The orb explodes, and a nasty stench blasts the guards so hard they stagger back, choking on the smell, while one blurts, "What is that?" Another hears people yelling about Rebel Ramslet and snaps, "Was that them?" Then one guard glares at his partner like he's the one to blame. The accusation gets hit with an instant, furious denial, and before anyone can react, that rotten stench knocks the other guards off balance. They shout at the accused man to back away and stay clear. An officer storms onto the scene, screaming at his men like a war drum, and he snaps that one of them wet himself. But the soldier roars back, insisting it's a lie, while everyone's too busy to notice Alan slipping off unnoticed, grinning because that ammonia stink bomb is about to blow up the distraction. Alan strides through the city, plotting his next move. He's got to keep the guards' eyes off the sewers until the Duke gets away. He's already lining up his chaos. Little fires here, stink bombs everywhere, even grabbing old incendiary devices he's reused before. And yeah, guilt hits hard. He knows he's going to ruin lives out in the streets, but he tells himself it has to be done. His road dumps him straight into a messy, dim little shop, where a hooded shopkeeper pops up from behind the counter and greets him, mysteriously. Alan's mind races back to that coded message, and the whisper from yesterday. He tilled the fields, and people swore the hen would crow tomorrow night. The hooded man grins like he knows more than he's saying, then leans in and asks what Alan wants today. Alan shows up and says he's only scouting. Then the shopkeeper's grins stretch wide when they recognize him as the hero who drove the Est Empire back, and they start pushing an invite to the Ramslet Duchy, warning that the capital is about to plunge into chaos. After thinking it over, Alan cuts straight to the point. So this is about an internal conflict, right? He faces the chuckling, robe-wearing guy and lays it out straight. Alan tells the shopkeeper he doesn't care what he thinks. He just wants to keep doing business together, then cuts it off by declaring his intrusion finished. While all that chaos rages elsewhere in the city, Monica, right there at the tavern, can't help overhearing patrons whisper about a fire. They swear it started as a tiny blaze, yet somehow the whole town now reeks. Elsewhere, a hand delivers a direct demand: leave the capital. Then Duke Gerhardt Ramslet strides down the hallway like he already has his orders. The commander tells Monica and Jard that the similar letter's contents are a plea: don't stir up trouble with the Ramslet family, and she spells it out clearly. Jard snaps back in shock, while Monica leans in, hanging on every word. The commander's speech barely dents the unrest swelling in the streets, and Agar scrambles to tell everyone the fire's out, only for a shopkeeper to snap that the awful lingering stench is chasing customers away. In the middle of the chaos, Jard cracks a joke that he heard somebody's rear end was on fire, and Monica just groans in pure exasperation. Right after finishing up, Alan bursts out of the shop, and Seabes, the Ramslet butler in a hooded cloak, steps right in front of him, already waiting. Seabes shoots him a look and tells him it's time to go, motioning for him to follow. Alan nods with pure resolve, thinking, this is everything I can do. Now I just have to head back and bet the plan will hold. A few days have blown past since the escape from the capital. Duke Ramslet and his whole retinue slipped back to their domain safe and sound, but the politics they ditched are now slipping out of control. Plopped at his desk, Alan tore through the reports, and the lords of the kingdom split wide over the king's decree, which had branded the Ramslet family as traitors. The political world is cracking wide open. On the map, the southern nobles cling together like iron, still backing the Ramslet duchy, while in the east the lords who feel the Est Empire breathing down their neck are edging toward the Duke's family, mostly because they need food to survive, but they still haven't officially declared it yet. Meanwhile, the West and North throw their weight behind the royal family, pushing to wipe out the Ramslets. But half the northern nobles are secretly in the second prince's corner, and even the anti-Ramslet coalition can't move, stuck in a web of clashing ambitions. While Alan was busy, Seabes the butler slid up to him and bowed, calling him sir. As he demanded Alan check the plans to fix the castle walls, Alan nodded instantly, no hesitation. He climbs into the heads of the household and rises up to Anastasia's room, announcing his arrival. And then, while the whole court is in political chaos, he's pulled into the ducal family's administration, all the while keeping eyes on Anna every single day. Deep inside, Anastasia lies in a heavy, dreamless sleep, her face calm and painfully pale. He adjusts her just right, making sure she's comfy, and when he lifts her, he's stunned. She feels almost weightless. He clasps her slender hand, and even as spirit laryngosis keeps her breathing, her body keeps fading. Day by day, she thins out until it's terrifying to watch. He snapped toward the window, talking like she could hear him. Anna, can you see? The stars are ridiculously beautiful tonight. He perches by the window, staring into the velvet night as stars burn overhead, completely swallowed by thought. His eyes snap to Anastasia, motionless in bed, and it hits him. Her birthday is in 2 days, so he has to whip up a real celebration fast. He can't stop thinking about how long it's been since they got to celebrate her birthday at the capital estate. And now, everyone's itching to pull out all the stops for her. As he watches her sleeping face, his thoughts fade mid-sentence. Because he can feel it, the moment is creeping closer. He stays planted by her bedside all night, refusing to move a muscle as the hours slip by. 2 days later, Duchess Ramslet throws open the estate gates and warmly welcomes Alan's mother, Katerina, formally thanking her for coming, while Katerina's eyes sparkle as she praises the stunning grounds. Then the Duchess turns to Alan, credits him for always showing up for Anastasia, and Alan just bows his head, humbled by the praise. Once every guest is finally gathered, Duke Ramslet steps forward and declares, "Since everyone's here, let's start before the meal." Stasia's bed turns into the party zone as the Duke leans in to wish his daughter a happy birthday. And you can feel it. Everyone's here, gathered around her to celebrate. The family dives into the moment and lays out their gifts with love. Then the Duke tells Anastasia he's already readied the white horse she's always dreamed of. The Duchess reveals her favorite cake, and Katerina tops it off with a plain, heartfelt, happy birthday, right on top. Her younger brother, Friedrich, steps up clutching a tiny gift and grins. He made her a doll out of an egg. The Duchess erupts with joy, and Alan quickly confirms the anesthesia, reassuring her that he and everyone else has come for her. He sets his gift, a line of tiny, handmade dolls, right beside Anastasia's still body, then leans in and whispers that he can't wait for her to wake up. Duke Gerhard and Duchess Elizabeth stood there, their faces heavy with grief as they watched that tender moment unfold, hurt etched across every line. Alan's mother, Katerina, steps forward, smiles at Lady Anastasia, and wishes her a happy birthday, then begs her to keep looking after Alan. She drops off a batch of freshly baked scones, practically teasing the room with that warm, sweet aroma, and says she heard they're Anastasia's favorite. Right then, Monica pivots to Alan, who's standing next to a big cloth-wrapped surprise, and demands to know what he brought. Alan just nods and admits, plain and simple, he's got a gift. He then whips out his gift, revealing a breathtaking, ornate blade, the kind of Sky Knight's sword that looks like it belongs to legends. Friedrich burst into a gasp as the sword caught his eye. He knew it was that legendary class item. Then Alan dropped to his knees beside the bed and with formal respect offered it to Anna, saying he was finally keeping the birthday promise he'd sworn to her. He carefully slides the sword into Anastasia's hands, laying it across her body. And right as he does, Friedrich jolts when a tiny dark object drops off the pommel straight into a glass of water on the bedside table. Then boom! A blinding flash bursts out of the anesthesia, flinging her whole body into the air above the bed in an instant. Her family and all their guests shriek her name, eyes wide with raw disbelief, staring at what should be impossible. Amid the chaos, a ghostly woman drops in and says the seal on Anastasia's spirit can only be opened with a key, something etched into her heart like a treasured memory, and then she points to this sword. It's the key, a soft shared moment between Alan and, as her words ricochet through the room, Anastasia's eyelids, clamped shut for what felt like forever, finally flood open. She fluttered, then snapped her eyes wide, staring straight up as she clutched her sword to her chest. With a shaky breath, she whispered one name, Alan. Down below, the young man stared back, his face breaking into tearful disbelief. Overwhelmed by emotion, he sprinted forward and wrapped his arms around her in a desperate squeeze. Anna, Anna, he cried. She barely managed a whisper, calling his name back. While his family and friends stared, his mother gently urged him to hold it together and not break down. He buried his face in her shoulder, fighting tears as she called his name one more time. And that one moment ripped open a memory. Her birthday bash, where Anastasia stood amid family and guests while a choir of kids cheered and sang her wishes. Late into the night in the Rams-led estate, Alan clutched a bundle of scrolls and hurried through the corridor. Then Jard and another colleague stepped up to greet him, asking why he was still stuck at work this late. And Alan told them he was finally bringing the rest of his work home. His coworkers tell him, "Don't push it too far," and warn that it'll crush Anastasia. Then they ask if he's going to see her again tonight, and Alan confirms that he is. After their talk, Alan heads straight for Anastasia's chambers, taps the door and asks to come in. When she's half sunk in her bed, she looks exhausted, but she still lets him in and greets him, then clocks that he's worried about her being awake and flips it back on him, telling him not to burn himself out. He steps in and shoots back that the same goes for her too. Alan then says the doctor is genuinely worried she's been pushing herself too hard during rehab, and Anastasia just falls quiet, taking it all in. Alan snaps in, telling her she's only just started walking again and needs to take it slow, no pushing herself too hard. Then he shoves a huge sword at her, still wrapped in its sheath. This is it. Anastasia frowns, confused, and fires back that she's got a reason she can't waste time. Her eyes snap wide as she spots the weapon. The Sky Knight's sword, she gasps, and Alan confirms it instantly. Anastasia's resolve turns to steel as she blurts that she wants to wield it soon, because a legendary blade is useless if it just sits there like decoration. She keeps going, her voice steady and fierce, saying that same sword is what saved her life. Alan hears it and immediately clocks what it means, his expression sharpening as he puts it on. Locking eyes with him, Anastasia blurts out that she can't wait to wield the precious sword he gave her. One day earlier would be perfect. A soft grin spreads across her lips as she says his name and gushes about how happy he makes her, and Alan freezes, stunned. Later, Alan strides into this grand room and proudly declares he's here, and Duchess Elizabeth Ramslet greets him with a warm smile, teasing that he must have just come from seeing Anastasia, then playfully asks if she's been interrupting. Alan, flustered, quickly swears she isn't, and right then the nearby maid is told to get Anastasia's bath ready. He flashes them a good evening and promises he'll see Anastasia tomorrow. Then he strides off. Alan finally exhales in relief, thinking that since the curse on the sword broke and Anastasia came back to herself, her condition has been getting better day by day. He trudges down a long corridor with shaky strength, finally steady enough to move with support. Yet it'll still be ages before he can lift that sword and wield it again. Now it's Anastasia's turn. After she grabs the cursed sword and traps herself away, she wakes up with barely any memory of what happened right before. Staring out the window, he lets out a breath of relief, because she didn't get the deep mental scars the cursed sword's influence could have carved into her. Outside the grand mansion, life keeps moving like nothing happened. Yet inside and all around it, chaos is still raging. Anastasia blurts, "Did all of this really happen while I was out cold?" And Alan nods, firing off the whole story. The Est Empire's abduction, the war that erupted between empire and kingdom, how he cut down her captor to pull her free, and how the king refused to own up to the prince's crimes when he framed her. He keeps going, saying the academy's shut down now because of the student military draft, and that Isabella and Margaret have already gone back to their hometowns. Then he admits it's got to be brutal for the kids, and Anastasia just sits there, absorbing every crushing word. Her face tightens the moment she turns her gaze away, silently praying, over all this chaos, that everyone will somehow be okay. Alan says maybe it's for the best she gets shoved out of the capital, especially since she was forced out. Anastasia only grimaces and declares it's over for the royal family now, that the crown prince flat-out refused to volunteer for the war. She says that for her, this living bastion of loyalty, declaring the royal family finished, has to take serious persuasion, and when Alan tries to shrug it off, she snaps that he can't treat it like a joke, because his own disappointment must be crushing too. So when she talks about his feelings like that, he's completely thrown. Anastasia's voice spikes with furious indignation as she snaps that a country that can't properly reward its heroes has no right to rule. Then she presses him hard, asking why the only prize for feats no one's ever seen is just a knighthood, because she can't stand the idea anyone would dare look down on him. And she finishes by saying it's absolutely unbearable. Her face burns with embarrassment, but Alan just grins like it's the cutest thing in the world. Anastasia snaps that he should be furious, and he shrugs it off, teasing her as he calls her reaction adorable. He keeps needling her, calling her cute, whether she's blushing or snapping with anger, and that pushes her into an exasperated pout. She snaps that he's an idiot for his sudden change of topic and demands to know what's wrong. But Alan stays calm and tells her he's just gotten sick. His words slam Anastasia into a full-blown panic, and she immediately yells that a doctor needs to be called. Alan just grins and claims his sickness is nothing but a desperate urge to stay and watch over her all day. She freezes for a split second, then blows up, saying she was genuinely worried sick about him. And Alan's smile turns warm as he admits that her adorable reactions are exactly what make him so happy. Thrilled, Alan leans in and softly lifts her chin, his words cutting straight through his own fear. He doesn't need anything else, not after she's made it back safely, because her smile beside him is all the happiness he craves. Visibly shaken, Anastasia nods and whispers that she feels the exact same way, right to Alan's face. In the hush of the evening, Alan and Anastasia press impossibly close, faces inches apart, like the next second will either steal a kiss or start a disaster. The tension slips as Alan eases back, glancing up like he just felt it. "It's getting kinda chilly, we should head back inside." Anastasia gives him a quiet nod, like she understood instantly. She drops a shocking request and tells him to come to her room tonight. When he looks stunned, she rushes to set him straight, saying he's got the wrong idea, that he still needs more time to recover, and he'll just have to be patient until then. Alan stammers his agreement as Anastasia finally spills the real reason, and even though she's trying to be brave, night still scares her, so she begs him to stay with her, and Alan understands instantly, agreeing without hesitation. Later, Alan pushes through the grand mansion's pitch-black corridor, clutching a small lamp just to cut a thin path forward. He finally storms into Anastasia's chambers, and she greets him right away. Alan says, "Good evening," and Anastasia shoots him an apology, explaining she normally asks her mother or someone else in the household for this kind of favor. He flashes her a warm smile and tells her she's got nothing to fear, because he knows. Since she woke up, she's been terrified of the dark and being left alone, ever since that run-in with the demon's sword, even though the details are foggy in her head. In her lavish room, Alan watches her every night, noticing how she always leaves a light on before sleep. And yeah, he admits he loves stealing glances at her sleeping face. Anastasia wryly clocks his same old habits too, saying that Elizaveta, or some other maid, always stays on watch until she finally drifts off. His eyes lock onto a strange lamp and Anastasia gasps. It's a magic stone lantern, and even the brightness can be dialed up or down. Then Alan points out a shortcut. They should just blow out the other lights. Right then, the maid barges in with steaming hot water to wash Anastasia, and Alan clocks the situation fast. He slips out immediately, excusing himself before he overstays his welcome. He watches the maid push him to just leave everything exactly where it is. And from the bed, Anastasia murmurs her quiet agreement. With a crisp bow, the maid announces she's leaving, and Alan stands there in the doorway, suddenly alone and a little unsure. The door shuts with a soft click, and a tiny sound from the bed yanks him around. His eyes snap straight back to the princess. He spots Anastasia sitting up, sheets bunched around her waist, and she asks if she can hit him with a favor. So Alan freezes, cheeks blazing, and blurts her name like it's stuck in his throat. She tells him to hurry because she's freezing, and even though he's totally flustered, he agrees on the spot. He steps up to the bed and slowly wipes her back with a cloth, quietly asking if he's hurting her. She murmurs back that he is. While he kept working, he noticed her back had somehow gotten a little more muscle, and that silent thought made her whip around to look at him, eyes wide, totally stunned. He flashes a gentle smile, swears it's nothing, and tells her he's just thrilled, because every single day he gets to see her. As he carefully tends to her, a calm wave of pride hits him. He can feel his presence pushing her back toward full strength, one quiet step at a time. Strength still in her voice, Anastasia drops her gaze and confesses she worried him. Then she calls this service her apology, her gratitude, and the reward meant to stand in for the king himself. Taken aback, Alan blurts that standing beside her is a bigger honor than any title could ever be. Thinking he's criticizing her, she snaps back that she hopes he isn't saying she's gotten fat, and he shoots the idea down instantly. But she scolds him for picking his words more carefully. Then, out of nowhere, Alan slides his arms around her from behind, and she gasps his name in pure shock. She melts into his embrace, shock rolling into pure relief. Then she whispers his name, Anna, and thanks him for coming back for her. With that new fire in her chest, she promises she'll never let him go again and will protect him with everything she has. Her eyes shut tight as she locks in her promise. She'll never, ever leave him behind again. He meets her gaze again, his face turning gentle as he nods. It's a promise, Alan, she says, and she seals their mutual vow like it's fate. That night the two curl up together in Anastasia's bed. She murmurs his name, and he answers back, warm and steady like Anna's voice. They drift into sleep, shoulder to shoulder under the ornate bit's covers. The next morning, Alan jolts awake to a bright, cheerful voice. Elizabeth Ramslet, Anastasia's mother, is standing over them with a knowing smile, asking if they really just slept together. She warns him not to go doing anything reckless that could strain Anastasia's body. Alan stammers that nothing happened, but Elizabeth's calm, confident look tells him she already knows. Because to her, healing doesn't just happen in silence. Resting close to the one you care about matters. In the loud, crowded town square, the villagers shout Amy's name with pure reverence, and she lights up the whole place, smiling bright as she cheerfully wishes everyone a great day. Elsewhere, Anastasia lets out a deep, frustrated sigh, thinking about how ever since she got recognized as the saintess, everyone won't stop shooting her those annoying stares. She leans into her friends, wondering if she's always been this adorable, or if some saintess tweak has just sharpened her charm, and her cronies practically cheer when a group of gorgeous guys strolls past. Back in the square, Amy's face lights up the second she spots Prince Carl Hinz rolling in with his entourage, and she calls out his name with pure adoration. Then he turns, catches her attention, and grins back with a warm laugh. Amy holds him close, blush rushing up her face as she's totally hooked by his scent. And with how gentle he's been lately, she can't help wondering if this is just another miracle of her new saint status. She tilts her head up at him, works up the courage, and blurts out that rumor she overheard, asking, "Wait, did we beat the Est Empire in Brazil?" Later, sitting side by side, The prince leans in and drops the truth. He announces their kingdom has finally wrested full control of the Brazilian region back, and the man beside him erupts into congratulations. He doubles down, saying Alan, the commoner, was the driving force behind the recapture of Caldathia, and Amy's just staring in total disbelief, asking if he really means that bleak Alan she knows. Leonardo sneers at the report, calling it a total lie, and the prince seems to nod along, like there's no way one lowly commoner could ever pull something like that off. This news hits Anastasia like a punch. She reels, her thoughts sprinting in total confusion. No, this can't be right. She was supposed to see the capital get invaded, then bolt to West Ale to fight side by side with the long-clawed hero and bring down the villain. But reality flips her whole plan upside down. She tried to calm herself down. Maybe becoming a saintess too early had glitched the whole script, skipping the parts she was supposed to have. And yeah, it had to work out fine. Not far off, Amy's voice tore through the air, and everyone froze in total shock. What fire? Her question was aimed straight at Duchess Elizabeth Ramslet, who stood there beside Prince Karl Hinz, and wrote you. The Duchess looked worn out, confirming she'd heard the rumors that Duke Ramslet had handed the head of the Est Empire's crown prince to the king and tried to offer congratulations that sounded painfully forced. Amy, still shaken to the core, pushed forward and her voice cracked as she tried to remember the wildest part of the rumor. How the guy who killed the prince was Alan, that gloomy commoner boy. The news lit a spark in Anastasia's mind, and suddenly she remembered grilling her father, Duke Gerhard Ramslet, asking if something like that was even possible, only for him to shut her down with a stern no, like it was never going to happen. That memory slammed into her present life, and her mind just kept spiraling, because the original plan said her whole family was going to be executed on the gallows. So what in the world was happening right now? Back in the present, the rumors went totally wild. Amy blurted in panic after hearing the Ramslets had turned traitor, and the prince's crew started whispering like, "Is Alan in this again?" Then a bespectacled student stepped forward, eyes sharp. Alan, the commoner, apparently helped Duke Ramslet's escape, and now they're straight up refusing to sell wheat to the capital. Anastasia's brow broke into a cold sweat as everything shattered around her. So was this it, the villain's ruin ending at last? With the empire finally crushed, maybe this twisted fate wasn't the worst, but the relief never really hit. Relief flooded in for a second. Then she spotted her opening and bolted straight to Prince Karl Hinz, tears blurring her vision as she begged him to crush the ducal family, insisting they were now the state's enemy and had to be dragged down as traitors. His face set like stone with pure resolve. "All right," the prince said, nodding along with Amy. And then he promised he'd rush straight to the king to report everything right away, while Leonardo beside him practically burst with excitement, eager to go too. He started getting everything ready, but his companions yanked him back. Marcus snapped that he needed caution, because the war with the Empire wasn't over, and there was no reason to rush in with suppression. Amy clutched a white chess piece and blurted that she and her friend could come along too, saying she'd be thrilled to join him. A few moments later, he burst into the royal chamber ahead of everyone else, demanding a private audience with the king. And right as the king and his trusted advisor were buried in paperwork, the king snapped his gaze up, worn out, and pressed him on the talk of subjugation. He stood up and formally demanded justice for the treason of the Rams left family. Then the king met his eyes, unwavering, and said he'd already planned to do exactly that. The prince froze for a split second. Then the king's advisor snapped in with the real story. Those lords had tangled duties, and with the empire still looming over the eastern territories, yanking the army to hit the southern duchy right now would shatter the trust of the other nobles. The prince just couldn't find words. Amy shoved through the silence, strode up to the king, and dropped into a deep curtsy. "I'm Amy, daughter of Baron Bray, and I need to speak," she declared, and the king's eyes flashed as the name sparked recognition. She kept begging, tears spilling as she argued. "Prince Karl Heinz loves the people like his father did, so he can't overlook the traitors. She grabbed the king's attention and urged him to team up with the heroic Prince Karl Heinz to bring the Ramslet family down. Finally, her words hit like a bolt of lightning, making the king's face blaze with joy when he realized his son had finally awakened the hero's divine protection. With that relief roaring through him, he ordered the army to the south right then and demanded the traitorous Ramslets be crushed. And while his stunned advisor stared, Amy let a triumphant, chilling smile creep onto her lips.